Chapter 125. Understanding. Upon departing from the Jinmen office, Li Hao did not return to the martial guard, but instead made his way to the headquarters of the night patrol. His mind lingered on some of Hong Yitang's remarks. Was the earth-shattering sword truly rendered useless? He found it hard to believe. Despite several attempts to probe Hong Yitang, the old fox remained tight-lipped. However, when it came to inquiries about martial arts, he did not hesitate to respond, leaving Li Hao perplexed about his true intentions. If he wished to conceal something, why not simply remain silent? Reflecting on the events within the ruins, Hong Yitang appeared to be in peril multiple times, nearly facing death. Yet in reality, he emerged from it unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled. There were indeed numerous formidable figures concealed within the Silver Moon. But why? In that moment, Li Hao fell into deep contemplation. With so many powerful individuals in Silver Moon, why did they all choose to remain hidden? Could it be that the strength of those in the central regions far surpassed theirs? Surely there must be a reason. Otherwise, why would they all cloak their abilities for the sake of appearing weaker than they were? As a martial artist, Li Hao understood that consistently hiding one's strength and refraining from combat, regardless of one's high level or power, could ultimately lead to becoming a true fool. Surely, those experienced warriors who had weathered the upheaval in Silver Moon comprehended this truth. Moreover, in the pursuit of rebellion, strength was essential. With everyone concealing their power, who among the lords of the realm would support you? Would the common people rally behind you? Would the superhumans regard you favorably, even for the sake of rebellion? Such behavior seemed illogical. With so many strong figures, at least a few ought to have emerged early to establish their renown throughout the world. As he pondered, Li Hao shook his head slightly. Never mind, it was none of my concern. A smile appeared on his face, for his journey had not been in vain. He had not only solidified some of his thoughts, but also gained substantial benefits from Jin men, 100 sets of black armor, and 30 martial masters. It is worth noting that the entire martial guard currently possessed only around 500 sets of black armor. This meant that nearly half of the martial guard lacked such equipment. Now he was fully equipped. Of course, while Jin men would allocate these to the martial guard, it was unlikely that all would be given to him, but Li Hao would ensure that such a scenario did not transpire. Why are you back so soon? Chief Steward Yu furrowed his brow, surprised that Li Hao had returned after only a morning. Moreover, his disheveled appearance raised questions about whom he had sparred with. Perhaps Jin Chong? It was possible. Jin Chong had been absent yesterday and likely returned today, given that Mu Lin had not managed to injure Li Hao. Jin Chong was likely the only one in the martial guard who could pose such a challenge. Li Hao scratched his head, a look of helplessness on his face as he replied, Mu Lin tasked me with assembling a 100-man team for the martial guard, but I know nothing about this. I am utterly impoverished and lack any reputation. Even if I had one, it would be tainted by my master's notoriety, with enemies lurking everywhere. How can I recruit people? Chief Steward Yu was at a loss for words. Indeed, it was quite a challenge for Li Hao. This task would truly test his capabilities. However, should he succeed, it would greatly benefit him. A martial artist could stand alone, but if one became isolated without friends or connections, the future could resemble that of Yuan Shua, surrounded by adversaries. What do you seek from me? The steward, Yu, understood that this was a plea for assistance. A faint smile flickered across her face. Li Hao, initially appearing earnest upon his arrival, soon revealed his true nature. Much like his mentor, he harbored a deep-seated pride, seemingly dismissive of others, including Hou Xiaoqing. Of course, both master and disciple owed their lives to Hou Xiaoqing, and thus Li Hao's enlistment among the Night Watchers was, in essence, an act of repayment. Eventually, Yuan Shua would also have to act in favor of Hou Xiaoqing. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Li Hao was troubled, contemplating, as I am presently destitute, I wish to request certain privileges from the steward. He continued, first, I need the promotion to be expedited. With the title of a senior city patrol officer, I could confidently present myself to others, making it clear that I hold a position of importance. Otherwise, if I were to approach potential recruits as a mere junior inspector, they would surely mock me. He sighed. I cannot simply draw my sword at every encounter and proclaim my prowess. At this juncture, status and rank hold significant weight. You pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. You are correct. This afternoon, I shall pay a visit to the inspection department and the administrative office to expedite your promotion. Li Hao's assertion was indeed valid. The lowly rank of junior inspector offered insufficient authority. Unless he demonstrated his strength through action, it would be difficult for others to recognize him as exceptional. After all, One cannot simply resort to violence with every individual encountered. Li Hao continued, secondly, I wish to seek some sponsorship. What? You frowned at the mention of sponsorship. Li Hao elaborated, I fear that as a newcomer, requesting too much from home might put him in a difficult position. Forming a new team invariably incurs greater expenses. If Ho were to provide assistance, would it not incite discontent among the other members of the martial guard? Conversely, if he refuses, my team cannot be established. You considered this and replied, as you are forming a 100-man unit for the first time, some basic requirements can indeed be met. That is still insufficient. Li Hao interjected, I desire additional provisions, though they are not of utmost importance. Merely a few honorary titles as junior city patrol officers. I intend to leverage these to secure some sponsorship. Of course, without distributing them indiscriminately. Regarding the sponsorship acquired, he intended to retain it entirely for himself. You furrowed her brow slightly. Even honorary patrol officer titles could not be granted lightly. Patrol officers are regarded as senior officials. After contemplating for a moment, she shook her head. That is not permissible, and patrol officers require collective evaluation. However, I can allocate a few junior inspector titles to you, which merely necessitates internal reporting. As for the patrol officer titles, that would not be feasible. There were many junior inspectors within the martial guard, and their titles held little weight. Whether Li Hao could turn this opportunity into an advantage would depend on his own capabilities. Li Hao felt a headache coming on. After some time, he could only acquiesce. Very well. I had hoped to secure a patrol officer title to persuade Wang Ming, who is affluent and connected to the military, to potentially sponsor us. Now, I am merely a junior inspector myself. He sighed, displaying a sense of resignation. Yu Tu found herself at a loss, realizing, so, you intended to deceive Wang Ming for sponsorship? The Wang family possesses some wealth, yet they too must focus on their own development. How much can they truly offer you? What are you thinking? Reflecting on Li Hao's connections, even Chief Steward Yu believes he may not receive significant support. Primarily because Li Hao has spent much of his time in lesser locales. In Silver City, only Lu Long holds a modicum of influence. But having strength does not necessarily equate to the ability to provide substantial backing. The two requests made by Li Hao are not unreasonable, yet they lack significant practical implications. Observing Li Hao's furrowed brow, Chief Steward Yu found amusement in his distress over the matter. It brought her a measure of joy. Are there any further requests? At this juncture, she would not mind genuinely extending Li Hao some support. Noticing her improved mood, Li Hao felt emboldened and cautiously proposed, Chief Steward, might you grant me the right to utilize a treasure that embodies the essence of swordsmanship? I am aware that the martial guard possesses such artifacts. Yet they remain under the management of the esteemed Elder Jin Chong. As a newcomer, I need to establish authority, and possessing such a treasure would facilitate gaining their trust. For instance, the martial guard mandates that after reaching the late stage of the 100 breaks, one must meditate for half a year. However, I am currently devoid of resources and cannot afford to wait that long. I must preemptively secure some advantages to ensure their compliance. What are your thoughts? Chief Steward Yu raised an eyebrow and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, such treasures are exceedingly rare, even within the relics, and not every item is attainable. Furthermore, your request indicates you seek something that can be utilized multiple times rather than merely once or twice. Artifacts that allow one to comprehend the essence are typically referred to as ancient enlightenment weapons. They facilitate enlightenment, but are astronomically priced, often valued, yet unavailable. And even divine energy stones are challenging to procure. Li Hao nodded in agreement. Chief Steward Yu's willingness to engage in conversation signified progress. Indeed, she suddenly smiled and said, providing you with one is not out of the question. The minister values you, and it would be unreasonable not to extend some support. However, there is a condition. Please, do share. Li Hao eagerly interjected. Chief Steward Yu scrutinized him for a moment before stating, you must assist the minister in seizing the source divine weapon from the city of war. Li Hao was taken aback, glancing at Chief Steward Yu with a slight frown. She ceased her laughter and calmly asserted, the 8 families are interconnected. The city of war is undoubtedly the ancient stronghold of the Wang family. Generally, even if one were to enter the inner city, seizing that source divine weapon would be akin to scaling a mountain. Yet, individuals from the 8 families likely possess the means to retrieve it, provided you remain alive to do so. Li Hao furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before responding. It is not impossible, but the effort required does not equate to the potential rewards. I am here to cultivate talent for the martial guard, not for personal gain. Therefore, even if you grant me an ancient enlightenment weapon, it will be utilized for the benefit of the martial guard, necessitating an immense sacrifice, perhaps even my life. He continued, of course, it is not entirely off the table. However, aside from the matter of the ancient enlightenment weapon, if I assist Minister Ho in acquiring the source divine weapon, it would absolve the life debt I owe to my master. Henceforth, I would remain a member of the martial guard, but merely as a subordinate, rather than as a benefactor. Minister Ho has also stated that everything comes at a cost. He also did not perceive it as a life-saving grace. In the past, he had urged my master to explore 30 ruins, a task my master was unable to accomplish. As for the Battle Heaven City, I consider it my assistance to my master in his exploration. Chief Steward, you raised an eyebrow. Very well, even if your master's debt is repaid, what about yours? Does one exploration suffice to settle the debts of both? Chief Steward, you comprehended the thoughts of Minister Ho. Thus, when Li Hao spoke of repaying debts, it was accepted as such. For these martial artists, it is indeed common to feel compelled to risk their lives when entangled in debts of gratitude. However, Ho Xiaoqing understood even more profoundly that if these martial artists could only be bound by debts of human kindness, trouble would inevitably ensue. Some individuals cannot be tethered by such debts. Once the favor is returned, the relationship may be irrevocably severed. Li Hao spoke in a grave tone. This time, the Battle Heaven City ruins are extraordinary, and the level of danger is not to be underestimated. Even Xu Guang faces the threat of death. Minister Ho may be more aware than I. Perhaps he has even conducted prior investigations to grasp the perils involved. Furthermore, the source divine weapon of Battle Heaven City is remarkable. I believe it is worth the lives of both my master and myself. Are the lives of you and your master so inexpensive? Chief Steward, you chuckled. Does the minister believe that your lives are indeed far more valuable than this treasure? Your estimation is overly generous. Li Hao replied softly. Moreover, when the time comes, the minister will also enter. Should he manage to seize it himself, there would be no need for my assistance. If not, it signifies a greater danger. Thus, if I were to obtain it, exchanging it for the lives of my master and myself would indeed be worthwhile. Chief Steward, you pondered briefly and nodded. Agreed. I shall convey this to the minister. Additionally, I will provide you with an ancient weapon of enlightenment, though its uses are limited. After surpassing 100 insights, it may only be effective a mere 10 times before dissipating. For 1,000 confrontations, it might sustain only 3 to 5 uses. It appears that the disparity in strength leads to varying consumption rates. Allowing a mere 10 uses after surpassing 100 insights does not seem particularly advantageous. Li Hao exhaled. Very well. This can be considered a bonus. It is commendable that the sword sect has joined. A little incentive is warranted. If several individuals can transition from surpassing 100 insights to achieving complete mastery, that would be beneficial. As for the 1,000 confrontations, that depends on fortune. The process of strengthening one's insight is merely a step. Whether one can ascend to the realm of 1,000 confrontations relies on the martial artist's own accumulation and foundation. Some martial artists, after grasping their insights, can swiftly enter the realm of 1,000 confrontations. Insight serves as a passport. Acquiring this passport, yet failing to transcend to 1,000 confrontations indicates a lack of merit. They are not like the individuals of yore, who were suppressed by Yuan Shua's influence. Chief Steward, you was in good spirits. Let us proceed thus. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Typically, she would dismiss others with mere words unless business was at hand. Li Hao's lengthy discourse was indeed an exception. One final matter. Li Hao was prompt, expressing, should I summon Minister Lu Long to this side? I hope the night watchman can arrange for a daylight individual to oversee Silver City, specifically the esteemed Huang Yun. His wind abilities would allow him to escape should trouble arise. Huang Yun, early daylight phase. Indeed, upon emerging from the ruins, he had acquired certain advantages and had now progressed to the mid-daylight phase. This veteran of the daylight realm had remained there for several years. In the mid-phase of the sun's radiance, if it were in the past, one would not think to dispatch someone to a mere Silver City. The Silver Moon boasts a total of 32 cities, with Silver City being the smallest among them. Yet, at present, Silver City is graced by the presence of Lu Long, a formidable warrior. If the other party were to arrive here, utilizing the yellow cloud, it would indeed be feasible. Contemplating this, Chief Steward, you nodded in agreement. This is plausible. The issue is not overly significant. Although Li Hao has frequently encountered the formidable warriors of the Three Suns stationed in Silver City, it does not imply that such individuals are ubiquitous. Rather, Li Hao's perspective has dramatically broadened. Nowadays, the Three Suns he encounters are the elite of the Silver Moon, powerful beings hailing from the central region. From the confines of a humble Silver City, his gaze has ascended to the pinnacle of the Silver Moon. In reality, the extraordinary powers within the Silver Moon are still rare, with the sun's radiance remaining a peak force. Thank you, Chief Steward. Li Hao achieved his objective and instantly broke into a smile. He no longer lingered, as he needed to swiftly assemble a 100-man team. Though he had not previously entertained this notion, now that he had accepted the task, he was determined to proceed. There is strength in numbers. And Li Hao harbored his own ideas as well. Moments later, he transitioned to the office of Hao Lianquan. Minister, can you establish contact with Silver City? Hao Lianquan cast a quick glance at him. Are you seeking Lu Long? Indeed. It is possible, but refrain from discussing sensitive matters. Although the Night Watch possesses intercity communication capabilities, interception is a concern. Li Hao did not inquire further about the interception methods, as he was indifferent to such details. Moreover, it was not a matter of great secrecy. With Hao Lianquan's permission, Li Hao followed him into an office on the 5th floor that was typically not open to the public. Inside, a few individuals were present, and the office housed various large machines, which Li Hao could not identify. They bore a resemblance to ancient artifacts, though he could not discern whether they were excavated or crafted to mimic antiquity. Contact Mu Sun from Silver City, Hao Lianquan stated, then turned to Li Hao. The Night Watch in Silver City is still in its infancy and has yet to establish a communication network. However, Mu Sun should be reachable. Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement. The staff swiftly began their operations, and shortly thereafter, a large screen displayed Mu Sun's round visage. Mu Sun bore a striking resemblance to Mu Lin, albeit with a leaner appearance. Upon noticing Hao Lianquan, Mu Sun quickly donned a smile. Minister Hao. Li Hao remained silent, instead casting a glance at the equipment, which consumed mysterious energy. This apparatus could be considered an extraordinary item, rather than a mere electronic communication device. Quickly summon Lu Long. I have matters to discuss with him. Mu Sun did not hesitate, promptly instructing his team to establish communication with Lu Long, who was not far away. As the Night Watch was located in the adjacent enforcement building, Lu Long generally did not venture out. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Long arrived. Clad in a trench coat, striding purposefully, he acknowledged Hao Lianquan before turning his attention to Li Hao. Li Hao refrained from extensive dialogue in the presence of others and stated directly, Boss, I have joined the Martial Guard here and am leading a 100-man team. However, I currently lack personnel. If you do not mind, please bring the Demon Hunter Squad here. The opportunities would be significantly greater. Upon hearing this, Mu Sun was somewhat taken aback. Li Hao was independently forming a 100-man team, already a warrior of the Fight 1000 level? How astonishingly swift. He was somewhat taken aback, but after a moment's reflection, he deemed it reasonable. After all, Li Hao had previously achieved a perfect score of over 100, demonstrating rapid progress. However, it was rather unexpected for someone merely newly initiated into the realm of Do Qian to gain such recognition and assemble a 100-member team so swiftly. Lu Long frowned slightly. Li Hao continued, the Night Watchers will have Elder Huang Yun stationed there. If absolutely necessary, I can also send Wang Ming. Beside him, Hao Lianquan cast a sidelong glance at Li Hao. Well, you certainly wield significant authority now. Can you summon the Radiant Dawn at will? Wang Ming, regarded as a genius among the Night Watchers, indeed possessed remarkable talent. He was capable of sensing the presence of 5 super energy locks, indicating that his journey had not yet reached its conclusion. He had merely broken through 3 locks thus far. If fortune favored him, he could potentially ascend to the level of Su Guang. Of course, talent alone does not guarantee such an elevation. It also hinges on fate and luck. Yet, Wang Ming's deployment was not a decision Li Hao could unilaterally make, unless Wang Ming himself insisted on it. Was that even a possibility? Hao Lianquan pondered, feeling uncertain. Lu Long contemplated for a moment before speaking. Should I bring everyone along, or is it sufficient for me alone? Martial masters are welcome to join, and it would be best if they all did. As for Sister Yun Yao and the others, the leader can inquire about their preferences, but upon their arrival, they can only enter the Night Watchers or the logistical framework of the Martial Guard. Having said that, Li Hao added, currently, the winds of change are sweeping through White Moon City. The opportunities here are significantly greater. We can afford to set Silver City aside for now. Additionally, Many esteemed veterans can be found here. Earth-subduing sword, golden spear, jade luocha, southern fist, and the heart-piercing delicacy. Li Hao smiled. The martial world has returned. Golden spear? Lu Long's gaze flickered. That was one of the top martial masters, renowned alongside his father as one of the Silver Moon's 3 spears. Was he still alive? As the son of Silver Spear, he had since ceased using a spear. Yet, his father's illustrious name continued to profoundly influence him. The Lu family's spear once echoed through the ages. Lu Long's gaze shifted, as Li Hao's suggestion indicated that Silver City was no longer the epicenter of chaos. The matter of the Stone Gate ruins could also be postponed. After contemplating, he nodded. Very well. I shall prepare today and arrive at White Moon City within 3 days. However, Huang Yun must also arrive within that time frame. Li Hao smiled. Indeed, Elder Huang Yun can fly. Being of the wind element, he is remarkably swift. A day will suffice. Hao Lianchuan felt the urge to roll his eyes. The way Li Hao spoke made it seem as if Huang Yun were one of his subordinates. That was a remark better suited for me to make. Lu Long and Li Hao paid him no mind. After Lu Long finished speaking, he intended to take his leave but paused to ask, "Is there anything you need me to bring or do?" Given this departure, it was uncertain when he would return. Li Hao pondered for a moment before responding, "There isn't much. Last time I left in haste and forgot to have some paper burned for my friend. I would appreciate it if you could take a moment to do that. Just tell him one thing. Next time I visit, I must bring back more trophies from the Red Moon's formidable warriors." Such words, laced with a chilling aura, flowed effortlessly from Li Hao's lips, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, exuding an air of calm confidence. In that instant, even Mu's son, facing him, felt a shiver run down his spine. Li Hao had undergone a significant transformation after his visit to White Moon City. Lu Long was momentarily taken aback, but he nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further before departing. Mu's son, eager to engage in conversation, was about to speak when Li Hao interjected, "Director Mu. Mu Lin, the chief, expressed a desire for you to return to Baiwest City soon." Mu's son was startled. His superior actually thought of him? Surely, that was a jest. Yet, it seemed Li Hao had no reason to fabricate such a statement. He nodded. "I shall make a trip back during my next holiday." I didn't expect my elder brother to exhibit such sentimentality this time. Li Hao chuckled softly, opting to remain silent thereafter. Meanwhile, Hao Lianchuan had his communication severed. Upon disconnecting, he glanced at Li Hao with curiosity. "So, Mu Lin misses his younger brother and even mentioned it to you? He must be joking." Hao Lianchuan was at a loss for words. This young man had indeed changed for the worse. "Do you require my assistance in forming the 100-man team?" Hao Lianchuan, previously unaware of this matter, now appeared quite enthusiastic. Unfortunately, he was not a martial artist, so Li Hao shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. At the headquarters of the Night Watchman, Li Hao did not linger long. He was rather preoccupied, engaged in the pursuit of understanding the sword path and preparing for the new army. Had it not been for the chance to check on Lu Long, he would not have returned at all. An hour later, Li Hao found himself back at the Wu Wei army, this time having rushed back, feeling quite fatigued. However, he could not simply commandeer the vehicle of the department as he pleased, which was rather frustrating. Upon entering the gates of the Wu Wei army, Mu Lin immediately caught wind of his presence and appeared promptly. After sizing up Li Hao with a grin, he remarked, "Was that the Fire Phoenix spear you wielded before?" "Indeed," Li Hao replied. "You arrive at an opportune moment. Our leader wishes to see you." Golden spear. Li Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment for having left the elder waiting previously, and he chuckled. "I truly had an unexpected matter to attend to and needed to recuperate. I hope the esteemed Golden Spear is not upset." "Not at all," Mu Lin replied as they walked. "Our leader is quite magnanimous, albeit a touch austere. Just adhere to the rules, and you will do fine. Remember, in his presence, it is best to be somewhat serious. Frivolity does not suit him well." Li Hao nodded in agreement as they made their way to the office area. Mu Lin continued, "Additionally, our leader is aware of your previous challenges against several captains." He did not voice any objections. However, do refrain from impulsively challenging him. He is exceptionally formidable. "How formidable?" Li Hao inquired, curiosity piqued. Discerning a martial artist's true strength was often elusive. Although he recognized the opponent's prowess, he lacked a clear understanding of its magnitude. "How formidable?" Mu Lin pondered, struggling to articulate an answer, and after a lengthy pause, he finally stated, "In short, very formidable. Last year, when we visited a relic, Our leader effortlessly sent a peak Xinyang opponent flying with a single strike. If he is not on par with Su Guang, I believe he is nearly there. He sighed. After all, he has been strong for many years, and the department has consistently supported him. He is likely comparable to Su Guang in his early stages. Li Hao squinted, recognizing the undeniable strength. Nevertheless, strictly speaking, if he had transitioned into Do Qian years ago and had the unwavering support of Ho Xiaoqing, he might be considered the weakest among Jin Chong, Ba Dao, and Tianjian. Ba Dao had slain a Sanyang 7 years prior, while Tianjian was positioned centrally, capable of taking down some of Su Guang's caliber opponents. However, considering that this individual was aided by Ho Xiaoqing in shattering the status quo, Li Hao refrained from further contemplation. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of a modest building. At the entrance, a young man stood erect. Casting a glance towards Li Hao, he appeared to be no older than 30. At this moment, Mu Lin communicated telepathically. The captain of the boss's personal guard is named Wang Qing. He entered the ranks of Do Qian 2 years ago and possesses considerable strength. He is not a practitioner of firearms. Rather, he is a formidable swordsman. It could be said that there exists a slight enmity between you two. Years ago, when the Silver Moon's 4 Directions Blade King was in his prime, your master vanquished 2 of them, leaving only the Dominator Blade and the Frenzied Blade alive. This man is a disciple of the Frenzied Blade. Since he is still alive, where does the enmity arise from? Li Hao pondered. It was likely that the Frenzied Blade had been bested by his master but had not been killed, hence the lingering animosity. Li Hao was somewhat familiar with the Frenzied Blade. Ever since figures from the Silver Moon martial arts community began to emerge, he had conducted some research. The Dominator Blade was renowned as the strongest among the 4 Directions Blade Kings, and the Frenzied Blade, having survived, was also no weakling. Though he had not made an appearance for many years, it was said that the Frenzied Blade excelled in the Blood Burst Blade technique, which his master had mentioned once. The Blood Burst Blade was a fierce sword technique from ancient civilization, noted for its formidable nature. According to some ancient texts his master had perused, the Blood Burst Blade was merely one among a series of techniques, and beyond that, there were purportedly even more powerful techniques, such as the Emperor's Slaying Blade and the Immortal Annihilation Blade, which resonated with an awe-inspiring grandeur. However, it seemed that these techniques had long been lost to time, as the Frenzied Blade had achieved fame in Silver Moon solely through the Blood Burst Blade. As the two exchanged thoughts telepathically, Wang Qing, with a well-proportioned physique but a notably robust right arm, noticed them ahead. He first nodded towards Mu Lin, then turned his gaze to Li Hao, his tone devoid of coldness, yet remarkably calm. Captain Li, if you have the time, we could engage in a spar. Li Hao regarded him with a nod, refraining from any refusal. A disciple of the Frenzied Blade, he might indeed be formidable, but could he surpass Mu Lin? The 1,000-man commander is upstairs. You two may ascend, Wang Qing stated, offering no further commentary as he stepped aside to allow them passage. As they ascended the stairs, Mu Lin conveyed telepathically, this young man is quite powerful. He has mastered the essence of the Blood Burst Blade and comprehended its sword intent. Is his master still alive? Li Hao inquired. Indeed, Mu Lin replied. The Frenzied Blade has always been alive. He simply has not been in Silver Moon for many years and returned only recently to serve in the military. I did not inquire further, but it is said that Commander Yu holds him in high regard. Has he joined the Silver Moon military? Li Hao's eyes flickered. Many of the older martial artists opted to align themselves with various institutions. The Golden Spear served in the Martial Guard, while the Frenzied Blade joined the Silver Moon military, and the Southern Fist became affiliated with the royal family, all seemingly reaping considerable benefits. Then why has Wang Qing come to the Martial Guard? If his master is in the Silver Moon military, why did he not follow? Wang Qing's sword intent differs somewhat from that of his master, while our boss's gun intent bears a resemblance to Wang Qing's. His strikes are as fierce as fire, exhibiting tremendous vigor. Although the Frenzied Blade sword is also fierce, it lacks the same potency as our boss's gun intent. Therefore, Wang Qing chose to come here, driven by his admiration for the boss. Li Hao understood. As they conversed, the two had already ascended the stairs. The space was expansive, with the entire second floor belonging to the Golden Spear. Upon entering, they found themselves in a reception room. The Golden Gun is not here. It resides within the office. There are no secretaries, and thus Wang Qing essentially serves as the secretary to the Golden Gun. Please, come in. Before Mu Lin could offer a greeting, the voice of the Golden Gun resonated from within the office. Mu Lin, accompanied by Li Hao, stepped inside. The Golden Gun sat upright, and upon seeing the two, displayed a somewhat stiff smile. "Please, have a seat," Mu Lin declared as he promptly sat down without hesitation. Observing this, Li Hao swiftly followed suit. The golden gun rose, glanced at Li Hao, surveyed the room, and nodded slightly. "I have witnessed some of your prowess. Yuan Shua's disciple, you do not bring shame to your master. Your praise is overly generous, esteemed sir. There is no need for such formalities. Here in the military. Address me as captain." "Yes, captain." Li Hao responded obediently. Unfazed by the golden gun's scrutiny, he boldly met his gaze. The golden gun, a robust figure appearing to be in his 50s with a square jaw, exuded an aura of authority. The people of Silver Moon are generally tall and imposing, especially those from the north, surpassing their southern counterparts in stature. The golden gun, noticing Li Hao's unwavering stare, also fixed his gaze upon him. There was no display of overwhelming force, merely a silent observation. After a prolonged moment, seeing the courage reflected in Li Hao's eyes, he revealed a hint of a smile. However, upon entering the military, one must adhere to certain protocols. As martial artists, we cherish freedom, and I understand that well. Yet, since you have chosen to join us, compromises are necessary. Li Hao, while I will not interfere in your daily affairs, during missions, you are bound to follow orders without deviation. This is the first point. Secondly, assembling a 100-man squad is permissible, but you must take full responsibility for it. Casualties are acceptable, yet if the losses exceed 30%, you are unfit to remain as captain. You must resign. The golden gun spoke with a stern resolve. Martial artists are drawn to risk, yet some take chances with the lives of others. While the martial way is noble, it has its flaws, isolation and selfishness. This is a universally acknowledged truth among martial practitioners. Outside of one's own disciples and kin, others are but pawns in the grand scheme of life and death. This is the code of the martial world. But remember, here, it is not the martial world. He pointed toward Mu Lin. This individual, too, embodies isolation. He once served as captain, yet soon after, nearly half of his men perished under his command, leading to his dismissal. Now, although he holds the title of vice captain, he wields little real authority. He does not command troops and lacks the qualifications. Mu Lin, looking disheartened, quickly interjected as he caught Li Hao's gaze. "It was not as it seems. That incident was unfortunate, and we faced immense dangers. I acted with responsibility." Enough said. The military affords no opportunity for explanation. He felt a twinge of frustration. The title of vice captain was prestigious, yet it offered less power than that of a captain, and he yearned to lead troops. However, the golden gun denied him that chance. The golden gun paid no heed to his defense, focusing solely on Li Hao. "No reasons are required, Li Hao. Here, you may learn the essence of selflessness and responsibility. The martial guard will gradually impart these lessons to you. As martial artists, one may lack a sense of duty and altruism, but as a member of the Silver Moon's meticulously crafted martial guard, you must embody these virtues." Li Hao nodded, yet he felt little resonance within himself. Jin Chong comprehended this sentiment. All martial artists entering the martial guard army shared similar thoughts initially. However, they would inevitably learn through experience. Of course, this journey might lead to casualties, but martial artists themselves could also perish. It all hinged on whether their demise was deemed worthwhile. The establishment of the martial guard army by Ho Xiaoqing attracted numerous martial artists. Some, once lone wanderers of the Jianghu, had now become members of the military, undergoing subtle transformations. Just moments ago, Yu Luocha had contacted me, urging me to present you with an ancient weapon of enlightenment. I can offer it to you, but you must remember that every treasure within the martial guard army, everything, has been acquired at the cost of human lives. If you take these now, in the future, you too shall bear the burden of repayment. At this moment, Li Hao recalled Lu Long. During their first encounter, Lu Long had imparted some cryptic wisdom, stating that certain things are bought with lives. If you use them without gratitude, it reflects a lack of conscience. They nurture and support you, hoping for your eventual reciprocation. Without reciprocity, a team is bound to disband. Li Hao nodded, affirming his understanding. Jin Chong continued, shifting the subject abruptly. You will comprehend all this in due course. Moreover, your master, Yuan Shua, seems to have ventured to the northern 3 provinces. He has not left Silver Moon for many years, as the Crimson Moon has obstructed all his routes. For years, the Red Moon established by the Crimson Moon has consistently hindered your master from departing Silver Moon, offering him no opportunity. Do you know why? Li Hao pondered briefly before responding. Is it because they fear my master? Indeed. Jin Chang intoned solemnly. Do not mistake encountering a few strong individuals for underestimating Yuan Shua. Your master has been confined within Silver Moon for 20 years, during which time someone has been vigilantly monitoring him, preventing his exit, fearing that once he steps beyond Silver Moon, he would soar to great heights and achieve extraordinary feats. Those of us who have left Silver Moon do not concern the Crimson Moon. Their only apprehension lies with your master. Hence, now that your master has stepped out, the very ones who wish to eliminate him are from the Crimson Moon. They understand all too well what could transpire if he is afforded sufficient time and opportunity. Li Hao glanced at Jin Chang, somewhat perplexed by his words. Jin Chang, being forthright, elaborated. As far as I am aware, during the 7th month of the Red Moon, both Orange Moon and Yellow Moon have recently vanished. There is a 90% probability they are seeking to eliminate your master. Among the 7th month, aside from the Crimson Moon, the 2nd and 3rd most formidable individuals have sought out your master. They have achieved remarkable victories in the central region, having slain the dawn light. Taking a gentle breath, he added, Orange Moon was once a martial artist of Silver Moon, possessing considerable renown. Perhaps you are familiar with her moniker, Black Widow. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. Black Widow? Indeed, though she prefers to be called Spider. Li Hao contemplated for a moment before speaking. I understand now. What do you comprehend? Jin Chang inquired, puzzled. Li Hao, of course, grasped the implications. The current 3rd generation of Purple Moon is the daughter of Orange Moon. I must capture Purple Moon and leverage her life to threaten Orange Moon. How could I not understand this? If Orange Moon dares to act maliciously, I shall seize Purple Moon. Severing an arm today, a leg tomorrow, would Orange Moon dare to retaliate? In the face of the Silver Moon, Li Hao sought out those concealed powerhouses. As for whether to take action, that would reveal itself in due time. Thus, he comprehended the implications. Capturing the Purple Moon and threatening the Orange Moon. Was this the essence of the Golden Spear's message? Indeed, Golden Spear harbored some skepticism. Did you truly grasp it? His words were a caution to Li Hao, warning him not to grow complacent merely because he felt strong. He must remain vigilant. His master was in peril, and a figure of such caliber could meet their demise at any moment. Li Hao was no exception. Therefore, he must diligently cultivate his strength, striving for a day when, should his master fall, he would possess the power to avenge. Li Hao remained silent. The Black Widow was undeniably formidable, having slain the Radiant Dawn. Yet, what of it? Her name graced the illustrious, heroic chronicles. However, Li Hao bore little trepidation towards such figures. The Black Widow's mentor had once remarked that she was not particularly exceptional and should not be regarded with undue reverence. Those who rely on their allure to ensnare men do not constitute true strength. The Black Widow earned her reputation by outliving 7 or 8 husbands, the details of their demise known only to her. As for whether the adversary cared for this daughter, it was certain they did. After all, she was merely a Black Widow, not a matron of many offspring. Li Hao was unaware of her progeny. But the fact that the Purple Moon was positioned in the Silver Moon as one of the 7 moons indicated that the Orange Moon held her in considerable regard. Whether the chief steward you would intervene was of no concern to Li Hao. If you kill my master, I shall take your daughter. If the chief steward chooses to meddle, it is best to endure for now and strike later. This notion Li Hao swiftly suppressed. He must not entertain such thoughts. For the chief steward was, at present, quite amiable. Thus, the conversation reached its conclusion. Golden Spear watched the two depart, still perplexed. Just moments ago, the air was thick with murderous intent. What had this fellow come to understand? Chapter 126. Gathering together after bidding farewell to Golden Spear, Li Hao returned to his dwelling. The formation of the 100-man team had yet to commence, and there was little for him to do, according to the plans of Golden Spear and the others. If Li Hao could establish this team by the end of the year, it would be considered a commendable achievement. Thus, he had ample time at his disposal. At this moment, it was only mid-September, with over 3 months remaining until year's end. In the new residential building, despite Li Hao's clash with the Fire Phoenix spear, the furniture had only suffered minor damage and had since been replaced. The structure itself remained intact. The supernaturally crafted abode was still robust. Li Hao ascended to the 3rd-floor terrace, settling into a meditative position, finally affording himself the opportunity to reflect upon the insights of the day. The swiftness of understanding. He retrieved the Fire Phoenix spear, which, at this moment, ceased to blaze with flames, reverting to its subdued state. It remained uncertain whether the spirit of the fire phoenix had benefited from the divine energy stones consumed by Li Hao and was now in a state of digestion. Understanding was one thing. Embodying that understanding was another. Li Hao had yet to manifest his potential. Hong Yitang had said that once one comprehended this sensation, practice was imperative. If 100 repetitions proved insufficient, then 1,000 or even 10,000 repetitions were necessary until one could wield that essence. With knowledge acquired, a goal established, and direction clear, all that remained was the journey itself. The essence of peak prowess lies in swiftness and explosive force. After contemplating for a moment, Li Hao ceased his meditation. A martial artist is best engaged in direct practice. Sitting cross-legged is generally reserved for energy absorption. At other times, it is preferable to keep one's fists active. At this moment, Li Hao commenced his sword training. To minimize noise, he practiced the shadowless sword technique. With the starlit small sword in hand, he struck out one swift slash after another, pursuing only one goal, unparalleled speed. In the distance, atop a small building, Jin Chong could vaguely discern a figure on the terrace. Beside him, in addition to Wang Qing, stood a young woman, seemingly of a similar age to Li Hao. Wang Qing was also observing. After a while, he spoke with a voice sharp as a blade. "My lord, why does Yuan Laoma's disciple not follow the five animals path, but instead pursue the sword path?" At that moment, Jin Chong recalled Li Hao's earlier words. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "In martial arts, there exists only what suits oneself. There is no fixed path one must adhere to. Perhaps he is more adept at the sword path. The five animals technique does not imply one can only wield fists." Wang Qing was not entirely satisfied with this response. However, the young woman beside them softly interjected, "The five animals technique is merely foundational. It can also be referred to as the five animals sword, five animals spear, or even knife, sword, spear, and fist. These are merely external forms. Whether in martial arts or martial momentum, the core remains consistent. Proficiency with weapons is ultimately the same." At this moment, Jin Chong nodded in agreement, revealing a rare smile. "Well said. In the realm of martial masters, some excel in teaching disciples, while others do not. I must admit, I do not excel in this regard. Yu Yun is correct. Yuan Shua is indeed more skilled in guiding disciples. Since Li Hao is willing to pursue the sword path, let him do so." Wang Qing fell silent, refraining from further inquiry. Jin Chong was formidable. Yet at times Wang Qing felt that Jin Chong struggled to articulate and convey certain insights. Despite his remarkable talent, this master of the spear was perhaps more suited to solitary cultivation. Casting a glance at the young woman beside him, a disciple of Jin Chong endowed with both talent and insight, he considered that without such qualities, one might risk wasting their potential under Jin Chong's tutelage. Lost in thought, the young woman spoke again. "Master, what realm has he reached?" Jin Chong pondered for a moment before responding. "Based on his strength, he is approximately at the mid-level of the enemy 10,000 realm." Enemy 10,000. Indeed, prior to Yuan Shua introducing the concept of essence cultivation, certain martial artists had already surpassed the realm of the combat 1,000. Unbeknownst to Yuan Shua, the Central Martial Arts community had collectively designated this realm as enemy 10,000. Above the combat 1,000, this realm diverges significantly in direction. Martial artists have various paths, each with individual choices, making it challenging to describe them all. They can only be categorized according to their corresponding levels of superpowers. Enemy 10,000 corresponds to the three yang within superpowers. To rival the sun, one must be at the level of enemy 10,000. In the Martial Guard Army, Mu Lin resides at this level, and Jin Chong, strictly speaking, also occupies this tier. Or rather, the pinnacle of this realm, even capable of contending with those at the level of rising light. Wang Qing, a disciple of the Mad Blade, is slightly below this level but is also beginning to engage with this dimension. The woman was somewhat astonished. He had only been practicing martial arts for a short time. Yet he was surprisingly formidable. Was that Wang, her brother, his opponent? Clearly not. Wang Qing was aware, and Jin Chong understood as well. Therefore, Jin Chong did not feign ignorance and shook his head, stating, "No. However, if it is merely a friendly spar, then like the other centurions, he surpasses Wang Qing in strength, and there will be no need to hold back during the exchange. A sparring session can indeed be beneficial," Wang Qing solemnly remarked. "Engaging in a spar with him is not born out of animosity. My master is not deceased, nor is there any hatred involved. I simply wish to witness the prowess of the disciples of the Five Beasts sect. He is quite young, and I am eager to see for myself." Jin Chong nodded in agreement. The woman, feeling somewhat tempted, interjected, "Master, perhaps it would be best if I refrain from participating." Jin Chong cautioned, "You must be wary of being defeated by him." The woman gasped softly, to which Jin Chong continued earnestly, "Your strength slightly exceeds that of Wang Qing, just barely crossing into the realm of a formidable opponent. Thus, your intent poses a threat to him. The path of the spear is also a path of slaughter. His killing intent is profound. While he may spare Wang Qing, he may not be so lenient with you." This woman, astonishingly, was comparable to those of the third sun level, and notably, she was still quite young. Wang Qing, however, was not surprised in the least. It was quite normal. Kong Yuyan not only had a formidable master, but also hailed from an extraordinary family. Her father, Kong Jia, was the chief of the inspection department, a powerful martial artist in his own right, for he could not have maintained his position without such prowess. However, after Kong Jia transitioned to the realm of supernatural abilities, he ceased to impart martial arts and instead encouraged his daughter to learn from Jin Chong. This exemplifies the unity between the night patrol and the inspection department, as his daughter was indeed part of the martial guards. Clearly, the inspection department had long been aware of the existence of the martial guards and had provided considerable assistance. Kong Yuyan chose not to argue further. Her master's words were undoubtedly grounded in reason. She then inquired, "Master, what level of strength does the Five Beasts King currently possess? After defeating the late-stage Qi Mei Gun, does that not place him at the late to peak stage of a formidable opponent?" Jin Chong pondered for a moment before responding. "At the very least, he is at the peak stage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat Qi Mei Gun. Although Qi Mei Gun was merely in the late stage of the third sun, his martial will remain unextinguished, making him exceptionally formidable. To have slain Qi Mei Gun, Yuan Shuo must have possessed peak-level combat power at that time. His progress is indeed astonishing." Kong Yuyan remarked with admiration. "He has only recently entered the realm of combat, and in the blink of an eye, he has ascended to another level. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the great demon king of Ur." Jin Chong remained silent. The image of Yuan Shuo surfaced in his mind, unrestrained and utterly arrogant. In the past, he had caught Jin Chong's spear with his bare hands. Had it not been for the spear's resilience, that individual might have even attempted to break it. After being defeated by Yuan Shuo, Jin Chong found himself unable to advance towards the realm of combat. Each time he approached that threshold, he would feel an unbearable discomfort, as if someone were pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. It was not until later, when Ho Xiaoqing intervened with a casual thrust of his spear, that he shattered the mental barrier within him, enabling Jin Chong to finally step into the realm of combat. Yet, Jin Chong understood that this meant it would be exceedingly difficult for him to surpass Yuan Shuo. As long as Yuan Shuo's path remained unbroken, should they meet again, the likelihood of his defeat would be nearly certain. The inner demons were not easily vanquished. Beside him, Kong Yuyan seemed to perceive something and softly said, "Master, once I master the martial arts, I shall challenge the king of Five Beasts. Forget it. The grievances of the older generation have nothing to do with you." Jin Chong replied, shaking his head. "A challenge is not merely a sparring match or a jest. If it comes to that point, Yuan Shuo would indeed be capable of killing her. This is no laughing matter. Even if Yuan Shuo may not genuinely wish to take a life, in the heat of battle, such considerations would be disregarded. To defeat an opponent is, in the eyes of these individuals, a mark of respect." He glanced at Li Hao in the distance, clumsily swinging his sword again and again. Jin Chong found no fault in this. Practicing with a spear ought to be approached with such diligence and perseverance. In fact, he admired this attitude. However, it was somewhat disheartening that this fellow was not busy recruiting others. At that moment, Kong Yuyan spoke again. "Master, shall we still visit that relic? Our last expedition yielded little, although it was not as perilous as the city of battle. I believe that if we succeed, the rewards will be substantial. Perhaps we should invite Brother Mu and Li Hao. We might uncover some treasures." Jin Chong fell into contemplation. In recent days, he had been exploring a particular relic. Though it did not retain its integrity after countless millennia like the city of battle, this new site harbored its own dangers, which also represented opportunities. He had visited 3 times without any fortune. Upon his return, he contemplated inviting some of the stronger members of the martial guard army to join him. Kong Yuyan added, "Isn't Li Hao a disciple of the king of Five Beasts? He is particularly skilled in exploring relics. This piqued Jin Chang's interest, and after some reflection, he nodded, yes. Inform him to join me in 5 or 10 days. We shall lead the way. If we are successful in our endeavors, we will allow the Martial Guard Army to enter. This tradition of the Martial Guard Army dictates that the strong lead the initial exploration to maximize rewards while mitigating significant dangers before allowing the weaker members to delve further. Although some risks remain, however, it is not without its surprises. There have been occasions where even the strong failed to detect lurking dangers, resulting in severe losses for the Martial Guard Army. Over the years, the Martial Guard Army has not remained static with the elderly. Many have long since passed, and the army has undergone 2 or 3 generational shifts, shaping the current iteration of the Martial Guard Army. At that moment, Li Hao was unaware that he would soon receive a task. He was lost in his swordplay, unable to extricate himself from the rhythm of his strikes. The figure on the terrace practiced from dawn until dusk. With a sword in hand, he feared not the dangers of overexertion leading to hidden injuries. Despite Jin Chang and Mu Lin's concerns that he might be reckless and risk sustaining such injuries. Yet, as they were not too familiar with him, no one approached to offer counsel. The following day, Li Hao vanished. He had not left the Martial Guard Army. Instead, he continued his pursuit game with the Fire Phoenix spear amidst the trees outside the small building. One man, one spear, swiftly navigating the forest. Having consumed the divine energy stone, Li Hao was willing to spend freely when necessary. The steward of the Fire Phoenix spear had only lent it to him for 3 days, and it would be a waste not to seize this opportunity to gain further insights with the spear. Li Hao was immersed in his training, heedless of the world outside. Outside the Martial Guard, a contingent of individuals has already arrived, led once again by Chief Steward Yu. However, at this moment, Chief Steward Yu appears somewhat dazed. Earlier today, Hong Yitang's new wife, accompanied by a retinue, sought out the night watchman in search of Li Hao. After a few inquiries, Chief Steward Yu finally grasped the intent behind Li Hao's visit the previous day. To his astonishment, they had indeed secured sponsorship. Moreover, it was not merely any ordinary support. The Jinmen had surprisingly allocated a significant portion of their martial disciples to assist Li Hao, which can be deemed as full-fledged backing. Although only a few among them had reached the late stages of the 100 breakthrough, the foundation of these martial artists is remarkably solid. As most of Jinmen's practitioners have honed their skills through rigorous training rather than relying on mysterious energies. Despite no longer being a martial artist himself, Hong Yitang remains deeply committed to nurturing his disciples, possessing profound insights into the martial way. With these disciples joining the Martial Guard, a period of rapid growth may soon unfurl. Chief Steward Yu is also aware that the minister harbors considerable interest in Jinmen. According to the minister, with the rise of superpowers, the martial artists within the Silver Moon realm are not what they once were. In the entire Silver Moon, there are few who continue to cultivate martial artists systematically, allowing for structured learning and growth. Some sects, while claiming to uphold martial traditions, merely masquerade as martial artists to pursue supernatural means. Utilizing mysterious energies for rapid enhancement, many aim for the pinnacle of the 10 realms, with aspirations to transition into superpowers. Some, driven by ambition, aspire to break the 100 threshold and then transform into the radiant dawn. Those who genuinely uphold the martial way are increasingly scarce. Such individuals often impart martial knowledge without true dedication. After all, once one enters the realm of superpowers, possessing super abilities renders the study of traditional martial arts seemingly futile. The contemporary issue among many martial artists lies in their reliance on secret techniques to propel them to break the 100 threshold. Chief Steward Yu did not anticipate that after pondering for so long, the minister would choose to align with the newcomer Li Hao. Although Li Hao is also a member of the Night Watchman, Chief Steward Yu finds it perplexing. Is Li Hao truly more worthy of the minister's allegiance? If Hong Yitang were to approach Ho Xiaocheng, he would undoubtedly accept these individuals without the intermediary of Li Hao. In front of the Martial Guard's gatehouse, Jin Chang has personally emerged this time. Recognizing that this group hails from Jinmen, he feels a mix of surprise and unease towards the disciples of the earth-overturning sword. He casts a sweeping glance over them and nods slightly. He is somewhat taken aback. These martial artists exhibit impressive demeanor and vitality, starkly contrasting the confusion and lethargy that afflict many of today as practitioners. Some martial artists, unable to transition into superpowers, find themselves in a dismal state. Once solely focused on the transformation to superpowers, they have long since lost the tranquil composure of the martial way. In the past, Hong Yitang of the earth-overturning sword held quite a reputation. He truly became a laughingstock due to several instances of evading combat against Yuan Shua. At that time, the reputation of the earth-overturning sword had begun to tarnish. Otherwise, among the 7 swords of that era, the celestial sword was undoubtedly formidable, and the earth-overturning sword also held a distinguished name. When the sword was drawn, the heavens and earth would be turned upside down. This is no mere jest. He cast a glance at Hong Xiu, aware of certain circumstances. Hong Xiu was the eldest disciple of Hong Yitang, yet now he found himself disinclined to speak. Both Hong Xiu and Hong Yitang had become superpowered beings, leaving him devoid of any inclination to jest. After merely glancing at Hong Xiu, he quickly shifted his attention to the curious Hong Qing among the crowd. The foundation is remarkably solid. This group from the sword sect is indeed well-grounded. However, Hong Qing is, after all, the daughter of Hong Yitang. The golden spear's strength is formidable. With just a cursory glance, his gaze flickered slightly. Hong Yitang is indeed intriguing. Other disciples, to varying extents, even if their mysterious abilities have diminished, still possess some remnants. Warriors utilizing mysterious powers will inevitably carry traces of those abilities. Even Li Hao is no exception. Yet, Hong Qing is genuinely at the late stage of breaking 100, which signifies that she has truly not employed mysterious powers for assistance. Achieving such a level of cultivation at her age is exceedingly rare. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that she utilized divine energy stones, which would not leave traces of mysterious powers on her. Just as he was about to speak, he was met with a gaze from Chief Steward Yu that was devoid of warmth. The golden spear felt somewhat at a loss for words. He had grown accustomed to calling out in such a manner. Despite the passage of years, such occurrences had transpired countless times. Yet he still retained the habit of addressing her as such. Secretary Yu. He still uttered the awkward title. This is from the sword sect. Master Hong Jian and Li Hao have reached an agreement. The disciples from the sword sect will join Li Hao's 100-man team, and additionally, Master Hong Jian has provided 100 sets of black armor to equip Li Hao's team. Upon hearing this, several martial artists in the back, drawn by curiosity, widened their eyes in astonishment. Wow, how generous! They exclaimed. Li Hao had just arrived, and everyone had learned of his impending role as a captain. Yet, he was already sending people and gifting ancient armor? What is the situation with Li Hao? Surely, he hasn't become the son-in-law of the earth-overturning sword? It is said that the individual in front is indeed the daughter of the earth-overturning sword. This person has just joined the martial guard and is already sending people and money. It seems far too comfortable. Reflecting on their own experiences, they recalled the challenges they faced upon arrival. Martial artists murmured among themselves. Some expressed envy, while others sighed in contemplation. Several captains had reddened eyes. They were acutely aware of the difficulties they had encountered while establishing their own teams. Countless hours and resources had been expended, some even enlisting their own seniors, juniors, or relatives. Certain sects had lost all their members. For instance, the inheritors of the mountain opening axe had all joined his mountain opening army. Could one blame Li Hao for not feeling envious? Not to mention, regarding the black armor, the martial guard had previously possessed only a little over 100 sets, and a single 100-man team would be fortunate to acquire 10 or more. This time, however, the haul was substantial. The night watchmen collectively accounted for over 500 sets. They had nearly secured more than half. Yet, despite this, these centurions resorted to every conceivable means to secure more members. However, even with such efforts, they were unable to achieve a full complement. Consequently, they had to allow some of the less capable individuals in the ranks to don inferior attire, thereby equalizing the team's strength to avoid excessive disparity. But what of Li Hao? He seemed to be absent, while the black-armored warriors were fully equipped. Everyone was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the black armor. Its defensive capabilities were unparalleled. Even a martial artist clad in it would find it nearly impossible to breach its defenses, rendering it akin to an indomitable Iron Legion. A throng of onlookers could only gaze on with envy and resentment. Mu Lin was left speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Was this pretty boy Li Hao merely living off the goodwill of others? The earth-shattering sword bore a deep-seated grudge against Yuan Shua, having challenged him thrice, only to be rebuffed each time. Such rejections were a significant blow to the reputation of the earth-shattering sword, and any individual concerned with their honor would have turned this into a bitter feud. Yet, despite this, they were still able to present such a multitude of people and resources. Was this an invitation for Li Hao to become their son-in-law? In the throng, Jin Chong was somewhat taken aback. Not only had they sent people, but they had also provided black armor. Nevertheless, being a seasoned veteran, he refrained from voicing his surprise and simply stated, "It appears that Li Hao is still in training. No need to loiter at the entrance. Let us proceed inside, and I will summon him." He then inquired, "Has Yitang not arrived?" "My husband is in seclusion," Mrs. Hong murmured softly. "He has been somewhat restless lately, still recovering from injuries sustained in Battle City. He had intended to accompany me to meet Senior Jin Chong, but alas." Jin Chong waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, it is perhaps for the best that he does not come. As for the title of senior, I cannot accept it. When the earth-shattering sword gained renown, I had only recently departed from the martial world. In terms of age, I am but 2 or 3 years his senior, am I not?" "You certainly appear older," was a fleeting thought that crossed Hong Xiu's mind. Meanwhile, Hong Qing regarded Jin Chong with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. After all, Jin Chong was the foremost among the 3 spears, renowned alongside the heavenly sword, even more illustrious than her father. However, her father had long since distanced himself from the martial world and was now merely a superhuman, leaving Hong Qing with a sense of regret as she preferred the tales of the rivers and lakes. Unfortunately, her father was reticent on such matters, though her stepmother enjoyed regaling her with stories. Thus, their relationship remained quite amicable. With Mrs. Hong leading the way, Jin Chong accorded her the utmost respect. And with Chief Steward Yu also present, the 3 quickly retreated to the inner hall for conversation. Hong Xiu, who had previously been of a lower generation than them, now found herself on equal footing, able to exchange a few words. As for the others, they were not afforded the same privilege. Outside the small building, Hong Qing and her companions could only await Li Hao's arrival. Yet, they were not entirely alone, as Mu Lin and Kong Yuyun were present as well, sharing in their curiosity regarding the sword sect. Noticing her master attending to Yu Luocha and the wife of the earth-shattering sword, Kong Yuyun initiated a conversation. "I am Kong Yuyun, a disciple of Jin Chong. Are you the daughter of the earth-shattering sword?" Hong Qing glanced at Kong Yuyun and nodded. "Greetings, senior sister." "Hello." They engaged in conversation, while Mu Lin listened attentively. After a while, he too struck up a dialogue with a disciple from the sword sect who had reached the late stages of martial mastery. As the group conversed, a figure suddenly flickered in the distance, swiftly materializing upon the ground. At this moment, Li Hao was enveloped in a haze of sweat, his complexion slightly flushed. After taking a moment to steady his breath, he strode towards this direction. Even before he arrived, a palpable aura of sword intent began to coalesce. Disregarding the presence of Kong Yuyun and Mu Lin, the air itself seemed to thrum with the weight of his advancing sword force. As Li Hao approached, the disciples of the sword sect, who had been glancing around, suddenly felt an immense pressure descend upon them, akin to the oppressive weight of Mount Tai. In that instant, even Kong Yuyun ceased her chatter. Li Hao paid her little mind, unfamiliar with her presence, yet sensing she might be a disciple of the Golden Spear. Her strength not to be underestimated. But that was merely a passing thought. His primary focus remained on the sword sect disciples. The rising aura merely a means to gauge their prowess. Should they prove inadequate, they would hold little value. As he continued his advance, drawing closer, about 30 meters away, 20 disciples at the 10th slashing realm found themselves gasping for breath, forced to retreat, swiftly exiting the encompassing aura of sword intent. Li Hao pressed on, and at around 25 meters, several more at the 10th slashing realm retreated. At 20 meters, the remaining 3 peak martial artists of the 10th slashing realm also withdrew. At this juncture, only 10 disciples who had surpassed the 100 mark remained, alongside Kong Yuyun and Mu Lin. Li Hao's sword intent loomed like a mountain, an overwhelming pressure that urged him forward. The 10 disciples who had crossed the 100 mark appeared visibly shaken, their expressions marred by disbelief. How could he be this powerful? They had encountered sword intent before, yet now they felt the crushing weight of immense pressure and razor-sharp energy. As disciples of the sword sect, they were trained in swordsmanship. Yet before Li Hao they felt their own swords paled in comparison. In the forefront, Hong Qing gritted his teeth, observing Li Hao, and suddenly felt as though he were gazing upon his father. Indeed, the earth-shattering sword, capable of upheaving the very ground, bore some semblance to the terrain itself. In this moment, Li Hao wielded the sword intent of the earth, reminiscent of the weight of Mount Tai. At 15 meters, Several disciples beyond the 100 mark began to withdraw, their faces contorted with a mix of horror and reluctance. At 10 meters, more retreated, some even spitting blood from the strain, their unwillingness palpable. At 5 meters, only Hongqing remained. Among those at the late stages of the 100 mark, he alone stood firm, determined to endure. Hongqing braced himself, but then Li Hao abruptly withdrew his sword intent. Hongqing stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Kong Yuyan, standing nearby, offered him a steadying hand, casting a curious glance at Li Hao. She spoke softly, "Captain Li, why did you stop?" Li Hao regarded her with surprise and replied, "I merely sought to assess their capabilities, not to take lives. Now that I have gauged their strength, further testing seems unnecessary." With that, he clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, declaring, "I am Li Hao." Kong Yuyan, somewhat unaccustomed to this formality, offered a slight nod in return. "I am Kong Yuyan, disciple of the Golden Spear. It is a pleasure to meet you." Li Hao exchanged polite words before shifting his gaze back to Hongqing, a smile breaking across his face. "Your foundation is remarkably solid. Even those at the 10th slashing realm exhibit a commendable strength. You are far more capable than I was at your stage. I once consumed a vast amount of mysterious energy to ascend to the 10th slashing realm, and I recall my Master-S clashes with Minister Lu Long felt less formidable than what I now perceive from you, even from a distance." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Sword Sect revealed expressions of joy. Gaining the recognition of a formidable martial artist is indeed a source of great joy for them. The previous feelings of frustration have considerably dissipated. Hongqing initially felt elated, but soon a sense of despondency crept in. Not long ago, she had encountered Li Hao, not just yesterday, but on the very day when Li Hao engaged in a fierce battle with Sun Maxian. Although he was undeniably powerful, Hongqing believed that she was not without the strength to contend, even if she fell short of Li Hao's prowess. Yet now, it seemed that he was merely exerting pressure, and she nearly faltered. The disparity was staggering. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "How have you suddenly become so strong?" Li Hao pondered for a moment before responding. "The 5-animal technique is formidable, and with the consumption of blood god fruits, my internal organs have been greatly fortified. Coupled with my comprehension of momentum, my strength has surged. Your foundation is solid. Once you grasp the essence of momentum, you can swiftly ascend to a new level of combat prowess." Hongqing lamented, "But I have yet to comprehend the essence of the sword. That is due to the lack of peril." "Huh." Li Hao sighed. "The last time we ventured to War Heaven City was actually the perfect opportunity. However, your father kept you close, preventing you from acting independently, which is quite regrettable. Though your foundation is strong, your killer instinct is insufficient. This holds true not just for you, but for others as well. Sword practitioners must embody a fierce killing intent." Now recognized as a significant sword practitioner, Li Hao shared his insights. Whether it be spear or blade, it is essential to understand the nuances of killing intent. Martial artists exist for the purpose of combat. Mere practice will not cultivate true momentum. Hongqing appeared contemplative, while Kong Yuyan interjected, "Captain Li, pure slaughter does not necessarily represent the true essence of martial arts. If killing were the sole pursuit, the path of martial arts would not exhibit such diverse brilliance. For instance, would someone like Brother Mu, a defensive martial artist, focus solely on slaughter during their training?" Li Hao nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point." He then refrained from further discussion, choosing not to engage with Kong Yuyan. There was no need to converse with a contrarian. He was merely conversing with those from the Sword Sect, where practicing swordsmanship without the intention to kill seemed absurd. Why argue over such matters? His mentor had once advised that when faced with such individuals, if a few agreeable words did not suffice, one should simply cut them down. Of course, Li Hao was not that type of person. Nevertheless, he recognized that this disciple of the Gold Spear sect possessed her own interpretations of martial arts. Li Hao did not expect universal acceptance of his philosophy, for that would be implausible. The journey of martial arts is filled with myriad peculiarities, each individual harboring their own thoughts. It was entirely natural for Kong Yuyan, who was not weak in strength and possessed her own unique insights, to hold differing views. However, Li Hao remained steadfast in his beliefs, unwilling to concede to external opinions. Kong Yuyan awaited Li Hao's esteemed insights, only to hear him address Hongqing, "Sister Hong, do not linger here any longer. I have spoken with Brother Ermu. Your group of 30 will occupy 2 buildings. I have already arranged accommodations. They are over there." He gestured towards the distance, continuing as he walked, "Follow me." Additionally, I have a few matters to discuss with everyone." With that, he departed. Once he had taken his leave, Kong Yuyun furrowed her brow and turned to Mu Lin. "Did I say something wrong?" She did not feel that she had offended Li Hao. She merely expressed her own opinions. However, Li Hao appeared quite impolite. Mu Lin chuckled softly, pondering for a moment before stating, "You are not mistaken. Yet, everyone possesses their own understanding." His assertion that slaughter is paramount, as conveyed to those from the sword sect, is not entirely erroneous. It is only natural that he disregards your claim that slaughter is not the sole path. Kong Yuyun was left speechless. Mu Lin continued, "Do not attempt to alter another's convictions. Martial artists possess their own principles. Although some may attribute Li Hao's rapid ascent to luck, can fortune truly forge a swordsman who comprehends the myriad forces? You come from a distinguished lineage. Your father is formidable. Your teacher is formidable. But do you believe you have reached this point solely due to your heritage?" Kong Yuyun contemplated this and chose to remain silent. Mu Lin remarked, "This fellow is remarkably swift in his actions. In the blink of an eye, he has gathered 30 individuals. If he were to further mobilize a portion of the martial guard, his team would soon be complete. Li Hao is entitled to recruit 37, and with today as 30. He is rapidly approaching a formidable assembly of 60 or 70 martial artists. His speed is extraordinary." At this moment, with no outsiders present, Li Hao felt less constrained. As he walked, he chuckled, "I spoke with Master Hong yesterday. My intention in inviting you to join my team is not merely for your enjoyment. I have a few objectives I wish to share with everyone. First, to kill. Second, to grow stronger. Third, to amass wealth." The first 2 points were easily understood, but the latter left Hong Qing perplexed. "Captain, what do you mean by amassing wealth?" "Quite literally," Li Hao replied with a smile. "Blood god children, mysterious energies, divine stones. Source divine weapons. Do you truly find these excessive? Ancient weapons that can comprehend forces. Do you not desire them? Without wealth, one can only consume dust. To grow stronger is to kill." Beside Hong Qing, an older man in his 30s spoke, "Captain, whom are you referring to when you speak of killing?" "The ones that deserve it. Rest assured, they are not common folk. They are not good people." The man nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Li Hao then asked, "What is your name?" "Hong Hao." "Sharing my name?" Hong Hao shook his head. "It is the Hao of vastness. You and Master Hong. I am the third disciple of my master, raised beside him since childhood." "The third disciple? That implies there are 2 others." "I know one. She is now the wife of Hong Yitang. Does that mean the second disciple is not here?" Given the current individual appeared the eldest, Li Hao inquired directly, "Is Master Hong's second disciple absent?" Hong Hao remained silent, but Hong Qing explained, "The second senior brother is not in Silver Moon. He possesses exceptional talent. Years ago, he achieved the pinnacle of breaking 100. However, he grew dissatisfied and was unable to break into the 1,000. A few years back, he departed Silver Moon for the central region." Li Hao nodded slightly. He soon smiled. "There are abundant opportunities in the central region, as there are in Silver Moon. Here, as long as everyone follows me and is willing to strive together, we will inevitably become strong." The crowd remained silent. After all, becoming strong is no simple feat soon. Upon arrival at the destination, Li Hao gestured towards the small corridor, instructing, "You may settle in here. I have matters to attend to over the next few days. So take some time to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Additionally, in a couple of days, someone will come by. Hong Qing, please host them for me." Lu Long, the son of Yin Xiang, was my former captain and is now a formidable martial artist. He briefly mentioned that the arrival of these individuals would bolster his 100-man team's strength. However, there remained a gap. Even if he drew some from the martial guard, it would still be insufficient. At that moment, Li Hao contemplated several individuals, though he felt a tinge of uncertainty. For instance, there was Hu Dingfang. With his senior sister there, had she imparted any martial teachings over the years? Hu Dingfang was once a martial artist himself. Did he have any disciples? Yet, Li Hao was reluctant to seek them out. As for He Yong, he seemed promising, but being a member of the royal family posed a complication. Otherwise, enlisting members from the Southern Fist sect would be a commendable choice. The Southern Fist, with its earth-shattering sword technique. Suddenly, he recalled a certain individual, Wang Hengong, a formidable figure of the Iron Cloth School, affiliated with the Inspection Division. This person had no issues with identity. He was also from Yincheng, a genuine compatriot. But did he have any disciples? As for the possibility of being sabotaged, Li Hao was indifferent, as he had no intention of inciting rebellion with this 100-man squad. Even if they did, such numbers would be insufficient. While mulling over these thoughts, he did not rush to seek anyone out. At that moment, he was engrossed in contemplating the swift sword technique. He needed to seize the opportunity in the coming days. Once he mastered the swift sword and integrated it with the golden sword momentum, he planned to lead his team into a significant venture to capture Ziyue. As for the arrival of Hongyue, that was of no concern to him. The Suguang would naturally be dealt with by others. Recently, several major organizations had taken action against Hongyue. Li Hao was audacious. If he chose to act, he would focus on Ziyue. With his keen perception, he could discern their whereabouts even with a mere glance. As the members of the sword sect arrived, Li Hao greeted them briefly before resuming his training. In the artificial forest, the figures of Li Hao and the Fire Phoenix spear emerged once again. Meanwhile, these past few days, the Silver Moon was anything but tranquil. Although the three major organizations had abandoned their plans against Ho Xiaoqing, the four institutions had united to initiate a purge against the three organizations. Hao Lianchuan was fervently eager to acquire a substantial amount of blood god seeds and had been tirelessly searching for traces of Hongyue, leading men in pursuit of them. Ziyue and Lanyue dared not reveal themselves recklessly. The troubles for Hongyue were far from over. The martial artists of the Silver Moon had a group of audacious warriors targeting them. Moreover, some mysterious figures were also taking action against the elites of Hongyue. This was merely the tip of the iceberg, as some exceedingly formidable entities were covertly intervening. The few Sanyang dispatched from the neighboring province had yet to display their prowess before vanishing without a trace. In a certain manner, Lanyue smashed a table with a palm strike, his expression grim. The losses incurred over these past days had been devastating. Not only had numerous strongholds been eradicated, but the few Sanyang brought over from the neighboring province had only been seen once, with no time to assign them tasks before they disappeared completely, leaving no trace behind. As for the outcome, is there any need to inquire? It is unequivocally certain that they have been eliminated. The crux of the matter lies in the enigma surrounding the disappearance of several formidable figures in the Silver Moon. They certainly did not vanish of their own accord, but were most likely slain by some powerful entities. In various provinces, these figures, known as the Three Suns, still hold an exalted status. Yet, upon reaching Silver Moon, they vanished without leaving a ripple, which has greatly unsettled the Blue Moon. This province, often overlooked by many in the central region, evokes nostalgia among the elders who reminisce about its once thriving martial prowess. Now it appears more terrifying than even the central territories. With the opening of the ruins still some time away, it is imperative to summon more powerful allies. Otherwise, the Red Moon will utterly lose its influence in Silver Moon. As he pondered this, gritting his teeth, he thought that if the northern 19 provinces could not be rallied, they must concentrate their efforts around Silver Moon. As one of the 7 moons, he had come to Silver Moon at the behest of Ing Hongyue, who had conveyed certain messages, indicating that if necessary, he could summon assistance from the Red Moon branches in the northern provinces. Silver Moon is no ordinary place. According to Ing Hongyue, this land harbors countless secrets. Abandoning the other northern provinces is not an option. Establishing a firm foothold here is essential. If they cannot secure their position now, the future will be even more precarious. However, making this decision is fraught with difficulty. Blue Moon furrowed his brow, weighing the sacrifice of interest from other provinces against the risk of suffering substantial blows in Silver Moon. Such losses would be insufferable, even for him. Yet, if things continue as they are, they may very well be driven out by the people of Silver Moon. With a sigh, Blue Moon resolved to rally around Silver Moon. Even if it is for the sake of the ruins of the City of War, this place cannot be relinquished. The other 18 provinces also boast numerous strong individuals among the Three Suns, and there is even a powerful elder stationed in the northern 3 provinces to oversee matters. He must stabilize the situation in Silver Moon as quickly as possible. On this day, a considerable number of Red Moon warriors swiftly gathered in Silver Moon from the major provinces of the north. Even amidst the chaos of the northern 3 provinces, Red Moon warriors made their way here, perceiving Silver Moon as a safer haven. After all, nearly 100 Red Moon superpowers had perished in the northern provinces recently, all without exception, at the hands of the 5-animal technique, with only Yuan Shua to blame. The notoriety of this merciless killer spread rapidly throughout the northern provinces. Chapter 127. The 8th Sword of Silver Moon, seeking monthly votes and subscriptions, the Martial Guard. Before long, it was September 12th, the 3rd day since Li Hao joined the Martial Guard. On this day, The living quarters of the martial guard welcomed several new faces. Chun Jian wore a simple yet astonished expression. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous martial masters, each exuding an overwhelming aura. Just the sheer intensity of their presence made him feel the weight of their might. Such force can only be achieved after surpassing the 100 threshold. Yet here, it seemed that every few individuals he encountered possessed such an aura. He had initially believed that he and Wu Chao, having absorbed some unfathomable energy, had swiftly advanced from the early stages to the mid-stages of surpassing the 100 mark, thus making them relatively formidable within the martial master community. However, upon arriving in White Moon City, he realized just how feeble his previous accomplishments were. Beside him, the slender figure of Wu Chao bore a look of astonishment. His usual nonchalance replaced by a sense of unease as he walked, his steps almost ethereal, intimidated by the presence of numerous formidable individuals. The only one maintaining composure was Lu Long. As for Lu Yan, her demeanor was inscrutable, yet deep within her eyes flickered a blend of urgency and envy. With Li Hao's assistance, she had swiftly ascended to the late stage of breaking 100, yet achieving perfection in this realm remained an elusive challenge. The comprehension of momentum eluded her grasp. Since Li Hao's arrival in Baiwa City, he had not sought her out, though he had sent Wang Ming to meet her, advising her to exercise caution and refrain from seeking Li Hao unless absolutely necessary, as safety was paramount. This knowledge weighed heavily upon Lu Yan. However, she understood that, given the previous circumstances, perhaps avoiding one another was indeed the safest course of action. Yet now, having entered the martial guard, her sense of urgency and frustration intensified. The abundance of martial masters rendered her late-stage prowess merely average, devoid of the extraordinary sensation she had anticipated and stripped of the feeling of being a formidable force. Lu Long, in stark contrast, wore a calm expression, betraying no emotion. At that moment, he walked alongside a young man, not Mu Lin, but Wang Qing, the captain of the Golden Spear's personal guard, who was merely curious about Lu Long. The son of the Silver Spear, he recalled the trio of renowned figures from yesteryear. The Silver Moon's masters of the spear. It appeared that the lineage of the Copper Spear had been severed, and the son of the Silver Spear seemed to have abandoned the use of spears altogether. He sensed no essence of spear technique emanating from Lu Long. And though he remained curious about the son of the Silver Spear, who had never left Silver City, upon meeting him, he found the reality somewhat lacking. The sensation was palpable. Lu Long failed to evoke any sense of pressure, instead exuding a tranquil, undisturbed demeanor. Once a martial master, Lu Long had famously declared in Baiwa City, during his time as a night watchman, that he would single-handedly safeguard a city. Forsaking the allure of becoming extraordinary and resolutely departing Baiwa City to establish a so-called demon-hunting team in the small town of Silver City. The individuals surrounding him were likely his comrades from those years, 3 late-stage martial masters. While breaking 100 might suffice in the small locale of Silver City, within the martial guard, it was merely the beginning. In this vast organization, more than half of the martial masters had surpassed the 100 mark, with the remainder poised to ascend to the 10th realm. Lu Sun City, just ahead is your residence, Wang Qing announced, adding, Captain Li has been engrossed in his training and is currently unavailable for interruptions. However, he has indicated that you are welcome to make yourselves at home. Additionally, please assist him in organizing internal affairs. Captain Li has already established a 100-man team, currently consisting of 30 members, all hailing from the Sword Sect. Lu Long nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. Thank you. Not at all, Wang Qing replied, leading the group to a small building. After a moment's contemplation, he added, once Lu Sun City is settled, you may wish to visit Lord Qianfu. He has matters he wishes to discuss with you. Lu Long nodded once more. Golden Spear. Before his arrival, he was already aware that this place was ruled by the Golden Spear. The relationship between the Golden Spear and the Silver Spear was, in fact, quite amicable. The 3 spears were renowned together. Before his demise, Lu Hao of the Silver Spear had once discussed matters with Lu Long. In his youth, Lu Long had encountered him once, though many years had passed, and the memory had long since faded. Lu Long watched as Wang Qing departed, not in haste to seek out Li Hao or to meet with those from the Sword Gate. Accompanied by several team members, he entered the room he had arranged for them. In the modest chamber, apart from Yun Yao, who had advanced in her abilities and was absent, the remaining members had gathered. Yun Yao had been assigned to the night watch, as Lu Long wished to spare Li Hao any difficulties. Given that the martial guard was reluctant to accept those with extraordinary powers, it was preferable for her to thrive among the night watch. Eventually, the demon hunting team found their way to Baiwa City. Lu Long spoke softly, casting a glance out the window. Since everyone had accompanied him, there was no need for further words. From this day forth, he would no longer be their leader. In this domain, Li Hao was the one in charge. Although he was a fighter of considerable skill, his prowess paled in comparison to Li Hao's. Strength was one factor, but Li Hao's strategies and courage far surpassed his own. The others fell into silence. Lu Long continued. That Wang Qing observed me no less than 10 times during our journey, perhaps pondering, is this truly the son of the Silver Spear? So feeble. And yet his father dares to be named alongside the Golden Spear. His captain of the guard likely approached me to gauge my worth, only to find it lacking. Otherwise, he would surely have proposed a sparring match. The fact that he did not indicates a lack of regard for me. Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of indignation, though they were unsure of its origin. Was it truly wrong for him not to suggest a match? No, it was not. Yet, there was undeniably a sense of being looked down upon. Lu Long pressed on. Brothers, you have journeyed with me since the inception of the demon hunting team. Nearly 4 years ago, I have not been able to offer you much, aside from a multitude of injuries. Before Li Hao's arrival, I was the only one to have breached the 100 realms. If any of you had chosen to come to Baiwa City sooner, you could have easily found a place among any organization or institution. Even if not extraordinary, you would have progressed significantly in the years to come. What I have provided is merely a handful of insignificant mysterious energies. Silver City is too small and too weak. Over the years, we have stealthily hunted a few moonshade extraordinary beings, yielding only a meager amount of mysterious energy. Had you come to Baiwa City, those of you at the pinnacle of the 10th realm would surely have been sought after, for once one advances beyond the 10th realm. The path in Moonshade is far easier than struggling in Silver City. Boss, Chun Jian replied sullenly. Boss, we chose this ourselves. Besides, I think it's quite good here. If you feel uncomfortable, we can always return to Silver City. Lu Long chuckled. No, we shall not return. At least not now. Silver City is still too small, even if it is our foundation. With Huang Yun present, Silver City is fine, but being here allows us to broaden our horizons and gain more benefits, giving us a chance to catch up with others. Do those outside truly surpass us? Not necessarily. They are more experienced and have garnered greater rewards. Each small place possesses its unique advantages, as the potential of its inhabitants remains untapped. Given the right opportunities, they will inevitably catch up. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Long exhaled softly. I have made my decision. I shall remain with the Wu Wei army. Honor is earned through one's own efforts, not bestowed by others. The demon hunting squad has always been exemplary, and that will not change in the future. However, here, remember that Li Hao is our core to prevent us from becoming a laughingstock. The others nodded once more, understanding Lu Long's sentiment. They felt a pang of empathy for Lu Long, who had always been the core of the squad, having nurtured Li Hao from the beginning. Now, ironically, Li Hao had become his superior. Ultimately, it was Lu Long who needed to adapt. Chun Jian scratched his head and remarked, from now on, let's not call him by name. Lu Long advised, in the military, we should address him according to rank to avoid giving outsiders the impression that we from Silver City lack decorum. All right, Chun Jian replied reluctantly. So, shall we refer to him as captain? Indeed, Lu Long smiled. We should build a good rapport with the Sword Gate. After all, we will be in the same boat. The captain sent me here because he has no footing in Baiwa City and hopes we can assist him in establishing a solid foundation. Let us remember one thing. We can endure some grievances, but we must not allow others to suffer. Behind closed doors, we are all comrades, and we should work to bring others into our fold. He understood well the purpose and significance of Li Hao's invitation. Thus, he reiterated, in the absence of the captain, we are his eyes and voice. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone nodded in affirmation. Lu Long sighed, choosing to say no more. He trusted that his team would rise to the occasion. Yet he could not shake the unease about whether they would be able to establish themselves in Baiwa City or find themselves retreating in disgrace back to Silver City. Years ago, he had fled back to Silver City in a similarly disheveled state. Furthermore, he remained uncertain about Li Hao's true ambitions in Baiwa City, whether he sought to make a name for himself or merely wished to ensure his own safety. In the jungle, Li Hao struck with his sword in rapid succession, each blow approaching perfection, even suppressing the Fire Phoenix spear. Each strike was executed with astonishing speed. However, the more he wielded his sword, the more impatient he became. The sword's momentum failed to manifest as desired. The golden sword seemed elusive in its appearance. The brilliance of the fire phoenix spear dimmed, indicating that yet another divine energy stone was on the verge of depletion. Over the past 3 days, Li Hao had fed the fire phoenix spear a total of 9 times, 9 divine energy stones. Had he not previously acquired a few, his remaining stock would have been insufficient. 9 divine energy stones, converted to mysterious energy, amounted to merely a few thousand units. At this moment, the waste felt staggering, all consumed by the fire phoenix spear. If the golden sword's momentum were to materialize completely, it would be worthwhile. However, its continued elusiveness left Li Hao with a sense of significant loss. In recent days, his sword strikes had grown increasingly swift, culminating in an explosive sound only after the blade had long departed from its sheath. The shadowless sword has been cultivated to an extraordinary level, yet it remains insufficient. Despite this, it still fails to deliver the desired effect. With a swift motion, Li Hao unleashed a strike, sending the fire phoenix spear flying with a resounding clash, its brilliance dimming as the 9th divine energy stone was expended. Letting out a sigh, Li Hao collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the now dim fire phoenix spear with a furrowed brow. After consuming so many divine energy stones, it merely served as a training partner. The initial encounters had shown promise, but subsequent ones became increasingly tedious, revealing the fire phoenix's diminished potency. Ultimately, it posed little threat to Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao surveyed the remaining divine energy stones, 11 in total. He hesitated, contemplating whether to nourish the fire phoenix spear with another stone. Tomorrow, the steward would likely reclaim the spear. His sword was already swift, yet it failed to manifest the sword intent. Was it a lack of pressure? Or something else? 3 days, while not overly lengthy, should suffice. Whether it was the earth sword intent, the fire sword intent, or the overarching sword intent, Li Hao had always grasped the essence quickly, already having a clear direction. He would soon achieve enlightenment. Thus, he had believed this time would be no different. Was 3 days not enough? Yet, it proved inadequate. Moments later, Li Hao picked up the fire phoenix spear and gently caressed it, suddenly speaking. These past few days, you have been engaging me with the fire phoenix intent. Yet I have never comprehended the intent and force of Minister Ho. It is impossible that he has not utilized these. You must be aware of this. Decades ago, he could shatter my master's intent, indicating that even 20 years past, he was immensely powerful. Why do you not employ the intent and force he left behind to contend with me? Initially, Yitang had lent the fire phoenix spear precisely to facilitate Li Hao's understanding of Minister Ho Xiaoqing's intent. However, after several days, Li Hao had yet to perceive it. The fire phoenix spear was concealing its true potential. The spear quivered slightly, and Li Hao frowned. Communicating with a weapon was indeed a laborious endeavor. He could only rely on speculation. Was it concerned that the eruption of Minister Ho's intent would be fatal to him? The spear trembled once, indicating such apprehension. Yet, after a brief interval, the fire phoenix spear trembled once more. Li Hao speculated. Was it due to insufficient energy from the divine energy stones? It quivered again. Li Hao understood the implications. Firstly, it feared causing his demise. Secondly, the energy provided was inadequate. Clearly, this energy was insufficient for the fire phoenix spear to spontaneously unleash Minister Ho's intent, signifying that Minister Ho's intent was indeed superior to the fire phoenix it currently faced. Yitang had also mentioned that if Li Hao could withstand the onslaught, he would be able to gauge the strength of Ho Xiaoqing. Was Yitang truly formidable? Li Hao pondered that perhaps his perception was flawed. This individual might not be weak, perhaps at the early stage of the Three-Yang realm. It was difficult to ascertain. Turning his gaze back to the fire phoenix spear, he inquired, how many divine energy stones do you require to unleash Minister Ho's intent? The fire phoenix spear trembled. Once, twice, thrice, 3 distinct quivers. To unleash that essence, a minimum of 3 divine energy stones is required, which made Li Hao furrow his brow. The fact that merely igniting such power necessitates 3 stones is quite exaggerated, considering each divine energy stone contains hundreds, if not thousands, of units of mysterious energy. Surely, some of that energy must have been covertly appropriated by the fire phoenix spear. Gazing at the 11 divine energy stones within his storage ring, Li Hao inhaled deeply. If he wished to experience this sensation, only 8 stones remained. The crucial aspect remains that this self-imposed ordeal is indeed torturous. spending his own resources to endure such suffering. What if there were no gains? Was the essence of Ho Xiaoqing truly worth such a steep price? After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Li Hao made his decision. The golden sword technique had yet to manifest. Perhaps the pressure was insufficient. A bit more pressure might spur him towards enlightenment and breakthrough. Without further contemplation, he extracted 3 divine energy stones, all of which were of the gold attribute. He had but 3 gold stones left. He refrained from selecting fire attributes. Although the fire phoenix spear belonged to that element, it could still wield power as a weapon of the gold attribute. Upon retrieving the divine energy stones, he shattered them. In an instant, the fire phoenix spear began to absorb the energy, appearing almost jubilant. Li Hao adjusted his state of mind and awaited in silence. Could the fire phoenix spear offer him some surprise? In the blink of an eye, the energies of the 3 divine energy stones were entirely absorbed. The spear glimmered with brilliance. At that moment, Li Hao vaguely perceived a small phoenix flitting within the spear's body. Unlike previous occasions, this time, it seemed as though the fire phoenix spear was also preparing something. A faint momentum began to manifest within the spear, subtle yet present. As Li Hao focused intently, he suddenly found himself entranced, as if caught in an illusion, his spirit momentarily dazed. In that moment, a spear materialized in his mind. One strike to pierce the heavens. This strike approached him silently, the long spear tearing through everything. At that instant, he even faintly heard a voice, seemingly that of Ho Xiaoqing. Split the divine. Cold, domineering, and audacious. The spear strikes with divine intent. Li Hao, in a daze, felt as though he saw Ho Xiaoqing standing across from him, thrusting a spear as effortlessly as he had once slain the red-haired foe. In this haze, Li Hao felt a similar sensation of impending doom. Death loomed ominously before him. At that moment, his spirit felt torn. One side represented the spear, while the other embodied the suffocating grip of death, as if he were transported back to that fateful day. On that day, his friend was slain. The suffocating sensation gripped him as he watched from a distance, as though his heart were being tightly clenched. It was the first time he had witnessed the red shadow, the manifestation of supernatural power. It felt as if his very soul were being extracted. All he could do was watch helplessly as his friend met a tragic end, struggling in agony, silently pleading with him to flee. Escape. Danger. That feeling of despair was palpable, as if in the next moment, he himself would become the next victim. Today, that sensation resurfaced once more. For Li Hao, it was a familiar feeling of helplessness and the suffocating presence of death that he had not encountered for over a year. His heart felt as though it were being tightly clenched. At that very moment, in the Hengduan Canyon, Ho Xiaoqing suddenly furrowed his brow, casting a dark and troubled glance toward the direction of Baiwei City. The fire phoenix spear had been completely activated. Who was responsible for this? He was aware that the spear had been lent to Li Hao, yet he had imposed a seal on it. It should only have been triggered in a life-or-death crisis. And even with Li Hao nourishing it with divine energy stones, it should not have been possible. Unbeknownst to him, the fire phoenix had absorbed a considerable amount of divine energy stones, breaking free from his constraints long ago. He was also unaware that the fire phoenix, fearing it could not satisfy Li Hao and might be severed by the starry sky sword, had no intention of holding back its potential. If Li Hao wished to witness its prowess, it was more than willing to oblige. Ho Xiaoqing, frowning, continued to gaze in that direction, remaining silent. At this moment, returning was no longer an option. He had no inkling of what Li Hao was facing, nor what the fire phoenix spear had encountered. However, he was acutely aware that the eruption of his spear intent could obliterate even the peak of the Three-Yang realm. The spirit was also a manifestation of divine will. While martial artists possessed it, so too did those with supernatural abilities. It was not that such powers lacked it, but rather that they were unable to harness or utilize it. How could formidable supernatural powers exist without such attributes? Once the fire phoenix spear was activated, the remnants of his divine will would shatter the opponent's spirit. Ho Xiaoqing waited in silence for a moment before deciding not to intervene any further. To meddle would yield no benefit. He could perceive certain faint sensations, a result of the fire phoenix spear recognizing its master, but the distance was too great. Even the slightest awareness was commendable. To expect him to suppress the fire phoenix spear from 1,000 miles away was mere folly, no matter how powerful he was. It was beyond his capabilities. Meanwhile, another individual was stirred. At the instant Li Hao activated the fire phoenix spear, Jin Chong, among the Wu Wei army, suddenly sensed a familiar aura. In an instant, his his figure vanished, only to reappear 100 meters ahead of Li Hao. At that moment, his expression shifted slightly, his countenance darkening. How had Li Hao suddenly manifested the intent of Ho's department? The critical point was that the eruption of the Fire Phoenix spear was overwhelmingly potent. It felt as though Ho's presence was right before him. This brought back memories of the past, when Ho's spear had shattered his own demonic barriers. He vaguely recalled that when Ho Xiaoqing unleashed a strike, he had directly vanquished 5 ferocious beasts. It was a form of psychological suppression, stemming from the 5 beasts, which had been shattered by another's mental force. Ho's spear intent was no longer a mere physical threat. At this moment, Jin Chang's expression darkened. If they were to confront one another face to face, he would not flinch. Yet, at this moment, the splitting god spear had already emerged, and this strike pertained to a battle of divine wills, a conflict of spirits. Although he could attempt to suppress the Fire Phoenix spear, in reality, it would have no effect whatsoever. The spear intent had already penetrated deeply into Li Hao's divine will, and Jin Chang lacked the capability to expel the splitting god spear from within Li Hao's consciousness. Not far away, Li Hao suddenly experienced a torrent of blood from his 7 orifices, his body swaying unsteadily. In his eyes, there was only the relentlessly descending spear, as if it sought to extinguish his very existence. In the depths of his heart, Li Hao murmured a name, and at that moment, he seemed to behold the Crimson Shadow. Despite the absence of any resemblance, the experience was akin to a year ago, both instances posing a grave threat to his very existence. Once, he had been utterly terrified. On that occasion, Zhang Yuan had been alarmingly close, and Li Hao found himself gripped by anxiety and fear, yearning to advance, yet paralyzed by trepidation. If the inner demons of the other martial artists of Silver Moon manifested as Yuan Shuo, perhaps Li Hao's own tormentor was the Crimson Shadow. Although he had vanquished the Crimson Figure, Zhang Yuan had still met his demise. That night, he had faltered, he had been afraid. Even though he understood it was not his fault, he had been an ordinary person witnessing such horrors for the first time. He had been genuinely terrified, trembling in fear. This profound dread was something Li Hao could not suppress. Yet today, as this sensation resurfaced, fear flickered in his eyes, only to be succeeded by a wild resolve. Since embracing his extraordinary abilities and truly stepping into the realm of martial arts, he had relentlessly pursued strength, sought opportunities, and embraced risks. Whether slaying Zhang Ting, daring to hunt formidable opponents from the 3 major organizations, or battling Yu Xiao and Huang Jie, his motivations were simple. He refused to endure that helpless scenario again. In his inaugural act of violence, he had exhibited a chilling ruthlessness, to the extent that Lu Yin and others had deemed him a monster. Was he afraid? To some extent. Did it repulse him? A bit. Yet, within, he felt no overwhelming terror, for he had encountered far more frightening experiences. Do you intend to frighten me once more? Impossible. The fire sword's momentum, the earth sword's force, and the overarching sword intent surged within his mind. Images of mountains and ferocious tigers materialized, alongside the vision of his ancestors' legendary strike and the pinnacle of the Silver Warrior's swordplay. What fear could withstand the might of a long sword? If any existed, it was a testament to the inadequacy of one's blade. Kill! A mental cry erupted, and Li Hao swung his sword with all his might. This strike encapsulated his every realization and explosive energy, aimed at shattering the spear and dispelling the Crimson Shadow's intimidation from that fateful night. The sword intent manifested. In an instant, it coalesced into a blade of severance. Striking forth, opposite him, the splitting god spear pierced the heavens, its essence belonging to Ho Xiaoqing. Yet who cared? In reality, the Fire Phoenix spear trembled slightly. Li Hao unsheathed his sword. Though his speed was unremarkable, a moment of intense eruption allowed a diminutive blade to slice through the air. As it was unleashed, the Fire Phoenix spear seemed startled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, a strand of sword intent locked onto the spear's essence. Suddenly, a spirit of the Fire Phoenix emerged, its eyes imbued with an expression of terror as it sensed the golden spear nearby. In an instant, the Fire Phoenix spear cowered behind the golden spear, fleeing in fear. It dreaded Li Hao. It feared this sword intent. Deep within its fragmented memories, it seemed to recall such a terrifying blade. Having repelled Ho Xiaoqing's strike, the Fire Phoenix spear, initially indifferent to Li Hao, was now compelled to retreat, seeking refuge behind the golden spear. In the next moment, a formidable sword intent surged towards the golden spear. The The golden spear's expression shifted slightly. Did Li Hao counterattack? Under the oppressive gun intent of Ho Bu, he was surprisingly able to retaliate, and he unleashed an unprecedented strike. The golden spear initially intended to evade the attack rather than confront it directly. However, after a brief moment of sensing, he realized that this sword strike had locked onto him. Without further contemplation, the golden spear manifested a long lance, uttered a low shout, and thrust forth with a powerful strike. The lance blazed like fire, illuminating the void. The gun intent manifested. It was immensely powerful. The sheer internal energy caused the surrounding air to tremble, shattering nearby trees. The golden spear was indeed worthy of its reputation. A deafening roar erupted, and a wave of heat swept across the surroundings. The golden spear, wielding the long lance, unleashed his gun intent, shattering Li Hao's integrated sword intent, causing it to dissipate. Simultaneously, his own gun intent also faltered. The golden spear stood rooted in place, motionless. He gazed blankly at Li Hao in the distance, as if witnessing another lance and sword in his mind, colliding, clashing, and battling. Li Hao's sword intent had vanished in reality. Their clash resulted only in widespread devastation, fracturing all the surrounding flora, yet it did not cause any further destruction. The golden spear, still holding his lance, continued to observe Li Hao. Time passed, and a small trickle of blood appeared on his forehead, slowly sliding down and dripping to the ground. In that moment, the golden spear gently touched his forehead, his eyes betraying an undeniable shock. His sword aura had dissipated. Yet, in its dissolution, there lingered a sense of resolution and an explosive force that erupted at the last moment, allowing for a brief counter. A piercing wound appeared on his forehead. It was not serious, merely a minor injury that would heal with a slight circulation of internal energy. However, the golden spear's heart was anything but tranquil. Not in the slightest. In his life, he had encountered 3 such unsettling experiences. The first was his defeat at the hands of Yuan Shua, whose 5-animal intent had thoroughly suppressed him, leaving him powerless to retaliate, a torment that lingered for years. The second occurred when Ho Xiaoqing shattered the 5-animal demon with a single thrust, enabling him to successfully enter the realm of Douqian. On that day, he experienced a scene akin to Li Hao's current predicament. In his mind, the confrontation between the lance and the 5 animals unfolded, with Ho Xiaoqing victorious due to his overwhelming strength. Both of these prior encounters had left him in a state of shock for many years. And now, the third instance was upon him. A Li Hao, whose strength was not particularly impressive, certainly inferior to that of the golden spear, had, at this moment, unleashed a sword strike that unsettled the golden spear's composure, eliciting an indescribable sensation. At the instant the sword aura erupted, he felt as if he began to comprehend the young man before him, unwilling to yield, defiant, and unretreating. Even if you were Ho Xiaoqing, the very Ho Xiaoqing who had slain Xu Guang with a single thrust, I, Li Hao, shall not yield. Such resolute figures among the younger generation of martial artists are seldom encountered, or perhaps he had never witnessed them before. Wang Qing and Kong Yuyun did not seem to possess this extreme sense of defiance. Why did Li Hao harbor such an intense spirit of unyielding defiance? He was aware of Li Hao's background, yet it appeared that Li Hao had never encountered such perilous predicaments. His journey seemed remarkably smooth. He effortlessly became Yuan Shua's disciple, navigated through the Silver City crisis with ease, emerged from the battle city unscathed, and successfully vanquished Yu Shao. A closer examination of Li Hao's history reveals a path devoid of significant setbacks, and the notion of defeat is scarcely relevant. Why is this so? Amid Jin Chang's perplexity, a surge of energy, perceptible only to divine consciousness, erupted violently, fully unfolding at that moment. Boom. It was a collision emanating from the realm of the spirit. Jin Chang's vision blurred slightly, and he seemed to perceive 2 figures, Li Hao and Ho Xiaoqing, one wielding a spear and the other a sword. In that instant, the spear and sword clashed in the void, both exuding unparalleled strength and explosive energy. The spear shattered the sword, its intent fierce and boundless. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the sword surged forth like a ferocious tiger unleashed, radiating an unprecedented fervor and wrath, a flame igniting the heavens and severing the spear. The mountain crumbled, the tiger lay on the verge of death. At that moment, Jin Chang beheld Li Hao, who wielded his hand as a sword, executing a strike of breathtaking swiftness, so rapid that it transcended the confines of space and time. with that singular sword cleaving towards the sky with unwavering focus. The dying tiger merged seamlessly with his arm, and the fractured mountain re-emerged. Utilizing his arm as the blade, he aimed at the shattered spear. Boom! The resounding roar of divine intent reverberated in all directions, causing Jin Chang to momentarily lose his composure, as if witnessing mountains shatter and the heavens split apart. What scene was this? He had never encountered anything like it in his life. The starry sky seemed to crumble. "I am not afraid of you." At that moment, a roar echoed within his mind. It was the voice of Li Hao, declaring his fearlessness. Li Hao unleashed a roar that had long been pent up within him. "I am not afraid of you. Xiao Yuan, I fear not this entity. I shall retreat no longer. My trembling legs will no longer hinder my steps. I shall not yield. I will shatter all that stands before me." With his arm shattering, Li Hao wielded his sword to slice through the firmament. And with a resounding crash, he obliterated the final segment of the spear, letting out another fierce roar, as if aiming for an unseen crimson shadow. Reflected in the crimson moon, "I fear you not. Kill." The sounds of battle reverberated throughout the world. Yet, in that moment, only one bore witness, the others were oblivious. Only Jin Chang witnessed the entirety of the spectacle, observing as Li Hao shattered that spear and completely dismantled Ho Xiaoqian's intent. Boom! Another thunderous sound rang out, causing the fire phoenix spear to tremble. Li Hao spewed forth a mouthful of blood, and in the next moment, his arm suddenly ruptured. A torrent of sword energy spilling forth, blood arrows shooting in all directions. His right arm flowed incessantly with blood. Li Hao gasped for breath, akin to a dying fish. Desperately inhaling, greedily drawing in breath after breath, blood still flowing from his 7 orifices. Yet, at this moment, a smile emerged on his face as he gazed toward Jin Chang not far away. The centurion seems amused. Jin Chang observed him for a long while before solemnly stating, "You are far too reckless. A madman indeed. You have astonishingly provoked the spear intent of the Ho faction and, incredibly, shattered that intent." Apart from a single remark about the inherent risks, he found himself at a loss for words regarding the young man before him. What are you afraid of? What are you shattering? Regardless of his fears, Li Hao has triumphed. Jin Chang momentarily lost his bearings, pondering whether, had he possessed the same resolute spirit as Li Hao, he might have shattered the oppressive forces of the 5 beasts and thus achieved his own breakthrough. Would his present self be far more formidable than he is at this moment? A faint sense of regret flickered within him, soon transforming into resignation. I have made attempts. Yet, I could not break that curse. To lament now would only further highlight my own inadequacies. He understood clearly that if Li Hao was once a martial artist suppressed by Yuan Shua, then perhaps this individual could transcend the curse imposed by Yuan Shua and emerge anew. The thought left him in disbelief. Not far away, Li Hao was still gasping for breath, wiping the blood from his face. The wounds on his arm appeared grotesque. He removed his shirt and wrapped his right arm in an attempt to conceal the ghastly fissures. A semblance of a smile graced his lips as he gathered his strength. Though he felt utterly depleted, as if hollowed out, his inner energy, vitality, and spirit drained to a degree that felt even more severe than after executing the blood blade technique. Unlike the blood blade technique, which left one feeling consumed, this experience bore the essence of rebirth. One path led to death, while the other beckoned towards renewal. Jin Chang, returning from his reverie, gazed upon Li Hao, uncertain of what to say. Ultimately, the words that escaped his lips were, "Li Hao, take a day to rest, sleep well, and upon waking, you shall be reborn." With that, he turned to leave. As he walked away, he found himself regretting his unspoken thoughts. He had yearned to express that had the Silver Moon 7 swords existed 20 years ago, today would herald the Silver Moon 8 swords. Furthermore, among these 8 swords, Li Hao's would be second only to the Heavenly Sword, perhaps even rivaling it in prowess. The Silver Moon's 36 heroes might see Li Hao claim a prominent seat among them. Did the Heavenly Sword break Yuan Shua's suppression back then? Jin Chang was uncertain. Perhaps it did, perhaps it did not, for the Heavenly Sword had departed, leaving no one to ascertain whether it had indeed broken free or had left only after achieving such a feat, given the Heavenly Sword's disposition. Would it have willingly departed without breaking Yuan Shua's hold? Behind him, Li Hao chuckled softly. Stumbling to his feet, he felt an unexplainable exhilaration. Suddenly, he raised his middle finger towards the south. The crimson moon is but a reflection of this. The red shadow is no longer my inner demon. It is the very crimson moon you cast. Moreover, The shot that Ho Xiaoqing had fired to slay Xu Guang would no longer stir any ripples within him. I have witnessed realms beyond this one. How could I be subdued by you? With a smile, Li Hao extended his hand towards the distant Fire Phoenix spear. Come here. If you dare to flee again, I shall sever you. The Fire Phoenix spear, seemingly apprehensive, struggled for a moment before swiftly returning to Li Hao's grasp. He swung it with a flourish, a sudden smile breaking forth as the last vestiges of power surged into the Fire Phoenix spear, unimpeded. With a thrust, the spear pierced the void, and flames erupted in a magnificent blaze. If the esteemed supervisor Yu and his companions were present, the shock would be beyond measure. The source divine weapon has but one master. Unless the master lends it to you, you cannot unleash the weapon's formidable power. Alternatively, should the master perish. Yet at this moment, Li Hao exhibited no hesitation. With merely a slight exertion, he managed to evoke the true might of the source divine weapon, the Fire Phoenix spear. The spear itself was commendable, although it felt somewhat unwieldy in his grasp. Shaking his head, he chuckled, realizing that the spear was named Rending Divine, not Fire Phoenix, but rather a reflection of Ho Xiaoqing's unique technique. The spear was indeed a manifestation of the Rending Divine technique. This technique seemed vaguely familiar, reminiscent of something he had encountered in ancient texts. As Li Hao pondered while walking, he felt his mind growing sluggish, a haze settling over him. Never mind, after all, I have no need for a spear. The Fire Phoenix spear, however, was remarkably obedient, allowing Li Hao to wield it freely, even as he treated it like a walking stick, without any sign of protest. Had it been Hao Lianchuan, he would have been engulfed in flames by the spear's wrath long ago. At that moment, in the Hengduan Canyon, Ho Xiaoqing abruptly halted, gazing toward the distant Baiwa city. His brow slightly furrowed. Li Hao, he murmured. This young man, a mere descendant of the 8 great families, seemed to have undergone some transformation. My spear intent has dissipated. It happened more swiftly than anticipated. Was it a formidable opponent who shattered my spear intent, or could it be Li Hao himself? If it were a powerful adversary, it need not be elaborated upon. It merely signifies the remnants of their intent, not indicating that they could vanquish me. But if Li Hao has triumphed over his own intent, does this suggest that he surpasses me, even at the same level? First Yuan Shua, and now Li Hao's lineage. Are they truly this formidable? Ho Xiaoqing suddenly smiled, filled with anticipation. He yearned for this lineage to flourish, to reach his own level, for only then might clarity be achieved. If it is indeed Li Hao who has shattered his own spear intent, perhaps soon, Silver Moon will witness the emergence of another top-tier martial artist, comparable to the likes of Ba Dao and Tianjian. With a gentle exhale, Ho Xiaoqing vanished from his position. Whether it is Li Hao, he would soon discover upon his return. Chapter 128. The Mask of Suffering. Li Hao stumbled back to the lodging building, having no time to visit Lu Long and the others, collapsing onto the ground to sleep. This slumber was exceptionally deep and sweet. He even dreamt a delightful dream, reminiscent of days gone by, when he and Zhang Yuan secretly barbecued in the backyard. The aroma tantalizingly rich, nearly causing Li Hao to drool. In the dream, upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that the barbecue consisted solely of red shadows. Crisp and delectable, each bite of the red shadows was extraordinarily delightful, filling him with warmth, leading Li Hao to believe he was on fire. Upon realizing it was merely an overflow of his vigorous blood energy, he awoke. Awakened and slightly disoriented, he pondered the implications of consuming red shadows in his dream. Could it truly have some effect? A sense of inner strength surged within me. Upon closer inspection, I was rendered speechless. The small sword lay dimly beside me, yet its energy had been entirely depleted. I gazed up at the heavens, lost in contemplation, slowly coming to a realization. In my slumber, I must have practiced the 5 animals breathing technique. It wasn't that I had overeaten. Rather, I had overindulged in the sword's energy. The meager essence within the small sword had been completely absorbed by me. My body, injured and in need of replenishment, had drawn in the sword's energy. With a look of exasperation, I lamented the fact that I had fancied myself capable of slaying foes or feasting on crimson shadows in my dreams, only to discover that I had merely consumed my own resources, leaving my sword energy depleted once again. However, the injury to my arm had indeed healed. After unleashing that strike, several internal wounds within me had also mended. Such is the fate of one who incurs unnecessary expenses. I shook my head and sighed, resigning myself to the notion that I had unwittingly hosted a feast in my dreams, with Xiao Yuan sharing in half of it. In the past, when finances were scarce, I seldom treated others, yet today I had offered a lavish banquet, which I hoped Xiao Yuan found satisfying. Indeed, I was rather generous. Having come to terms with these thoughts, a smile graced my lips. I took a moment to assess my physical state. My inner strength had indeed grown more formidable, my vitality more robust, my meridians stronger, and my bones more resilient, alleviating much of the heaviness in my heart. I retrieved 3 divine energy stones, crushed them, and noticed the fire phoenix spear stirring with eagerness, yearning to absorb the energy. However, I chose to wield the small sword, activating the 5 animals breathing technique, which reluctantly allowed the sword to absorb the energy. In this instance, the fire phoenix spear settled down. If the small sword grew hungry, it might very well consider dining on the legs of a phoenix. The 3 divine energy stones replenished some of the sword's energy, and as I inspected the 5 divine energy stones within my ring, a frown creased my brow. My expenditures were far too rapid. It hadn't been long since I possessed so many stones. Had I not acquired some through conquest, I would have already exhausted my funds. Were these ancient weapons voracious consumers? Once again, I attuned myself to my physical being, and after a moment, my gaze fixated upon my lungs. In that region, something peculiar seemed to have manifested. I concentrated intently, pondering whether it was an essence, but it appeared to be something more complex. Following my earlier sword strike, a culmination of power had led me to believe I had grasped the essence of the 3rd force, the golden sword force. Yet, the anomaly within my lungs did not seem to conform entirely to that notion. As divine intent unfolded, I quietly contemplated. After a brief moment, my expression shifted. It indeed resembled a force. However, my foundational force was that of a mountain, while the fire force represented a tiger. I had assumed the golden sword force might resemble a phoenix or a bird, given its derivation from the technique of avian transformation, making the appearance of a bird rather reasonable. Yet, that was not the case. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as merely a point, a sphere the size of a marble. Was it a sphere, or merely a dot? I was utterly perplexed. Why did the golden sword force manifest in such a form? This was not how it should be. Both force and secret techniques are intricately linked to perception, regardless of whether it pertains to secret arts or understanding. The golden sword force ought not to be merely a point. Furrowing my brow, I pondered whether I had failed to successfully coalesce it. Once again, one might ponder whether the initial understanding was merely superficial, leading to such a predicament due to insufficient strength. After some contemplation, he resolved to give it a try. That was gradually maneuvered into his lungs, the locking force. Li Hao prepared to establish the 3rd locking force. When the golden sword force entered his lungs, it remained surprisingly quiet and appeared feeble. Li Hao found this peculiar, for he sensed that the golden sword force should not be weak. Yet, the reality was that whether faced with the might of a mountain or the ferocity of a tiger, both would struggle violently upon entering the 5 viscera locking force. However, the golden sword force exhibited no such resistance. Very well, let us see. A substantial chain of energy emerged in Li Hao's lungs, a super energy lock. This super energy lock advanced towards the small sphere. Previously, both the tiger and the mountain would thrash about, but this time, the sphere remained unerringly still, allowing the chain to approach. Just as Li Hao began to feel anxious, suddenly, in an instant, a flash of light erupted from his lung. The speed was so rapid that Li Hao barely had time to react. In the next moment, a sharp crack resonated in his mind. The impact rendered his body battered and bruised, with Li Hao spitting blood and his complexion paling. At that moment, the light vanished. Li Hao's expression shifted dramatically. Within his divine perception, a monumental transformation occurred in his lungs. The golden dot reverted to its original state, eerily tranquil and immobile. Yet, the massive super energy lock had visibly developed a fissure upon its chain. Li Hao turned pale with dread. In that instant, he swiftly commanded the super energy lock to conceal itself, hastily extricating the small light from his lungs, his face awash with trepidation and shock. Good heavens! An explosion of utmost intensity. This entity had resorted to treachery, erupting instantaneously, nearly severing my super energy lock. The repercussions of a broken super energy lock in the lungs were unfathomable. Li Hao would instantaneously transform into a super energy wielder, a master of metal energy. But was that the outcome he sought? After all the struggles to reach this juncture, having comprehended 3 forces, His martial journey had seemed like a walk in the park. Now, with the potential lock fracturing, he might swiftly ascend to become a formidable super-energy wielder. Yet, was that truly his desire? Li Hao, filled with apprehension, sensed the damage inflicted upon the super-energy lock in his lungs. A crack had appeared, and faintly, energy seemed to leak, reforming his lungs. He dared not be careless. This was not a favorable development, at least not at this moment. The super-energy lock might eventually be broken, but not now. It represented a means of locking potential. Once shattered, one would either become a super-energy wielder or completely unleash their latent capabilities. Li Hao had yet to reach that threshold. He swiftly channeled internal energy into his lungs and, not stopping there, hurriedly shattered a divine energy stone to commence energy absorption. Although the metal energy had been depleted, the divine energy stone possessed the ability to enhance the entire body. He rapidly replenished his lungs with this internal energy, vital essence, and power. Li Hao was astounded. His lungs, having absorbed 1,000 units of metal energy, were unable to accommodate the point transformed from the golden sword force. The point erupted with a force so intense that it surpassed even that of the fire tiger force. In that moment, Li Hao gained some insight into this newly emerged force. This is what he comprehended, an unparalleled explosive power. Though it may seem harmless at first glance, in an instant, it can unleash a force stronger than even the mightiest of three. Even if this power is merely a nascent insight, it is indeed formidable. Li Hao gasped. If his superpower lock were to weaken even slightly, it would lead to complications. Yet, with such intensity, his lungs could hardly accommodate it. He had two choices: either continue to strengthen his internal organs, particularly his lungs, or allow the golden sword force to exist independently. Unable to merge with the fire tiger force or the earth sword force into a cohesive whole, thus forced to act alone. How could 1,000 square lung fail to contain you? Li Hao sensed the fragment of divine intent within. He had believed the fierce tiger force to be quite domineering and powerful, only to discover that the golden sword force's explosive potential surpassed even that. Strength is indeed a double-edged sword. Li Hao sighed in resignation, experiencing both pain and joy. He relished the power. Yet the overwhelming force that his lungs could not accommodate posed a dilemma. Presently, the enhancement of his internal organs had reached a precarious balance. It was not impossible to strengthen further, as he could acquire some mysterious energy. However, with the internal organs so robust, the surge of vital energy necessitated bolstering his physical body and bones to keep pace. Consequently, his demand for sword energy increased. Extracting mysterious energy also required sword energy. In summary, he was rapidly depleting his resources. The wind and thunder energy acquired from the night watchman amounted to a staggering 1,200 squares, which Li Hao had yet to absorb. At this moment, he had just consumed a piece of divine energy stone, leaving him with 4. Adding to that, the little sword had absorbed 3, so even if he consumed all, it would only amount to 7 pieces of energy, which would barely suffice for converting all the mysterious energy. The little sword was costly, and so was the body, draining Li Hao, once a wealthy man, to his limits. With a sigh, he temporarily set aside the notion of enhancing his internal organs. The golden sword force could not yet be assimilated. It was overwhelming. Nevertheless, the wind and thunder energy could be absorbed first to strengthen his bones and body. Otherwise, as his internal organs and forces grew more potent, his physical body would become a liability. Though his internal strength was gradually accumulating, this process was slow, and immediate results depended on sword energy. Glancing out the window, he noted the darkness of night. A quick look at the clock revealed it was past 3 o'clock. At this hour, it was impractical to seek out others. Li Hao decided to move on, retrieving his energy storage ring to absorb the wind and thunder energy. The 3 pieces of divine energy stones recently consumed by the little sword would likely be insufficient. He hoped the remaining pieces could be fully absorbed before they ran out. His body needed to grow stronger before he could reinforce his internal organs, which were evidently far more advanced than his physical form. If the internal organs were too weak, they would fail to support him. If they were too strong, the burden on his body would be excessive. Balance was essential. Otherwise, he would either become a frail specter, coughing incessantly, or a delicate scholar, vulnerable to the fierce surge of vital energy. With that, Li Hao resumed his cultivation. The joy of comprehending the essence has also begun to recede. The emergence of the golden sword's essence, while enhancing his power to some extent, remains inconspicuous. The crux lies in his inability to integrate this sword essence into the grand scheme of swordsmanship, preventing him from cultivating his spirit. Ultimately, he still finds himself lacking, as financial constraints hinder his progress. In truth, he has amassed considerable resources, including a wealth of divine energy stones and mysterious energies. Yet this cannot sustain Li Hao's fervent desire for rapid enhancement and voracious absorption. Throughout the night, Li Hao persistently absorbed the powers of wind and thunder, leading to the fortification of his physical form. Previously, his body, manifesting as a sword, often succumbed to fragmentation due to its inadequacy in bearing the embodiment of essence. Now, with increased strength, any reckless use of his corporeal form as a sword could result in devastating destruction. Thus, the reinforcement of his physical body and bones becomes an imperative task. As dawn broke, Li Hao continued to absorb thunderous energy, feeling the crackling of his bones as the energy enveloped them, undergoing a process of refinement. After a considerable duration, the tempest subsided. Upon opening his eyes, he sensed a significant enhancement in the strength of his bones, yet a deep sigh escaped him, tinged with helplessness. He had absorbed a total of 1,200 units of wind and thunder energy, expending over 3 divine energy stones in the process. 3 stones were insufficient. In the latter part of the night, he shattered 2 more divine energy stones, leaving him with only 2 remaining. 1 stone was of the dark attribute, and the other of the light. Initially, he contemplated absorbing them himself to test their effects, but reconsidered. With the sword energy within his small sword depleted, he felt uneasy. Sword energy served as his utmost safeguard. Earning money is merely a means to spend, and using money to strengthen oneself before earning more creates a virtuous cycle. Li Hao reassured himself. Resolving to act, he shattered the last 2 divine energy stones, allowing his small sword to absorb their essence. Consequently, his divine energy stones were entirely exhausted, along with the mysterious energy in his possession. Yet, all this endeavor was not in vain. The significant cost incurred resulted in his comprehension of the third essence, further fortifying his physical body and bones, enhancing his strength beyond what it once was. Next, he could perhaps slightly strengthen his internal organs. He aimed to swiftly integrate the golden sword's essence into his internal organs. Should he succeed in fusing the 3 essences, Li Hao believed he would reach a pinnacle in the realm of the 3 suns, at least not weaker than the formidable Huang Jie he had previously encountered. At that point, he might surpass his earlier confrontation with Yuan Shuo wielding the 7-eyebrow staff, during which his teacher had achieved a fusion of 2 essences. In contrast, Li Hao, having accomplished the fusion of 3 essences, might, according to his thoughts and judgments, exhibit greater strength than his teacher, albeit limited. The true measure of strength would ultimately depend on practical combat, as his teacher possessed far greater experience. His teacher had departed on the 27th, and today marked September 13th. Li Hao found himself lost in contemplation, feeling as though an eternity had passed. In reality, merely 16 days had elapsed. 16 days prior, his teacher had been an unparalleled figure. Now, after this span, should his teacher have made no advancements, Li Hao felt he could engage in a contest of strength with him. In these 16 days, could his teacher have achieved the cultivation of the third essence? His internal organs are not particularly strong, yet it is rumored that he has slain numerous members of the Red Moon, thereby fortifying his inner strength. Should the blood god seeds be abundant, it is conceivable that the master has already completed the 3rd fusion of powers. Yuan Shuo as fusion is not overly complicated. With enhanced internal organs, the process of integration is straightforward, requiring no deep comprehension or experimentation. One simply needs to insert them directly. Thus, if the blood god seeds are sufficiently plentiful, not only the 3rd but even the 4th and 5th fusions could be feasible. A fleeting thought just emerged, but it quickly dissipated. The likelihood remains that he cannot surpass the master, unless he himself completes the 5 powers fusion at a faster pace. Rising to his feet, he found his augmented physique somewhat disconcerting, yet it did not take long for Li Hao to adapt. His divine intent is formidable. The 3 powers now manifest as 4. Li Hao's divine intent continues to strengthen, his spirit growing robust, while his physical body remains relatively frail, causing little discomfort. Typically, martial artists strengthen their bodies first before honing their divine intent. However, Li Hao has seemingly reversed this order. His divine intent is growing increasingly potent. At this moment, if left uncontrolled, A full eruption of his divine intent would likely overwhelm an average opponent. Stepping out of the small building, he was greeted by the bright sunshine. In the distance, the shouts of martial artists reverberated through the air, signaling the commencement of practice. Li Hao felt in good spirits, thinking that the captain must have already arrived, further uplifting his mood. What a splendid day it is. Before Lu Long could arrive, and without even stepping outside, a figure flickered and materialized at the entrance. The steward, Yu, bore a cold expression, evidently having arrived quite early. Where is the fire phoenix spear? Li Hao grimaced, finding her rather stingy. He had never claimed he wouldn't return it. Extending his hand, a long spear appeared, which he casually tossed towards the steward. Having experienced all it had to offer, the fire phoenix spear seemed less useful now. Aside from its innate strength, it held little value to him, and he was too apathetic to keep it. The steward caught it deftly, her gaze shifting slightly. She glanced at Li Hao and remarked, "It seems you have undergone some changes. Did you activate the fire phoenix spear? The department has already sealed this weapon. How did you manage to activate it?" "Absolutely not. That would be a blatant falsehood." The steward furrowed her brow but chose not to pursue the matter further, as long as the fire phoenix spear was returned intact. That sufficed. She scrutinized Li Hao once more, her tone icy as she said, "I have heard that you have been training day and night. While diligence is commendable, relentless toil without respite is not advisable." Li Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging her wisdom. "Indeed, starting today, I shall cease my training." The steward remained silent, though she cast a few more glances at Li Hao, noting his improved spirits. Evidently, he had made considerable progress. The aura of melancholy that had once lingered around him seemed to have dissipated. "I shall take my leave now. Additionally, refrain from wandering unnecessarily for the time being." A surge of powerful individuals from the Red Moon has flooded into Silver Moon to counter the encirclement by the 4 major institutions. In the 19 northern provinces, Red Moon warriors are gathering here. Hao Lianchuan was injured last night, and the Night Watch suffered some losses. All 4 major institutions have been impacted, and negotiations are underway regarding whether to abandon their previous plans to continue the siege. You are a thorn in the side of the Red Moon, so exercise caution. They lack the audacity to enter White Moon City. Li Hao's gaze flickered. Has a multitude of formidable warriors from the Red Moon arrived? Indeed. Chief Steward, you nodded, but then furrowed her brow slightly. In truth, the 4 major organizations have not eliminated many of the Red Moon's strong fighters. Yet, some individuals have covertly taken action, and the Blood God has indeed drawn attention. The true reason for the Red Moon's gathering in Silver Moon is not due to our efforts. The strength of the 4 major organizations is limited. Even if we possess powerful members, most remain hidden. Thus, the impact on the Red Moon is not as significant as one might think. Although we have eliminated several superhumans beneath the 3rd sun, the Red Moon has lost only a few, and their disappearance is not largely related to the Night Watchers. Hao Lianchuan himself is merely at the mid-stage of the 3rd sun. It is no simple task to slay a 3rd sun warrior. Had the 4 major organizations launched a siege, Blue Moon might not have made such a drastic decision. However, this time, it is not solely the 4 major organizations that are involved. The Silver Moon martial world, various martial artists, and even the realms of Yama and Skywalker have secretly intervened, prompting Blue Moon to gather numerous powerful individuals in a desperate gamble. In the 19 provinces of the north, are there many strong fighters from the Red Moon? Yes. Chief Steward, you remained composed. Even if each province sends 30 to 50 individuals, that amounts to nearly 1,000 superhumans. On the side of the Red Moon, they are all beginning with the moon shade, and many are under the radiant sun. Even if there are just 2 or 3 in one province, the count could reach several dozen. It is said that Su Guang may have infiltrated the northern 3 provinces, where he was originally stationed. But the situation in the northern 3 provinces is currently chaotic. Thus, the intelligence department speculates that Su Guang might also be arriving. So do your utmost to avoid leaving the city. I understand. Li Hao nodded solemnly. Su Guang, a force to be reckoned with. Not only is the 3 forces yet to merge, but even if they did, he would not stand a chance against Su Guang. Li Hao was acutely aware that with the merging of the 3 forces, he could contend with the pinnacle of the 3rd sun, perhaps even have a chance to defeat them. Yet, facing Su Guang with the merged forces would be utterly futile. Previously, when contending with a pinnacle 3rd sun warrior, he had utilized a dual force merger alongside the Blood Blade technique, and the outcome was merely a stalemate. He was still lacking in strength. Had it not been for Hao Lianchuan's timely intervention, he might not have managed to subdue Huang Jie. Thus, upon hearing that Su Guang might be on the move, Li Hao felt a wave of anxiety. Be cautious. A confrontation is unwise. Of course, what was there to fear? He had no fear of the Red Moon's warriors. Their initial instinct upon encountering him would be to capture him alive, with less murderous intent. This was why Li Hao felt relatively secure. However, if it were Su Guang from Skywalker or Yama, he would genuinely fear for his life. Chief Steward Yu merely offered a reminder. Li Hao was no child and had his own thoughts, so she refrained from saying more and turned to leave. Yet, Li Hao pondered for a moment before speaking. Chief Steward, what are your thoughts if I were to lead an ambush against the purple moon? Chief Steward Yu halted her steps, turned back, and regarded Li Hao with her icy gaze. Such a trivial provocation is tiresome. Do not test me repeatedly. I have long since departed from the Red Moon, and your affairs do not pique my interest. When I left, the Red Moon was merely an organization operating in the shadows. As for the current purple moon, I am not well acquainted. I have had no communication with the Black Widow for many years. Are you satisfied? Li Hao quickly replied, I am quite satisfied. Please do not misunderstand, Chief Steward. I only fear for the safety of my own people. Chief Steward Yu took a few steps, contemplated, and then turned back to look at Li Hao once more. Additionally, it is best not to entertain such notions. In the present day, Ziyue may very well be the daughter of Yinghong Yu, though I cannot ascertain this with certainty. The personality of the Black Spider is rather peculiar, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to persuade her to bear a child. Is Yinghong Yu truly so insatiable? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Chief Steward Yu chuckled, remarking, Yinghong Yu is indeed an intriguing individual. Your assertion regarding his appetites is not entirely unfounded. Recently, your master dispatched one of his sons. Yet, Yinghong Yu boasts a plentiful progeny, with his offspring numbering nearly 80, if not 100. However, Ziyue perhaps holds considerable importance, distinct from the worthless individual who was recently slain. Such a stud. Li Hao inhaled sharply, realizing that Yinghong Yu had an astonishing lineage, with close to 100 children. If grandchildren and great-grandchildren were included, he had inadvertently created a colossal organization comprising thousands. Astonishing. While it had always been said that Yinghong Yu was a notorious figure, Li Hao had only now grasped that he was also a notorious libertine. Understanding dawned upon him. He nodded, feeling a surge of delight within. The thought of Yinghong Yu's daughters? Even better. This would certainly add weight to any threats or actions taken against him. Yinghong Yu might not bat an eye at the loss of his lesser offspring, such as the one his master had dispatched who was merely at the initial stage of the Three-Sun realm. However, should Ziyue meet a similar fate, Yinghong Yu would likely erupt in fury. Chief Steward Yu furrowed her brow, puzzled by Li Hao's thoughts, yet she understood little of what he comprehended. Regardless, she dismissed it. Soon, Chief Steward Yu vanished from Li Hao's sight. She had come solely to retrieve the Fire Phoenix spear. Moments later, Li Hao encountered Lu Long and the others, his face finally breaking into a joyous smile. Boss, Sister Lu, Brother Chao, Brother Jian. Li Hao greeted with warmth, stepping forward with outstretched arms. Lu Long, still somewhat unaccustomed, was about to embrace him when Li Hao sidestepped, instead embracing Lu Yan, leaving Lu Long momentarily stunned. Lu Yan, smiling charmingly, inquired, what has prompted this sudden enthusiasm? Li Hao merely allowed the brief contact before laughing heartily. It has been ages since I last saw Sister Lu, and you appear even more radiant. Had I known, I would have visited a few days ago. Is it the encounter with the boss that has lifted your spirits? Lu Yan shot him a glance of disapproval. Choosing not to respond, Lu Long also refrained from engaging in this line of conversation, observing Li Hao with a serious demeanor. Have you been training these past few days? Have you made any progress? Not too bad. Li Hao replied cheerfully, it's been rather average. I am still not on par with my master. What do you mean by that? Lu Long felt a twinge of frustration. Are you suggesting you might be able to rival your master? When he departed, he took down Qi Mei Gun, a figure comparable to the pinnacle of the Three-Sun realm. Are you implying you might achieve such feats? Boss, your timing is impeccable. I have something to discuss, Li Hao interjected. I wish to meet with Wang Hengong to request some personnel, and see if there are any formidable warriors from the Iron Clothes sect who might join my team. I intend to form a defense unit alongside Brother Jian. With the black armor in play, it would be impenetrable. Even the Three Suns would be rendered speechless. Wang Hengong. Lu Long frowned. Are you well acquainted with him? Not particularly. But as long as you're familiar with him, that suffices. Silence ensued. Lu Long was indeed quite familiar with Wang Hengong, who had spent many years in Silver City. However, Lu Long furrowed his brow and remarked, "Although I am quite acquainted with him, we had a falling out years ago. He insisted on leaving Silver City, while I chose to remain, which led to some unpleasantness. Nonetheless, it is better to resolve grievances than to let them fester, right, boss? Does he have any subordinates?" "Certainly, he does," Lu Long explained. "That fellow is a formidable warrior of the Iron Robe sect, having achieved a perfect mastery of the 100 breaks many years ago. He is quite renowned as a martial artist in the vicinity. When he departed, he took with him several powerful warriors from the inspection division, which is why that division has become increasingly weakened. Hence, I harbor a great deal of dissatisfaction towards him. Then let us go meet him. By the way, he is now a formidable warrior at the peak of the Three Suns. We should exercise some courtesy," Lu Long said, taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement without further comment. The peak of the Three Suns? Wang Hengong. Such rapid advancement is astonishing. Considering he had entered the realm of superpowers years ago, it is reasonable that he has attained the Three Suns after several years, given that martial artists inherently possess considerable potential. However, the peak of the Three Suns surpasses my expectations. Li Jie, you and the others converse with those from the Sword Sect first. The boss and I will return shortly." "All right." Li Hao and Lu Long swiftly departed from the martial guard army. This time, instead of walking, Li Hao requested a vehicle from Mu Lin to drive. It was inconceivable that the martial guard army would lack transportation, and Mu Lin generously lent Li Hao his own car. Inside the vehicle, Lu Long took the wheel while Li Hao expressed a desire to drive, but Lu Long declined. Li Hao felt that the boss somewhat underestimated him. During his initial driving experience, he had struggled a bit, but now his strength had significantly increased, and it was not his first time behind the wheel. It seemed inappropriate for the boss to hold such a view of him. Lu Long, undeterred, continued driving and said, "Wang Hengong is a local of Silver City. Not particularly old, roughly my age. He performed quite well as the head of the inspection division. You are aware of the security situation in Silver City after he left. It was only then that I established the Demon Hunter Squad. Prior to that, Wang Hengong and I jointly safeguarded Silver City, and ordinary superpowers dared not cause trouble. We both entered the Night Watchman together, but he successfully advanced while I did not. After his promotion, he was unwilling to leave White Moon City. My discontent with him is not because he did not want to leave, but rather because I suggested establishing a branch in Silver City, with him as the head and us assisting him. At that time, he was a Radiant Dawn, and with him there, the issues would not have been too significant. 4 years ago, Radiant Dawn was among the most esteemed superpowers in Silver Moon. The entire Night Watchman system had very few Radiant Dawns at that time, yet he refused." Li Hao nodded and interjected, "Everyone has their own aspirations. Such matters are inconsequential. If he has manpower, it suffices for him to lend me a few martial artists." Lu Long pondered for a moment and nodded. "If there are seasoned martial artists among them, I might even recognize them." He took away more than 10 warriors who had reached the 10th slash, and one who had transcended the 100 breaks. I wonder if they have since advanced into the realm of superpowers or continued along the path of martial artists. Those individuals were the foundation of the inspection division in Silver City, and now they have all been taken away. Li Hao pondered for a moment before speaking again. Could it be that he knows something? Perhaps that Mu Sun is quite formidable? Since Mu Sun has gone to Silver City, he might feel unconcerned and is attempting to absolve Wang Hengong. This is possibly due to Li Hao having encountered the other party once. That Hey Dan seems rather pleasant, yet one can understand a person's appearance without truly knowing their heart. From Lu Long's perspective, the fact that the other party has taken away the strong warriors of the inspection department leaves Silver City in a vulnerable state, which is indeed quite aggravating. However, Lu Long was not particularly angry. He softly remarked, "It matters not, and besides, looking back, his decision to take those individuals away was ultimately beneficial. Had they remained in Silver City, what would it have amounted to? After several years, it would still be the same, without any progress whatsoever. Wu Chao and the others followed me, unwilling to leave, and now you see, had it not been for your support, they would still be at the 10th realm." With a sigh, he shook his head. Thus, perhaps when he took those people away, he provided everyone with a broader future. There is no point in laying blame. It's just that there lingers an uncomfortable feeling within. As they conversed, the vehicle made its way directly to the inspection department in Baiwest City, not the headquarters. Baiwest City also has its own inspection department. albeit with a presence so faint that most people are unaware of its existence. In the Baiwest City Inspection Department, Wang Hengong was diligently occupied. With a surge of formidable warriors from the Red Moon entering Silver Moon, he, as the director of the Baiwest City Inspection Department, was quite busy, needing to guard against any potential incursions from the Red Moon's powers. Just as he was immersed in his work, a communication device rang. Upon connection, a voice from below conveyed, "Director, there are individuals downstairs wishing to see you. They are a city patrol envoy and an inspection envoy from the night patrol." Night patrol? He was momentarily taken aback, as his dealings with the night patrol were minimal. Why would anyone wish to see him? A city patrol envoy is at least of the sunlight level. What is their name? The reply came. Their surname is Liu, and they claim to be from Silver City. In an instant, Wang Hengong felt a fleeting sense of confusion as he thought of Lu Long, that obstinate fellow. More than 3 years ago, he had chosen to come to Baiwest City. While that man had remained in Silver City, they had shared a good rapport back then. One was the director of the inspection department, and the other was the captain of the law enforcement team, with the entire Silver City under their control, ensuring a commendable order. Their collaboration had spanned many years and had been quite pleasant. Unfortunately, he sighed softly. "Let them come up. Take them to the reception room. I will go down." "Director, as you wish." Wang Hengong rose, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to descend. Lu Long had come to find him. Was it for a fight? Or perhaps to scold him? Or to provoke him? Or maybe to persuade him to return to Silver City? In any case, this fellow had not visited for years, and today's arrival felt ominous. In the reception room, Li Hao appeared calm, while Lu Long seemed somewhat pensive. "Boss, don't worry if things go awry. We can just give him a good beating and leave." Lu Long shot him a glance, somewhat speechless. "This is the inspection department of Baiwest City. You plan to assault their director here? Besides, you've mentioned he is at the peak of the 3 suns. You're quite audacious." Just as he contemplated this, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, clearly intentional. Moments later, the door swung open, and He Dan made his entrance. Wang Hengong had just spotted Li Hao. Realizing that the other individual was indeed Li Hao, he refrained from saying much, casting a glance at Lu Long and smiling. "Old Lu, it has been quite a while." Lu Long shot him a sidelong glance and nodded. "It's been a few years. Shall we have a drink tonight?" "Forget it. Official duties call. I'm busy." The two disregarded Li Hao, who was unconcerned. Lu Long then took the initiative to say, "Don't be shy. There's no need for formalities. Are you aware of the Wu Wei army?" Wang Hengong remained silent, but nodded. "I know. The Wu Wei army has just established a 100-man team and is currently short on personnel. Do you have suitable candidates on your side?" "Yes." Wang Hengong nodded. "The old brothers from back then, you know them all. Aside from a few who have advanced to superpowers, the rest are martial masters. Over 70 have broken the 100 mark, and 9 have reached the 10th realm. Is that enough? If you ask, they would be willing to join you. For these years, they've actually wanted to return to you, but I held them back, saying that when there's a true need, we will go back. Now is not the time. In Silver City, it's too difficult for us to progress." 16 martial masters. Over 70 who have broken the 100 mark. That's not insignificant. Clearly, he assumed Lu Long was joining the Wu Wei army to assemble a team of combat martial masters. Lu Long slightly furrowed his brow and said, "It's not me. It's Li Hao." Wang Hengong was taken aback, turning to look at Li Hao. "Is Li Hao taking on this captaincy? Is Li Hao a combat martial master now?" "Correct." Lu Long interjected, and Li Hao smiled. "By sheer luck, I know that Brother Wang is from Silver City. So I specifically called the boss over to seek some support. Being new here, I'm unfamiliar with the surroundings and can only rely on Brother Wang." "And you?" Wang Hengong looked at Lu Long, who calmly replied, "I'm assisting Li Hao." "Don't look at me like that. He is stronger than you. I've been assisting you for so many years. What's more, it's Li Hao. Ask those old brothers if they are willing to go. Make it clear that it's more dangerous than what you're suggesting. If they are willing, they can go. If not, there's no need to force them. This is a life or death situation, not a stroll in the park." "Do you think they would refuse?" Wang Hengong smiled but still frowned. "Li Hao is right here. It's not that I underestimate him. I just wonder if he is too young." Lu Long was not polite. Looking at Li Hao, "Give him a punch. Let us see how much strength your iron cloth has left." Li Hao's face lit up with excitement. "Is that all right?" Wang Hengong chuckled and nodded. "Trying it out is fine. Li Hao, give it your all. To be honest, I trust Lu Long with my life. But I'm somewhat uneasy handing you over. So give it your all. Brother Wang, You must defend with all your might. Of course, Wang Henggang chuckled. Knowing you are not weak, but I am at the peak of the 3 suns. Do you know that? Li Hao reminded. Really, Brother Wang. You must defend with all your might. I'm quite strong. I've previously defeated a 3 suns. Wang Henggang was momentarily stunned, his eyes flickering as he nodded. Defeated a 3 suns? You shall? Then I must have fought him? Indeed. In the next moment, Li Hao truly unleashed all his strength. Not utilizing the fire sword intent or the earth sword intent, but instead harnessing the instantaneous explosive power of the gold sword intent, delivering a punch. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed, as if the punch struck steel. Yet, the instantaneous explosive power of the gold sword intent was still exceptionally formidable. With a thunderous crash, Wang Heng just flew away, directly smashing a large hole into the wall. Li Hao shrugged and remarked, I told you to give it your all. This punch was in honor of the boss. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Long revealed a smile, his mood seemingly quite good, and the entire inspection department descended into chaos. The next moment, Wang Heng bellowed, No worries, friends are merely sparring. Carry on with your tasks. Moments later, Wang Heng returned, glanced at Li Hao, and nodded, Not bad. You may take him. He has potential. After speaking, he patted his chest as if brushing off dust. I'll change into another outfit. Seems I've torn this one. It's rather unseemly. I'll be back shortly. With that, he turned and walked away. After a few steps, his face suddenly contorted in a grimace, gritting his teeth, and inhaling sharply, causing pain in his lungs. His dark visage was marked by a fierce expression, revealing a mask of agony. Damn, that punch was exceedingly brutal. He felt as if his bones were fracturing, and judging by the opponent's nonchalant demeanor, it was evident that he had not exerted himself fully. If he were to truly give it his all, it would not have been like that. Wang Heng's face was a mask of fury, and someone nearby noticed. Displaying a look of confusion, what happened to the director? Wang Heng swiftly regained his composure. Carry on with your work. With that, he vanished in an instant. Ping! That bastard Lu Long. I wondered why he was so agreeable this time. Turns out he was deliberately setting me up. In the reception room, Li Hao chuckled lightly. Quite formidable. He had encountered several powerful adversaries skilled in defense. Mu Lin and Wang Heng were currently the strongest defensive fighters he had faced, likely practitioners of the iron cloth technique, though one had entered the realm of super abilities while the other remained a martial master. Wang Heng, following the path of super abilities, was likely aligned with the earth element, which corresponded with martial arts. His strength was at the pinnacle of the 3 yang stage, though it remained uncertain how formidable he was within that echelon. Li Hao had seen a few individuals at the 3 yang peak, including Ziyu, the Cycle King, Huang Jie, and Wang Heng. However, their strengths varied significantly. The possession of divine weapons was another measure of strength, and it also depended on whether they were transformed martial masters. For instance, Qi Mei Gun and Hu Dingfang, both formidable figures in the later stages of the 3 yang, gave Li Hao the impression that they were stronger than Huang Jie. Moreover, Wang Heng, who had transitioned from a martial master, might be even stronger as he stood at the 3 yang peak. He was the first martial master transformed individual Li Hao had encountered at this level. The others, Ziyu and the Cycle King, were evidently not martial masters. In that previous punch, despite appearing effortless and seemingly lacking power, Li Hao had actually employed the golden sword momentum, which excels in instantaneous bursts of strength. That punch would undoubtedly not be weak. And with Li Hao's own strength having somewhat improved, even if it did not match the force of the strike he delivered to Mu Lin, the difference was not insurmountable. Mu Lin had been cleaved into the ground that day, his body covered in wounds. Wang Henggang and Li Hao assessed the situation, noting that the worst outcome was merely some minor fractures in the bones. For individuals of their caliber, healing from such injuries was a trivial matter, although pain was inevitable. Li Hao refrained from employing any shockwave power, merely testing his abilities without the intent to kill. Otherwise, internal injuries would have been exacerbated. Lu Long chuckled for a moment before sighing. This individual had indeed made rapid progress in strength, affirming that his decision to come to Baiwest City was not misguided. Remarkably, 7 of the comrades who had accompanied him had transcended the 100 mark. Li Hao smiled and remarked, Boss, is that a lot? We have 3 who have surpassed the 100 mark as well, and with my own achievement in the 1000 category, you have also entered the 1000 realm, while Sister Yun Yao has entered the moon underworld. It seems we are not at a disadvantage, are we? Lu Long chuckled. That is true for now. But it wasn't always like this. We were nearly equal. Li Hao cheerfully noted, Currently, this individual is slightly stronger than you. But reaching the peak of the three suns is a significant challenge. The next step is to attain the dawn light. The difficulty is considerable, yet you still possess ample room for advancement. At the 1,000 level, there are numerous paths to explore and ample opportunities to grow stronger. A robust physique, abundant vitality, profound will, and the enhancement of the internal organs present 4 distinct methods for self-strengthening, each of which has seen practitioners succeed. As for the pinnacle of the three suns, the next challenge lies in breaking through the 5th superpower lock. Whether one can succeed depends largely on fortune. Should one, like Hao Lianchuan, fail to locate the superpower lock, the path forward could become obstructed. Lu Long nodded, choosing not to delve further into that topic, and instead remarked, I hadn't anticipated so many of our brothers would persist in the martial arts. This fellow took 20 individuals with him back then, which suggests that, miraculously, there have been no sacrifices over the years. His voice turned somber as he reflected on this. Those who followed Wang Hengong had nearly all survived, while many who had accompanied him had perished. The Demon Hunter squad had suffered significant losses, as those individuals had chosen to follow him without hesitation. Li Hao interjected. The inspection division is solely responsible for maintaining order within the city. This is Bai West City, teeming with powerful individuals. The primary responsibilities lie with the Night Watch. And with the military present, who would dare to wreak havoc in Bai West City? Engaging in routine tasks naturally incurs minimal losses. Boss, the situation is not the same. Acknowledging Li Hao's attempt to console him, Lu Long quickly adjusted his mindset. His attitude had generally been stable. However, today, upon arriving here and encountering old friends with whom he had previously disagreed, he felt a sense of disparity. They had grown stronger, and the brothers they led remained mostly unscathed, while he found himself comparatively weaker, having suffered heavy casualties among his own comrades. Li Hao refrained from further persuasion and contemplated the situation. With 30 from the Sword Gate, if all 16 here were willing to join, that would total 46. Adding Lu Long, Lu Yin, Wu Chao, and Chun Jian, excluding himself, would bring the count to exactly 50. A team of 100 would thus be half complete. This did not account for the 37 warriors from the military guard that Jin Chang had promised to mobilize. Including them would yield a total of 87, leaving only a small shortfall. However, for now, Li Hao had no intention of calling upon the military guard. While others diligently train, your interference may breed discontent. 50 individuals are, in fact, sufficient. Adding oneself makes it 51. A formidable assembly of 20 skilled warriors who have transcended the 100 ranks and 29 who have mastered the 10th realm. The proportion of those surpassing the 100 is commendable. Indeed, compared to other teams of 100, this ratio of those in the 10th realm remains notably high. With the protection of the black armor, the wearers of the 10th realm possess formidable defensive capabilities. By the way, can the black armor be activated? It should be possible. Perhaps it was crafted by Ho Xiaoqing. Previously, Li Hao attempted to sever it, but it proved quite difficult to dismantle. Only the stellar sword displaying sufficient might. Should all 29 adept warriors ascend to break the 100, their success would solely depend on the strength of their internal energy, unrelated to external pressures. The blood god, sword energy, divine energy stones, and various mysterious energies enhance the prowess of those in the 10th realm, yielding remarkable results. At this moment, Li Hao's foremost aspiration is to elevate the entire team to the level of breaking the 100. With the addition of the black armor, they would form a powerful battalion. When facing the daylight, there would be no cause for concern. 2 or 3 who have transcended the 100 working in unison could undoubtedly vanquish daylight, provided their speed aligns. However, these warriors still lag in swiftness, unable to match their adversaries. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Wang Hengong entered, clad in a fresh outfit, a smile gracing his countenance. With a casual wave, the recently damaged wall was instantaneously restored. The Earth-based superpower is truly formidable, a master in construction. At this moment, Wang Hengong took the opportunity to scrutinize Li Hao closely, exclaiming, "Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. With your prowess, perhaps only the Golden Lance could rival you among the martial guard." After a moment of reflection, he seated himself and turned to Lu Long, inquiring, "So, what prompted your visit to Bai West City? When I called upon you previously, you were reluctant, yet now, with Li Hao's invitation, you are willing." Lu Long scoffed. Was the timing then comparable to now? Back then, superpowers ran rampant, and now, many have been eradicated. The four major institutions are actively purging them. And those rogue superpowers dare not stir trouble. Years ago, those rogue superpowers were reckless, committing acts of violence. Had I departed then, Silver City would have been in ruins. Old Lu, I understand your concerns, but Mu Sun is formidable in his own right. His presence ensures Silver City's safety, Li Hao interjected. Wang Hengong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, that rotund fellow is as shameless as his brother. I am acquainted with Mu Lin as well, and we have exchanged blows. Though I held a slight edge, he is still remarkably strong. Wang Hengong chose not to dwell on past grievances, recognizing that both sides have merits, and neither is entirely right nor wrong. Old Lu, I will arrange for someone to report to the martial guard tomorrow. Knowing you are here, no one will refuse. He then turned to Li Hao, saying, as comrades from Silver City, Li Hao, let us be pragmatic. Those from our hometown tend to be more reliable than outsiders, so we must extend our support. I am somewhat acquainted with the situation regarding the Wu Wei army. The dangers they face are considerably greater than those encountered at the inspection department. However, many of those old comrades are not as young as they once were. And if they do not take the plunge now, they may never have another opportunity. In fact, I had contemplated the Wu Wei army stepping into the limelight and considered integrating them into our operations. The fact that you and Lao Lu have managed to establish a foothold within the Wu Wei army surpasses my expectations. His swift agreement is attributable to this very consideration. Indeed, he had previously deliberated on the notion of allowing those individuals to develop within the Wu Wei army. Currently, aside from the Wu Wei army, other sectors predominantly feature superpowered individuals, while martial practitioners are not particularly in demand. He had already conferred with those individuals regarding this matter, hence he did not inquire further. Knowing the situation was manageable. Now, it aligns even more with his intentions. Even if Li Hao is unfamiliar with them, Lu Long certainly is not. Individuals like Lu Yin were once comrades, and most of those he took with him were from the enforcement team. It can be said that Li Hao's arrival is serendipitous. Thus, it is settled. Lu Long rose to depart, having reached an agreement, and felt no desire to engage further with Wang Hengong. However, Wang Hengong intercepted him, asking, why the rush? It has been years since we last met. Let us share a meal together. I would rather not dine with you, Lu Long replied. Wang Hengong chuckled, glancing at Li Hao, who shrugged, indicating that the decision lay with the leader. Wang Hengong laughed, saying, let us have a meal. Once we finish, the old comrades will head to the Wu Wei army, and I will ensure they bring some fine gifts for you. What kind of gifts? Li Hao inquired. The superpower net. Wang Hengong elucidated. The inspection department has not been stagnant over the years. There has been progress, albeit limited. Besides martial practitioners and superpowers, we have also developed some unique weapons, but the superpower net is truly remarkable. This was dispatched from the central region. Even ordinary individuals can utilize it. It is a vast net infused with icy crystalline elements, crafted from a blend of ice crystal powder and other special materials. Once ensnared, even the might of the sunlit cannot prevail. Not only does it suppress their strength, but it also disrupts their mysterious energies significantly. Lu Long raised an eyebrow. Why is there none in Silver City? The quantity is scarce. The night watchers took some, and the inspection department is left with only 3 nets. I will have one brought to you tomorrow. The crafting process is quite extraordinary. It is virtually impossible to replicate. Li Hao expressed his curiosity. Is it only effective against the sunlit? Indeed, it becomes exceedingly challenging to contend with the Sanyang phase, Wang Hengong replied. To have developed such a means of controlling the sunlit within a span of 20 years signifies substantial progress. For the lower and middle tiers, the sunlit represents the pinnacle, and the Sanyang rarely presents itself to the public. This net should suffice, albeit its limited quantity. The central region did distribute over 10 nets. The inspection department acquired some, and the night watchers took their share. Securing 3 is a feat, primarily due to the efforts of the White Moon City Inspection Department. Lu Long pondered for a moment before nodding. Then let us share a meal. Wang Hengong beamed, not bothering to go out, and simply called for preparations to be made for their meal at the inspection department. As the head of the White Moon City Inspection Department, his authority was unassailable. Noon. In the internal cafeteria of the inspection division, on the 2nd floor, Wang Hengong, who usually abstains from alcohol, had prepared a considerable amount of liquor today, insisting on pouring drinks for Lu Long, who likewise refrains from drinking, but at this moment did not refuse. Old Lu, he began earnestly, to speak from the heart. My decision to remain here years ago was partly to secure some opportunities for the people of Yitang. Whether you believe it or not, I have no reason to deceive you. At that time, the provincial authorities spoke of merging and relocating various small towns, yet in Baiwest City, no one could advocate for Yitang. No one would assist us. I chose to stay, seeking opportunities, and after several years, with considerable strength, I ascended to the position of director of the inspection division in Baiwest City. If we were to discuss relocation now, I could at least have a voice. Wang Hengong scoffed. Those fellows back then claimed that the people of Yitang should be resettled because we had no one in power above us. If we had someone in authority, how many people would Yitang truly have? With a population of 1 million, Baiwest City boasts over 30 million residents. It would be effortless to mobilize some superpowered individuals to create a small city near Baiwest, accommodating 1 million people without any difficulty. Beyond Baiwest City lies fertile land, much of which is now fallow. The people of Yitang are resilient. If they can settle down, they could restore their vitality within a few years. Lu Long remained silent, knowing the truth of the matter. However, if Wang Hengong were to rise further, reaching a position akin to Kongjie, then even a mere relocation of Yitang's small populace could be settled with just his word. Li Hao, who also seldom drank, took a sip, feeling the fiery burn. He clicked his tongue and followed it with a drink of tea before chuckling. Brother Wang, why fixate on Baiwest City? Although Yitang is small, it is surrounded by open land, and we can expand in all directions. Once upon a time, Yitang was the capital of Silver Moon. We, the people of Yitang, must empower ourselves and take charge. Why should the migration be one-sided, with them moving to Yitang instead? Such ambition, Wang Hengong exclaimed with a hearty laugh, treating it as a jest. Li Hao was indeed formidable, as was he. Yitang had produced some strong individuals. Yet, to re-establish Silver Moon Province with Yitang at its core seemed nearly impossible. The surrounding area of Yitang lacked spaciousness. It had once been sizable, but some old districts had been abandoned. After all, it was once the capital. However, Yitang now faced inconvenient transportation and outdated infrastructure, with mountains to the north and rumors of other nations beyond them. To migrate to Yitang would indeed be to court disaster. Moreover, Wang Hengong was acutely aware of the number of strong individuals in Baiwest City, each one concealed in the shadows. As one of them, he understood the situation quite well. Li Hao, you speak of dreams. Young man, after just a sip, you seem somewhat intoxicated. Suddenly, Lu Long, filled with bravado, interjected, Wang, while you may perceive this as a joke, I take it seriously. Why is it not possible? Yitang is not necessarily inferior to any other place. Not to mention becoming a capital again. Why not have 2 cores in one province? The Hengduan Gorge could serve as a boundary. To the south, Baiwest City would dominate, while to the north, Yitang could reign supreme. What is impossible about that? The construction of a new cross-sectional bridge aims to connect the north and south. Silver Moon is inherently suited for a dual-core system, yet currently, the focus rests solely on White Moon City. The northern 16 cities have long endured great hardship. Interestingly, Silver Moon's 32 cities are divided by the transverse canyon, with 16 cities in the north and 16 in the south. In the past, it was indeed a dual-core system, which was later abandoned in favor of Silver City. Presently, the northern 16 cities are struggling, while the southern 16 cities, under the influence of White Moon City and bolstered by the rapid rise of Radiant City, are generally more affluent, with a greater number of strong individuals. Dual-core? Wang Heng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Let us strive in that direction. He refrained from discouraging them, as he too entertained the thought, although he recognized the immense challenges involved. This issue transcends mere strength. It encompasses human and material resources, alongside a myriad of livelihood concerns, all of which are quite complex to resolve. After the meal, some past misunderstandings lingered, yet no one brought them up again. Having finished their meal, Li Hao and his companion took their leave. In the car, as they journeyed home, Li Hao drove while Lu Long leaned back in his seat, lost in thought. After some time, Li Hao jolted the vehicle over a large stone, startling Lu Long from his reverie. Lu Long, unfazed, suddenly asked, Li Hao, do you think the boast I made earlier can be realized? Is it difficult? Li Hao chuckled, rolled down the window, and with a mere gesture, shattered the stone beneath the wheels, continuing to drive forward. A dual-core system would indeed align with the interests of Silver Moon, yet with the emergence of superpowers, Minister Ho and his colleagues are reluctant to split their focus, leaving room for others to exploit. In terms of financial and material resources, as well as manpower, Silver Moon possesses them all. What is lacking is a formidable presence in the north. If we were to reach Minister Ho's level, we wouldn't need White Moon City to contribute anything. If we propose this idea, White Moon City would naturally accommodate us. Lu Long drifted back into thought. Is it possible to eliminate Radiant Sun with a single shot? Seizing the moment, Li Hao spoke up. Boss, I've thought it through. Let's spend the next few days getting acquainted and honing our skills. In a few days, we should lead our team across the Transverse Canyon to the north. To cleanse the superpowers in the northern 16 cities? Li Hao continued with a smile. In the south, with the 4 major organizations present, we can hardly thrive. Thus, we must venture north. Moreover, the north is our old stronghold in Silver City, where numerous superpowers are likely still active. Additionally, I've considered that our 100-member team should henceforth be known as the Demon Hunter Regiment. Silver City's Demon Hunter Regiment sounds cumbersome. And since few from Sword Gate are affiliated with Silver City, let's simply call it the Demon Hunter Regiment. Li Hao beamed. We cannot allow our small team to fade away. The mission of our Demon Hunter Regiment remains to uphold justice. Suddenly, Lu Long found himself in a daze, gazing at Li Hao, speechless for a long while. The Demon Hunter team he had painstakingly built was not lost after all. Li Hao's unexpected choice of name for the new force took him by surprise. Boss. Yes. Lu Long suddenly perked up, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Shall we indeed call it the Demon Hunter Regiment? Of course. Li Hao replied with a smile. Instead of returning home right now, let me take you to see the sea. What do you say, boss? Gazing at the sea, Lu Long's eyes flickered with movement as he nodded. Then let us go see the sea. It had been quite a while since his last visit. The Moon Sea lay several thousand meters away from the Wu Wei army, where a vehicle came to a halt. Ahead, the sandy beach stretched forth, and beyond it, an endless expanse of ocean awaited. Li Hao parked the car and stepped out, his leather boots sinking deep into the sand. He gazed into the distance, pondering aloud. Is this merely a tributary of the Great Sea? It seems boundless. Yet is this merely a branch of the Northern Sea? His vision could extend far, but no matter how far he looked, an endpoint eluded him. And this, after all, was merely a tributary of the Northern Sea. How magnificent must the Northern Sea be? At this moment, the sea was tranquil, lacking the grand waves and surging tides that people often spoke of. Lu Long exited the vehicle, casting his gaze afar, and chuckled. The Moon Sea is vast. Yet it is said that the Northern Sea is even more magnificent. I have never been to the Northern Sea. I have only glimpsed the Moon Sea. He continued, alas. Today there are no waves. Otherwise, what you would witness would be quite different. Though the Moon Sea is but a tributary, when the waves crash, it can be terrifying indeed. Boss, have your water wave techniques improved lately? Mediocre. How about you take a dip in the sea? Lu Long looked at Li Hao, somewhat bewildered. The water wave techniques are more suited to places with water, boss. Currently, there are no waves. As a combatant of considerable renown, a terrestrial deity in a tranquil setting, why not create some waves for me to witness the true might of a terrestrial deity? Upon hearing this, Lu Long was momentarily taken aback. What? You want me to dive into the sea and conjure waves for you? Do you realize this is the ocean? This is not a small creek or a pond. In a pond or creek, I could easily overturn it. But this is the Moon Sea. Had Li Hao overestimated him? Boss, just give it a try. Lu Long was speechless, but the next moment, he suddenly laughed. All right, then I shall give it a try. With that, he leapt forward, heading straight for the sea. A trial it would be. Since his understanding of the technique, he had not returned to the Moon Sea. Today, the waters were calm and tranquil. Observing the sea held little allure. To truly appreciate the sea, one must witness its majestic waves. In an instant, he surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, he was atop the water's surface, walking across it as if it were solid ground. Li Hao, too, soared into the air, swiftly descending into the water. Ahead, Lu Long's spirit surged as he traversed the water for several hundred meters, nearing the coastline by nearly 1,000 meters before declaring, "It is too close to create waves here. Let me show you the might of my water wave technique." With that, he unleashed a punch. Boom! 9 towering waves erupted, the force of his strike causing the tranquil sea to ripple. Yet, these ruffles were soon absorbed by the ocean, and a faint spray of waves began to approach from afar. On Li Hao's side, the water merely rippled slightly, with almost no reaction, leaving him uncertain if this disturbance was naturally occurring, for even the calmest waters harbor some turbulence. In the distance, Lu Long felt a bit embarrassed. The next moment, He bellowed once more, delivering another punch, sending splashes soaring, and summoning a torrent of overlapping waves. This time, a small vortex erupted in the distance, causing ripples in the surrounding waters. But that was all. Lu Long furrowed his brows and let out another thunderous roar. He unleashed punch after punch, each strike layering upon the last like 9 surging waves. Li Hao observed in silence, and gradually, a wave sprang forth from afar, modest in height but slightly elevated above the water's surface. This wave began to sweep towards the shore, each surge propelling the next. The waters remained tranquil, devoid of any terror. Behind him, Lu Long was also exerting himself, bellowing fiercely, his fists striking in succession, not lingering in one spot, but tracing a line, producing a streak of white in the water. The waves began to engulf one another, each crest overtaking the last. Approximately 1,000 meters away, the sound of crashing water resonated. The waves surged toward Li Hao, closing in at 500 meters, then 300, and finally 100 meters. As the waves approached to within 100 meters of Li Hao, the surface had accumulated, rising several meters above the normal water level. The speed of the encroaching waves accelerated. Gradually, when the distance shrank to less than 30 meters, Li Hao's expression shifted. The once mild waves suddenly crashed against the rocky shore with a resounding roar. Boom! The explosion of water sent a torrent surging toward Li Hao. He did not retreat. His gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a punch, feeling the rush of waves accompany his strike. Yet, as he struck, it merely shattered the immediate splashes. And in the next moment, an even greater wave thundered down upon him. Bang! What seemed like mere water splashes now sounded like cannon fire as they crashed against the rocks. Li Hao felt the force of the waves strike him painfully. The waves, the surging tides. All of this was merely the result of Lu Long's efforts from a kilometer away, continuously conjuring waves with successive punches. He was exhilarated, feeling in good spirits. However, he soon sensed something amiss. As he glanced into the distance, his expression changed slightly. Dark clouds appeared, and a gentle breeze began to stir. The sea breeze, initially mild, gradually intensified. Moreover, the dark clouds approached with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the wind escalated. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Long took off running. This was no mere game, for today a genuine sea storm was brewing. Li Hao, eager to witness the waves, was about to see something spectacular. On the shore, Li Hao continued to wrestle with the waves. Spotting Lu Long rushing towards him, he laughed and said, "Boss, this is quite good, but it feels quite similar to river water, except for the saltiness of the sea." Lu Long, initially intending to caution him, decided against it upon seeing his demeanor. After all, no matter how fierce the waves, they would not spell doom for Li Hao. Well, just wait a bit longer. A small wave will soon arrive, so be cautious. All right, Li Hao replied cheerfully, but gradually, a gust of wind swept in, growing stronger and stronger, making him increasingly uncomfortable. As he gazed skyward and beheld a dark cloud in the distance, a towering white wall materialized, which was not a wall, but rather a surge of ocean waves rising dramatically. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. Was this the true essence of oceanic waves? How formidable! He yearned to test his strength against them. The sound of crashing water resonated, and in the distance, Lu Long had already dashed to the shore. Upon seeing Li Hao still waiting, he chuckled. "You fool, let me show you the true power of the sea, lest you believe yourself truly invincible." Just as he reveled in his mischief, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Boom! The ocean waves, akin to thunder itself, crashed down in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao felt a sense of precariousness. He swiftly trod upon the water, leaping into the air, delivering a punch with a fierce roar, akin to a raging tiger, yet the cacophony of the waves drowned out his voice. Li Hao was determined to discover if these waves could withstand his might. Boom! He ascended skyward, his fist piercing through the waves, and he chuckled. "Is that all there is?" In the next instant, he looked up, astonished. Was there more? The second colossal wave. Li Hao let out another bellow, and boom! Another wave was shattered. He barely had time to observe before the third wave crashed down heavily. And with a resounding thud, Li Hao found himself disheveled, drenched like a drowned rat. With a furious roar, he swung his fist again. Boom! 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 One wave after another, relentless and unyielding, akin to the relentless force of 9 forges, each strike capable of breaking the ocean's might. Yet, after 1, 2, 3 strikes, and hundreds more, Li Hao began to falter. Cursing inwardly, he thought, Is this never-ending? Moreover, with each punch he threw, he inadvertently intensified the subsequent waves, each one rising higher than the last. It dawned on him that the natural forces of heaven and earth were indeed boundless. Were these waves human? They would have succumbed long ago. But these were not human. They were the ceaseless ocean waves, tireless in their assault. The more he fought, the greater the waves became. Li Hao bellowed, unleashing his tiger's fist, and a towering wave bore down upon him, crashing with such ferocity that even the mightiest of tigers fell silent. He punched again, striking back. Li Hao, in a frenzy, battled the waves as if possessed. On the shore, Lu Long watched the increasingly powerful waves with a furrowed brow. This fellow, who initially faced merely moderate waves, was now provoking an ever-growing tempest. If this continued, Li Hao seemed to be an unrelenting madman. Every ounce of strength he exerted was absorbed by the ocean, which in turn conjured even more formidable waves. Would he inadvertently summon a tsunami? Surely not. Panting, Li Hao felt exhilarated. The waves, a cascade of energy. This was the first time he truly experienced the layered vigor of the ocean, waves upon waves crashing continuously. He felt a thrill and even wished to let out a few roars. This place was indeed perfect for honing his nine-forge technique. A natural adversary, requiring no partner for training. All he needed to do was mindlessly strike the waves, and he had an endless supply of opponents. With each punch, the relentless force of the nine refinements surged within Li Hao. His capacity for mimicry was remarkable as he absorbed the essence of the crashing waves, that ceaseless sensation deepening his understanding of the nine refinements. He did not aspire to grasp the concept of momentum. Rather, he sought to swiftly elevate the nine refinements to the 8th layer. Perhaps, upon achieving the 9th layer, he would naturally cultivate the wave momentum. The waves before him grew increasingly fierce, as if enraged by the audacity of a mere mortal attempting to withstand the might of nature. Boom! As the waves crashed, Li Hao stumbled slightly, astonished that they could indeed shake him. The intensity of the waves escalated. Li Hao, come back. Wait, he shouted, questioning why he should retreat. This place was ideal for honing the nine refinements. Once more, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The waves surged forth, unceasing and relentless, matching the vigor of his strikes. Though he could not vanquish the waves, he felt invigorated, believing he could endure for hours in this place. Just then, the onslaught transformed. It was no longer a singular colossal wave, but a relentless barrage, crashing one after another without respite. The thunderous roars reverberated as they battered Li Hao, and he felt the need to summon his inner strength to withstand the assault, lest his physical form succumb under the pressure. He sensed that he was nearing the 8th layer. This practice was exhilarating. Bang! A thunderous crash sent Li Hao hurtling into the sandy shore, deeply embedding him within. He quickly emerged, only to be met with another wave that struck his face with painful force. On the shore, Lu Long sighed, observing the folly of this fool who, upon encountering the ocean for the first time, exhibited such naivety. This was the sea, not a lake. Lakes have boundaries, and thus even the mightiest waves ultimately recede. The ocean, however, is boundless. The more one resists, the more ferocious the sea becomes. The waves push one another, creating tumultuous disturbances that may summon colossal waves from afar to crash upon the shore. You little rascal, prepare to return in tears, he thought as he settled down to watch in silence. Li Hao continued to grapple with the monstrous waves, his roars muffled by the overwhelming sound of the ocean's fury. Boom, boom, boom. This area quickly transformed into a cacophony of thunderous noise, resonating with the nearby guards who felt the tumultuous energy of the waves. 10 minutes passed, then 20. After half an hour, a colossal wave thundered, sending Li Hao soaring through the air before crashing heavily into the water. Before he could rise, an even stronger wave struck, denying him the chance to respond. One after another, boom, boom. On the shore, Lu Long frowned slightly, concerned that Li Hao might not survive such a deluge. At that moment, the waves were nearly reaching his position. Just then, he caught sight of Li Hao being launched into the air, desperately flailing as he was once again plunged back down. The exertion was immense, and he couldn't help but cry out, "Boss, when will this end?" Lu Long, hearing the plea, could only respond silently, realizing that there was no stopping it. Of course, there is a way. If you cease to resist and simply embrace the experience, the sea will eventually tire and relent. At this moment, it was evident that Li Hao was beginning to comprehend this truth. In the next moment, he ceased his resistance. allowing the relentless waves to toss him about like a rag doll, flinging him from the sea and crashing him down once more, akin to a bouncing ball. As the colossal force of the ocean continued its onslaught, after what seemed like an eternity, the waves gradually subsided, averting a potential tsunami. Half an hour later, Li Hao, covered in sand, rose from the beach. Beside him, Lu Long reached out and removed a crab from his head, chuckling. "How do you feel?" "Refreshing," Li Hao gasped, a smile gracing his face. "I've gained a new perspective. The power of nature is truly formidable." The more I retaliated, the more relentless it became, until I was compelled to yield. Yet, I was also concerned about provoking larger waves that could impact the military camp. Otherwise, I could have endured longer. Lu Long was left speechless. Wasn't this fellow exhausting his inner strength? However, recalling their earlier sparring sessions, where Li Hao could endure a whole day of combat, he found himself at a loss for words. If it had been him facing the waves, he would have been rendered powerless long ago. "Let us head back. We can still enjoy a seafood feast," Lu Long suggested, picking up a large crab, a fish, and some scallops. Li Hao chuckled, spat out some sand, and suddenly threw a punch before dashing away. This strike unleashed an impressive eightfold force, and Li Hao's joy was palpable as he hurried off. Lu Long paused for a moment, taken aback as he watched the retreating Li Hao, chuckling to himself. This guy truly possessed remarkable talent. Eightfold already. Though not yet at the pinnacle of ninefold strength, how long had Li Hao been practicing? Even with extraordinary physical prowess, achieving an eightfold punch in such a short time was nothing short of astonishing. In the distance, Li Hao laughed heartily. "Boss, wait until I reach ninefold. Then I'll take on the sea again." For now, the ocean's vastness and ceaseless waves had worn him out. Lu Long shook his head slightly, choosing not to comment. He glanced back at the sea, which was gradually regaining its tranquility, and suddenly unleashed a punch. The ocean roared in response, creating a massive hole and a swirling vortex. Lu Long observed the spectacle for a moment until the vortex began to dissipate before he turned to leave, reflecting on the layers of waves and the power of the whirlpool. At that very moment, at the horizon of the moonlit sea, a larger expanse of water emerged. At that moment, a fierce tiger roared from the surface, devouring a formidable entity in one bite, and with a swipe of its paw, it tore apart the figure trapped within. The tiger instantly disintegrated, transforming into a human silhouette. Yuan Shuo gasped, a grin spreading across his face. The momentum of the water tiger. His heartfire ape had reached full maturity, and the kidney water tiger was also nearing completion. Not only that, but the third force was also burgeoning, about to reach fruition. With the fusion of the three forces, even if the dawn's light were to arrive, he felt emboldened to engage in battle. Victory was another matter entirely. Having slain the formidable peak of the three suns, Yuan Shuo took a breath. Wielding his blade to carve out a crimson shadow, the stone knife swept through, and the red figure vanished. In an instant, Yuan Shuo transformed into a tiger, traversing the water, disappearing from sight. Li Hao's tiger was of fire. His tiger, however, is a water tiger. The tiger reigns as king of the mountains. Yet, at this moment, the water tiger stands as the sovereign of the sea, unfettered in the North Sea. It was not until Yuan Shuo had departed for quite some time that a shadow swiftly descended, but the traces had long been washed away by the ocean, rendering any observation impossible. A formidable presence, with a gaze as frigid as ice. Yuan Shuo truly astounds. Initially, one might think that upon reaching the sea, Yuan Shuo, the king of the five animals, would be rendered powerless. Yet, this fellow remains remarkably fierce even in the ocean. When did the five-animal technique ever roam the seas? Word has spread that Yuan Shuo may have crossed the North Sea, entering the central regions. As more figures appeared, someone spoke up, their expression grim. Nearby, several ghostly faces vanished in an instant. Yuan Shuo may indeed be on the verge of entering the central territories. Chapter 130. The establishment of the Demon Hunting Brigade. Subscription requested. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed. September 14th. Clear skies. Today, with the arrival of 16 martial artists from the Inspection Division, the number of the Demon Hunting Brigade has swiftly risen to 51. In the martial arts square, all 50 martial artists have gathered, their hearts filled with trepidation. The entire brigade is now largely divided into two factions, the Silver City faction and the Swordgate faction. Those from the Inspection Division are all familiar faces of Lu Long, some even his former enforcement team members who had departed with Wang Hongong a few years prior. Both the Sword Gate martial artists and the Inspection Division martial artists are somewhat anxious. They know little of Li Hao, and joining his brigade was not of their own volition, but rather a recommendation from their sect leader and the head of the Inspection Division. Both Hong Yitang and Wang Henggong have spoken highly of Li Hao, though many suspect such praise may be somewhat exaggerated. At this moment, martial artists from all directions are observing the spectacle. No one anticipated that Li Hao would establish a 100-man brigade so swiftly. Although the number has not yet reached the target, the fact that he has gathered 50 martial artists in merely a few days is already quite astonishing. Outside of the martial guards, martial artists are indeed a rare sight these days. The Sword Gate may very well be the largest martial arts sect in Silver Moon today. Although its leader possesses extraordinary abilities, Li Hao has yet to arrive. Around them, some martial artists have begun to whisper. A group of rookies. Yet, one cannot deny the quality. It is said that both the Sword Gate and the Inspection Division hold high hopes for him. There are several with combat prowess exceeding 100, and even one who has reached the 1,000-fighter level. Lu Long. Ah, yes, that is him. He is acceptable. Though Lu Long has only recently entered the 1,000-fighter ranks and may not be exceptionally strong. Do you think that fellow will draft us into his ranks? After all, there are only 50 individuals now, merely half the intended number, and it seems the company commander has agreed that each brigade can draft 3 individuals, while the personal guards can draft 10. Will you go? I shall not. If they call for me, I shall refuse. A bunch of newcomers, their strength may be adequate. But many here have relied entirely on mysterious powers to attain their status, making them inferior to those with diverse abilities. As they exchanged words, their voices were low. Yet the sheer number of discussions brought considerable pressure upon the members of the Demon Hunting Brigade amidst the crowd. It is worth noting that among them, nearly 100 have reached the pinnacle of 100. The gathering of formidable forces caused even the most powerful martial artists, who had only recently surpassed the 100 mark, to feel a twinge of anxiety. Lu Long, however, remained as serene as a statue, immovable and inscrutable in his thoughts. Not only were the martial artists watching closely, but those on the central stage, the masters of the Du Qian realm, were also observing, albeit less overtly, inching closer in curiosity. At this moment, the fierce Chen Jin let out a cold laugh, remarking on the swift assembly of so many individuals within just a few days, and how the Di Fu sword was so generously wielded that even his own daughter had been sent forth. As a disciple of the opening mountain axe, he harbored an ill feeling towards Li Hao, his discontent persisting even after being bested. Beside him, the tall and long-armed Luo Qizhao, the heir of the Luo family spear, chuckled softly and advised, "Lower your voice, unless you wish to invite further consequences." Chen Jin shot him a glance, retorting, "Have you not faced defeat? Who are you mocking?" Among the 9 captains, 5 had been struck down, while the remaining 4 had not even had the chance to step into the arena. Luo Qizhao remained unperturbed, instead smiling and commenting, "Defeat is inevitable against a superior opponent. However, he has brought forth Lu Long, the Silver Spear's successor, whose prowess cannot be underestimated. Do you think we stand a chance if Lu Long decides to engage? His ascension to Du Qian has been too brief. Who among us has not spent years cultivating in Du Qian, absorbing the essence of ancient weapons and divine stones?" "Lu Long still lags behind," Chen Jin replied. "Let us not forget, Silver City is home to many anomalies. The 5-Animal King is one. And how long has it been since Li Hao embarked on the martial path? Can we truly expect Lu Long to match them?" The martial artists of Silver City, all of whom had recently ascended, were undeniably formidable, each surpassing the last with astonishing speed. As one of the few female martial artists present, Xiaolan interrupted their discourse. Her brow furrowed. Is Li Hao gathering his forces here to formally initiate a confrontation? His ranks are not even filled for the Tianxian formation. They might not comprehend that if they practice together now, with his replenishing numbers, it could become quite inconvenient. The Wu Wei army is organized into formations, with the Tianxian formation being one of them. 1,000 can form a unit, and even 100 can create a formation. Typically, they drill in groups of 100. But every 5 days they practice collectively to familiarize themselves with the military formations, preparing for encounters with powerful foes. With Li Hao's forces incomplete and comprised mainly of novices, achieving synchronization would prove challenging. Chen Jin scoffed, "I have no desire to practice alongside him. Besides, the Tianxian formation accommodates only 1,000. Currently, there are over 980 martial artists in the army, and should they join, it would exceed our capacity. A fellow martial artist interjected, "Enough. It's understandable that you harbor resentment since your master was slain by his. But remember, this is the Wu Wei army. While grievances may go unspoken, harboring such animosity could lead to significant trouble. Within the martial community, many bear grudges. In the world of martial arts, one either becomes estranged or seeks revenge. Lingering enmity serves no purpose. Yet now that they had joined the Wu Wei army, and given that these matters belonged to a bygone era, further entanglement would only bring about complications." Chen Jin fell silent, his displeasure evident in his eyes, and the others chose not to press further. In the realm of martial arts, when two individuals meet, it often culminates in a life-and-death confrontation. Merely being able to coexist is already a commendable feat. As the conversation unfolded, Li Hao approached from a distance, accompanied by Jin Chong and Mu Lin. Upon their arrival, it became evident to the gathered crowd that Li Hao was indeed prepared to initiate the group today. Mu Lin communicated quietly, "Li Hao, you lack sufficient personnel and are reluctant to draw on veterans. Is it not premature to commence a campaign? Both the leader and the minister have indicated that the end of the year should be our limit." Li Hao, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "The sooner we embark on our venture, the sooner we can work and earn. My situation is becoming increasingly untenable." Mu Lin fell silent. Li Hao then proceeded forward with determination, and the spectators, upon seeing him, hastily dispersed. He was not someone to be trifled with. With swift strides, he soon stood before the assembly of dozens. Without the formality of pleasantries, he addressed them directly. "I shall not indulge in superfluous words. We are all here with the singular aim of becoming stronger. I, Li Hao, am a newcomer, lacking in experience regarding management and collaboration. Therefore, the success of this demon hunting group relies on our collective cooperation and earnest collaboration to establish a formidable reputation. I may not possess many virtues, nor do I have significant flaws to assuage your doubts, but I have one undeniable asset, my strength." He gestured towards a group of 9 centurions in the distance. "Just days ago, I defeated 5 of them. The remaining 4 dare not confront me even in unison. If this does not suffice to affirm my capabilities, feel free to challenge me with as many as you wish. Should you vanquish me, the leadership is yours. If not, then I shall take the helm." His voice resonated clearly. The centurions exchanged glances, their expressions sour, yet they remained silent. Their previous defeat was well remembered, leaving them with little to say. While Li Hao's words were a blow to their pride, they had no choice but to accept their fate. However, not all members of the demon hunting group were familiar with this history. Some among them exhibited expressions of astonishment, glancing towards the centurions once more, their hearts stirred by the revelation. It seemed undeniable. None among the 9 centurions stood a chance against Li Hao. In that moment, their understanding of this disciple of the 5 animals sect deepened. He was formidable, indeed, at least among martial artists. No wonder the sect leader had lavished praise upon him. In the world of martial arts, strength was paramount. As for other qualities, they would require further observation, provided that Li Hao could maintain a sense of fairness, avoid creating unnecessary discord, and refrain from leading individuals to their demise in the eyes of the martial artists. He would prove to be an exemplary leader. Such principles, though seemingly straightforward, were far from easy to implement. Li Hao continued, "Our 100-member group currently comprises only 50 individuals, excluding myself. That is precisely half our capacity. I do not intend to recruit more at this time. Too many would only complicate matters. 50 is sufficient, and from henceforth, we shall be known as the Demon Hunting Group. You may address me simply as the captain. The title of Centurion feels too diminutive." Behind him, Jin Chong and Mu Lin observed in silence. Too diminutive? They mused, incredulous that he would make such a statement. "The vice-captain shall be Lu Long, my former leader in Silver City, and also a formidable martial artist." Li Hao chuckled. "We are all martial artists here, so let us be a bit more magnanimous. If there are any grievances, let us address them face to face rather than harboring resentment behind each other's backs, which would only damage our camaraderie. My relationship with Master Hong and Brother Wang is quite strong. They entrusted you to me, which indicates their faith in my abilities. I shall not betray their trust. The Demon Hunting Brigade is officially established today. What does this establishment signify? It signifies that we must now embark on military duties, work diligently, grow stronger, earn wealth, and continue to enhance our prowess, rather than languishing in this base. Upon hearing this, some martial artists on the periphery expressed their dissatisfaction. Who was he implying? Is it not better for martial artists to engage in missions regularly? They need a balance of work and rest. Typically, they undertake missions at least once every month to 3 months, each time risking their lives. Why then, under Li Hao's command, were they being reduced to mere idlers? As Li Hao spoke, he suddenly pointed at Hong Qing. Hong Qing, you seem distracted. Do you have something to say? Next time, just submit a report. Just shout report? Haven't you been to school? Hong Qing felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, she had not attended school, although the sword sect offered private tutoring. It was quite different from formal education. Being publicly reprimanded by Li Hao made her uneasy, and with the eyes of many upon her, her cheeks flushed. Though she usually carried herself with confidence, she now felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Li Hao exclaimed, "Speak your mind. What are you afraid of?" "I used to fear crowds as well. It made me uncomfortable. But I eventually realized that it matters not how many people are around. As long as you are stronger than them and speak louder, they will not dare to mock you or speak ill of you behind your back. They will shudder at the thought of you hearing them." Hong Qing let out a soft laugh, but quickly composed herself, exclaiming, "Report. Brigade leader, you mentioned military duties. What exactly are we to do? Kill. Kill." Li Hao frowned. Be it soldiers or martial artists, in this chaotic era, our singular objective is to eliminate. This is my first time as a soldier, so I am not entirely familiar with the intricacies, but I do know that during times of turmoil, it is imperative to eradicate those who perpetrate evil, disrupt the peace, engage in thievery, and incite chaos. We may not fully grasp the concepts of defending our homeland or expanding our territory now, but perhaps we will understand them better in the future. We shall leave that for later discussion. Since we are called the military guard, it is only fitting that we act as soldiers. Li Hao admitted his ignorance regarding the responsibilities and obligations tied to defending our homeland and the weighty duties it entails. However, at this moment, such understanding was not necessary for him. Hong Qing seemed to grasp this, nodding in acknowledgement without further inquiry. To question was to confront the reality of killing. At this juncture, someone from the inspection bureau hesitated but eventually called out, "Report, brigade leader. Speak. I would like to inquire if there are any regulations or standards regarding our missions, including a system of rewards and punishments, the duration of mission execution, records of military achievements, and assessment protocols." Li Hao felt somewhat bewildered, indeed perplexed. However, he was not entirely ignorant. He simply had not contemplated these matters. With a smile, he asked, "What is your name?" "Return, esteemed leader. I am Li Hong, also of the same clan." Li Hao chuckled. "We are all from Silver City. Being of the same lineage is indeed commendable. I have faith in you. As you have inquired, I would like you to compose a detailed report for me, providing an in-depth analysis and a comprehensive framework. Since you possess some understanding, do not hesitate to seek guidance from others or inquire with different teams. Once you have completed it, I shall appoint you as an officer of merit." The martial artist who posed the question appeared to be in his 30s and was momentarily speechless. Casting a glance at Lu Long, he noticed that Lu Long remained silent. The situation seemed manageable. The group was not numerous, merely 50 individuals. In truth, creating an elaborate system held little significance. Nevertheless, some essential aspects could be addressed. If this were during the demon hunting squad's earlier days, he would hardly have bothered, yet circumstances have shifted. It was natural for Li Hao to lack understanding. Not only him, but even Lu Long was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters. Thus, the demon hunting squad functioned solely on his personal prestige for delegating tasks and merit allocation. "Boss." At this moment, Mu Lin expressed his discomfort, whispering, "I believe Li Hao is even more unreliable than I am. If it comes to that, let me be the centurion and him the vice 1,000-man commander. I worry for the members of his demon hunting team. They might not last long." With an impassive expression, Jin Chong silently observed. In response to Mu Lin's grumbling, he conveyed through thought, "One must take a closer look to discern whether it is a mule or a horse." Li Hao announced his intention to lead the team for a few days of training, to foster cohesion and simultaneously assist the 4 major organizations in pursuing the 3 major factions. Wait, he plans to take people out already? Mu Lin was taken aback. The team had only just been established. Did Li Hao even know all the members? Was he not concerned about potential mishaps? However, upon reflection, he chuckled and transmitted, "That is acceptable. After all, the vicinity of White Moon City remains relatively secure. Although many supernaturals from Red Moon have arrived in Silver Moon, They generally avoid approaching White Moon City. I have heard that numerous supernaturals have congregated near the Hungduan Gorge. It would be beneficial to go out for some training. With Li Hao present, safety should not be an issue. Moreover, venturing out does not necessarily guarantee encounters with the three major organizations. They are not foolish enough to reveal themselves unless they are confident in handling you. They will remain hidden. The night watchman may patrol for several days without encountering a single individual. In the vast expanse of Silver Moon, with a population exceeding 100 million, only a few thousand supernaturals lurk within, and locating them one by one is no simple task. This was also Jin Chan's perspective. Thus, he did not reject Li Hao's proposal. Li Hao's unconventional approach, preferring immediate engagement over gradual acclimatization, was acceptable. As for the ruins he had previously invited Li Hao to explore, a few days' delay posed no issue. The ruins of Zhantian City would not open until the 28th of this month at the earliest, which was still half a month away. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether they would open this month. If not, it might be postponed until next month. There was ample time ahead. At this moment, Li Hao spoke again, his voice resonating clearly. The Martial Guard boasts many formidable individuals. Our demon hunting team consists of 51 members, with 2 at the peak of the 1,000 realm, 20 at the 100 realm, and the remainder are weak at the 10th realm. Achieving the milestone of surpassing 100 remains elusive. Thus, we have established our first objective, for every member to exceed the 100 mark, a goal that is deceptively simple. The rise of extraordinary powers does not lack benefits for us martial artists. I have resolved that tomorrow we shall venture beyond the city to patrol and seek out members of the 3 major organizations to vanquish them. The mysterious energy, the blood god child, and the divine energy stone are all sustenance for our transformation. Notably, the members of the Red Moon organization nearly all carry the blood god child. I shall devise a way to extract it using a source divine weapon. If we manage to eliminate a significant number of Red Moon members, then all shall attain the late stage of surpassing 100. Li Hao's voice resonated like thunder. I have heard that a large number of formidable warriors from the Red Moon have gathered at Silver Moon. These individuals are the very foundation of our strength and the cornerstone of our ascendance. Once everyone swiftly transcends into the late stages of surpassing 100, I possess the ancient enlightenment weapon, which can allow 10 individuals to comprehend the potential. The 10 who slay the most enemies will have the opportunity to grasp this potential, and success is to be determined later. However, at the very least, we will have a chance. Should fortune favor us, akin to my own journey, one may surpass 100 today, reach the late stage tomorrow, and comprehend the potential the day after, perhaps in a few days. One might even ascend to the realm of fighting 1,000. Anything is possible. His words, though straightforward, stirred a flicker of excitement among the young martial artists present. In contrast, the seasoned warriors remained notably composed. Crafting grand visions is a skill I possess as well. It is not so simple. The members of the Red Moon are part of the 3 major organizations, and many are formidable. Moreover, it is not guaranteed that we will find them. Yet the way it has been stated makes it seem as if they are readily available for the taking. There is an air of arrogance about it. If we truly encounter them, the outcome of who will kill whom remains uncertain. Although Li Hao is strong, the realm of fighting 1,000 is merely comparable to the brilliance of the sun. What of Li Hao being Li Hao? How does that compare to the strength of the 3 suns? Does the Red Moon lack powerful beings of the 3 suns? Thus, among the disciples of the Sword Sect, a few appeared somewhat exhilarated, being younger and less experienced in executing missions, while the members of the Inspection Division, seasoned veterans, remained unperturbed. The notion of all surpassing 100 sounds deceptively simple. For martial artists to exceed 100, the assistance of mysterious energy indeed simplifies the process. Yet it is not merely a matter of devouring this energy to achieve advancement. As for the blood god child, it is reasonable to assume that each individual requires one. With 29 at the 10th level, at least 29 blood god children of the lunar level are necessary, signifying the defeat of at least 29 lunar extraordinary beings. And perhaps even more. Furthermore, not everyone among the Red Moon possesses such a gift. Moreover, out of 29 lunar beings, are there not any of the solar or 3 sun caliber present? Are they merely standing there, waiting for us to strike? The more one understands, the more it becomes apparent that Li Hao is merely painting grand visions. Is there not an even greater target beyond this initial one? Surrounding them, other martial artists displayed expressions of amusement. A low voice, laced with mirth, remarked, This individual possesses audacity. Our martial guard has been established for so many years, and nearly half of our ranks are still at the 10th level. Yet, they have just been formed and already aspire for every member to exceed 100. They speak of surpassing 100 today and fighting 1,000 tomorrow. If achieving 1,000 were so effortless, why does our entire martial guard comprise so few at that level? With the achievement of surpassing the 100 mark, it is indeed a notable milestone. However, transitioning from this accomplishment to the realm of the 1,000 is fraught with challenges. While many have gained insights through ancient weapons, this method has its limitations, primarily the difficulty in fostering growth. A profound understanding of the situation is often lacking, which accounts for the nearly 100 individuals who, despite breaking the 100 mark, find themselves unable to ascend into the 1,000 realm. Li Hao remains indifferent to whether others believe him. He merely articulates his ambitions, and when realized, trust will naturally follow. Should he fail to deliver, then he would have squandered his vision. If even the 29 who have slain in the 10th realm struggle to breach the 100 mark, what purpose does the martial guard serve? Is it merely a pastime for children? Once he accomplishes his goals, all will discern whether he was merely boasting. Now, I proclaim the official establishment of the Demon Hunting Brigade. Captain Jin Chong and Vice Captain Mu Lin stand as witnesses. From this moment forth, I shall be your commander. In the background, Jin Chong and Mu Lin nod slightly. Jin Chong wishes to speak, but finds himself denied the opportunity by Li Hao. He feels that there is no need for lengthy discourse, and as a seasoned veteran, perhaps he prefers brevity. So he directly expresses gratitude to the two gentlemen for witnessing the formation of the brigade and bids them farewell. He begins to applaud. Around him, a cadre of martial artists rolls their eyes. What a lackluster initiation ceremony. Jin Chong and Mu Lin are at a loss for words. They have no retort. After all, the brigade is Li Hao's own endeavor, and he has yet to extract a single coin from the martial guard, so it is not yet time for salaries. Let him navigate this on his own. As long as Li Hao does not shy away from challenges, even if he exhausts himself, Wang Hengong and Hong Yitang will certainly seek him out. Should Li Hao draw personnel from their ranks, they would not allow him such unrestrained liberty. Jin Chong and Mu Lin decide to depart, unwilling to engage further with Li Hao, who, in their eyes, seems to be indulging in frivolities. Perhaps off to enjoy nature rather than engage in serious drills. Li Hao, undeterred by their departure, glances at the members of the Demon Hunting Brigade and continues, "Furthermore, we shall select 5 team leaders. Each team will consist of 10 members, and once the leader is appointed, the remaining 9 must adhere to orders without deviation. In the future, I will assign tasks solely to these 5 leaders." Li Hao surveys the crowd, sensing their reluctance. Given our modest number of 20 individuals who have surpassed the 100 mark, it is only fitting to select from this pool. Of course, those who believe they can slay foes beyond their rank may also participate. Among you 20, who wishes to take on the role of team leader, step forth for a sparring match. The crowd exchanges glances, momentarily hesitant. Li Hao chuckles. No thoughts? Allow me to elaborate further. According to the regulations of the martial guard, any rewards obtained during missions are personally yours. As the leader of the Demon Hunting Brigade, I possess full distribution rights. However, my demands are modest. I will only take 30%. Vice Captain Liu, of the 1,000 realm, will receive 10%. The remaining 60% will be divided among you. These 60% will be shared by you 49 individuals. Each team leader will oversee 9 members, and after the distribution based on merit, the leader will also receive an additional 10% from the spoils of the other 9, effectively doubling the spoils. As soon as these words were spoken, a subtle change swept across the faces of the crowd. Regardless of whether there had been any gains, what if there were in the future? The captain could potentially claim a significant portion, 10%, of the rewards earned by the other team members, which might seem like a modest loss for them. Yet for the captain, it would result in a doubling of their own rewards. Such a disparity was indeed too great. Hong Qing could not help but exclaim, "Captain, under these circumstances, those who do not become captains will find themselves at a considerable disadvantage compared to the captain." Indeed, Li Hao nodded affirmatively. It is strength that speaks. If you possess confidence, then strive for it. Should you succeed, opportunities will naturally arise. Moreover, this is not fixed. It is merely a 10-person team. And even if the captain changes daily, the impact will be minimal. Hence, we shall reselect the captain every month. Those of you who believe your strength is sufficient may challenge anyone. Everyone has a chance. However, One of the warriors who had reached the 10th realm interjected anxiously. But isn't a disparity of 10% in rewards a significant loss compared to those in the 100th realm? Li Hao chuckled. Progress in the 10th realm is more attainable. As for those in the 100th realm, as long as they are not perfected masters, it is not difficult to catch up. Have a bit more faith in yourselves. Furthermore, to want a larger share while being weaker, does that truly embody fairness? Fairness is founded upon the equality of strength. As for the captain, they must naturally contribute more. It is not merely a matter of sitting and dividing the spoils. In our small hunting team, it is clear who contributes and who does not. Am I blind to that? At that moment, the warriors of the 100th realm were visibly stirred. Although they had yet to secure any rewards, obtaining the captaincy was certainly not a loss. Among the 20 warriors of the 100th realm, there were a notable 8 in the latter stages, representing a substantial 40%. If only those in the latter stages participated, it would imply that at least 3 would be deprived of the opportunity. Additionally, some of those in the middle stages of the 100th realm also harbored ambitions. While there exists a disparity within the 100th realm, it is not as vast as one might think. Challenges between the 100th realm and those in the 1000th realm may seem hopeless, yet numerous individuals in the middle stages have triumphed over their counterparts in the latter stages. Conversely, those in the early stages of the 100th realm face slim chances. The gap is not merely slight, but rather considerable, lacking internal energy by at least half compared to those in the later stages, making a comeback exceedingly difficult under normal circumstances. After Li Hao finished speaking, it was not long before 12 individuals stepped forward. All 8 from the latter stages chose to participate, alongside 4 from the middle stages. Among them, 3 from Li Hao's demon hunting team in Silver City opted to join, Lu Yin from the latter stage, and Wu Chao and Chun Jian from the middle stage. Li Hao recognized several of the remaining 9. Without a doubt, Hong Qing was among them, along with her senior brother, Hong Hao, and a few participants from the inspection division, including the young man Li Hong, who had previously been named by Li Hao, also a middle-stage warrior of the 100th realm. With 12 contenders, 5 would be selected, resulting in the elimination of 7. Li Hao glanced around and smiled. We shall begin with one-on-one matches, leaving 6 contestants. The 6 who lose will each have a subsequent opportunity to challenge again, but they cannot challenge the same opponent. The victor will replace the vanquished. Once all is concluded, among the remaining 6, we shall eliminate 1 more. As for the final 6, I will devise a method for their elimination. Let us work with efficiency. Round-robin matches are tedious and waste precious time. He had his own ideas, but chose to remain silent on the matter, gazing upon the 12 individuals before him. He decisively reached out and seized a distant branch, which he swiftly severed into 12 segments. Each segment varied in length, yet pairs matched perfectly, signifying opponents. It was evident that some would later clash with those at mid-tier. Do not presume an advantage, for these selections were entirely yours. The crowd remained silent, stepping forward to draw lots. Moments later, the groups were formed. Li Hao stated plainly, there is no need for separate battles. All 6 groups shall engage simultaneously to swiftly determine the outcome. The onlookers exchanged glances. However, the ample space permitted such an arrangement. Li Hao, unconcerned, walked aside with Lu Long, while others dispersed, granting these individuals their space. Within the arena, the 12 martial masters were still familiarizing themselves with one another, hesitating to commence. At this juncture, Lu Long whispered, "Do you believe Lu Yin and her companions can assume the role of captain?" Lu Yin posed little concern, as her strikes were ruthless. Most martial masters would struggle against her. The sword sect members displayed a lack of life-and-death experience, while those from the inspection division appeared somewhat indulgent, seemingly pampered by Brother Wong, lacking the fierce demeanor they once possessed, now exhibiting a more slippery attitude. Lu Long nodded slightly in agreement, having observed the same. He recognized these individuals, yet a few indeed radiated a sense of complacency, devoid of the ferocity they once displayed in Silver City. As for Brother Chao and Brother Jian, it was difficult to ascertain. Although experienced, they were not novices, yet their battle experience was limited, being only in the mid-tier, and thus, it would be challenging for them to secure victories. As they conversed, the 6 pairs of martial masters had already engaged in fierce combat. The swiftest conclusion did not come from Lu Yan's side, but rather from Hong Qing, who wielded her sword with remarkable speed. Opposing her was a martial master from the inspection division, a late-stage practitioner surpassing 100, within mere seconds of their encounter. He was sent flying by Hong Qing's blade, a crimson mark appearing upon his form. Lu Long's brow furrowed deeply. He was well acquainted with this individual, once his deputy, and stronger than Lu Yin. Yet now, he seemed to bask in comfort. The late-stage prowess of over 100 had failed to withstand even 10 exchanges against Hong Qing. Elated, Hong Qing concluded her bout, while Lu Yin swiftly struck her opponent's throat with dual blades, leaving a crimson trace upon his neck, rendering the sword sect master pale with fear, terrified of being slain by this woman. In the blink of an eye, both sides concluded their battles, with the victors surprisingly being women, both having faced opponents of late-stage caliber. The remaining 4 faced mid-stage adversaries, and it was evident that Lu Long suspected Li Hao of foul play. Otherwise, such coincidences seemed implausible. Shortly after the conclusion of the initial duels, a third battle erupted, with Hong Hao also dispatching Chun Jian with a single strike, leaving Chun Jian defeated and disheartened upon the ground. Having hoped to leverage his defensive capabilities against this formidable opponent, only to succumb swiftly, Lu Long sighed softly and remarked, "The swordsmanship of the earth-overturning sword is indeed formidable. Although his disciples may lack extensive experience, they possess a solid foundation. Hong Hao is no weakling. He is not much inferior to my prowess during my later stages, merely lacking a bit of the murderous intent, which is already commendable." Lu Long, indeed, had been gradually honing his skills. Li Hao nodded, continuing to observe the match. After 3 rounds, the fourth concluded swiftly as well. The disparity among martial artists, when present, often led to a quick resolution of battles. Before long, a portly martial artist from the inspection division sent a mid-stage martial artist from the sword sect flying, securing his place. Lu Long whispered, "Wang Chao, the nephew of Wang Hong, also practices the iron cloth technique. He appears quite competent, with a solid foundation." Li Hao nodded again, acknowledging that he indeed seemed impressive, feeling that he surpassed Chun Jian by a considerable margin. Having concluded 4 rounds, only 2 matches remained. One featured Wu Chao against a late-stage martial artist from the inspection division, while the other pitted Li Hong against a late-stage martial artist from the sword sect. Wu Chao excelled in speed, constantly evading, which proved to be a headache for the inspection division's martial artist. Struggling to land a hit on his opponent made it difficult to conclude the battle swiftly. As the other 4 matches wrapped up, this combatant was growing increasingly frustrated, having yet to catch Wu Chao, and could no longer contain his anger, shouting, "Wu, you scrawny coward, do you intend to run indefinitely?" Clearly, the two were acquainted, perhaps even former friends, both hailing from the Silver City Inspection Division. "Enough with the chatter. Catch me first before we talk." They darted around the arena, while Li Hao glanced over at the duel involving Li Hong. Li Hong, despite being a mid-stage martial artist, displayed impressive skill. The sword sect is known for its swordsmanship, and Li Hong wielded his blade with a graceful finesse, lacking the piercing sharpness and weightiness typical of the sect, reminiscent of the shadowless sword style. Lu Long further elaborated. "This is Li Hong. He was previously part of the enforcement team. He speaks quite a bit for his age. I believe he is around 32 or 33 this year. His swordsmanship has an intriguing background. There was once a swordsman in Silver City, initially unknown as a martial artist. By chance, he revealed his prowess through a few displays. And Li Hong, through fortunate circumstances, caught his attention and was taught some techniques. Later, that swordsman ventured far and passed away. Bayou City notified us to collect the body, at which point we discovered he was actually a descendant of the Willow Fluff sword. The Willow Fluff sword is one of the 7 swords, and had it been ranked among the 10 swords of Silver Moon, it would have gained considerable acclaim. To have ranked among the top 10 during the peak of Silver Moon's martial arts era speaks volumes of his strength. The second-generation disciples of such a lineage are unlikely to be weak. Although Li Hong is a mid-stage martial artist, he faces a disciple of the earth-overturning sword. Yet with his Willow Fluff sword technique, he manages to keep his opponent on the defensive. The earth-overturning sword is undoubtedly formidable. Yet, even within the same sword style, the effects of practice may vary. After a stalemate lasting several minutes, Li Hong successfully struck his opponent's wrist, disarming him of his long sword. This marked the first victory for a mid-stage martial artist. Li Hong, though panting heavily, wore a radiant smile. As their match concluded, Wu Chao was still evading the inspection division's martial artist in circles. Li Hao could only shake his head in disbelief. "For the first time, I find that rapid speed can indeed be quite bothersome. While others have already concluded their bouts, the two of you are still engaged in combat." Wu Chao's tongue is nearly lolling out, Yet this individual undeniably possesses remarkable speed. He has managed to leave the late-stage martial artist gasping for breath. Despite relentless pursuit, he could not catch up. The moment he ceased chasing, his opponent would intermittently launch surprise attacks, leaving him overwhelmed. After a considerable time, the late-stage martial artist, in a fit of rage, declared, "I refuse to continue." "Are you conceding?" "I do not concede, yet I shall no longer fight. Even if you advance, there are still 6 others, and one of them will be eliminated. There will always be someone faster than you." He uttered a curse and chose to withdraw from the fight, realizing he could not match the speed of his adversary. Wu Chao, elated by this turn of events, was prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. He simply needed to continue running. Speed is not a source of shame. Thus, the 6 victorious individuals triumphed over their opponents and all advanced. The 6 eliminated contenders cast their gazes upon Li Heng and Wu Chao, the 2 perceived as the weakest. Regrettably, there existed only a single opportunity for selection. Should they choose both, only one could engage in battle. This predicament left several martial artists in a quandary. What if they all selected them? As for Hong Qing, Lu Yan, and Hong Hao, no one desired to choose them. Wang Heng's nephew, Wang Chao, possessed formidable defensive capabilities, making him a tough adversary. The 2 mid-stage contenders, however, appeared to be the most vulnerable. Li Hao observed the defeated 6 and remarked, "It seems everyone is prepared to challenge Wu Chao and Li Heng. The other 4, having been defeated by them, are assured of their advancement. There is no point in wasting time challenging those who cannot even prevail in the mid-stage. The remaining 4 should pair off for sparring. The victor may choose one to fight, thus ensuring fairness since they lost previously." No objections arose, and the remaining 4 did not engage in combat, as Wu Chao and another mid-stage contender opted to forfeit their opportunity. They had merely been testing their mettle, and after such swift defeats, further battles seemed pointless. Consequently, the 2 remaining fighters, who had previously fallen to Hong Qing and Lu Yan, swiftly took the stage and selected opponents for their challenges. Li Hao merely observed, losing interest after a short while. These martial artists lacked momentum. Those without momentum are typically only proficient in physical prowess, lacking any extraordinary abilities. Naturally, the 2 mid-stage fighters who managed to defeat those in the late stage possessed their own unique skills. After more than 10 minutes, Li Heng was drenched in sweat. Yet he triumphed over his opponent using the willow Kakin sword, having won 2 consecutive battles, both against higher-tier adversaries. At this point, he was utterly exhausted, no longer able to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Wu Chao was also drenched in sweat from running, relentlessly pursued by a disciple of the Sword Gate, who was filled with rage, continuously slashing with his sword. Each strike was more ferocious than the last, yet he could not break through Wu Chao's defenses. Indeed, Brother Chao's speed was no trifling matter. Li Hao, having observed for a while, began to ponder the question that had previously eluded him. Is Brother Chao also a bearer of a distinguished martial lineage? Iron cloth, as taught by Chen Jian, is widespread, with many inheritors. However, few renowned martial artists possess the art of agile movement. Wu Chao's speed was remarkable. In fact, Li Hao had known this long ago. When Wu Chao once faced the extraordinary powers of Hong Yu, he managed to escape with Black Panther and Yun Yao, successfully evading the pursuit. Now, observing him again, it seemed he was significantly faster than the average late-stage martial artist. Lu Long pondered for a moment before whispering, "There are certain matters I had initially wished to keep to myself, but as I previously mentioned, each member of the squad harbors their own secrets. Their reasons for wishing to remain in Silver City are varied." Wu Chao, it turns out, was the grandson of Wu Xinghong. Wu Xinghong? Li Hao mused, drawing a blank. He glanced at Lu Long, who smiled and said, "You may not know his name, but he was famously known as Grass on the Fly." "Oh," Li Hao exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Is it that renowned figure?" He was indeed a celebrity in his time, though not one of the 36 heroes. He was said to possess unparalleled agility, with many asserting that he deserved a place in the annals of heroism. Not being among the 36 heroes, yet being acclaimed as the foremost in agility was no small feat. The revelation that Wu Chao was his grandson was astonishing. But how did he end up in the squad? Wu Xinghong had been murdered, and tragically, the Wu family had been obliterated, allegedly at the hands of Fei Tian, a superpower who seemed to have targeted their agility. The specifics of the attack remained unclear, yet it was evident that the Wu family had been eradicated. Fei Tian. Li Hao felt a headache coming on. The squad was indeed intriguing. His enemy was Hong Yu, Lu Yan's adversary was Yin Luo. And now Wu Chao had a grudge against Fei Tian. What a confluence of three major organizations. Indeed, Fei Tian has numerous assassins who strike without a trace. Although martial artists may not be able to match their agility, could they possibly overlook the secret techniques of the Silver Moon's foremost agility? Lu Long sighed and shook his head. At that time, Wu Chao was away from home, which allowed him to escape this calamity. Later, he came to Silver City, seeking refuge due to its remoteness and the protection afforded by your mentor, knowing that the night watchmen were safeguarding him. Li Hao understood. The demon hunting squad, consisting of 5 members, now had clarity regarding Lu Yin and Wu Chao's circumstances, yet no one had mentioned Chun Jian or Yun Yao's stories. Clearly, they too had tales of their own. However, Li Hao was indifferent. With all 3 major organizations represented, the addition of another adversary was neither a burden nor a relief. As the two conversed, Wu Chao continued to run and leap until, ultimately, the swordsman from the Sword Gate chose to concede. Unable to strike his opponent and recognizing that Wu Chao was a former comrade of Lu Long and Li Hao, he deliberated briefly before surrendering. Thus, the battle came to a close. Observing the utterly exhausted Wu Chao and Li Hong, and then glancing at the other 4, Li Hao decisively stated, "The 4 of them will not require an assessment. They shall directly assume the role of captains. Wu Chao, you and Li Hong have no objections, I trust?" What objections could they possibly raise? Both were devoid of any thoughts at that moment. Any random individual could easily defeat them. Yet, they both felt a sense of helplessness and reluctance, for this meant one of them would be sidelined. Li Hong was particularly anxious. Knowing that Wu Chao was allied with Lu Long and had previously been a teammate of Li Hao, it was evident that if Li Hao were to make the selection, his chances were slim. The commander, Li Hong, hastily exclaimed, "I am acquainted with old Wu from before. While he is swift, I am not slow myself. After some contemplation, I propose that old Wu and I form a team. He will handle reconnaissance while I take charge of combat. We shall serve as co-captains, sharing the merits of our 8 comrades equally, each taking 40%. Although we may not be as formidable as the other captains individually, together, we become a force to be reckoned with." His words rang hollow, revealing his underlying fear of elimination. Li Hao chuckled softly, amused that Li Hong had spoken first before he had the chance. At that moment, Wu Chao, panting from exhaustion, pondered and added, "Commander, I believe this arrangement is quite agreeable. Although Li Hong possesses only a rudimentary understanding of the willow fluff sword technique, his swordsmanship is commendable." Li Hong shot him a sidelong glance, inwardly cursing. He had never seen eye to eye with Wu Chao back in Silver City, and now, finding themselves allied, he felt exasperated. "So be it," Li Hao declared, eager to expedite matters. "Let this arrangement be finalized. As for the team members, you shall choose for yourselves. Those who wish to accompany you may do so, while the remaining individuals will take turns selecting. It would be best if the team possessed distinct characteristics, either a balanced offense and defense, a purely defensive formation, or an all-out attack. However, avoid excessive diversity. For instance, if you follow Wu Chao's lead, assembling an entire team of sprinters may yield speed, but what of the others?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Li Hao continued, "That will suffice for today. Make your arrangements and finalize your teams by tonight. Tomorrow morning, we shall set forth." Lu Long was taken aback by the swiftness of the proceedings. He understood Li Hao's ambitions. This was not a man to engage in trivial skirmishes. As Li Hao departed, Lu Long quickly followed, speaking in hushed tones. "The team has just been formed, and the members are still unfamiliar with one another. Is it not too rash to embark at dawn? Time is of the essence." Li Hao communicated telepathically, "Fear not the dangers ahead. Clad in black armor that significantly enhances our defenses, we shall adapt as we journey, selecting weaker individuals to forge their skills in battle. I shall not seek the strongest from the outset. Do you not trust my judgment, my friend?" Lu Long contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. This was indeed a point worthy of trust. And if we encounter a powerful foe, under the radiant light of dawn, I shall not falter. Should we confront such a being, you may lead the retreat while I hold them off. Radiant light. This previously enigmatic term now slipped from Li Hao's lips with an air of familiarity. Lu Long remained silent. Though Li Hao was indeed strong, could he truly contend against such formidable forces? "I understand," Lu Long responded quietly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Li Hao proceeded to the office of the Golden Spear, seeking to borrow a number of divine energy stones. Indeed, to borrow, with the intention of returning them. Injuries are an inevitable part of a martial artist's life, and to minimize casualties, it was vital to ensure an ample supply of sword energy. He planned to borrow several dozen, if not 100. Upon his return, he would have the means to repay his debts. As for the concealment of the sword energy, that was of little concern. When the time came, alternative explanations would arise. At this moment, Li Hao harbored a measure of ambition. Should he succeed in expanding this demon-hunting team, he would gain valuable allies for future endeavors. While solitary endeavors might offer convenience, they often prove to be a significant drain on time. Shortly thereafter, Li Hao emerged from his office. After enduring a prolonged silence, he ultimately procured 30 divine energy stones, agreeing to relinquish 50 sets of black armor as collateral. The value of the 50 sets of black armor was evidently greater than that of the 30 divine energy stones. As the former were not consumables, Li Hao did not engage in excessive negotiation. He was confident in his ability to repay the debt. Chapter 131. The Fierce Tiger Emerges. Subscription requested. On September 15th, before dawn had fully broken, a contingent of 50 individuals gathered at the entrance of the Wu Wei army. Among them were Hong Qing, Hong Hao, Wang Chao, and Lu Yin, each successfully leading their respective teams, with Hong Qing and Hong Hao bringing along sword cultivators, disciples of the sword sect. Wang Chao and Lu Yin also led teams primarily composed of personnel from the inspection division. Only Li Heng and Wu Chao had selected individuals that others had overlooked, rendering their teams somewhat disorganized. At this moment, a sense of apprehension permeated the group. Some disciples of the sword sect were embarking on their first official mission. Despite rigorous training, the thought of combat made them uneasy. Just then, Li Hao strode forward. Casting a glance over the assembly, he nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Everyone is present. Board the vehicles. Team leaders will instruct you on how to utilize the black armor." Last night, after retrieving the black armor, Li Hao had learned how it functioned within the Wu Wei army. The armor possessed a unique mechanism. While its surface appeared smooth, it had several small protrusions. By unlocking them in sequence, the black armor would naturally deploy, an unexpected revelation for Li Hao. He was uncertain how Hou Xiaoqing had discerned this. At that moment, 2 micro-trucks, specially designated for the Wu Wei army, were parked in front of the gate, complete with dedicated drivers or the option for self-driving. Teams 1 and 2. Board the front vehicle. Teams 3, 4, and 5. Take the rear one. Li Hao instructed. Lu Long was at the helm of the front truck, leading teams 1 and 2, which were under the guidance of Hong Qing and Lu Yin. The few female martial artists in the group were almost entirely allocated between the two. The assembly quickly boarded their respective vehicles. Although the martial artists had not undergone formal training, they understood and adhered to simple commands, especially the members of the inspection division, who had received professional training. Gradually, Team 3 boarded the second vehicle, while Li Hao refrained from entering, disappearing from view. The Wu Wei army's vehicles were uniquely designed, featuring open tops and various openings around the sides for observation of potential threats. Li Heng, being quite talkative, entered the vehicle and, noticing Li Hao's absence, began to chatter. "We have 30 of us squeezed into one truck, while there are only 20 in front. Moreover, my team with Old Wu consists of only 9 people. Deputy Commander Liu is counted among us. Are we really expected to issue orders to Commander Liu?" No one paid him any mind. Li Heng felt quite disheartened and remarked, "Moreover, we just met our teammates last night and are still unfamiliar with the others from different squads. The captain hastily pulled us out to execute a mission. This is quite unprecedented. Thankfully, it appears we are merely taking a brief excursion around the vicinity. Many have even treated it as a leisurely outing. The new captain is merely assessing the situation, and having spent years at the inspection division, I understand this well." He expressed these thoughts primarily to seek some sense of validation and recognition. At that moment, Wang Chao paid him no heed. Being the nephew of Wang Hengong, he had been advised prior to his departure that Li Hao was not to be underestimated. Despite his youth, being a disciple of the formidable old devil Yuan, he was anything but simple. Wang Hengong had cautioned him to be careful and to follow orders once they arrived at the martial guards. Thus, Wang Chao refrained from elaborating further and addressed his team, saying, "Put on your black armor." After uttering this command, he began instructing everyone on how to don the armor. Some, intrigued, complied, but soon one voiced, "Captain Wang, this is quite heavy and affects my agility. Should I take it off? After all, we are still in White Moon City. Put it on." Wang Chao replied tersely. Indeed, while the black armor bore some weight. It was not excessively burdensome for martial artists and did not significantly impede their movements. Moreover, the armor was designed with flexibility in mind, minimizing its impact on agility. A bit of adaptation would pose no significant issue. Clearly, the ancient civilization's formidable warriors had considered such factors. They would never craft armor that would detract from combat efficacy. Observing the situation, Hong Hao also advised his team to begin equipping themselves. The vehicle was not overly spacious, and without armor, they could manage to squeeze in, but with the armor on, the 29 martial artists appeared somewhat cramped. Watching as the others began to suit up, Li Hong continued to chatter, but also urged his teammates to don their gear. Soon, the entire vehicle was filled with warriors clad in black armor. "Everyone, do we know where we are headed today?" The captain hasn't disclosed the destination, Wu Chao remarked after fastening his armor, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Where do you get all these questions? Aren't you curious, old Wu?" "Not really. That makes sense. You have worked with the captain before." "So, old Wu, do you think our captain is reliable?" Wu Chao ignored him. "Reliable? You ask me? How would I know?" Li Hao was indeed quite competent in his dealings, albeit bold. He had conversed with Lu Long the night prior. Although the latter hadn't stated it outright, he had hinted to exercise caution, as Li Hao harbored considerable intentions. 2 trucks, one in front of the other, departed from the martial guard's encampment. Meanwhile, Li Hao had already reached the front. He did not take the vehicle, but sprinted ahead, his speed rivaling that of the trucks. Before long, he spotted Wang Ming, who was yawning in a sports car. Wang Ming only sensed Li Hao's approach when he was nearly upon him, startling upright. "Li Hao, you're here too early." Li Hao shot him a glance and replied, "As I mentioned last night, are you certain you want to accompany me?" "Of course," Wang Ming exclaimed excitedly. "I must say, ever since I've teamed up with you a few times, returning to the night patrol feels dreadfully monotonous. I heard you'd be heading out for training. Take me along. And I promise not to cause any trouble." The martial guards do not recruit those with supernatural abilities, partly due to the inconvenience it brings, and partly for the sake of discretion. Do you understand? "Indeed." Wang Ming nodded, fully aware of the situation, as it had been conveyed by Li Hao the previous night. Observing this, Li Hao continued, "Since you wish to join, I shall not refuse you. Your sole task will be to serve as bait. While superpowers are easily detected, your strength as a daylight is not insignificant. If you can lure some superpowered individuals with nefarious intentions, that would be ideal. You must operate independently, without joining us. Should anything go awry, I will not be held accountable. The danger is considerable. Should a formidable opponent appear swiftly, I will maintain at least a kilometer's distance from you. Whether you can evade them is entirely up to your own abilities." Wang Ming expressed his desire to join, and Li Hao did not object. Coincidentally, he was in need of bait. Although Li Hao possessed keen vision, he could not search meticulously for threats. If Wang Ming could draw out a group of superpowered beings, it would be most advantageous. However, serving as bait undeniably carried immense peril. Wang Ming grinned, revealing his teeth. "As long as the benefits are substantial, I have no qualms about being bait. This is the thrill we seek." He chuckled heartily, adding, "If we don't take down a few Sin Yangs this time, it would be a disservice to our early rise, wouldn't you agree?" The audacity of this fellow was growing. Li Hao cast a sidelong glance at him, slightly nodding in acknowledgement. Wang Ming cleared his throat and continued, "By the way, Li Shixiang, may I bring an additional person?" Li Hao inquired. "You mean Zhou Qin, the one who tends to attract tigers?" Wang Ming explained, "If I run around alone, it will only raise suspicions. A daylight wandering aimlessly without purpose is easily discernible. If Zhou Qin joins me, whether we race or simply meander, it appears less like a solitary escapade seeking pleasure. He is a moonshade, correct?" "True, he is somewhat weaker. But," Li Hao replied calmly, "we are going to kill, and you are well aware of the risks involved. This is not a leisurely outing. If you insist on bringing him along, it is permissible, but if he perishes, I will not intervene." Li Hao had no intention of babysitting a moonshade seeking amusement. He had not instructed Wang Ming to seek out others, and if someone were to die, he would not take responsibility. Zhou Qin bore the surname Zhou, possibly linked to the deputy director of the administrative bureau, but Li Hao was not overly concerned about such connections. Wang Ming chuckled, "No worries. If he dies, he dies. This fellow is merely seeking excitement. If he were to perish, I assure you, no one would utter a word. To be honest, the friends I know are all itching for adventure. If he were not so inconvenient, I would take along 2 female companions, and with a car, that would truly resemble a proper outing. With a few bodyguards in tow, it would be evident that we are scions of affluent families out for a revel, leaving no room for suspicion. This was his perspective. He believed such an appearance would enhance the guise of bait. Two males, both superpowered, did not quite fit the mold. Noticing Li Hao's silence, Wang Ming added, "If Shi Xiang wishes for me to find someone immediately, I can assure you it will be done swiftly without delay. As for the female companions, they are also my friends, thrill-seekers who would not hold grudges if things went awry." The words of the bodyguard hold little significance, after all. We are all extraordinary youths, bold and unyielding, often disregarding the presence of others. Li Hao furrowed his brow as he regarded him. Frankly, he struggled to comprehend the mindset of these individuals, the second-generation elites, who appeared rather distinct from the stereotype of indulgent revelers. Each one seemed to harbor unfathomable thoughts, all seeking a thrill. Were he in their shoes, Li Hao believed he would not possess such a reckless yearning for danger. Seeing Li Hao's silence, Wang Ming hastily added, "If you find it inappropriate, then so be it. I merely thought it would be beneficial to enhance our disguise." After pondering briefly, Li Hao replied, "There are no descendants of significant figures among them, right? The kind that stirs trouble posthumously? None," Wang Ming quickly asserted. "Even if there were, they wouldn't instigate conflict. You needn't worry about that. I wouldn't betray my own." Li Hao raised an eyebrow and cast him a sidelong glance before finally saying, "Old Wang, the choice is yours. From this point onward, I shall not intervene. You follow your path, and I shall follow mine, without the need for further communication. Just ensure you attract a multitude of nefarious extraordinary beings. I will concern myself with nothing else." Wang Ming nodded eagerly and continued, "Our target is straightforward. Proceed along the main road towards the Hengduan Canyon. Once we reach the canyon, I will contact you again. This time, we will traverse the canyon or sweep through it, as there are surely extraordinary beings hiding there." "Understood." Wang Ming nodded vigorously, a spark of excitement lighting his features. It seemed they were embarking on a significant venture. Since returning to Baiwei City, he had found himself quite bored, lacking thrilling battles and engaging tasks. Although they stood on the brink of the mid-phase of the sun's radiance, he had yet to take the leap. The minor tasks assigned to the Night Watchers no longer stirred his enthusiasm. Even with the Night Watchers confronting the three major organizations over the past few days, the results were minimal. Hao Lianchuan and his men had taken down a few Red Moon extraordinary beings, but the strongest among them barely matched the sun's radiance and was swiftly eliminated. A multitude had mobilized, yet the spoils were scarcely enough to fill a gap in one's teeth. Li Hao remained silent, turning to leave. Wang Ming was well informed, and to be fair, Li Hao had not withheld anything from him. If he wished to take risks, that was his prerogative. Li Hao maintained this attitude towards martial artists and extraordinary beings alike. They were no longer children. Each must take responsibility for their own choices. Wang Ming's assessment was correct. In truth, they resembled the carefree second-generation elites, for they genuinely were. Before long, Li Hao caught up with two vehicles from the martial guard. He ceased running and swiftly leaped onto the second vehicle, startling Li Heng and the others, who nearly mistook him for an enemy. Fortunately, they soon recognized his figure and breathed a sigh of relief. At the Night Watcher's headquarters, Ho Xiaoqing had returned. At that moment, he was caressing the Fire Phoenix gun, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, a gentle smile spread across his face, as if he had reached an understanding. "Li Hao, it truly is you. I never anticipated that you would indeed shatter the essence of the shattered divine gun. This is quite unexpected." At that moment, the steward knocked and entered, speaking softly. "Li Hao has taken his team out. They were only assembled yesterday, and today he has already departed without clarifying the personnel." His record did not indicate such a radical approach. Li Hao's resume is remarkably clear. He is a young man who strategizes before acting, exhibiting far less impatience than one might perceive. The Red Moon murder case, which was unveiled in Silver City, was entirely orchestrated by Li Hao. Had he not pursued the matter relentlessly, keeping a watchful eye for an entire year, it is likely that no one would have been aware of the truth even after his demise. They would have all perished at the hands of the Red Moon, whose actions are remarkably clandestine. Yet today, what accounts for Li Hao's urgency? Ho Xiaoqing gently caressed his long spear and remarked, "He must have his own reasons, perhaps. After witnessing much and experiencing the disparity in strength, he feels the need to act. Additionally, he may wish to support Yuan Shua or alleviate some of the pressure on him. Yuan Shua has made a grandiose move towards the central region to confront the Red Moon. Do you truly believe he has become so reckless? Chief Steward Yu pondered for a moment and softly replied, "Is the minister suggesting that Yuan Shua's audacity serves to divert the attention of the Red Moon? Otherwise, what could it be?" Ho Xiaoqing gazed into the distance and sighed. His disciple is a thorn in the side of the Red Moon, while Silver Moon has turned into a contentious battleground. If he does not intervene to distract those formidable adversaries, the Orange Moon and Yellow Moon currently pursuing him might soon turn their focus onto Li Hao. If Yuan Shua does not create a disturbance, how could the Red Moon muster so many strong warriors? Who is their target? It is undoubtedly Li Hao. This notion is clear to many, even to those within the Red Moon. However, when faced with the relatively obscure Li Hao, it is imperative for Yuan Shua to be dealt with. Everyone recognizes the threat he poses. This individual has shattered constraints, and if left unchecked, he will soon become a significant liability. Were it not for the fact that Ing Hongyue could not move freely, she would undoubtedly confront Yuan Shua herself. The second and third chairs of the Red Moon, namely the Orange Moon and Yellow Moon, are currently neglecting numerous critical matters in the central region to focus solely on Yuan Shua, which speaks volumes about their perception of him. Blue Moon and Purple Moon and Silver Moon are, in fact, primarily targeting Li Hao as well. Any remnants of ancient ruins are secondary. Blue Moon's previous intention was to seize Li Hao during their confrontation with Ho Xiaoqing. In July, the Red Moon placed significant emphasis on the duo of master and disciple. Ho Xiaoqing continued, "You've stated that Li Hao is a man who acts after careful planning. Why does he not strategize now? Time is of the essence. His master has ventured alone into the central region for his sake. If Yuan Shua were to remain more discreet, who could locate him? Li Hao understands this principle. His silence does not imply ignorance. Underestimating him would be a grave mistake." Chief Steward Yu nodded slightly, but remained somewhat puzzled. Yuan Shua has other disciples, does he not? He has only taken Li Hao under his wing for 3 years. While their bond may be strong, is Li Hao truly worth such a significant sacrifice? Li Hao is one aspect, yet there is also Yuan Shua's own unwillingness to yield. Ho Xiaoqing appeared to possess an intimate understanding of Yuan Shua. Chuckling, he is discontented with those who once overshadowed him, now stepping on his heels. Previously, he felt despair and frustration, thus refraining from expressing it. However, as he recognizes opportunities, he knows that if these individuals grasp their chances, they can exploit them to their fullest potential. Yuan Shua, seeking to impose pressure upon himself, believes that only amidst life and death crises can one nurture greater hope to surpass those who have outstripped him. Figures such as Tian Jian and Ba Dao continue to thrive, as does Ing Hongyue. Nan Quan and Jin Chang are faring well too, and several of his old acquaintances remain in the central region. Do you think Yuan Shua is content with his circumstances? A duality of reasons has driven Yuan Shua to madness. From Linjiang, he embarks on a bloody rampage towards the central region. Although he conceals his tracks, each act of violence unveils his presence, as he refrains from excessive subterfuge, deliberately placing himself in a state of perpetual peril. This recklessness has caused considerable unease among those who monitor him. As long as he breathes, he is likely to become a significant threat in the future, beginning with the slaughter of the Sanyang. The current Yuan Shua has even commenced eliminating the pinnacle of Sanyang practitioners. His companion, the Bai Guang sword, is rumored to have entered the state of Yangshun. Initially, the Bai Guang sword seemed only comparable to weaker Sanyang initiates, yet soon reports surfaced of it swiftly dispatching a Sanyang novice. These seasoned martial artists, once seizing an opportunity, rapidly ascend in strength. At this moment, Steward Yu has come to comprehend everything. However, Ho Xiaoqing chuckled. "Can you not discern it yourself? Why seek my counsel? Yu Luocha is no fool. Fools cannot become the overseers of the Night Watch. The affairs of the Night Watch are managed by her." While Ho Xiaoqing's involvement is minimal, after pondering, Steward Yu remarked, "I can indeed perceive some of Li Hao's intentions, yet I remain somewhat perplexed. He exudes confidence, or perhaps a tranquil demeanor. Whether encountering Jin Chang, or even more formidable presences, he appears to show respect, yet does not seem overly shaken or astonished, which contradicts his background. He hails from Silver City and has scarcely ventured beyond its confines. How could he achieve such composure? Exposure to a broader horizon undoubtedly fosters this." Ho Xiaoqing, however, was not the least surprised. Perhaps he has witnessed something extraordinary, seen an existence of unparalleled strength, which emboldens him to wield his sword and cleave through the divine. Having glimpsed a higher realm, He may not possess superior power. Yet why should he be daunted by a lower realm? Steward Yu, contemplative, nodded. Should we covertly assign someone to protect him? Li Hao is a thorn in Hong Yue's side. His movements may also be of great concern to Hong Yue. Presently, they may be unaware, but they will eventually discover that Li Hao has ventured beyond Baiwei City. When that time arrives, a crisis will ensue. Ho Xiaoqing replied with a smile. Not every martial artist's path is one that is easily traversed. He is unlikely to meet his demise so effortlessly. Should he fall, it would signify a lack of fortune. We must continue to apply pressure on Hong Yue, restraining some of their formidable figures. Whether Li Hao can break through Hong Yue's blockade hinges upon his own capabilities. You were not so dismissive of Yuan Shuo in the past. Can Hong Yue be compared to the likes of Lan Yue? However, Ho Xiaoqing's expression turned grave. Though Hong Yue has been derided as worthless by Yuan Shuo and his disciples, you are well aware of his character. His ability to lead Hong Yue to rapid ascendance is beyond what the likes of Lan Yue can fathom. Especially considering Lan Yue is merely a second-generation entity. He places great importance on Hong Yue, and in truth, no one dares to underestimate him. One of the leaders of the three great organizations, a formidable presence capable of traversing the central realm. Those who underestimate the Blood Moon will inevitably face misfortune. Understood. Chief Steward Yu refrained from saying more. As he turned to leave, Ho Xiaoqing pondered for a moment and finally spoke. Prepare yourself. Chief Steward Yu's steps faltered slightly. Ho Xiaoqing softly continued. It is time. Let us attempt this. With the dawn of the rising light, we can commence our efforts. While the existing drawbacks cannot be entirely resolved, there are ways to mitigate them. The Blood God Seed remains effective. However, the Blood God Seed is not infinite, and those of the rising light tier are particularly scarce. Eventually, the Blood Moon will reclaim all Blood God Seeds. Thus, before the Blood Moon takes that step, we must act swiftly. The Blood God Seed can alleviate some shortcomings, yet these resources are not in endless supply. This approach merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Only Yuan Shuo's 5 animals breathing technique, if successfully adapted, may represent a true solution to the fundamental issues at hand. The multitude of powerful figures fixated on Yuan Shuo is precisely for this reason. Even if its efficacy is slightly inferior to that of the Blood God Seed, possessing a genuinely suitable technique is imperative. Otherwise, when the Blood God Seeds are exhausted, what shall we do then? Relying on external means to remedy shortcomings is not feasible for everyone. This is not a conventional path. Chief Steward Yu exhaled softly and nodded. Good. The day has finally arrived. Returning to the Martial Master, she no longer mentions the title of Yuluocha, for she is no longer the Yuluocha of her former days in the martial world. Yet, if she successfully returns, the once dominant Yuluocha will be reborn. Ho Xiaoqing's expression grew solemn. Although I have made some preparations, they may not suffice. If we fail, the consequences will be akin to death, supernatural dispersion, a severely injured body. And even if one survives, they would be left in a crippled state. The return to a martial master is far from simple. The price of failure is nearly indistinguishable from death, and even success will leave numerous issues unresolved, which may only be remedied by greater opportunities in the future. No matter. Chief Steward Yu remained undeterred. She feared not failure. Then you should retreat for a few days of quiet cultivation, during which time, do not concern yourself with trivial matters. Understood. Chief Steward Yu departed. Once she was gone, Ho Xiaoqing coughed gently, shook his head, and let out a sigh. He gazed out the window, pondering whether anyone had truly resolved these lingering issues. The Silver Moon's factions have not succeeded. What of the Central Realm? The royal family? The 9 divisions? The apex entities among the 3 great organizations? And those lurking in various provinces, what of them now? Whoever takes the first step may just ignite the flames of upheaval. Presently, a delicate balance remains intact. The number of beings like myself is an uncertain quantity, but it is undoubtedly not few. All await the opportune moment. Simultaneously, in a place shrouded in darkness, resembling a cave or cavern, the environment was bleak. In the stillness of the cavern, a shadow suddenly materialized. The Lord has seemingly departed from the White Moon City. Those cloaked figures, known as the Flying Sky, are the powerful beings stationed in the provinces, and it is evident that the Flying Sky resides here within the Silver Moon's mid-mountain. In the darkness, the voice of Ban Shan gradually emerged. Li Hao is not obediently hiding in Baiyu City. At this moment, Hong Yu is gathering forces from Yinyu, and he has come out, just like Yuan Shuo's disciple, bold as Yuan Shuo himself. Master, Shall we take any action? No need to keep watching. Hong Yu has operated in Yin for many years. Ho Xiaoqing will not easily sever their surveillance. What can be concealed for a moment cannot be hidden for a lifetime. Sooner or later, Hong Yu will discover Li Hao's whereabouts. For now, let us observe. Understood. Soon. The cloaked informant vanished. Moments later, a glimmer of light appeared within the cave. It was not only Ban Shan in the darkness. There was also a cloaked figure, eerily silent and unervingly still, unnoticed by the earlier informant. Ban Shan's voice broke the silence. Elder, is Li Hao truly the only heir among the 8 great families? Elder, he continued, the Faitian organization is shrouded in mystery. Even the Night Watchers know little about them. They resemble an assassin group, killing for payment, though their true desire lies in cultivation treasures. The structure of Faitian remains largely unknown to the Night Watchers, as it is the most enigmatic of the 3 major organizations. Yet they are aware of certain details. Faitian possesses an Elder Council, comprised of elite assassins. In the darkness, the Elder beneath the cloak spoke in a husky voice. Perhaps there are others still alive, but for now, Li Hao is the only one in plain sight. Yet, who can say whether the individual from Hong Yu is truly one of the 8 great families? His understanding of them exceeds ours. For years, Hong Yu has been laying its plans, with us merely following in their wake. Does the surnaming truly belong to them? Ban Shan fell silent as well. Indeed, Ying Hongyue is also a figure from the Yin martial world. Whether or not they belong to one of the 8 great families remains a subject of speculation for Faitian and Yen Luo. But the lack of leads renders it inconsequential for now. With Li Hao's exposure in Yin City, the information regarding the 8 great families has been laid bare, and Hong Yu no longer conceals anything. Should we take action first? If Li Hao is captured by Hong Yu, unforeseen events may arise. Hong Yu has meticulously strategized in Yin City for over a decade, clearly with significant ambitions. Let us observe the changes. Ho Xiaoqing and the others are still present, and it is impossible to allow Hong Yu to succeed. Agreed. The conversation concluded, yet Faitian would not truly remain indifferent. As messengers of the dark, they would continue to monitor these developments. 2 trucks gradually departed from Baiyu City, the bustling city fading into the distance. Li Hao gazed into the horizon, scanning his surroundings. He was aware of the light clusters. Having exited the city, he might have drawn the attention of some individuals. Is someone following me? After a while, he detected no signs of supernormal tracking. At least within a kilometer radius, there were no significant light clusters present, or perhaps they were too weak for him to perceive. The vehicles traversed well-paved roads, bumping along for several hours, inducing drowsiness. It wasn't until they passed through a thicket that everyone became alert. Before they could ponder further, Li Hao's voice rang out, "Get out." In an instant, the martial artists swiftly disembarked. Some, caught off guard, were yanked down by an unseen force. Upon the 2 vehicles, a group of warriors clad in black armor descended, while the trucks continued their journey undeterred. Li Hao did not halt. Instead, he conjured large stones from thin air to fill the cargo hold, and then opened the roof, shielding the interior. A voice echoed in the ears of the 2 drivers. Do not stop along the way. Drive to Yaoguang City. You will dine there. We shall manage our own sustenance. These drivers were appointed by the warrior guard, not particularly powerful, yet they adhered to orders and would not defy a centurion's command. Without further contemplation, the 2 drivers pressed on, though the chatter from the second truck diminished, as the loquacious Li Heng seemed to fall silent. Li Hao gazed ahead, and once the trucks had vanished from sight, he spoke. Be discreet. Do not leave too many traces. We are in the Tianshan wooded region. We will traverse the mountains and proceed once darkness falls. The group exchanged glances, sensing the unnecessary nature of such caution, yet none dared to voice dissent. Some warriors, aware of the region's intricacies, inwardly lamented. This woodlands area had an extensive radius, while passing through directly was not overly distant. Scaling the mountains from an alternate direction would entail nearly 100 miles of rugged terrain. Clad in black armor, even the warriors would soon be utterly exhausted. After a brief moment, the band of 51 moved quietly, swiftly disappearing into the forest, leaving no significant trace behind. Beyond the Tianshan woodlands, at a considerable distance, an observer wielding a specially crafted telescope scrutinized the scene. As the 2 trucks exited the wooded area, the observer frowned slightly. The previously open tops of the trucks were now closed. Was it because the sun was too intense, or was it a measure of concealment? Either way, it made observations more challenging. The downside of the warriors lay in their inability to detect anything from afar without close inspection, which proved quite troublesome. Were they a band of superhumans, there would be no need for scrutiny. Their presence would shine brightly like a beacon, easily discernible to those of strength. On this day, as Li Hao departed the city, he drew the attention of many observant individuals. The two trucks, laden with warriors, remained within the gaze of the vigilant. However, no one dared approach for a closer examination, aware that Lu Long had entered the ranks of the 1,000 fighters, and Li Hao likely had as well. The prowess of 1,000 fighters was notably acute. It was not until the vehicles reached Yaoguang City and the drivers completed their meal before returning to the trucks, awaiting further orders, that some took notice. Yet, none dared to act precipitously. Meanwhile, the sky gradually darkened. On another front, a group of second-generation elites, driving their sports cars, handsome men and beautiful women engaged in lively banter, set off toward the Hengduan Gorge, attracting some attention. However, it was of little consequence. Merely a group venturing out for leisure. At this moment, Li Hao had already led the demon hunting team over several mountain ranges, avoiding all areas illuminated by light orbs. The band of 51 moved undetected, vanishing from the sight of all. Chapter 132. A successful first battle at the edge of the Tianmu mountain forest. Night descended. Li Hao stood motionless like a statue, while behind him, the armored warriors emitted faint sounds of breath and fatigue, burdened by their armor. They had run all day along the mountainous terrain, enduring a true test of endurance, without food or water. Confusion lingered among them. They wondered what Li Hao was doing. Was he searching for enemies or hunting the members of the three major organizations? Yet, was such a search even feasible? If they were to descend any further, they would reach the Hengduan Gorge. It would be far easier to simply take a vehicle instead. Though those above the 100-level threshold fared better, some of the 10th-tier martial artists in the group began to falter under the strain. Exhaustion was palpable. Their faces were obscured by black armor, concealing their expressions, yet discontent simmered within the ranks, stemming from their lack of understanding and dissatisfaction with Li Hao's actions, as he had provided them no explanations. Just then, Li Hao spoke. Rest here for half an hour. Eat something, drink some water. And those who need to relieve themselves should do so quickly. Do not stray from the group. We will resume in half an hour. Unable to contain himself, one of the warriors murmured, "Report, Captain, what is our destination?" "Just follow along," Li Hao replied enigmatically, offering no precise answer. He himself was uncertain of their destination. Wherever the members of the three major organizations were, that was where he aimed to go. Not far away, Lu Long retrieved some provisions and water from his storage ring to distribute among the others. Aside from Li Hao, he was the only one with such a ring. A gift from Li Hao. After their previous encounter with Yu Xiao and Huang Jia, he had obtained 2 rings, one of which was entrusted to Lu Long for the purpose of collecting supplies. After a brief moment, Lu Long approached. Within the group, only Li Hao and Lu Long were unarmored. Lu Long's expression was grave as he regarded Li Hao. He understood that Li Hao was attempting to evade the gaze of certain individuals, yet this approach risked avoiding even the watchful eyes of the guards and night patrols. The guard unit possessed special tracking devices, but Li Hao had discarded his as soon as he disembarked from the vehicle. Thus, they found themselves a disconnected lone force. The others had not yet been equipped with tracking devices, as they had joined the guard unit too recently. "Do we have a target?" Lu Long inquired softly. Li Hao produced a map and pointed to a specific location. This is an area the night patrol had prepared previously under Minister Hao's guidance. He had identified several zones that could potentially serve as strongholds for the 3 major organizations. However, with the Red Moon advancing aggressively, he abandoned further searches, which has inadvertently benefited me. Is that truly a benefit? Li Hao continued. This location is the closest to Hengduan Gorge where a Red Moon stronghold might exist. I have already sent Wang Ming ahead. Perhaps he can lure out some individuals. As he spoke, Li Hao took a bite of a hard biscuit, adding quietly, "We will approach under the cover of night. It is still early. If we proceed quickly, perhaps the enemy will follow Wang Ming's trail, allowing us to eliminate this stronghold." Lu Long glanced at the map, his voice solemn. "It is still nearly 100 miles. Can everyone endure?" I acted with intention, depleting their inner strength within the 10th realm, exhausting them completely. Li Hao murmured, "Only by exhausting them can we channel the new energy to sustain the old. If we could acquire some red shadows or mysterious energy in this moment, absorbing them would yield the best results." This logic holds. Yet Lu Long harbored concerns that such a strategy might incite discontent within the team. However, after some contemplation, he chose to disregard it. Half an hour later, Li Hao commanded in a low voice, "Continue onward. Should anyone lag behind, I shall render you unconscious and leave you here. If nocturnal beasts or superpowered martial artists happen to pass by, do not blame me for any unfortunate fate." Upon hearing this, some martial artists of the 10th realm were on the verge of cursing. "Are you even human?" Under the eaves, one must bow their head, despite their grievances. The group could only silently follow. Even those who had surpassed the 100 realms offered assistance, lending a hand when faced with difficult paths. Martial artists are not inherently fragile. Yet once their inner strength is depleted, the disparity with ordinary individuals is not insubstantial. Approximately 50 miles from the Hungduan Gorge lies a picturesque lake surrounded by verdant trees. A beautiful environment rarely visited due to its distance from the city. Typically, it is exceptionally tranquil here at night. However, this evening, 2 men and 3 women set up camp, engaging in a lively bonfire gathering, cooking a feast by the lakeside. Amidst laughter and merriment, they savored barbecued delicacies. The aroma wafting through the air, mingling with the scent of wine that tantalized the senses. Despite the exuberance, a closer look reveals a flicker of tension in their eyes. Among the men, one was Wang Ming, and the other was, of course, Zhou Qin, the one who had once captured a tiger. At this moment, while Zhou Qin enjoyed the barbecue, his laughter belied an underlying anxiety. This location had witnessed several incidents, with individuals frequently disappearing, certainly not a safe place. Yet, their purpose for being here was precisely for such thrilling experiences. After a few bites, Zhou Qin lowered his voice. Old Wang Ming, chuckled heartily, shaking his head as he anticipated Zhou Qin's words. "This place is truly beautiful. That wretched place, White Moon City, becomes tiresome after prolonged exposure." The other women quickly chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Although there was a shared tension in their gazes, it mingled with a sense of exhilaration. Their craving for excitement was palpable, and they hoped someone was keeping watch over them. In truth, they were indeed being observed. The 5 affluent youths were all endowed with supernatural abilities, adorned with several energy storage rings, which were quite valuable. The ostentatious Wang Ming wore 5 rings on his fingers. These energy storage rings were not just ordinary items. Each one could hold a significant reserve of mysterious energy, often up to 1,000 units. While these privileged youths may not possess an abundance, even a single ring holding 100 units is a treasure. With Wang Ming alone possessing 5 rings, he carried 500 units of mysterious energy, an irresistible temptation for any superpowered individual, save for the top-tier experts. Moreover, Wang Ming was not alone in this regard. There were indeed 5 of them. Zhou Qin, too, donned a ring. Approximately 500 meters away, underground, 2 figures flickered into view. One exuded earth-based supernatural energy, creating a space beneath the ground, while the other had ears that trembled incessantly, elongating considerably. After a brief moment, the one with extended ears whispered. They are engaged in conversation, discussing trivial matters. However, someone mentioned an identity. One of them has the surname Wang and appears to be a mid-level supernatural from the early Sunlight era, with some influence within the White Dragon Army. The White Dragon Army? The Earth-based supernatural pondered for a moment, then murmured, "The vice commander of the White Dragon Army has the surname Wang. I believe I know who this is. Wang Ming from the Wang family, reputed to be an unparalleled genius." The Night Watchers? The one with long ears furrowed his brow slightly. The Earth-based supernatural replied softly, "What of the Night Watchers? They seem to be out for leisure. Let us return and report this, but we should exercise caution." The 2 swiftly set off, soon burrowing into the depths of the earth. After a while, they arrived at a spacious underground area, solidified by the earth-based supernatural, covering nearly an acre. At that moment, within this subterranean establishment, numerous individuals were bustling about, a considerable number indeed. They were merely a few thousand meters away from Wang Ming's lake, in a desolate wilderness, remaining hidden underground, several dozen meters deep, making detection nearly impossible under normal circumstances. Upon their return, a supernatural being wearing a ghostly mask inquired, "Long ears, you're back. What is the situation?" 5 second-generation heirs, all offspring of officials from Baiwa City. The 2 reported the situation succinctly. A moment later, a burly man approached, unmasked, and frowned slightly, asking, "Are the Night Watchers merely bait?" The earlier Earth-based supernatural responded, We did not detect anyone following, and regarding the bait, all 5 are offspring of officials, with one being a genius from the Night Watchers. Losing them would indeed cause trouble. Would they really use these individuals as bait? Another voice chimed in. Even if they are bait, without Hao Lianchuan and Hou Xiaoqing present, we could still eliminate them. The opposing group included 1 from the early sunlight level and 4 from the moonshade level. Formidable, yet not insurmountable. Caution must be exercised. We should avoid acting rashly, as this area is too close to our base. If these individuals were to go missing, it could easily attract powerful beings to investigate. The discussion ensued, with some advocating for the elimination of these individuals, while others recommended a more prudent approach. This place indeed served as a stronghold for the Red Moon, previously sparsely populated, but now swelled with numerous powerful beings. Once housing merely 10 individuals, it now gathered 4 to 5 dozen supernatural entities. As a result, the environment had grown chaotic. With an influx of people from different regions, this small stronghold harbored individuals from 3 different provinces, lacking any overarching authority. Consequently, diverse voices and opinions emerged. Situated not far from the Hengduan Gorge, their mission here was singular: to eliminate any isolated supernatural entities. As long as they were not affiliated with the Red Moon, they were fair game for slaughter. If one possesses overwhelming strength, it is prudent not to eliminate, but rather to document the presence of individuals adept at exploration, such as the Long Ear. Though merely at the level of the new moon, this individual's keen ears can discern sounds from a distance of several kilometers, a formidable ability indeed. In addition to Long Ear, there are others skilled in distant observation. However, the onset of night complicates such endeavors, and hence they refrained from venturing forth earlier. Nonetheless, this region is not devoid of power. The robust figure among them is a peak sunlight realm expert, effectively the temporary leader of this locale. Hearing the commotion, he felt a twinge of irritation and furrowed his brow, commanding, "Enough. Quiet down. The Night Watchers are not to be feared, whether we kill or spare them. As long as it is not a trap, we shall proceed with the execution. Those scoundrels have taken enough of our men in recent days. When have we ever feared the Night Watchers? After Hou Xiaoqing eliminated the red-haired elder, the Silver Moon faction has been at odds with us irreparably." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Let us observe further. As long as the Night Watchers are not bait, we can act. Additionally, have the White Moon City investigate any movements among the strong from the Night Watchers." With that, the group fell silent, stuck underground day in and day out. With an abundance of people and little opportunity for proper cultivation, they were all feeling quite stifled. The mere thought of the 3 women outside, their delicate skin and abundant mysterious energy, brought smiles to their faces. Finally, they would not be idle any longer. Heavy breaths and labored gasps filled the air once more. At this moment, in the darkness, the group was nearly exhausted, some leaning on their long swords, no longer concerned about their precious weapons. Ahead, Li Hao halted his steps. He glanced back at Lu Long and communicated telepathically. "Wang Ming seems to be in this vicinity. I shall investigate. If I can draw some attention, we will rest momentarily and then strike." Lu Long, somewhat exasperated by this companion, lamented their long day's run. Li Hao, undeterred, vanished swiftly from sight. After a while, Li Hao beheld 5 luminous orbs. Wang Ming's was notably large, while the other 4 were somewhat smaller. This individual was truly fearless. Accompanied by 4 others from the new moon level, Li Hao could only shake his head in disbelief. He approached with utmost stealth, having absorbed a considerable amount of wind energy and possessing commendable agility. In the darkness, with a few nimble leaps, he traversed several hundred meters and swiftly perched upon a large tree. Gazing towards the flickering firelight ahead, he spotted Wang Ming, Zhou Qin, and 3 young women of tender years. Li Hao did not linger on them. Having a barbecue in the dead of night would surely attract attention if anyone were observant. He scanned his surroundings, leaving no stone unturned, his eyes shining brightly in the shadows. Soon, Li Hao's gaze sharpened, and with a flicker, he vanished from his position, reappearing on another tree. At this moment, his keen eyes revealed a luminous orb, not particularly large, which he assessed to be of the new moon's consummate level. This orb was not underground, but nestled within the trees, a manifestation of wood energy. Nearby, a wood-type superhuman lay concealed within the great tree, silently observing the group. Li Hao continued to survey his surroundings, keen to discern any signs of a crimson shadow. The denizens of the Red Moon take great pleasure in unleashing their crimson shadows to observe their targets, for these shadows are intangible and formless, often proving more effective than even supernatural abilities. After scanning the surroundings, I indeed spotted a small crimson shadow, albeit at a considerable distance from the luminous entity. Hovering far away, and intriguingly, its gaze was directed towards the vicinity of the wood element supernatural. Was this a precaution against being watched, allowing the shadow to maintain a safe distance? Such is the cunning of the Red Moon's supernatural beings. Perched atop the treetops, a smile crept across Li Hao's face. His efforts had not been in vain. The moonshade-level supernatural clearly dared not fixate on Wang Ming and his companions. Thus, it was likely that a Red Moon stronghold lay nearby. However, after a thorough inspection, Li Hao had found no trace of it. He waited in silence for a moment, and soon after, he sensed some commotion beneath the ground. His ears perked up, and he focused intently as a luminous sphere emerged. Earth element. Rapidly, the earth element supernatural burrowed near the wood element supernatural, revealing its head. The two drew close, seemingly exchanging words, though Li Hao could not discern their conversation. He paid it little mind, instead watching as the earth element supernatural swiftly departed, and he chose to follow it, pursuing the earth element being. The earth element supernatural traversed underground for approximately 1,000 meters before suddenly vanishing. Li Hao was taken aback. The light had disappeared? He frowned slightly. The absence of the glow indicated that the other had delved deep underground. Earth element specialists typically do not venture too far below, as the deeper one goes, the greater the pressure exerted by the earth. Was the stronghold located underground? Li Hao was somewhat surprised, yet quickly reconciled with the thought. As the number of supernatural beings increased and their abilities were developed, establishing a stronghold underground did not seem insurmountable, and it offered a greater degree of concealment. However, if it were too deep, it would hinder Li Hao's observations. Gently, Li Hao descended to the ground, contemplating the situation. A wave of seismic energy began to permeate the earth. As his geokinetic senses penetrated the depths, his consciousness expanded, thereby enlarging his field of observation. Moments later, as his awareness spread, he detected several supernatural fluctuations. Such fluctuations, when approached, were distinctly perceptible. Li Hao silently attuned himself, and after a brief pause, he gained clarity. A formidable stronghold housing around 40 individuals, including 4 to 5 from the Daylight faction and over 30 from the Moonshade faction, was indeed substantial. Then, Li Hao scanned the surroundings once more and vaguely spotted several crimson shadows. The Red Moon's operatives had expertly concealed their shadows, embedding them in crucial passageways. Should anyone stumble upon this location, the adversaries would swiftly detect their presence through these shadows. Thus, pursuing those of the Red Moon often proved exceedingly challenging. After observing for a while, Li Hao swiftly vanished from his position. Moments later, he returned to the location of the demon hunting squad. At that moment, some individuals were sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. However, after a brief respite, they felt considerably better. With Li Hao's return, those seated were compelled to rise once more. We have located the enemy, Li Hao declared without hesitation. Ahead lies a Red Moon stronghold, comprising approximately 40 individuals, with 4 to 5 from the Daylight faction, while the remainder are predominantly of the Moonshade level. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with excitement. Had they truly uncovered a stronghold? Was it that simple? They were not naive newcomers. They understood that the strongholds of the 3 major organizations were typically well concealed and difficult to detect. Yet, Li Hao had merely ventured out for a brief moment and made such a discovery. Moreover, if this were indeed the case, their strength would not be insignificant. It is merely a handful of sunblades. Clad in black armor, their attacks are difficult to penetrate, and with over 100 auxiliary forces, defeating them should not prove overly challenging. Li Hao chuckled. Bear in mind, these are individuals from the Red Moon, highly coveted. The Blood God Child is real. For martial artists, this represents the greatest treasure. Should we eliminate the individuals here and seize the Blood God Child, many who are currently at the 10th realm could ascend to the 100th realm tonight. Upon hearing this, the others were somewhat stirred. Hong Qing hastily asked, Captain, will you also intervene? No, you shall engage. Commander Liu and I will oversee the surroundings. Should anyone attempt to flee, we shall handle it. He was not inclined to take action himself. Upon this declaration, Hong Qing and the others felt a tinge of concern. Their adversaries were formidable. Furthermore, the group was not particularly familiar with one another. While those from the sword sect or the inspection division might coordinate well, a mixed assembly posed challenges, as their strengths were not yet discerned, making cooperation cumbersome. Go, Li Hao commanded, elaborating on the region they occupied. The underground posed some difficulty for martial artists. However, Li Hao understood that once these martial artists encroached upon enemy territory, they would swiftly evoke the vigilance and onslaught of the superhumans, signaling a breach of their stronghold. Once the others departed, Lu Long furrowed his brow and inquired, "Shall we not intervene? Their initial coordination may not fully exploit the power of the black armor." The adversary was an assortment, a conglomeration from various provinces, lacking substantial teamwork. Training the troops is too cumbersome. They will naturally cultivate synergy through battle, Li Hao replied. He continued, "You should deal with the wood-type superhuman near Wangming. I will keep watch. Generally, ordinary sunblades cannot vanquish martial artists clad in black armor, but that peaked sunblade might prove lethal. I cannot allow the first skirmish to witness any of our people perish under my gaze, as that would dampen morale. In the early stages, we must avoid casualties. As the battle progresses and everyone grows accustomed to it, should we encounter a crisis later on, losing a few individuals will be more acceptable. Initially, what we require is a flawless victory." Li Hao, though lacking military expertise, understood one principle: beneath 100 victories, even a worm dares to contend with a dragon. Within the underground structure, the group was in a clamor, having reached a consensus to eliminate Wang Ming and his companions. Just as several powerful figures were preparing to set forth, the long-eared superhuman furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Wait, what is it? It seems there are footsteps above, no? It's not just one, there are many." Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. "Many?" The long-eared superhuman continued to listen intently, glancing upwards, his frown deepening. "The footsteps are heavy, as if burdened. It sounds like approximately 40 to 50 individuals." "So many? A merchant convoy?" Someone sensed the absence of any mysterious energy fluctuations, indicating they were not superhumans. With such a multitude, it must be a merchant convoy. But which martial artist would send forth 40 to 50 of their kind together? In the vast silver moon, martial artists were scarce. Even if the whereabouts of the martial guard were exposed, not everyone would be aware of it. Pay them no mind. If it is a merchant convoy, they can be dealt with effortlessly. A single blaze would leave not a trace. Indeed, amidst the commotion, they did not seem overly concerned. Several superpowers furrowed their brows, sensing that the shadow god seemed to have noticed something peculiar. This did not appear to be a merchant convoy, but rather an army. The red shadows observed certain images that prompted their concern. Armored troops? An army clad in armor? In ancient times, such a sight was commonplace. However, in the present military landscape, such configurations were virtually non-existent. It was only rumored that the royal family possessed a black armored unit that perpetually donned their armor. A group of Red Moon superpowers found themselves bewildered. An armored army? If not for the sheer number of people, they might have believed they had traversed back in time to the ancient era. In this day and age, where could an armored army possibly emerge from? Could it be the black armored unit? Someone chuckled softly, their tone laced with jest. The black armored unit had long been stationed at Star City, safeguarding the royal family, and had not even participated in the Central Plains War. Why would they be present in this desolate place? "Shall we venture outside?" someone suggested. Just as they were speaking, the muscular figure at the pinnacle of the daylight suddenly frowned. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Boom! A tremendous roar shook the ground. The once sturdy underground structure began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck, sending many superpowers into a panic. They were situated dozens of meters below the surface. With the earth above them so unstable, a collapse could prove disastrous for all but those with earth manipulation abilities. "An earthquake? We must ascend," commanded a voice urgently, prompting everyone to rush upward. There was an escape passage, but if the earth manipulators were incapacitated, they would be doomed. The group hastened along the passage, while several earth manipulators swiftly burrowed upwards with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, above the underground structure, Li Hao stomped down, unleashing a tremor from his earth sword technique that reverberated through the ground multiple times, causing him to vanish from his original position. Staying hidden underground, they would soon experience the might of the earth sword. Just as he departed, the demon hunting squad arrived swiftly. Upon their arrival, several heads emerged from the ground, catching both parties off guard as they unexpectedly collided. Attack! Lu Yen, ever composed from her prior experiences, wasted no time. With a sharp command, her dual blades materialized, swiftly targeting a nearby head. Hongqing also regained his senses, unleashing a powerful strike. In an instant, the martial artists were alert. Though taken aback by the sudden encounter, they had come prepared to hunt these individuals, granting them an advantage. Boom! The sword energy erupted, and with many disciples present, the air was filled with slicing force. The earth manipulators in the front had just enough time to retreat, their faces pale as they hastily burrowed back underground. However, those who had just emerged had no time to react. As they surfaced, boom, a series of strikes rained down, unleashing internal energy that shattered the earth. 2 earth manipulators had their escape thwarted and were slain in the subterranean depths. The demon hunting squad's assault grew chaotic, with everyone fixated on eliminating a few targets, occasionally leading to conflict amongst themselves. Observing the turmoil, several team leaders shouted urgently, "Disperse! Do not cluster together." The crowd was overwhelming, a chaotic mass of bodies jostling against one another in a frenzied melee. Amidst the turmoil, the members of the Red Moon were equally disoriented. Suddenly, the ground erupted, a stone shifting aside to reveal over a dozen superhumans emerging. Both sides exchanged glances, and in an instant, the Red Moon warriors roared, "Enemy attack!" It's a martial master. Meanwhile, the demon hunters swiftly recognized the entrance below. Quick, eliminate them. Boom. In the blink of an eye, several martial masters charged forward, while the superhumans snapped back to awareness. Some unleashed their powers, others employed shadow techniques, and in an instant, a tumultuous battle ensued. Li Hao stood quietly atop a nearby tree, observing the scene with a contemplative gaze. Before long, Lu Long returned, his axe still stained with blood, exhaling, "It's done." Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Long then glanced downward, frowning slightly. "It's too chaotic. Everything is in disarray. The teams have merged together, and some of the martial masters, having surpassed the 100 mark, lack any sense of coordination, each simply pursuing their own targets. If I were leading a team alone right now, I would be utterly frantic. But with Li Hao here, I feel considerably reassured." Yet, he couldn't help but feel vexed by the ongoing melee. Li Hao nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, we have bypassed the training process and thrust them directly into battle. A single skirmish will reveal their shortcomings." Boom. Below, the conflict erupted violently, as several of the Red Moon's Sun warriors ascended from the underground. The previously dominant martial masters were swiftly repelled by these fierce competitors, one of whom was a pinnacle gold element warrior. At that moment, a powerful punch was unleashed, and the charging Wang Chao, a late-stage warrior clad in black armor, was sent careening away, dazed from the impact. At this juncture, Lu Yan shouted vehemently, "Defensive warriors to the front. Captain, engage the Sun warriors. Do not disperse." Hongqing, equally anxious, possessed formidable strength, yet found herself unable to push through due to the throng of her comrades. She too shouted, "Team 1, strike left." The formidable warriors of the Red Moon had initially believed they were facing the black-armored army. However, as the battle commenced, aside from a few superhumans falling at the outset, the black-armored martial masters appeared increasingly flustered, exhibiting a lack of coordination that was even worse than that of their adversaries. The burly leader, witnessing the chaos, seemed to have an epiphany and bellowed, "Eliminate them. These are the black armors. They are from the Sword Sect. How audacious of the Sword Sect to launch a surprise attack against us. Be wary of Yitang nearby. Quickly, eliminate them. The black armor is invaluable. They can be exchanged for a divine energy stone." Instantly, he thought of the Sword Sect. In the City of War, the existence of the black armor was no longer a secret, and the martial masters of the Sword Sect had fortuitously acquired some. At this moment, the only concern was the 2 Sun warriors from the Sword Sect lurking in the vicinity. If these disorganized martial masters were not present, despite their formidable defenses, they would inevitably become prey. Upon hearing that a set of black armor could be traded for a divine energy stone, the superhumans couldn't help but feel envious. In a swift and commanding manner, a powerful figure proclaimed, "Let us unite our efforts. These martial artists are mere waste unless they engage in combat. Earth elementals, adhere to the rules of the Red Moon swiftly." Under this direction, the entire team of Red Moon coordinated seamlessly. The Earth warriors began to tremble the ground, creating numerous pits that confined the black-armored warriors to a limited area. Should they attempt to advance, they would easily stumble over the chaotic craters. The fire elementals unleashed ranged attacks, while the wood elementals entangled their foes, and the aerial warriors soared into battle. These extraordinary beings of Red Moon adapted to combat with a swiftness surpassing that of the Demon Hunter Brigade, frequently participating in various battles. Although many were unfamiliar faces, their roles were clear. In the blink of an eye, fireballs hurtled toward Lu Yin and her companions. Boom, one after another. The black-armored warriors were repelled by the powers of the extraordinary. The wood elementals swiftly caused trees to grow from the ground, ensnaring their adversaries. Though the black armor was formidable, they could still be trapped. Several elite warriors from the Sunshine Order took on the primary offensive role. A pinnacle gold elementalist delivered a punch that, while not lethal to the martial artists within the black armor, sent them flying, only to be swiftly attacked by the aerial warriors who descended underground. Upon landing, numerous branches erupted from the ground, and avoiding them could lead to falling into a massive pit, buried beneath a cascade of soil. The martial artists, who had once held the advantage, found themselves suddenly suppressed as the battle progressed. Several captains, displaying commendable strength, engaged in combat, inflicting damage upon the enemy, yet the results were far from satisfactory, and they were soon forced back. Had it not been for the black armor, they would have suffered significant losses in a mere short span. On the opposing side, without black armor, the sudden ambush resulted in only 7 or 8 extraordinary beings perishing, yet they quickly stabilized their position. Lu Long's brow furrowed deeply. With a sigh, he glanced at Li Hao, reflecting on the chaos of the Demon Hunter Brigade that Li Hao had brought forth to hunt formidable foes. At this moment, 7 or 8 martial artists had been completely captured, locked away, and buried under the earth, unable to move. The black armor provided strong defense. But once the tremors of power surged, the warriors inside could also meet their demise. They were not invincible. Li Hao observed silently, contemplating the battle-heaven army. Had 50 of them been present, they might not have been stronger than these martial artists. Yet their coordination could have led to the extraordinary beings suffering devastating losses in a single round. With just one charge, the extraordinary might be entirely decimated. Of course, that was a legendary elite battalion of ancient civilization. Currently, these martial artists were but scattered mercenaries. Originally, he intended to prevent their escape. But now these extraordinary beings had no desire to flee. Their aim was the complete annihilation of the Demon Hunter Brigade and the seizure of the black armor. Had it not been for the hesitation of several sunlit warriors regarding Yitang's proximity, compelling the Red Shadow to wander in search of him, the captains of the 100 might have already succumbed. The black armor could fend off some of the Red Shadow's assaults, yet it still faced disruptions. A Red Shadow clung to Lu Yin, infiltrating her body through the armor and corroding her internal energy. As the martial artists were captured and the adversaries remained oblivious to Yitang's presence, several members of the Sunlight faction grew emboldened, unleashing fierce roars and escalating their attacks. In the blink of an eye, they forced Lu Yin and her companions into retreat. Their formidable defenses, at that moment, merely served as a means of survival, failing to enable an effective counterattack. In this moment of urgency, the captains and other martial artists were filled with anxiety. What they had presumed would be an easy victory had swiftly turned into a harsh reality, with an increasing number of martial artists being captured and rendered immobile nearby. At this juncture, Li Hung bellowed, "Sword masters to the front line, defensive unit, and the striking martial artists, regroup. The chaos is hampering our efforts." Following his command, Hongqing immediately shouted, "Sword masters of the Sword Gate, strike with me, maintain order, attack." With their adjustments, the remaining martial artists abandoned their original formations, repositioning themselves with defenses in the front and attacks in the rear. Some focused on using their internal energy to shatter the ground beneath them, ensuring it would not become their grave. This was the essence of real combat. In this critical moment, they were able to adapt swiftly. In training, achieving such results would be far more challenging. Those skilled in agility, follow me. Capture the aerial energy manipulators. At that moment, Wu Chao also shouted, launching himself into the air with remarkable speed, followed closely by several agile martial artists, all of whom ascended to engage the airborne energy manipulators in battle. Above and below, energy manipulators filled the space, limiting the martial artists' tactics prior to engaging in combat. However, the presence of the black-armored warriors mitigated these disparities. As the martial artists stabilized their formations, both sides began to suffer casualties. In the distance, Lu Long's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. After all, Martial artists were not foolish. Faced with a crisis and having made several adjustments, although they had lost nearly a third of their number, the team ultimately regained its stability, adopting a steady and methodical approach to confront the energy manipulators. Lu Long exhaled deeply, and Li Hao revealed a faint smile. Among these martial artists, some retained clarity of thought. To be honest, he himself was not well versed in military formations, yet at this moment, the naturally formed lines of these individuals effectively countered the onslaught of the energy manipulators. He observed attentively, taking note of everyone's performance. Checking the time, he realized the battle had lasted approximately 5 minutes. The commotion was significant, but fortunately, they were in the wilderness. However, if the fight continued with such intensity, the powerful fluctuations of energy would inevitably attract stronger foes. Just as the two sides were locked in fierce combat, the leading energy manipulator of the Sunlight faction suddenly changed countenance. In the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, a streak of sword light sliced through the air, akin to a fierce tiger breaking free from its cage. In an instant, several formidable members of the Sunlight faction were cleaved asunder. 4 of them were instantly slain by that single strike. The energy manipulators' morale collapsed immediately. Hong Qing and the others were left utterly astonished. The sword force. Li Hao's sword force. What are we waiting for? Attack, exterminate them. Swiftly, with several members of the Sunlight faction dispatched by a single stroke. The remaining energy manipulators completely lost their will to fight and began to flee in disarray. A voice erupted in fury, Hong Yitang. If you dare to scheme against the Red Moon Sword sect, your demise is assured. Clearly, they had mistaken Li Hao for Hong Yitang. Li Hao, indifferent to the uproar, plunged his sword into the ground. Beneath the surface, several fleeing Earth-type superhumans were instantly obliterated by the force of his strike. Ahead, the members of Hong Qing unleashed their fury, their sword energy slicing through the retreating superhumans with lethal precision. In the air, several aerial superhumans attempted to ascend, but before they could escape, one was struck down by a powerful axe swing from Lu Long, who dispatched him in an instant, swiftly cleaving through several moonshade superhumans in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin and her companions also engaged in battle, and in a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the scene. The sounds of heavy breathing echoed. Li Hao wielded his sword to sever the bindings of over 10 captured martial artists, all of whom, now flushed and breathless, sprang to their feet, speechless. Clad in armor, their expressions were obscured, yet it was evident that being captured in battle was far from honorable. Li Hao spoke with calm authority. Secure the battlefield, gather the mysterious energy, and send a team down to cleanse the stronghold. You have 10 minutes, then we retreat. No one uttered a word. However, it wasn't long before individuals began to move downward. Some delivered finishing blows, while others commenced the collection of mysterious energy. In that moment, the martial artists fell into a profound silence. Had it not been for their black armor and the formidable strength of Li Hao, they might have faced total annihilation. Li Hao reached out and seized the fallen peak superhuman of the Sunlight Order, activating the energy storage ring. Moments later, it revealed approximately 300 units of gold element mysterious energy. He turned to Lu Long. This is the recorded bounty for the bait. Understood. Lu Long nodded, devoid of envy or discontent. Despite the bait's apparent lack of involvement, the peril they faced was immense, and a single misstep could lead to their complete eradication. Nearby, Wang Ming and his companions were parched and awestruck. They had swiftly arrived upon hearing the commotion, witnessing the fierce clash and the slaughter of numerous superhumans, including the slaying of a peak superhuman with a single sword strike. The 4 Sunlight superhumans had failed to withstand that blow, leaving Wang Ming and the others trembling with fear. Old Wang, your senior brother is too powerful. Indeed, it's terrifying that he could slay several Sunlight superhumans with just one strike. And that must be Lu Long, right? He is incredibly formidable, having felled several aerial superhumans with his axe. Their emotions oscillated between exhilaration and trepidation. They had scarcely witnessed such a grand battlefield where hundreds of martial artists clashed, resulting in the utter annihilation of the superhumans, with dozens perishing. Such scenes were seldom seen in Silver Moon. They felt fortunate to have been present. Merely witnessing this battle was worth the endeavor. Lost in thought, a shadow flickered as Li Hao tossed the energy storage ring to Wang Ming. Here, 300 units of gold element energy for you to distribute. This is your reward. The more powerful beings you attract, the greater your gains, and the more benefits you will receive. Naturally, the risks will also escalate. I won't always arrive this swiftly, nor can I guarantee my presence each time. Whether to withdraw is your decision. With those words, Li Hao vanished in an instant. For several second-generation individuals, 300 square units may not seem particularly substantial. Yet, at this moment, they are filled with excitement. Even when divided among themselves, the amount each person receives is not insignificant. They could easily manage a few dozen square units. However, the essence of this achievement lies in the fact that it is earned through their own efforts. Zhou Qin, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaims, "I, Old Wang, have attained this mysterious energy through my own endeavors." They did not participate in the battle, but prior to this moment, anxiety and exhilaration coursed through them, made all the more palpable by the presence of numerous formidable superhumans nearby. Had Li Hao and his companions arrived even a moment later, disaster would have befallen them. Yet, at this moment, none of them harbored thoughts of departing. They were solely consumed by exhilaration and joy. The experience of earning their own rewards is truly unparalleled. Wang Ming scoffs, "Is this all there is? Let me tell you, I have slain a Sanyang." "What? Really?" "Indeed. My senior brother and I took it down together. But don't go spreading this around. It was during that incident in the alley when someone attacked my senior brother." "Yes, that's the one. We combined our strength to defeat a Sanyang." He refrains from mentioning Zhang Ting, but the events in the alley are no longer a secret. Wang Ming relishes this moment, finally boasting about his accomplishment. If others had not witnessed it firsthand, no one would have believed him. At this juncture, Wang Ming chuckles. "My senior brother is quite gallant, isn't he? How long do you think it would take to earn 300 square units as a night watcher? Come on, let's head to the next location. It may be more perilous, but as long as we remain clear-headed, we can all gain significantly and witness even greater battles." The group, brimming with excitement, quickly departs to their next destination, continuing to make their presence known. Meanwhile, Li Hao observes the rapidly converging Demon Hunter team and smiles. "What is there to be disheartened about? Did we not emerge victorious? Let us find a place to rest for the night. Everyone should take some time to reflect on whether we should regroup. This is merely a minor skirmish. If we allow ourselves to feel defeated today, how can we accomplish greater feats in the future?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd feels a jolt of encouragement. Li Hao does not cast blame. "I'm a novice as well. We all need time to adapt. We've made quite a substantial gain tonight. We have eliminated over 40 superhumans." This moment ignites a sense of triumph among them. "We have vanquished so many Red Moon superhumans." At this instant, the others look at Li Hao with newfound admiration. He is exceptionally strong, enigmatic, and possesses a myriad of strategies. In the blink of an eye, he has located a stronghold, which is martial artists. They understand the difficulty of finding the three major organizational bases. Lu Long silently observes, glancing at Li Hao with a smile. This team is still in its infancy. However, as they continue to engage in battle, these individuals will grow stronger and develop greater synergy, while Li Hao's authority will also expand. This young man possesses a unique approach that fosters integration within the entire team. Their first battle has concluded successfully, yielding significant rewards. Lu Long knows this is merely the beginning. Should the Red Moon fail to swiftly intercept them, they will only suffer increasingly greater losses. Chapter 133. Luring the Serpent from its Hole. Subscription requested. In the wilderness, a group of martial artists sits in a valley. At this moment, the group of martial artists exhibited a spectrum of reactions. Some remained silent, others were seated in meditation, diligently honing their skills, while a few contemplated the previous battle. All 49 were present, not a single one missing. However, some martial artists bore injuries. They had been shaken by the force of the confrontation, and a few were struck by the sun's radiance attack. Though none had perished, they still suffered internal injuries. Yet, despite their pain, none dared to voice their discomfort. They all reflected on the battle, pondering the myriad of issues at hand. Just then, Li Hao returned, brandishing a handful of crimson pills. These were the blood god pills, extractable only by the source divine weapons. You should have sensed their presence earlier, intangible yet perceptible. The pressing matter at hand was not to await a return to share the spoils, but rather to utilize their current gains to empower everyone swiftly. Thus, the distribution of spoils could wait. The priority was to enhance our strength first, and only then should we consider the rewards. With that, he hurled 29 blood god pills into the midst of the crowd with remarkable precision, landing them before 29 individuals, all at the 10th slashing realm. Consume them. Absorb and digest. Should anyone struggle with absorption, inform me. I will employ the 5-animal breathing technique to assist in processing these nearly moonshade-level blood god pills, perfectly catering to your needs. Among the 29, some were stirred by temptation, while others hesitated to take them. A martial artist from the 10th slashing realm quietly remarked, "Captain, we achieved nothing in this battle, and during the confrontation, we were easily captured by the enemy. Had it not been for the protection of the black armor, we would have perished." Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Recognizing one's shame is the first step towards courage. Indeed, you have lagged behind due to your weakness. Therefore, I urge you to grow stronger. If consuming a blood god pill enables you to break the 100, that would signify success. Otherwise, you will only continue to hinder the group. The others fell silent. Moments later, one individual reached for a blood god pill, bringing it to their lips as their closed armor revealed a mouth, swallowing it whole. Following their lead, others began to consume the blood god pills as well, while the remaining ones who had yet to break the 100 observed in silence. Li Hao continued, "Tonight, you may reorganize your teams. Once established, do not alter them. After you have reformed your squads, I will teach you a military formation. It is crucial to understand that sometimes, sheer numbers do not equate to greater strength. Cooperation is essential. To amplify collective power and achieve a sum greater than the parts, simply standing side by side is the strategy of street thugs. After all, we are not mere street brawlers." Hong Qing interjected, "Captain, can military formations be utilized between squads?" "Certainly." Hong Qing appeared puzzled, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Given that a squad consisted of only 10 members, she had recently engaged in discussions with some martial artists. The guard army lacked formations for 10-man teams, with the smallest being formations for 100. The Sword Gate, however, possessed some formations, but these were merely for coordination. True military formations were far more complex than mere cooperation. She questioned whether Li Hao's so-called military formations were simply those rudimentary methods of coordination. Li Hao swiftly dispelled her doubts, stating, "This formation is known as the 10-ring mountain ceiling formation, an ancient military formation excavated from the ruins of a bygone civilization. The formation is indeed unique. When activating it, all participants must synchronize their breathing methods, allowing their inner energies to connect and create a continuous cycle, with one individual designated as the leader of the formation. During the activation, 10 individuals can share their inner strength collectively or concentrate it within a single person, thereby empowering the leader of the formation. Each formation requires 10 individuals to create a closed loop. When a 100-person group is formed, 10 leaders can establish another cycle, resulting in the emergence of a primary leader among the 100, capable of harnessing the inner energies of all." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression changed. An ancient formation. Moreover, this is a genuine ancient formation, not merely a simple coordination. It facilitates the mutual exchange of inner energies. All are martial masters, not fools, and they comprehend the significance of this. Li Hao continued, "The formation must be kept confidential and cannot be leaked. The core lies in the synchronized breathing method. Once employed, the attributes and frequencies of the inner energies become uniform. At that point, a formation composed of 10 individuals at the 10th realm can certainly contend against those at the 100th realm. Similarly, 10 at the 100th realm can hope to face those at the 1000th realm. Coupled with the powerful defense of the black armor, should a 100-person formation be successfully established. And if all members are martial masters at the 100th realm, concentrating their inner energies into a single individual at the 1000th realm, they can undoubtedly surpass their ranks in battle. The prerequisite is that the final individual to gather the inner energy must possess a formidable physique to sustain and unleash such power." The crowd listened in rapt attention. Lu Long could not restrain himself. Is there truly such an ancient formation? Are there any special requirements? Indeed, there are. It is crucial that no one falters and disrupts any link. As long as no one intentionally breaks the chain, even if one link is compromised, the others can swiftly reconnect the loop. 10 is the optimal number. In reality, 9 could suffice, or even fewer. Lu Long cast a deep glance at Li Hao, pondering whether he should casually disseminate such knowledge. If it were to leak, it could lead to significant complications. How long have you known the members of this team? Do you genuinely believe they are unwaveringly loyal to you? At this moment, Hong Qing felt compelled to speak. "Captain, is this truly appropriate? With so many voices, I do not imply that anyone would intentionally leak information, but if it were to be inadvertently disclosed, to my knowledge, There does not seem to be a similar formation in the Silver Moon region. Even the Tianxian formation of the Martial Guard does not resemble this. It merely enhances combat effectiveness upon collaboration, yet does not allow for the interchange of inner energies. Li Hao nodded. Their formation level is somewhat inferior. The 10-ring mountain ceiling formation should be of a higher caliber. As for leakage, I cannot govern the hearts of everyone. If it does leak, we can pursue the matter. If we uncover the source, we shall retaliate. If not, what can I do? Li Hao chuckled. Surely, I cannot possess a means to enhance everyone and withhold it, allowing them to perish unnecessarily. Furthermore, this is merely a formation. It relies on the people to wield it. One person alone cannot constitute a formation. The demon hunting squad's potential for greater achievements lies not solely in individual prowess, but in the collective strength of its members. While I may possess considerable abilities, should I encounter peril, it is likely that I shall rely on the support of my comrades. First, let us absorb the blood god child, and then the 100 martial masters. Allow me to impart to you a breathing technique known as the sealing mountain method. According to ancient texts, this technique originates from a force during the era of ancient civilizations, referred to as cavernous paradise. My mentor, however, offers an alternative interpretation. Cavernous paradise may not be the designation of a singular force, but rather a collective term for various factions. Numerous ancient records mention these characters. Yet their significance is not paramount. Cavernous paradise. The assembly took note, though Li Hao aptly remarked that its origin was of little consequence. The ancient civilization has long since faded, and the specifics of that time are largely disregarded. Soon, Li Hao began to teach the breathing technique. The method was not overly complex. As martial artists, aside from the essential core breathing techniques, many possessed knowledge of various others. Li Hao was well versed in several, and the other martial artists present had their own understandings as well. Gradually, as Li Hao instructed, some began to exhibit changes in their breath. This phenomenon reveals much about their innate understanding and intellect. For instance, Hong Qing, the daughter of the Hong family, displayed remarkable acuity. Shortly after Li Hao concluded his instructions, she altered her breathing rhythm. Moments later, her internal energy began to manifest subtly different qualities. While her internal strength remained potent, it appeared to possess an added dimension, transformed by the breathing technique. As Hong Qing grasped the technique, Hong Hao swiftly followed suit. Then Li Hong, Wu Chao, Lu Yan, and Wang Chao. With these 6 captains mastering the method in succession, the disciples of the sword sect generally demonstrated a quicker learning pace, while those from the inspection division lagged somewhat behind. This disparity is telling. The martial artists from the inspection division were remnants of the Silver City's former ranks, some of whom had taken an unconventional path, learning from figures like Wang Heng and Lu Long. In contrast, the sword sect disciples were carefully selected by Yitang for their promising potential, which undoubtedly contributed to their accelerated learning capabilities. At this moment, Hong Qing, with a spark of curiosity, attempted to connect her internal energy with that of Hong Hao, resulting in an astonishing fusion. Her expression, though concealed, reflected profound astonishment and disbelief. How could this be? The internal energies of the sword sect disciples, who all practiced the foundational principles of the earth-overturning sword, had never harmonized in such a manner. Why could this breathing technique achieve what others could not? Hong Qing found herself perplexed. The loquacious Li Hong, equally baffled, posed a question. Captain, we also share a breathing technique among our sect. Why is it that our internal energies cannot merge? A moment of silence ensued. Li Hao chuckled softly. I truly do not know. Perhaps the breathing technique of the formation is uniquely special. Otherwise, what merit would it hold as a formation? If all could seamlessly merge, there would be no need to specifically mention any formations. The mutual fusion among peers would suffice as a formation in itself. After a brief pause, it was suggested that perhaps the secrets hidden within are of such a high caliber that our current levels are insufficient to discern them. It may be that the breathing techniques associated with these formations possess unique qualities. The group nodded in agreement, excitement bubbling within each of them as they began to attempt to connect with one another. The breathing technique is merely one aspect of the formation. Li Hao continued, stating that aside from the breathing technique, the second essential element of the 10-ring mountain ceiling formation is positioning. Precision in positioning is paramount. This formation is primarily tailored for offensive strategies, intended for confronting beings stronger than oneself rather than targeting the weaker. The name 10-ring ceiling mountain implies its purpose, to to create a closed loop for encircling the enemy and sealing their ability to retaliate. He elaborated on these concepts, drawn from ancient texts, which he had yet to personally experience. Yuan Shua had imparted a wealth of ancient knowledge to him, but Li Hao still found himself unable to fully comprehend or appreciate it. His only recourse was to document these teachings and share them with others when the opportunity arose. While discussing the formations, Li Hao's thoughts wandered to his mentor. His teacher had unearthed countless ancient texts, yet aside from the 5 beasts technique, it seemed he had only lightly explored the blood blade technique. Was it a matter of inability or mere reluctance to utilize it? After some time, having concluded his explanation, Li Hao addressed the team leaders, instructing them to take notes for themselves. He advised that later, those who struggled should elucidate the concepts amongst themselves, determining the distribution and application of the knowledge as they saw fit. With that, he stepped away to conduct a patrol, observing the practitioners at the 10th slashing realm who were attempting to absorb the blood divine sons. However, lacking compatible weapons, their absorption was less than optimal, resulting in a sluggish efficiency and low utilization. Although they were nearly at the pinnacle of the 10th slashing realm, the underwhelming utilization of a moonshade-level blood divine son made advancement exceedingly challenging. Casting a glance at those training in the 10th slashing realm, Li Hao suddenly produced 3 divine energy stones. Despite having claimed numerous lives in the previous battle, he had only acquired 1 divine energy stone, which belonged to the gold system's daylight. These 3 stones were borrowed from the golden spear. Such treasures were still scarce among the daylight. His actions drew the attention of several observers. Divine energy stones? Someone murmured, clearly recognizing their significance. Li Hao nodded in affirmation, explaining that he had borrowed them from Captain Qian, with the stipulation that if they failed to secure a sufficient number of divine energy stones this time, the remaining black armor would no longer belong to them. This armor was brought by the sword sect. He intended to utilize the 5 beasts breathing technique to shatter the divine energy stones, aiding the group in digesting the energy of the blood divine sons. Should they fail to replenish enough divine energy stones later, the responsibility for that shortfall would rest on their shoulders. With that, he shattered the 3 divine energy stones, activating the 5 beasts breathing method. Waves of energy surged forth, creating a small tempest of energy. This energy whirlwind was secondary. The crux of the matter lay in Li Hao's opportunity to unleash a portion of his sword energy through his small sword, which melded with the surrounding energy and, in an instant, dispersed towards the 29 individuals present. Upon entering the realm of those martial artists who struggled with absorption, an instantaneous transformation was felt. The blood energy swiftly surrendered. The martial artists were elated, and suddenly, one individual's inner strength erupted, manifesting externally. The sight left the other 100 martial artists in awe. Was this the renowned 5 animals breathing technique? Truly remarkable. Yet, it seemed somewhat exaggerated, as it had consumed 3 divine energy stones in an instant, stones that could have exchanged for thousands of units of mysterious energy. Such poverty-stricken individuals hardly deserved to employ this method. With the first 100 martial artist achieving advancement, it wasn't long before a second followed suit. The energy from the 3 divine stones remained potent, sustaining their operation long enough to assist these 10th-tier slayers in their assimilation process. Approximately 20 minutes later, the energy completely dissipated, and all had absorbed what they needed. At that moment, Li Hao glanced at the 30 who had reached the 10th tier, 20 from the sword sect and 9 from the inspection division. To his astonishment, all 20 from the sword sect had advanced. Now that was truly terrifying. Conversely, only 6 out of the 9 from the inspection division succeeded, with 3 failing to reach the threshold of externalizing their inner strength. The disappointment of these 3 was palpable. Among the 29 martial artists, they were the only failures. The cost of their endeavor was not insignificant. Each had expended a blood divine seed alongside the energy from the divine stones, which collectively amounted to the consumption of over 100 units of mysterious energy, only to fail. The trio felt utterly disheartened, their prior thoughts fading away, leaving only one lingering sentiment. They felt utterly inadequate, generally older than the sword sect disciples. It was shocking that all of the latter had advanced while 1/3 of their own group had failed. This failure rate was alarmingly high, not merely 3 out of 29. Wang Heng's nephew, Wang Chao, also bore a grave expression. The individuals sent by his uncle and those from the sword sect revealed a stark disparity in talent at this moment. Each member of the sword sect exhibited remarkable aptitude, rendering the inspection division members somewhat mediocre by comparison. Li Hao, however, remained unfazed. The sword sect's successful advancements indeed surpassed expectations. However, the notion of talent would only be relevant once they comprehended the essence of their strengths. Without grasping the essence, one could not claim to possess martial prowess. It was not a foreboding matter. Although they had not succeeded this time, they had still gained valuable experience, merely a step away from success. Perhaps by the following morning, they would achieve their goals. Li Hao offered little more than this reassurance and turned his attention to those who had succeeded in their advancements. He addressed them, saying, "Having succeeded, do not revel too much in joy. Our time is limited. Quickly adapt to your newfound strength and let your captain instruct you in the formation." After imparting his guidance, he chose not to linger further. The entire team began to buzz with renewed energy, their spirits ignited. The modest goal Li Hao had mentioned the previous day was nearly fulfilled. It turned out that achieving 100 break status was truly within reach. The three who had failed received comfort from their comrades, who encouraged them to try again. With the lessons learned from this experience, breaking through to 100 break would not be a formidable challenge in the future. Li Hao emerged from the valley, exhaling gently as he gazed into the distance. In the far-off realm, beneath the cloak of night, an immense fissure seemed to manifest, as if the earth itself had split apart. This was the Hungduan Gorge, a chasm that cleaved the silver moon in twain. Lu Long soon followed suit. Li Hao chuckled softly. "Boss, what are your thoughts? You are such a spendthrift." Lu Long replied, reflecting on how swiftly the blood goddess resources had dwindled, nearly depleted by their endeavors, with only a modest bounty to show for it. Not to mention the expenditure of 3 divine energy stones. Although they had acquired a considerable amount of mysterious energy, the benefits gained from their assault had largely eluded Li Hao, as most had been sacrificed in the process. Once they had all grown stronger, surpassing the 100 threshold, and had mastered the formations with 10 achieving the 100 mark, they would be well equipped to confront the daybreak, possessing the capability to vanquish it. This would allow for a cycle of retribution, strengthening them swiftly and potentially yielding ample rewards for him. Li Hao smiled, before reaching the late stages of breaking the 100. "I shall invest some resources, but from the late stages to completion, it requires comprehension of the momentum. If they cannot attain completion then, they will have little need for consumption." "Indeed," Lu Long nodded, inquiring, "So when shall we return?" "When the Red Moon's warriors are stirred and pursue us." Li Hao chuckled. "From now on, we shall operate at night, reserving the day for cultivation and honing our formations." Lu Long ceased his inquiries and turned away, while Li Hao, filled with anticipation, looked towards the horizon, this time leading the demon-hunting team. He had his own objectives, to acquire a sufficient quantity of high-quality blood god resources with the 3 suns in mind, while temporarily setting aside concerns for the rising light. Additionally, divine energy stones were also a priority, likely exclusive to the 3 suns. Therefore, it was imperative to hunt some of the 3 suns warriors. As for those below the 3 suns, even if defeated, their spoils held little value to Li Hao. What had once been treasures to him a month prior had become mere trifles. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke on September 16th. The site of the previous night's slaughter lay deserted, with Wang Ming and his companions having long departed in their vehicles, heading towards the next location rumored to harbor strong warriors. The Red Moon's stronghold remained, as always, eerily quiet. Time passed, and a figure appeared, donning a ghostly mask, making a stir outside the stronghold, yet no response came. Growing impatient, the individual swiftly vanished underground. Moments later, they hastily retreated from the stronghold. Below, the place was barren. Having initially overlooked it, a closer inspection revealed evident signs of battle. Clearly, an unexpected encounter had transpired, and the stronghold had been discovered. Outside Baiwa City, the Grand Estate was bustling with activity, now thronged with a multitude of powerful individuals from various northern provinces. Many were of the 3 suns. Lan Yu was in conversation when, idly standing by, Ziyu suddenly remarked, "Just now, we received news that the base near Tianlan Lake has been destroyed, with all members missing. There are signs of battle and bloodshed at the scene." Lan Yu furrowed her brow slightly. That base had quite a number of personnel, did it not? There are indeed 4 groups over there, totaling 40 extraordinary individuals and 4 at the Radiant Sun level. Even with the full support of the Red Moon's power from the 19 provinces, Blue Moon can hardly contain their unease. Such a multitude has vanished all at once. If memory serves, There was also a peak radiant sun presence stationed here. Even if a third sun were to join forces, they could surely contend with this threat. The sudden loss of so many extraordinary beings, even he feels a twinge of sorrow. Who is responsible for this? As for the disappearance, it equates to death. There is no need to harbor any illusions of their return. It is an impossible notion. Ziyu spoke solemnly. The Tianlan Lake base is not too far from the Hengduan Valley. The night watchers have been unusually quiet lately. Hao Yinchuan was injured before and is currently recuperating in White Moon City. It is unlikely that Ho Xiaoqing would personally deal with mere moon, nether, and radiant sun entities. Moreover, intelligence indicates a chaotic array of footprints at the scene, suggesting that it was not the work of a solitary individual, but rather a group, likely lacking in formidable strength. If there had been true power at play, such a multitude would not have been present. Was it Feitian or Yinluo? Ziyu inquired once more. In Silver Moon, the only factions capable of deploying such a large force against 40 extraordinary individuals are Feitian and Yinluo. The Night Watchers have been confirmed to remain inactive, thus are not a consideration. In the hall, several formidable third sons from other provinces were seething with rage. Feitian and Yinluo have audacity beyond measure. They are kicking us while we are down. These scoundrels are becoming increasingly brazen. Lord Blue Moon, shall we locate their stronghold and retaliate? We must quell their arrogance. They must learn that the Red Moon is not to be trifled with. Indeed. Furthermore, should we send someone to investigate Tianlan Lake? We could enlist a few extraordinary individuals skilled in tracking. It just occurred last night, and even if the perpetrators managed to escape, they would not have eradicated all traces so swiftly. At this moment, the Red Moon stands strong and formidable. A great multitude of extraordinary beings has converged upon Silver Moon, only to have a crucial stronghold taken from them, inciting immense fury among the third sons from various regions. Previously, they were disheartened by the attention of powerful foes. Now gathered in Silver Moon, they sought solace in unity, only to be met with such an affront. How could they not feel incensed? Blue Moon's expression was equally grim. These individuals have overstepped their bounds. The Red Moon, at present, can be deemed the preeminent force within Silver Moon, with no one daring to contest that claim. Close to 1,000 extraordinary beings. Among the third sons alone, there are more than 10 present here, with additional ones arriving. Just as he thought that no one would dare provoke the Red Moon in the near future. This blatant act of aggression has struck him like a blow to the head, a stark humiliation. Blue Moon inhaled slowly, regaining his composure. Let us not rush to conclusions. It may not necessarily be the handiwork of Feitian or Yinluo. Though the three major organizations are not unified, it is ill-advised to turn against one another at this juncture. The annihilation of the Tianlan Lake base indicates that our adversaries cannot be weak. An investigation is imperative. Jin Jiu, Duan Chao. You two take a few skilled trackers and investigate. Ziyu added. The forces that could obliterate Tianlan Lake may also possess third sons, and it is likely that there is more than one. While both leaders are at the third sun level, they may not secure a decisive victory upon confrontation. Blue Moon nodded, then shook his head, saying, let us first investigate. If there is indeed danger, it may not be necessary to engage directly with the adversary. It is unwise for us to leave too many people behind. Ho Xiaoqing and the others from the Four Directions Agency held another meeting last night. I have received word that in the coming days, they will organize a more formidable crackdown. Hao Yinchuan, Hu Dingfeng, Wang Hengong, and even the renowned Wu Wei army will join forces this time. We must prepare ourselves adequately. The Silver Moon officials have once again set their plans in motion. At present, too many of the Sanyang have been reassigned. Should we encounter the Silver Moon officials, we will lack the necessary strength to respond effectively. Purple Moon interjected. Let us add one more individual. 3 Sanyang will provide us with a more composed response. After some contemplation, Blue Moon nodded and designated another. Zhongping, you shall accompany us. In the crowd, an unassuming man nodded, drawing curious glances from others. He was one of the more formidable among the Sanyang, possessing late-stage Sanyang prowess. The previous two were at early and mid-stage, respectively. Purple Moon's suggestion resulted in Blue Moon adding another late-stage Sanyang, eliciting some surprise among the group. Though Blue Moon was of the rising light, it was evident that he held a degree of respect for Purple Moon. Despite her being at the pinnacle of Sanyang, her words commanded respect from Blue Moon. With 3 Sanyang, including one in the late stage, Purple Moon felt satisfied. Even if they encountered a peak Sanyang, they would be able to contend. and perhaps even secure a victory. Unless they faced the rising light, their chances seemed favorable. The matter of the Tianlan Lake base's destruction concluded here. At this juncture, they had much to accomplish. The gathering of such powerful individuals by Blue Moon and Silver Moon was not solely for the sake of the Battle City ruins. There was an even more pressing matter, capturing Li Hao. The Four Directions Agency was uniting, and it was said that the Wu Wei army would also participate, with Li Hao having reportedly joined their ranks. Blue Moon's intelligence was commendable. He spoke a few more words, then added, "Yesterday, it was reported that 2 troop transport vehicles departed from the Wu Wei army's side. Some say it was Li Hao who took people out for training. However, our night reconnaissance revealed no sign of the Wu Wei army. They too took the situation seriously, conducting an overnight investigation. But the news that reached us indicated that the 2 vehicles were empty. As for previous intelligence claiming there were people inside, we cannot yet ascertain its veracity." Blue Moon continued, "We must keep surveillance here, but we also need to exert sufficient pressure on Silver Moon. If the Wu Wei army does indeed mobilize, it may lure Li Hao outside the city. The rumors of Li Hao leaving the city remain unsubstantiated, and there is no concrete evidence to confirm that he truly has." Thus, Blue Moon hoped to gradually suppress Silver Moon, believing that if the Wu Wei army were to act, Li Hao would likely emerge from the city. Even if he did not, they had now pinpointed the location of the Wu Wei army's base, should the army mobilize en masse. Blue Moon even contemplated an assault on the base. The base lay in the northern outskirts of White Moon City, close to the Moon Sea. By traversing the Moon Sea stealthily, and if they acted swiftly enough, Ho Xiaoqing within the city would have little time to react. The crowd began to murmur. It seemed that the primary mission for Red Moon was not the Battle City, but rather the capture of Li Hao, a revelation that surely caught many off guard. While it is well known that the Crimson Moon values the 8 great families, this time, the gathering of powerful figures from the northern provinces appears to be primarily for the purpose of exploring the ruins and confronting Ho Xiaoqing. In the eyes of many, Li Hao remains merely the infamous killer of Sun Maxian, as it has been less than a month since that incident. On the evening of September 16th, having crossed the southern line into the northern side of the Hengduan Gorge, a desolate town was stirred by swirling dust. This typically quiet abandoned settlement was enlivened today by the presence of several individuals and their exuberant laughter. The bonfire blazed high and fiercely, the aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. As it was the previous night, the same routine unfolded. Some wealthy youths boisterously proclaimed their leisure outing, eager to ensure that others were aware of their presence. Wang Ming, with his energy-storing ring glimmering under the firelight, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This place is splendid, serene, and possessing a unique charm. Who dares to provoke us in Silver Moon? Not even the 3 major organizations would dare. If they truly crossed us, could they bear the consequences? Should they lay a hand on us, the White Dragon Army would declare war. My grandfather is not one to be trifled with." His loud voice drew the agreement of 3 accompanying beauties, each boasting about their family's power and their esteemed status within it. They reveled in their outing, declaring that anyone who dared to disturb them would be courting death. By day, this group paraded through the streets, likely attracting the attention of those who had an interest in them. In the shadows, on the roof of a dilapidated house, Li Hao stood, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. Despite the presence of superhumans around Wang Ming, Li Hao furrowed his brow. These superhumans might be lone wolves rather than representatives of the 3 major organizations. Had they failed to draw the attention of those groups this time? Moments later, a commotion erupted in the distance as a superhuman, unable to contain himself, attempted a sneak attack, only to be swiftly detected by Wang Ming and his companions, resulting in a chaotic melee. In the dark, a superhuman shouted, "Brothers nearby, join in. Let us take down these fat sheep and share the spoils." Soon, several more superhumans appeared, joining the fray, including one of the Radiant Sun realm. Li Hao merely observed without intervening, ignoring their conflict. In the shadows, Wang Ming's voice boomed with arrogance and fury. "You've got some nerve to attack me. We'll slay you and seize some mysterious energy for ourselves." The sounds of battle echoed far and wide. At that moment, Li Hao's attention was drawn to a specific direction, approximately several hundred meters from the clash. A small luminous orb faintly emerged, becoming conspicuous in the darkness. A smile crept across Li Hao's face. This was more in line with the tactics of the 3 major organizations. Though they exuded arrogance, they typically conducted some reconnaissance to avoid traps. The earlier superhumans had appeared rather overtly, which was inconsistent with the organization's style, leading Li Hao to conclude they were indeed lone wolves. However, this new development appeared to align more closely with their modus operandi. Which of the three major organizations had arrived? Li Hao's figure flickered as he kept his gaze fixed. The luminous orb observed silently for a moment before vanishing swiftly. Li Hao pursued in the shadows, racing along for several kilometers. Suddenly, his eyes brightened at the sight of numerous luminous orbs, at least 20 in number. Yet, there were still no signs of the San Yang. Only the Yu Ming and Ri Yao were present, though the red shadows were absent, possibly indicating the presence of the Fei Tian or Yin Luo. Half an hour later, the battle commenced. This evening's demon hunting group was significantly more formidable and cohesive than the previous night, despite still grappling with numerous challenges. These martial artists were swiftly adapting and improving. Their opponents comprised individuals adorned with face paint, those affiliated with Yin Luo. While the Fei Tian preferred cloaks and the Hongyu favored masks, Yin Luo imposed no stringent requirements. However, many of their superhumans opted to paint their faces, showcasing their uniqueness and signaling their identity. Each of the three organizations bore distinct characteristics. At this moment, apart from Li Hao, Lu Long had also engaged in battle. This time, the quality of Yin Luo's fighters was commendable, with several at the Ri Yao level. Lu Long, having recently attained the Do Qian stage, was capable of contending with the mid-level Ri Yao, and he joined the fray to enhance his combat experience against them. The clash was chaotic, with explosions resonating throughout. Black-armored figures were repeatedly sent flying, only to be replaced by more advancing black-armored combatants. Some small teams even began to synchronize their 10-ring ceiling formation. Lu Yan, leading her team, surrounded and besieged a mid-level Ri Yao superhuman. Though their coordination was not entirely seamless, after 10 minutes of fierce combat, Lu Yin gathered the inner strength of 10 individuals and plunged her dual blades into the heart of her adversary, ending the life of the Ri Yao. In contrast, Hong Qing and Lu Yin opted for different strategies. She was forming a formation not to concentrate power solely in herself, but for 10 swordsmen to strike simultaneously. Their sword energies intertwined, creating a tempest of blades that tore the ground apart, and the encircled Ri Yao was swiftly obliterated. As Ri Yao fell one after another, Yin Luo's forces began to crumble rapidly. Amidst the chaos, the exuberant cheers of martial artists echoed. Compared to the previous night, they were far more powerful in this second battle, and having witnessed the might of formations, their spirits soared with exhilaration. Among the three who had failed to advance the night before, one managed to release his inner strength during the battle, achieving promotion. The slaughter continued for a while, and with Lu Long's 9th wave of attacks, he unleashed his greatest power, striking down a late-stage Ri Yao with a single axe blow, thus concluding the battle. The aftermath involved clearing the battlefield and collecting the mysterious energies. Now, the team had become proficient in this task. The bodies of the deceased were removed and buried in a discreet location, their internal mysterious energies harvested. These corpses served no further purpose, and delaying their exposure by even a day afforded the demon hunting group additional time. Demon Hunt. With Lu Long's commanding utterance, the entire demon hunting group erupted in a chorus of shouts. Demon Hunt. This time, there was no need for Li Hao to issue further instructions. Several captains swiftly organized the retreat, seeking shelter for the night and preparing for another assault on the morrow. 2 resounding victories have brought forth an abundance of achievements, leaving everyone brimming with joy. The small team's solitary elimination of the Daylight Guardian has particularly ignited the fervor of all martial artists. Under the duress of 1,000 challenges, it appears that the martial artists have been overshadowed by the extraordinary powers, a notion seemingly overturned this time. As the Demon Hunting Brigade gains momentum across various locales, they have launched assaults on members of the 3 major organizations. Over the course of 4 consecutive days, the number of extraordinary beings reported dead or missing has exceeded 100, stirring a palpable undercurrent throughout the entire Silver Moon. Within a cavern, Han Shan coldly remarked, "Fei Tian, we are down a division. 17 extraordinary beings have vanished without a trace, and disappearance signifies death. Not only us, but the Red Moon and Yama have also lost divisions." Reports suggest that this may be the work of martial artists, which brings to mind one individual, Li Hao. He was the first to receive news when he departed from the martial guard. Yet shortly thereafter, he too disappeared. Han Shan continued, "Moreover, there is another piece of intelligence regarding the grandson of the vice commander of the White Dragon Army. this group has been gallivanting about, and their appearances are always in close proximity to the locations where divisions have vanished. Over the span of 4 days, Wang Ming and his companions have caught the attention of the 3 major organizations. These individuals have been brazenly flaunting their presence, and each time they appear, it coincides suspiciously with the sites of disappearances, raising questions about whether they are merely bait set by certain factions. The loss of over 100 extraordinary beings within 4 days represents an immeasurable blow to any organization. After exchanging a few words with an elder, Han Shan declared, "I wish to meet with the Blue Moon and the Equal King. They may very well be connected to the missing Li Hao." In the darkness, the elder spoke in a grave tone. "What do you intend to do?" "To encircle the missing martial guard." Han Shan replied sternly. "They have been active daily, rampaging and slaughtering extraordinary beings. I can think of no one other than Li Hao who would exhibit such madness. His frenzy stems from his mentor, Yuan Shua. His methods mirror those of Yuan Shua. Wherever he goes, death follows. Such a figure has seldom graced Silver Moon in recent years." Yuan Shua, indeed. He too was notorious for leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. At present, Yuan Shua has crossed the Northern Sea, and now the formidable beings of the Central region are aware that Yuan Shua from Silver Moon has entered their domain, embarking on his path as a harbinger of doom. Yuan Shua has stepped forth from Silver Moon to carve his name across the entire dynasty. Meanwhile, his disciple, unwilling to fade into obscurity, is leading a band of martial artists in a relentless campaign against extraordinary beings. In the darkness, the elder remained silent for a moment before responding, "Very well. But do not forget about those individuals from White Moon City. They have also been quite active these past few days. Be wary of Ho Xiaoqing, who may launch a sudden attack." "I understand," Han Shan replied, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. "It must be him. That fellow is as unhinged as his mentor." Simultaneously, Ho Xiaoqing coughed lightly, gazing into the distance. After a prolonged silence, he chuckled. "Are you the one to ignite this chaos? What a reckless little rascal." In 4 days, based on the intelligence he had received, over 100 extraordinary beings had perished. In the vast expanse of Silver Moon, aside from the last incident in the ruins that claimed numerous extraordinary lives, this was the first occurrence of such a high death toll in such a brief span. The crucial point is that this individual possesses remarkable skills, finding targets with uncanny precision. Wang Ming and his companions displayed remarkable audacity, daring to follow Li Hao for a continuous span of 4 days. The Silver Moon has become restless. Ho Xiaoqing sighed, acknowledging that a precarious balance had been maintained. Yet with Li Hao's recent excursion, this equilibrium was shattered, and it would not be long before the Red Moon received news. Li Hao and his group could no longer remain concealed. Soon, Li Hao would find himself at the gates of peril. "I can only assist in restraining a few formidable adversaries, but I cannot contain them all," he murmured, shaking his head gently as he glanced towards the hidden chamber behind him. Previously, he could have enlisted Xiao Yu's help, but that option was no longer viable. Li Hao would have to manage on his own. That night, unrest enveloped all factions, and Li Hao understood that the true battle had yet to commence. Over the past days, he had observed traces of the 3 Yang, diligently guiding his team to evade them. In the span of 2 days, he had witnessed their movements thrice, once as a trio and once as a solitary figure. Yet he refrained from striking, fearing that such actions might instill fear in others. He resolved to wait until their numbers swelled before engaging. For 4 consecutive days, the cycle of slaughter persisted, all to lure these individuals into the fray. After several days of restraint, his hands itched for action. Li Hao chuckled softly, gazing at the luminous orbs in the darkness. The synergy within his team had grown increasingly harmonious, leaving him with few opportunities to act. Now, however, it appeared that the moment had arrived. After tonight, perhaps the Silver Moon would also acknowledge Li Hao's rightful place within its realm. As he beheld the several orbs of light rising in the distance, Li Hao smiled. Over the past few days, he had intentionally left behind some clues, and it seemed that the 3 factions were on the verge of locating him. Impressive efficiency indeed. 6 figures of the 3 Yang appeared before him, scattered across various directions, yet collectively manifesting 6 radiant orbs of light. After tonight, maintaining secrecy would become exceedingly difficult. Chapter 134, Triple Kill. Subscription and monthly votes requested. In the span of 4 days, chaos reigned. Did Li Hao believe that the 3 major organizations would eventually discover his identity? He certainly did. However, with so many martial artists mobilized, The hope of remaining undetected for long was slim. He merely needed to elude them for a few days. He anticipated that these factions would not initially deploy a significant number of powerful beings to confront him. Yet it appeared they had ultimately committed 6 figures of the 3 Yang, a testament to their regard for him. Such strength could even contend with Su Guang. While it indicated their seriousness, Li Hao couldn't shake the feeling that they underestimated him. To confront his teacher, the Red Moon had dispatched several figures of Su Guang, potentially even at their pinnacle. The Orange Moon and Yellow Moon were likely to be at the apex of Su Guang as well. Yet, against him, they had not sent a single figure of Su Guang. Did they truly consider him significantly inferior to his mentor? At that moment, Li Hao felt a surge of indignation. Who were they looking down upon? Meanwhile, in the southern region, 3 formidable figures of the 3 Yang traversed the skies. Suddenly, Zheng Ping, a late-stage figure of the 3 Yang, furrowed his brow slightly and cast a glance towards the west, snorting softly as he murmured, "The Flying One seems to be that disciple of Ban Shan, lurking about. Even a peak figure of the 3 Yang possesses such elusive cunning. A formidable figure has arrived from the flying heaven, one not to be trifled with, possessing immense power, standing at the pinnacle of the 3 Yang realm, and a master of the shadow arts, adept at concealing his presence. However, at this moment, he inadvertently reveals a hint of his aura, having detected the presence of other 3 Yang practitioners. Should he remain entirely concealed, misunderstandings could easily arise, as all parties are united in their objective to confront Li Hao. The last thing they need is to turn against one another. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 2 formidable beings from the underworld, with Zheng Ping having already sensed their approach, a mid-stage and a late-stage 3 Yang respectively. It is evident that all 3 factions are taking this matter seriously. The Crimson Moon has mobilized 3 individuals of the 3 Yang tier, and surprisingly, the other 2 factions have also deployed 3 each. Zheng Ping transmitted a warning. Be wary of their intentions. They may not be here solely to confront Li Hao. They might seek to capture or even eliminate him. After all, what need is there for such a formidable force to deal with a mere assembly of martial artists? The strongest among them are merely Lu Long and Li Hao, both of whom have only recently ascended into the realm of combat at the 1000 level. Is such an array of power truly necessary? Jin Jiao and Duan Chao nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. They held no fear of Li Hao, after all. Who would fear a martial artist who had only recently crossed into the 1000 level? If that were the case, they would have wasted their efforts with the 3 Yang. Yuan Shua was an exception. That individual had accumulated experience over many years, unlike the newcomer Li Hao. Even so, when Yuan Shua first transitioned into the 1000 level, he did not attract significant attention until he had reached the soul refining stage, at which point he became a target. Their greater concern was that Li Hao might be captured or even killed by these 2 factions, leading to a total failure of their mission for the Crimson Moon. Capturing Li Hao is the paramount objective. Only if that proves impossible should they consider elimination, and even then, ensuring the retrieval of his remains is a non-negotiable stipulation for the Crimson Moon. Zheng Ping, of unremarkable appearance, wore an impassive expression as he surveyed the surroundings with a sidelong glance, transmitting, according to our intel, Li Hao and his companions should be lurking nearby. These martial artists, active by night and dormant by day, should we encounter them? Your primary task is to keep an eye on the underworld and flying heaven personnel while I engage Li Hao and his group. Once we secure Li Hao, we must retreat immediately. Understood. The 2 responded promptly, tension evident in their demeanor. At times, they would even need to protect Li Hao. Simultaneously, 3 crimson shadows stealthily advanced forward. Zheng Ping and his companions aimed to utilize these shadows to locate Li Hao first, thereby controlling him. If they could quietly eliminate Li Hao and bring him back, it would undoubtedly be the optimal outcome. To the west, a shadow cloaked in a cape traversed the ground, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zheng Ping. Although the Crimson Moon had sent 3 Yang practitioners, the strongest among them was merely Zheng Ping. If they were to capture Li Hao and he were to kill him, would he dare to turn against his own comrades? Beneath the cloak, a youthful visage bore a hint of amusement. Moments later, the shadow vanished entirely, without a trace of his presence escaping into the air. After exchanging pleasantries, he disappeared, ensuring that it would not be revealed that he arrived stealthily. Perhaps he could seize Li Hao first and take him away. The descendants of the 8 great families are indeed intriguing. To the east, 2 additional 3 Yang practitioners were present, one adorned with intricate patterns. his bare upper body exuding tremendous strength. Another individual, a woman, exuded an enchanting allure. At that moment, she glanced towards the other two factions, her smile imbued with irresistible charm. To the side, a robust man coldly remarked, "Assassin? An assassination? He has yet to encounter me. Let him attempt to assassinate me and see if he can breach my defenses." He was a formidable Earth-type warrior at the pinnacle of the three suns, exceptionally skilled in defense. Before ascending to the realm of superpowers, he had been a martial artist, albeit not particularly strong, having transitioned to superpowers after reaching the pinnacle of the 10th realm. As a superpower derived from martial arts, he took great pride in his prowess. Generally, superpowers born from martial artists were stronger than those who solely possessed superpowers. Despite facing a peak Three Suns opponent, he was unperturbed. After all, a mere assassin from the Three Suns realm would struggle to penetrate his defenses. The woman, in the midst of her mid-Three Suns phase, chuckled lightly in response. "Indeed. Who is unaware of Yen Luo's impenetrable wall? There are scarcely few in the northern 19 provinces whose defenses surpass yours." Scarcely few? The Iron Wall smirked inwardly. Aside from those of the Rising Light, who among the Three Suns tier could boast superior defenses, he was acquainted with several peak Three Suns, including those of the Earth type, and after a comparison, none were stronger than himself. Thus, deep within, he believed himself to be the foremost in defensive prowess among the Three Suns of the North. Naturally, voicing such a claim might invite trouble, so he refrained from speaking. Yet he maintained this conviction in his heart. "I shall depart now to observe that audacious young man. Does he truly believe himself to be Yuan Shua?" Iron Wall called out, his tone laced with indifference. That inconspicuous fellow, Li Hao, would hardly have drawn his attention were it not for Yuan Shua and the prestige of the 8 great families. Now, this individual had become audacious enough to obliterate a branch of Yen Luo. Red Moon's intention to take someone away was futile. Iron Wall dismissed the trio of Red Moon entirely, yet he held some regard for the peak Three Suns, Yu Pu, from Feitian. Although he feared not the threat of assassination, he acknowledged the significance of facing a peak Three Suns warrior. The three factions converged, each possessing leads that suggested Li Hao was most likely hiding within the small hill ahead. The hill was ideal, escape would be arduous, rendering it a fitting grave for this martial guard army. At that moment, Li Hao observed quietly, watching as the three factions approached, 3 colossal red shadows racing towards him. Did they all regard him as mere prey, blind to his presence? Such enormous red shadows, 3 in total. Did they think he was oblivious? Nonetheless, the pressure of 6 Three Suns warriors weighed heavily upon him. The starry sword manifested in his hand as he shattered 8 divine energy stones, which were swiftly absorbed by the small sword, a portion of divine energy surging into his body. He turned to regard the armored martial artists, a smile gracing his lips. After several days of slaughter, it appears everyone has made significant progress. However, trouble is now upon us. The 3 major organizations and 6 Three Suns warriors are encircling from all sides. The crowd stirred restlessly. 3 Suns, 6 of them. In recent days, I have refrained from engaging in combat, yet I have reaped numerous benefits. Though I am the leader of our group, I cannot partake in unearned gains. Li Hao chuckled softly, remarking that while many proclaim my master, Yuan Shua, to be the foremost martial artist, he himself believes in the adage that the student surpasses the master. This is the outcome he desires. My master gained fame through a remarkable battle, having slain the wielder of the Chimei staff. I wonder if tonight, I, Li Hao, might achieve my own renown. Deputy Leader Lu, Li Hao called out. At this moment, Lu Long, donned in black armor, swiftly responded, "Yes. Your task is quite simple. Observe and defend," Li Hao stated calmly. "As we stand here, the Sanyong have arrived ahead. But that does not mean the Rieo are not following. They may very well be close behind." Lu Long hastily replied, "If we join forces and utilize our formation, while we may not be able to eliminate the Sanyong, we can certainly intercept one of them. My brothers are unafraid. We need not hesitate." Li Hao raised his hand to interrupt him, smiling, "Trust me, if I cannot defeat these foes, your efforts to intercept will bear little significance. Can we truly stop them? With the combined strength of 50, it is feasible for Lu Long. But is it necessary? Who shall we intercept? The Sanyong pinnacle stands alone. Even if we can delay them for a moment, many will perish. The black armor does not render us invulnerable. It merely offers some protection against Rieo's attacks. At least we have the resolve, None among us fears the Sanyong now. If Rieo arrives, we will strike them down. Li Hao inhaled deeply, gazing into the distance. Who should he confront first? The Red Moon's people? No, they should be spared. The Red Moon's members would hesitate to strike him down. Their actions would be restrained. Whereas the other two factions would seek to eliminate him without hesitation. The Sanyong Pinnacle? After pondering, Li Hao chuckled. Indeed, it is wise to eliminate the strongest first. However, care must be taken not to frighten away the others, or he may not be able to pursue them. Just a bit closer. With this thought, he leaped onto the mountaintop, bounding swiftly as if soaring through the air, hastening towards his target. Lu Long and the others felt the weight of the moment. 6 Sanyong. Li Hao is truly audacious. At that moment, Lu Long finally comprehended why Li Hao had been so indifferent to clearing the battlefield in recent days, even allowing his movements to go largely unmasked. On several occasions, when suggestions were made to eliminate the traces of their presence, Li Hao had declined, asserting it was unnecessary. Indeed, it was unnecessary, for he had long been preparing for a significant undertaking. At this moment, within Li Hao, the forces of the earth soared and the fire tiger were stirring, while the essence of gold remained still. The third force still had not successfully merged. In his grasp, the starry sky sword seemed to have grown longer. Previously, it was just the length of chopsticks, more akin to a dagger than a sword. But now it resembled the length of a small arm, qualifying it as a true sword, though still shorter than a typical longsword. The merging of the two forces could only barely rival the Sanyong Pinnacle, making it impossible to achieve a kill, Li Hao mused. Previously, when he faced Huang Jia, he had been unable to secure a kill until he resorted to the blood blade technique, coupled with Hao Lianchuan's momentary distraction of the opponent, which had ultimately enabled him to slay Huang Jia. Thus, the fusion of the two forces equates to the prowess observed in the later stages of the Three Yang. To vanquish one at the pinnacle of Three Yang, one must either amalgamate the three forces or employ the blood blade technique. Yet, presently, Li Hao is considerably stronger than he was in the past. His physique and vitality have both significantly improved, and his divine intent has become even more formidable. Should he choose to wield the blood blade technique at this moment, even if he cannot easily slay the one at the Three Yang's peak, he can certainly engage in battle without being at a disadvantage. To ensure victory, the fusion of the three forces is imperative. Li Hao's gaze flickered as he pressed onward. This time, the third force he aimed to merge was not the metallic origin, which is excessively sharp. Rather, he sought to integrate the water force that follows the ninth refinement. However, he had yet to achieve the ninth layer. He had only recently completed the eighth layer. Nevertheless, what is there to fear in taking a risk? If necessary, he could forcibly merge the third force. Li Hao moved with remarkable speed. Yet his actions were subtle and undetectable. He headed directly towards the largest orb of light, halting when he was merely a kilometer away. At this moment, the orbs of light in the other two directions were not too distant either. He paused at a central point, remaining motionless and silently waiting. Within him, a fierce tiger stirred restlessly, tugging at its chains, as if yearning to break free and behold a more splendid vista. 900 meters, 800 meters, the largest orb of light moved at a swift pace, yet it exhibited an elusive quality, darting about as if engaged in a game of hide and seek. Dark energy. Li Hao remained as still as a stone statue. In the distance, the flying moon bodhisattva seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure in the shadows. He resembled a mere silhouette, invisible to others. At this moment, the moon bodhisattva felt a tinge of surprise. Is there someone ahead? Who would venture out to this desolate wilderness at such a late hour? Not a superhuman. He sensed no fluctuations of superhuman energy. A martial artist? Li Hao's group? A thought crossed his mind. Could it be those fellows again, fishing? He chuckled, his smile radiant beneath his cloak. Have these individuals become addicted to fishing? Just days prior, they had often engaged in such antics, and now all three major organizations were aware of these habits, employing the same tactics repeatedly. Did they truly consider everyone else to be fools? He approached swiftly, and the closer he drew, the more perplexed he became. The figure was not clad in black armor. Fishing, in itself, was not unusual. However, in the darkness, his vision was keen, and he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this person. Upon closer inspection, was it not Li Hao himself? The appearance of Li Hao was indeed known to the three major organizations. Li Hao. The moon bodhisattva's heart stirred. Li Hao was here? Alone in this place? Quite peculiar. Was this fellow unaware that the three major organizations were plotting against him? Or did he believe that he was difficult to locate? Hence practicing here? As the moon bodhisattva recognized Li Hao, the second to discover him was a member of the Red Moon. 3 crimson figures simultaneously spotted Li Hao. In the distance, Zheng Ping's expression shifted, and he quickly conveyed a message. Hurry, the moon bodhisattva is nearby. The 3 hastened their pace. Li Hao was unexpectedly standing alone in the wilderness, and the moon bodhisattva was merely a few hundred meters away. The expressions of the group changed. Zheng Ping urgently transmitted. Use shadow deity to withstand the moon bodhisattva. Jinjiu, send your shadow deity to capture Li Hao. 3 crimson shadows swiftly darted towards Yupu, aiming to obstruct his attack on Li Hao. Another shadow surged towards Li Hao himself. The commotion among these 3 immediately captured the attention of Yen Luo and his companion, who, despite not yet having seen Li Hao, sensed the agitation among the Red Moon members, indicating that they had likely detected Li Hao's presence. The 2 wasted no time and quickly followed in pursuit of Li Hao. Li Hao looked up to see a crimson shadow approaching him, while the other 2 shadows rapidly made their way towards Yupu. At that moment, Yupu, initially intent on observing further, suddenly felt the presence of the shadows, a sensation that unmistakably revealed the identity of the blood deity from the Red Moon. Humph! Yupu snorted lightly, his curiosity turning into urgency. You are so eager to strike. Do not blame me for taking the initiative. In a flash, he propelled himself towards Li Hao. Meanwhile, Zheng Ping's expression shifted dramatically. Yupu's speed was astonishing, and even cloaked as he was, Zheng Ping found it difficult to track him. He had no choice but to shout at the top of his lungs, Li Hao, flee! The Sky Killer is near you. Hurry! Abandon resistance, and let the Shadow God escort you away. Was it absurd? At that moment, the warning came from the very members of the Red Moon. Yet, Li Hao felt no surprise. The Red Moon was perhaps the enemy most reluctant to see him perish. He remained motionless. Yupu's figure materialized before Li Hao. What was there to conceal? As a peak 3-yang practitioner, he had no fear of being detected by Li Hao. Like an arrow, Yupu traversed several hundred meters in an instant, even taking a moment to assist Li Hao in repelling the crimson shadows. A wave of dark energy erupted above Li Hao, creating a thunderous sound that vaguely pushed back one of the shadows. Ordinary means were insufficient to deal with the crimson shadows. However, at Yupu's level, a peak 3-yang practitioner could faintly sense their existence. The Yen Luo and Sky Killer were not devoid of methods to counter the shadows. This matter involved the mental realm, and by infusing a bit of mental energy into their supernatural abilities, they could indeed contend with them. A resounding explosion echoed above Li Hao's head. Yupu's voice resonated with a haunting tone. The Red Moon seeks to capture you. They will flay your skin and extract your bones. Come with me. The Sky Killer may not necessarily wish to kill you. Perhaps we can negotiate with the Red Moon. In an instant, Yupu closed the distance to Li Hao, extending a hand towards him as a surge of dark energy emerged, forming a colossal net intended to ensnare Li Hao. Yet, even at this moment, Li Hao remained unmoving, as if stunned by fear. He contemplated that such an opportunity might never arise again. Currently, everyone underestimated him. Thus, this peak 3-yang practitioner dared to approach him so closely, within a mere 5 meters. However, if he survived this encounter, it was likely that no peak 3-yang would dare to come so near him again. At that critical moment, as Yupu drew ever closer, Li Hao finally moved. In that instant, Yupu felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment, an overwhelmingly potent divine consciousness crashed into his mind, akin to a ferocious tiger burrowing into his thoughts. In the following moment, it felt as if a great mountain was descending upon him. Divine consciousness. At this very moment, a flash of sword light radiated in all directions, illuminating the surroundings. On the starry sky sword, a spark erupted as Li Hao unleashed a silent yet lethal strike, his divine intent reaching its zenith. The dual forces merged, swift beyond imagination, as he swung his sword towards Yupu. Yupu's gaze momentarily faltered, lost in confusion, before he regained his senses with a roar, transforming his palm into a fist to strike down upon Li Hao's small sword. What is happening to this fellow? Such was his thought. The divine intent attack had left him somewhat disoriented. Typically, Li Hao remained taciturn during combat, yet at this moment, he let out a low growl, venting his inner fury. Break me! With that cry, the sword's brilliance soared through the air. A sharp crack echoed as bones shattered, the small sword slicing through Yupu's fist. Apart from the sound of the severed bone, in the next instant, His entire right forearm fell away. The small sword did not halt. Having severed his arm, it swiftly aimed for Yu Pu's head. At this instant, Yu Pu was fully alert. With a bellow, he hastily retreated, but it was a moment too late. With a sickening squelch, his right arm was cleaved from the shoulder. Even his waist and abdomen were sliced. A third of his body cleaved away. There was no pain. It was all too swift. Even before the sensation of agony could register, Yu Pu beheld his severed right arm, along with the gaping wound in his side. The pinnacle of the three-yang defense crumbled like mere paper before that strike. Huang Jie had at least witnessed Li Hao slay Yu Xiao, and thus held some regard for him. Yet Yu Pu had never seen Li Hao in action. His wariness of Li Hao even less than that towards Yu Xiao. In that moment, fear gripped Yu Pu. His left arm transformed into a blade of darkness, lunging at Li Hao. Yet Li Hao, with his own sword already drawn, closed the distance entirely. His left hand morphed into a claw, and with a sharp snap, his 5 fingers plunged into Yu Pu's left arm, creating a gaping wound. With a fierce growl, he crushed the bones beneath his grasp. Raising his knee, he thrust it forward. Boom! Yu Pu's chest was obliterated by the force of that knee strike. Li Hao, sword in hand, performed a flourish, gripping the small sword tightly, and plunged it into Yu Pu's back. The expression on Yu Pu's face was one of bewilderment and shock as he met Li Hao's gaze, ferocious, merciless, and bloodthirsty. Was this the newly ascended into Doqian? He could scarcely believe it. After all, he was at the pinnacle of the Three Yang. In the distance, 5 figures at the Three Yang level were rapidly approaching, their attention drawn to the scene, yet they could not discern it clearly. Their bodies instinctively propelling them towards Li Hao. In the next moment, clarity dawned upon them. This time, the sight was painfully vivid. Li Hao's sword pierced Yu Pu's back, who was now bent over, his internal organs crushed by Li Hao's knee strike, while the small sword had lodged itself directly into his heart. Yet Li Hao did not relent. With his left hand, he forcefully snapped Yu Pu's arm, circling around as if his arm were that of a gibbon. In the blink of an eye, he ensnared Yu Pu's neck, his left hand tightening like a vice. With a surge of strength, a sickening crack echoed as Yu Pu's neck broke. With a swift motion of his left hand, he sent a head flying, crashing into the darkness beside him. It was dead. The 5 formidable warriors of the 3 suns were now nearing, merely 100 meters away from Li Hao, witnessing the scene with clear eyes, each one momentarily bewildered. The next moment, shock enveloped them. Yu Pu was dead. With his head severed, there was no doubt about it. He was indeed beyond salvation. The peak warrior of the 3 suns, Yu Pu, had drawn too close to Li Hao and was instantaneously vanquished. Even Li Hao found the speed astonishing. This fellow dared to approach him so closely without regard for the martial artist's prowess. In the next instant, he sprang into action. In a heartbeat, his long sword sliced through the air, cleaving a crimson figure in 2. Without sparing a glance at the other 2 red shadows, Li Hao soared like a bird, heading straight for Yen Luo and his companion, disregarding the 3 from Hongyu. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. Iron Wall's expression shifted, and the woman beside him let out a piercing scream as a wave of sound swept toward them. Li Hao, embodying the ferocity of a tiger, roared. The sonic wave erupted, sending tremors through the ground, shattering stones beneath. In that moment, Li Hao transformed into a blazing fire tiger, closing in on the 2 adversaries. Iron Wall, his face paling, bellowed as a heavy earthen armor manifested around him. With a thunderous impact, Li Hao struck, yet the armor remained unyielding. However, Iron Wall soon spat blood, his insides violently shaken. As Li Hao approached rapidly, Iron Wall, unable to flee in time, roared, "Quickly, join forces. This person is a great threat." The Hongyu warriors appeared hesitant, yet they could not allow the 3 from Hongyu to escape. Li Hao's recent slaying of Yu Pu had been too shocking. If the 3 powerful warriors from Hongyu were to depart, the likelihood of death for him and the woman beside him was alarmingly high. Iron Wall shouted in fury, "Hurry! He cannot swiftly breach my defenses. We must unite to vanquish him, or else Hongyu will become his greatest enemy." The 3 warriors of the 3 suns exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. In the next moment, Zheng Ping shouted and charged toward Li Hao, while the remaining 2 red shadows swiftly followed suit. 5 warriors of the 3 suns. Among them were 2 in the late stage, and 2 in the mid-stage, joined by the 2 crimson figures. Such strength could potentially contend with Su Guang in unison. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the 3 from Hongyu made a swift decision. Li Hao had become a dire threat. The situation was dire. The second Yuan Shuo had emerged. At this moment, unable to deal with Li Hao, they feared that Hong Yu would soon face the brunt of his frenzied retaliation. They scarcely had time to process the shock of Li Hao having slain a peak warrior of the Three Sons. As the three warriors of the Three Sons closed in rapidly, the earth-based warrior stood formidable, his defenses nearly impenetrable, while the woman continued her shrill screams. A cold glimmer flashed in Li Hao's eyes. In an instant, a surge of blood essence erupted, resonating with a thunderous roar, illuminating the sky with a crimson hue. Blood blade technique. In the blink of an eye, his divine intent fused. This time, Li Hao did not employ the combined dual force, but instead transformed into the golden sword force. Moreover, at this moment, waves of water surged upon his small sword. 9 forging strength. In a blink, 8 layers of power were amassed, and at this moment, Li Hao surpassed his previous strength. Now threefold more formidable than when he vanquished the moon bodhisattva. With a decisive stroke, he unleashed his sword, cleaving through the crimson expanse of the world. The iron wall, momentarily shaken, felt its impenetrable armor shatter beneath the sheer force of his blow. Begone! Came the furious roar as the iron wall launched a punch towards Li Hao. Reminiscent of 1,000 mountains. Driven to madness, he thought that as long as he could endure until the 3 Red Moon experts arrived, Li Hao would surely perish. "You scoundrel!" he bellowed, his strike heavy as a mountain. Yet, Li Hao remained undeterred, his sword drawn with unwavering resolve. He pierced the iron wall's skull even as the latter's fist crashed into him with tremendous might. In an instant, blood and flesh erupted, bones fractured. And amidst the woman's shrieks, their fierce confrontation culminated in tragedy. The iron wall's head was impaled, while Li Hao bore a grievous wound in his chest, revealing his heart, which, though cracked, began to heal rapidly. His heart, nearly shattered, pulsed with life. The woman's gaze shifted from allure to sheer terror, fear consuming her thoughts. No longer screaming, she turned to flee, disregarding Li Hao as 3 formidable figures approached from behind. Her singular desire was escape. If the iron wall, renowned for his defense, had been slain by a single stroke, what chance did she stand? A mid-level practitioner of the Three Sons, she lacked offensive prowess. Her strongest abilities lay in sound waves and illusions. Yet, before her illusions could manifest, a fierce tiger had already dismantled her defenses. Determined to flee, she found Li Hao unwilling to grant her that mercy. In an instant, he transformed into a swift bird, vanishing before reappearing with explosive speed. Gathering golden energy within his arm, he unleashed the golden sword technique, striking like a beak into the back of her head, obliterating all defenses. With an eruption of inner strength, her beautiful visage shattered, her screams echoing into the void. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao completed his 3rd kill. Yet, from behind, a thunderous sound erupted as a formidable force of gold energy exploded, staggering him momentarily and sending him crashing to the ground. Rolling like a monkey, he avoided a second assault, bloodied yet agile. The Red Moon's 3 sons were upon him. 2 crimson figures surged into his core, igniting a tempest of energy within him. With a grunt, he melted their shadows, producing a sharp, resonating sound. Opposite him, Zheng Ping and his companions paled in disbelief. Had the shadow god been extinguished so swiftly? Everything transpired too rapidly. They had barely arrived to find the iron wall dispatched, and the soundwave experts had obliterated. The assassination expert, the moon bodhisattva, had long since perished. In a mere span of 10 seconds, the man before them had annihilated all the formidable warriors of the 3 Yang, Flying Heaven and Yen Luo. A gaping wound marred his chest, still bleeding profusely, while a crater, the result of Zheng Ping's explosive attack, had been blasted into his back, allowing glimpses of the other side through the perforation. Yet, this young man remained ferocious, his eyes radiating sheer ruthlessness. Zheng Ping and his companions swallowed hard. A singular thought consumed them. If this formidable adversary survived today, he would prove to be even more challenging and vicious than Yuan Shuo in the future. Li Hao, injured as he was, represented their opportunity to strike. With no hesitation, the 3 of them pressed on. As warriors of the 3 Yang, they comprehended that fleeing now would be tantamount to signing their own death warrants. Had they not witnessed the fate of the enchanting lady? To escape would be to court death. Engaged in close combat with a martial artist, they could not afford to hold back. Any lapse in defense would lead to certain demise. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, they aimed to extinguish his life. At this juncture, The trio abandoned any notions of capturing him alive. This man had to be slain. They had all underestimated him. This battle had been orchestrated by him, meticulously prepared for the confrontation with the three Yang. Chapter 135. Renowned across the world ahead, Li Hao knelt on the ground, slightly panting, his heartbeat visibly thundering. The three warriors of the three Yang swiftly approached, embodying the elements of gold, water, and fire. Li Hao was gravely injured. However, despite their nearness, even before they could reach him, a mysterious force erupted, and Li Hao had no intention of retreating. Why should he flee? This confrontation was his purpose, to eliminate them, to grow stronger. A torrent of water surged forth. The nine-tempering force. Boom. With a powerful punch unleashed through the air. A resounding explosion echoed as Li Hao propelled himself skyward, only to descend moments later, wielding his sword to sweep across the realms. The three warriors of the three Yang rushed to attack. Among them, the gold element was the mightiest, while the water element was the weakest. Yet, Li Hao did not engage with the water element. Instead, he focused his assault on the gold element, his sword sweeping with a thunderous roar, tearing apart the gold warrior's onslaught. Zheng Ping stumbled slightly, while the other two surged forward. In this moment, silence enveloped them. Words were unnecessary. It was a battle of survival. Either they would perish, or he would. A deafening explosion erupted, and a wave of water energy exploded around Li Hao, forming a bubble that enveloped him. Li Hao thrust his sword, piercing through the bubble, only to be met with a fiery blaze cascading from all directions. The three warriors of the three Yang exhibited remarkable synergy, inflicting greater trouble and damage upon him than their predecessors. Yet, Li Hao, emboldened by the blood blade technique, stood at the zenith of his combat prowess, yet still found himself encircled by these three warriors, unable to advance. They denied him the chance to land. Several times, he attempted to touch down and regain his footing. Yet the trio relentlessly assaulted him mid-air. Zheng Ping and his companions wore grave expressions. Despite Li Hao's injuries, he possessed an astonishing offensive power. Had it not been for his prior wounds, they would have truly struggled to contend with him. Heavy breaths escaped from the four, the intensity of this explosive battle pushing them to their limits. Li Hao's blood flowed profusely. The power of the crimson shadow within him had not been fully absorbed. Only a portion had been assimilated, while the remainder hindered the circulation of his internal energy. After all, it was a crimson shadow of the third Yang tier, and not of the initial stage. In the distance, a battle erupted. The formidable warriors of the three major organizations pursued the trail of the third Yang, only to be intercepted by the Demon Hunter Guild, who were also engaged in combat. The slaughter was silent. Both the three organizations and the Demon Hunter Guild fought with barely a sound, save for the explosive power of their abilities and the piercing echoes of secret techniques. It was only at the moment of death that cries of anguish pierced the air. They were all elite fighters. Yet, Li Hao paid no mind to the conflict unfolding nearby. In that moment, he sheathed the Starry Sky sword. Though the sword was sharp, it was too short and unwieldy. Apart from its keen edge, it was more of a hindrance than a help. In an instant, he retracted the Starry Sky sword and, in the next heartbeat, unleashed a punch, the tiger fighting technique. As the tiger roared, his breath transformed in an instant into the nine-forging strength. An eruption. Boom. This punch was even stronger than before. Li Hao shattered the water bubble and leaped up, while the water-type third Yang sought to ensnare him further. Yet, with a sudden roar, he unleashed the tiger from its cage. Transformed into a fierce tiger, Li Hao soared higher and higher. He sought to escape. Zheng Ping bellowed fiercely, urging the chase. Escape? How could Li Hao possibly flee? In the next moment, he descended like Mount Tai, crashing down with a resounding thud. With a single stomp, he unleashed a destructive force, causing the water-type ability to shatter underfoot. The water-type superhuman, at the mid-third Yang level, was caught off guard as Li Hao's stomp obliterated their power, spitting out blood in astonishment. Was this truly possible? In that moment, Li Hao resembled an immovable mountain, descending with immense pressure. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, prepared to counter the impending impact. Just then, Li Hao's foot exploded with a surge of golden energy, sharp as a bird's beak, instantly piercing through the defenses of the water-type warrior, his foot striking down and collapsing the opponent's shoulder. Li Hao, seizing the advantage, unleashed a flurry of kicks, arms outstretched like a soaring bird, spiraling through the air, sweeping across all directions. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted. The clang of metal echoed as Li Hao, relentless as a ferocious beast, delivered a powerful kick that sent the weakest fire type flying. He landed instantly, crushing the earth beneath him. Blood seeped forth, staining the ground crimson. Li Hao's boots were utterly shattered, revealing his bony feet. With a sputter, blood erupted from his mouth, and he gasped for breath. Around him, 3 superhumans regrouped for another assault, each bearing their own injuries. Yet, Li Hao felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The 9 forging strength had yet to break through. The book spoke of breakthroughs in battle as simple, yet in the heat of combat, there was scarcely time to contemplate or advance. This left Li Hao in despair. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to break through the 9th layer, to consolidate the power of water, to merge the 3 forces, and dispatch a few Third Yang warriors with ease. But now, it was clear that such aspirations were unattainable. Li Hao spat out blood and let out a faint laugh, resigning himself to the situation. Since he could not achieve a breakthrough in battle at this moment, he resolved to merge with the Golden Sword momentum, the 3rd form of the Golden Sword technique. The Golden Sword momentum was formidable. Previously, Li Hao intended to strengthen his lungs further before merging, but at this moment, who cared about such things? If it came to it, he could endure a bit more coughing, just like Ho Xiaoqing and the others. Once his internal organs regained their balance and could accommodate the Golden Sword momentum, he would naturally be fine. In the next instant, a surge of golden energy erupted in his lungs, and the superpower lock emitted a series of resonating sounds as it was etched with deep gashes, nearly fracturing. Yet, Li Hao remained unfazed. The timing was perfect, and the red shadow energy within him surged into his lungs, fortifying the superpower lock. Previously, he had been troubled, wondering where to channel this excess red shadow energy. The cracks on the superpower lock swiftly healed. A powerful golden force erupted from Li Hao, causing Zheng Ping and the others to change their expressions dramatically. Zheng Ping bellowed, "Strike now." It seemed Li Hao was undergoing some extraordinary transformation. At that moment, Li Hao's lungs surged, blood splattering forth as a fit of coughs erupted. Cough, cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Merging the Golden Sword momentum was the most challenging task. However, it represented the pinnacle of explosive power, and once integrated, Li Hao's strength would undoubtedly soar. The Starry Sky sword reappeared, its sword energy instantly siphoned by Li Hao and absorbed into his body, allowing his injuries to heal rapidly and halt their expansion. The damage to his internal organs began to mend quickly. Li Hao moved with the grace of a fawn, his steps light, and in a blink, he vanished from beneath Zheng Ping's sword. In the next moment, a chill ran down Zheng Ping's spine. At that instant, Li Hao's consciousness surged forth, and in his mind, the image of his ancestor wielding a sword flashed before him. The 3 sword forms. The golden point instantaneously melded into the tiger's head, unleashing a ferocious beast. With a hum, a sword thrust forth, shattering the air, and the sword energy pierced through all directions, cracking the ground beneath. Li Hao moved with blinding speed, and in an instant, the Starry Sky sword pierced through. Zheng Ping's face paled as he hastily attempted to evade the strike. Just as he was about to dodge, Li Hao stomped the ground, causing it to tremble violently, sending Zheng Ping hurtling back. With a splatter, a sword penetrated his back. Li Hao was met with a dual onslaught of water and fire. The 2 superpowers launched their assault without regard for Zheng Ping's position within the attack range. A thunderous explosion resounded as Zheng Ping's eyes widened, engulfed in flames and pierced by water arrows. He barely managed to turn his head to look at Li Hao, who at that moment was gripping a short sword deeply embedded in his heart. Zheng Ping's visage was utterly transformed, his face marred with burns and scars. Suddenly, he chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the fact that his allies were also caught in the crossfire. In this moment, were he in Li Hao's position, he would have acted similarly. He laughed, realizing that Li Hao had underestimated the superpowers. Although this fellow had momentarily grown significantly stronger and had appeared behind him in a flash, piercing his heart with a single strike, Zheng Ping was not without his own burdens. The attacks from the 3 Yangs were not so easily withstood. Li Hao was intent on killing him, yet at this very moment, he was gravely injured by the 2 others. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Li Hao inhaled deeply, a unique energy surging within him, swiftly erupting throughout his body. The wounds that had recently scorched his flesh shimmered with radiant light. In the blink of an eye, not only had his injuries ceased to worsen, but new flesh began to form anew. Sword energy. Li Hao cast a cold gaze upon his adversary, delivering a powerful punch that resulted in a resounding explosion as the enemy's head shattered. What are you staring at? What is there to laugh about? Li Hao was oblivious to the source of the other's amusement, thinking, do you believe that just because I am injured, I am rendered helpless? Around him, two early-stage Sanyang practitioners, witnessing this spectacle, wasted no time and took flight in retreat. Despite his grievous injuries, Li Hao's instantaneous recovery left no room for battle. Flight was their only option. They had previously refrained from fleeing due to Li Hao's critical condition, but now they could only watch as he inhaled deeply and began to heal. How could they hope to fight against such resilience? Li Hao drew in another deep breath, transforming his breathing technique once more. A torrent of sword energy was expelled. The shadowless sword. The air was sliced with unparalleled swiftness, piercing through the void. And the water element's superpower, just airborne, was struck through its back by this sword, causing it to stagger and fall, its powers dissipating. The fire element Sanyang practitioner, already airborne, sought to flee. In that moment, Li Hao unsheathed his sword, merging 3 strikes into one. A cough echoed, reminiscent of a death knell, followed by a fierce shout, "Sever! Sever your life!" With a thunderous roar, the sword energy soared skyward, illuminating the earth. In that instant, the sword pierced through the heavens, and with a resounding crash, the energy vanished. The fire element Sanyang halted midair, gazing downward, bitterness etched upon its face, before its body erupted in a violent explosion. Meanwhile, the water element Sanyang, though still alive, was now a visage of terror. They are dead. All of them. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 6 Sanyang practitioners had perished. Devil's sword. The water element Sanyang murmured, realizing that this individual was even stronger than Yuan Shua. At least in comparison to the moment when Yuan Shua had slain with his staff, Li Hao at this moment was indeed superior. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the water element Sanyang charged at Li Hao, hoping to deliver a final strike before death, determined to inflict serious injury, even if he could not defeat him. Li Hao, grounded like a mighty bear, opened his arms wide, allowing the adversary to pounce. He embraced his opponent, unleashing the bear combat technique, his strength multiplying exponentially. Boom. The embrace was lethal. His arms clamped down like iron hoops, crushing the opponent in an instant. Bones shattered, ribs collapsed under pressure, and the internal organs were utterly destroyed. The head drooping, yet the Sanyang still cast a sideways glance at Li Hao. Why? Why is he so powerful? How can his injuries heal so swiftly? Why? These questions remained unanswered, and the dying man was consumed by bitterness. Li Hao, indifferent to the thoughts of his adversary, flung aside the broken body of the water element Sanyang, surveyed his surroundings, and fixed his gaze upon a singular direction. The next moment, he sprang forth, slashing his sword into the air. In the void, a superpower user, attempting to conceal their might, wore an expression of dread, remaining motionless, praying that the cloak of night would shield their presence. Yet, in the following instant, the sword energy surged forth. With a piercing sound, it shattered upon impact. Li Hao did not pause. He landed, pushed off the ground, and soared into the sky. With a single stomp, a thunderous sound erupted as the ground beneath him collapsed entirely, causing a nearby sun radiance to shatter instantly. Yet, Li Hao continued unabated. With a roar akin to that of a tiger, the very heavens trembled. In the midst of darkness, it appeared as though a figure had been forcibly extracted from another void, incredulously bellowing, "Impossible!" This individual, a killer from the Flying Sky faction, possessed a unique yet not overwhelmingly powerful ability, allowing him to meld with the darkness, rendering him undetectable. He had even assassinated a member of the Sanyang, demonstrating immense talent and the potential to become the next Sanyang or even the illustrious Suguang. Yet, in this moment, confronted by Li Hao's roar, disbelief consumed him. Without allowing him to finish, Li Hao unleashed a punch that obliterated his opponent into fragments. Impossible? Before my very eyes lies the sun itself. What could possibly be unfeasible? He declared. If you can elude my gaze, then speak of impossibilities. Surveying his surroundings, Li Hao noted that there were no more light orbs present. However, he was cognizant that some had fled earlier. This battle could not remain concealed. He had sensed the presence of several Sun Radiance individuals nearby when he had slain Yu Pu, and they had fled, fully aware of his terrifying prowess. Now, after such a prolonged struggle, he pondered where those individuals had escaped to, unable to track them down. Attempting to suppress the news was a futile endeavor. The reason for slaying these few was their audacity to witness the entire ordeal, truly a death wish. Yet, those who had fled were merely the earlier ones. They had witnessed him eliminate Yu Pu in an instant, a reason for their stealth. His sword could heal his injuries, and with the unification of 3 strikes. Those individuals had not observed the full extent of his power, providing Li Hao with a degree of reassurance. Additionally, the eruption of the blood blade technique was also likely unseen by them. All was well. Moments later, a squad clad in black armor arrived swiftly. Lu Long, drenched in blood, gravely reported, "All surrounding superhumans have been slain. However, it seems a few have escaped, using Earth abilities to burrow away, and we could not pursue them. We only dealt with those who remained. As for those who fled, there was nothing to be done." At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Li Hao, filled with fervent admiration and a hint of madness. 1 man against 6 Shenyang, all vanquished. Li Hao smiled, and in the next instant, he raised his hand, clenched his fist, and bellowed, "Hunt the demons! Hunt the demons!" His explosive voice reverberated across the desolate expanse. That night, Li Hao would undoubtedly make his name known throughout the world. A martial arts master, emerging as a titan, perhaps even surpassing Yuan Shuo. For Li Hao was remarkably young and his achievements were astonishing. 1 against 6, all annihilated. In the distance, those fleeing superhumans were stricken with terror, as if their very hearts were tearing apart. "Flee! Escape with your lives!" they cried. Li Hao had triumphed. Against 3 major organizations, 6 superhumans, and over 10 Sun Radiance members, Li Hao and his comrades had obliterated the Sanyang, with fewer than 5 truly escaping, while the rest met their demise in this nameless hill. On the desolate plains, a palpable aura of slaughter filled the air, despite the limited number of battles fought. At this moment, the demon-hunting squad exhibited unparalleled fervor and enthusiasm, eager to follow Li Hao into the heart of the fray. He was their captain. 1 man single-handedly slaying 6 Sanyang in a singular confrontation, not through cumulative kills. In the eyes of the Sanyang, they were titans. Yet tonight, a number of them had perished. Li Hao coughed and commanded, "Collect the bodies, clear the battlefield, swiftly. You have 10 minutes to evacuate. Follow me, we must flee quickly, for perhaps the Su Guang will pursue us." The sound of his cough echoed repeatedly, and at that moment, some individuals recalled Hou Xiaoqing. However, upon seeing Li Hao, thoughts of Hou Xiaoqing were instantly cast aside. What of Hou Xiaoqing? In this era, could he possibly rival Li Hao? Moreover, while Hou Xiaoqing was merely Hou Xiaoqing, Li Hao was the one leading them in slaughter, continuously growing in strength. In the blink of an eye, the crowd dispersed, commencing the task of clearing the battlefield. Several of the 6 Sanyang had been slain, and this battle would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. The Sanyang were known to possess storage rings, far beyond what the Ri Yao could compare to. They held divine energy stones, energy storage rings, and upon their demise, their essence was worth thousands of mysterious energies. 10 minutes later, with a wave of his hand, Li Hao led 51 individuals swiftly into the shadows. Not long after their departure, the news spread rapidly through the ranks of the fleeing superhumans. The earth trembled. At the Red Moon base, Lan Yu felt a momentary daze, staring blankly at the gathering of powerful figures, unsure of what to say. Some had not heard the communications and were looking at him expectantly. Overwhelmed, Lan Yu was momentarily oblivious to Hou Xiaoqing, the pressure from the 4 major organizations, or the ongoing sweep. "Lan Yu." The voice of Ziyu jolted him back to reality. Frowning, she inquired, "What is it?" Lan Yu, feeling parched, swallowed hard, moistening his throat before speaking slowly. On the opposite side of the Hengduan Canyon, Zheng Ping and the others have caught up with Li Hao. "That is good news." The crowd murmured in confusion. In the next moment, Lan Yu chuckled, a smile tinged with inexplicable emotion, and then the flying moon bodhisattva arrived, along with Yen Luo's iron wall and the enchanting Meiji. 6 Sanyang joining forces to capture Li Hao. The crowd awaited the outcome. In the next instant, Lan Yu sank into a chair, leaning back against the support. Exhaling deeply, "They are all dead." Boom. The crowd was taken aback. Ziyu was equally shocked. Did the moon bodhisattva dare to ambush Xingping? Indeed, that was the first thought. Internal strife. Though it was not quite an internal conflict, it could only be described as the eruption of rivalry among the 3 major organizations, leading to mutual destruction. Lan Yu smiled, though bitterly. Not all were slain by Li Hao. What? The disbelief was palpable. as they struggled to accept this outcome. Lan Yu's smile faded, and he gently exhaled, a fan appearing in his hand as he waved it, as if to soothe his restless heart and regain composure. They all perished. The moon bodhisattva was the first to be struck down by Li Hao. It did not take long for the battle to escalate, with witnesses claiming he felled the formidable iron wall with a single sword strike. And then there was nothing more to tell. He chuckled softly. Everyone speaks of Yuan Shua's prowess, praises Hou Xiaocheng's terror. Yet who has ever mentioned that Li Hao is equally formidable? Has anyone ever uttered such a thought? No. No one has ever proclaimed that Yuan Shua's disciple is a formidable force. When mentioning Li Hao, the common refrain is merely that he is Yuan Shua's closed-door disciple, the sole inheritor of the 8 great families. Yet, never has anyone declared that Li Hao possesses great strength. Otherwise, this battle would not have culminated in such a result. The lives of 6 individuals from the Sanyang and countless superhumans were sacrificed to substantiate Li Hao's might. In that instant, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, absorbing and digesting the information, each face reflecting disbelief. Li Hao, the disciple of Yuan Shua, just last month. He barely triumphed in a skirmish against a student of the Qi Mei staff. Had he concealed his true strength last month? Or has he genuinely ascended to such a terrifying level in less than a month? Surely, he must have concealed his prowess. They could not fathom that someone could evolve from mediocrity to the capability of vanquishing 6 formidable foes within such a brief span. Even with the element of surprise and their underestimation of him, Li Hao undoubtedly ranks among the elite within the Sanyang. It remains uncertain whether he could contend with Su Guang. At this moment, the entire Hongyue organization fell silent, absorbing this revelation. The Ziyue, particularly, was affected. For among those present, she was the only one to have engaged with Li Hao for a considerable time. During their prior encounter at the ruins, was Li Hao truly that fearsome? He appeared so earnest and unassuming then. Now, she pondered, was this the same Li Hao who had slain 6 Sanyang this evening? A tumultuous wave rapidly swept across the Silver Moon domain. The night watchman, Chief Yu, emerged, his complexion notably pale. At this moment, the entire night watchman was agitated. Hao Lianchuan, in a state of shock, reported in a daze. Minister Li Hao has slain 6 Sanyang in the Silver North region tonight, including 1 at the pinnacle of Sanyang, 2 in the later stages, 2 in the mid-stages, and 1 in the early stages. This news has spread, and the 3 major organizations have noted Su Guang's appearance, seemingly heading towards Silver North. Hou Xiaocheng remained silent, perusing the documents before him. After a moment, he softly remarked, "There are superhumans who escaped, claiming Li Hao is the demon sword. What is your perspective on this?" "What is my perspective? I lack the sight to discern." Hao Lianchuan remained in a daze, speechless. It was not a one-on-one confrontation against the Sanyang. Had it been so, he would not be in such a stupor now. It was a 1 against 6. Li Hao had obliterated them all. That was truly terrifying. He even wondered if Li Hao could challenge Su Guang in single combat at this moment. Could 6 Sanyang working in unison contend with Su Guang? It should pose no problem. Yet, all were slain by Li Hao. Regardless of the unforeseen variables, the fact remains that Li Hao emerged victorious. Would the minister provide assistance? Assistance? Hou Xiaocheng coughed lightly and chuckled. No assistance. You must immediately seek out others to join forces and sweep through the Silver South region. Not just you. Little Yu will accompany you. I will act as necessary and rally others to scour the entire Silver South. Do we require assistance? That would merely align us with the 3 major organizations. As long as they swiftly sweep through the Silver South, the 3 major organizations will be overwhelmed. They must choose between pursuing Li Hao north of the Hengduan Gorge or uniting to resist the Silver Moon authorities. This is the optimal strategy. Mobilizing the entire Wu Wei army, Li Hao's demon hunting brigade has truly made a name for itself. It will not be long before even the central regions become aware of Li Hao and this newly established brigade, which has long been lying in wait, ready to make its presence known. Hou Xiaocheng rose, gazing northward, a smile gracing his lips. Li Hao, you truly are remarkable. I always knew that anyone capable of breaking through my Li Shun gun's intent would not be ordinary. Indeed, you have concealed much of your strength, and tonight you have unleashed it. It appears you are no longer inclined to maintain your facade. Hao Lianchuan ceased his speech and departed swiftly, intending to contact various parties and commence a thorough sweep. It was imperative to compel the 3 major organizations to retain their elite forces south of the Hengduan Gorge. Otherwise, It would be exceedingly difficult for Li Hao and his companions to escape. As for attempting a rescue in that area, it was far too perilous. The three major organizations may have already sealed off the Hengduan Gorge region, and any rash approach could lead to a quagmire. In the administrative office, under the dim light, Director Zhao coughed lightly, glancing at Deputy Director Zhou with a smile. Indeed, Yuan Shua's disciple is formidable. Yuan Shua himself is not to be trifled with, and his disciple possesses an equally formidable prowess. The bloodline of the 8 houses has truly erupted, a force not easily borne. After speaking, he coughed again. And how did your grandson become involved in this? Deputy Director Zhou chuckled. He was merely curious. With such strict oversight at home, he sought a thrill. I dare say he's been terrified this time. Those little ones are likely scurrying back for their lives. Now, with the 3 major organizations pursuing Li Hao and his companions towards Yinbei, danger looms. Deputy Director Zhou shook his head. It matters not. They should be fine. I haven't heard of their involvement tonight. They likely received word and fled early. Li Hao and his companions are martial artists, capable of concealment, while those few are not. Once the fighting erupted, they probably turned tail and ran. Director Zhao nodded slightly. Given Li Hao's background, he would indeed anticipate such a scenario. This individual is known for his strategic foresight and would not allow those companions to expose themselves to danger. Some say Li Hao is akin to a demonic sword. What do you think? Deputy Director Zhou inhaled deeply. Whether he is a demonic sword or not is beyond my knowledge. What I do know is that after this battle, Silver Moon will once again become the center of attention. This master and disciple duo seem intent on creating a stir to ensure Silver Moon does not go unnoticed. Indeed, both North and South are stained with blood. Yuan Shua has also slain a pinnacle of the 3 sons tonight and escaped. Initially, this might have drawn some attention. But now, it seems no one will notice, as all eyes will be on his disciple, the one who has just emerged and already reached the pinnacle. Director Zhao lamented, the youth of today is truly formidable. And Yuan Shua, do you realize? Your student is growing at an alarming rate, and his accomplishments may soon eclipse your own. After all your hesitation, having taken down a few 3 sons, Li Hao has already dispatched 8. No, perhaps even more. Zhang Ting is dead. And if Hao Lianchuan claims he is not responsible, then it must be Li Hao. 9 3 sons eliminated? And are there still unknown 3 sons? This master and disciple, when they choose to act, transform the once mighty 3 sons into mere puppets, easily dispatched. In the blink of an eye, they have claimed the lives of numerous 3 sons on Silver Moon's soil. The entire world is in upheaval. News spread like wildfire, frantic and unrestrained. The fabled sword master Li Hao, the disciple of the notorious Elder Yuan, has made a name for himself today in Silver Moon, having vanquished 6 formidable adversaries of the 3 sons, leaving a trail of the 3 major organizations in his wake. In the central region, crossing the North Sea, the first province is known as the Haiyao province. At this moment, the tempestuous tidings ripple through the air. Yuan Shua has just slain a 3 sons opponent and is now in flight, seeking refuge in an extraordinary hideout, having effortlessly dispatched a group of superhumans, taking shelter in a base of the Flying Sky faction. At this very moment, a message suddenly materializes upon the surface of a nearby mirror. Yuan Shua, who is in the midst of healing, glances up, his mouth agape in astonishment. The Bai Guang sword, also recovering, notices the commotion and turns to Yuan Shua, puzzled by his slack-jawed expression, wondering if enemies are upon them. Following Yuan Shua's gaze, the mirror displays the following text: Urgent bulletin. A significant event has transpired in the Silver Moon province tonight. Li Hao, disciple of Yuan Shua, single-handedly battled 6 3 sons warriors in the northern region of Silver Moon, slaying our esteemed Flying Sky powerhouse, Yu Pu, as well as members of the Red Moon organization, Jin Jiu, Duan Chao, and Zheng Ping, and annihilating the Yin Luo organization Tai Bai and Mei Ji. The danger level in Silver Moon has escalated. Previously, Li Hao led his demon hunting army, comprised of 50 martial masters, to eliminate over 100 superhumans, with a level of lethality surpassing that of Yuan Shua. Li Hao's threat level has risen. It is recommended to report this and elevate it to the status of a Su Guang threat. Should any member undertake a mission involving Li Hao, it is advised that they possess strength above the mid-tier of Su Guang. Wu Hongshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he abruptly turned to Yuan Shua, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Is this referring to your student? The obedient, cultured Li Hao? Indeed, These were the very words Yuan Shua had often employed. In Wu Hongshan's recollection, his student was indeed a demure young lad, well-educated, obedient, and ever smiling. But now, what could this possibly mean? A mere coincidence in names? How ironic that even his own name mirrors that of Yuan Shua. To have single-handedly defeated 6 opponents of the 3 sons. Yuan Shua snapped back to reality, his expression still one of shock. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and, noticing Wu Hongshan's inquisitive gaze, smiled and said, "What are you looking at? Your disciple?" "Yes, what of it? You spoke of his obedience?" Wu Hongshan inquired. "Indeed, is he not obedient?" Yuan Shua chuckled heartily, though his laughter soon turned to a hint of exasperation. "Stop staring. I have no idea how this boy has progressed so rapidly. I knew he could contend with the 3 sons soon, but to take on 6 and emerge victorious? How on earth did this happen?" He sighed. "This lad has landed himself in quite a predicament. I came here looking for some respite from scrutiny. And now he's overshadowed me, elevating my own danger level in the process. What is this? Who is truly protecting whom? Moreover, how did he manage to achieve this?" Yuan Shua found himself perplexed. At this moment, he too might have been capable of reaching Li Hao's level, yet he had already manifested the 3rd force. Having integrated it fully, with only the blood blade technique left unattainable due to his lack of a suitable sword. If he were to misuse it without achieving the blood shadow in time, it would spell disaster for him. Hence, he refrained from reckless actions. Nevertheless, he remained extraordinarily formidable. Without a doubt, he believed himself invincible among the 3 sons, a sweeping force to be reckoned with. His disciple seems remarkably impressive. Wu Hongshan took a deep breath and remarked, "Your disciple is truly extraordinary." However, with the news spreading far and wide, "I fear the entire dynasty will learn of your disciple's prowess tonight, which is not necessarily a favorable outcome." "What's there to fear?" Yuan Shua pondered with a newfound clarity. "Let them come and kill. If they cannot prevail, they shall flee. If they cannot escape, they must accept their fate. It is as simple as that." He chuckled. "What a fine lad. Truly formidable. Yet, I too am not to be underestimated. After all, I have managed to slay a 3rd yang tonight. If I tally it up, I have dispatched nearly 10 3rd yang along my journey. I must maintain this pace. I cannot allow this young man to surpass me. Bai Guang, hasten your recovery. Once you are healed, we shall continue our relentless pursuit. The number of 3rd yang slain is almost rivaling that of my disciple. How embarrassing would that be?" Wu Hongshan remained silent, yet her heart was tumultuous. Yuan Shua's student, being the youngest disciple, had managed to kill 6 3rd yang tonight, which left her feeling uneasy. Not long ago, she had engaged in a fierce battle with a nascent 3rd yang for an extended period. And only under Yuan Shua's command did she manage to defeat her opponent. Now, in comparison to Li Hao, she felt utterly humiliated. The atmosphere was rife with tension, as various organizations engaged in rapid discussions. In a grand villa located in the southern suburbs of Silver Moon, Nanquan wore a look of astonishment. "What an incredible young man. Last time, he wanted to spar with me, and I am grateful I declined. Otherwise, I might have lost my life." Beside him stood the same woman from before, Zhua Exine Jiao Ku, now known as Lady Bai. In the dead of night, with a solitary man and woman together, one could only imagine the thoughts that might arise if Li Hao were present. At that moment, this Lady Bai was equally taken aback. But she quickly regained her composure and remarked softly, "Li Hao is indeed a surprising figure. However, he does have connections to the Bai family. Hu Dingfang is his sister-in-law's brother. Do you think we could win him over?" Nan Quan grinned, but his gaze turned icy as he replied, "Do not entertain such notions. This fellow is more ruthless and heartless than Yuan Shua. If we fail to recruit him, we must be wary of being devoured instead. The moment I first laid eyes on him, I sensed he was no ordinary adversary. On that day, when Ho Xiaoqing committed murder, I witnessed him observing without flinching when Hong Fa was slain, unaffected by the shock of a strong contender's fall, devoid of any fear. Such a person should not be trifled with. He had seen it all clearly. Moreover, in the following days, he had closely followed Li Hao, who wore a smile, yet harbored a heart colder than even Yuan Shua's. He understood Li Hao's background, orphaned, with only a master fleeing the world, and a friend slain by the Red Moon last year. His acquaintances, like Lu Long, had not known him long. Thus, it was evident that warmth was scarce within him. All his emotional ties seemed to revolve around Yuan Shua. Provoking such an individual is ill-advised. Lady Bai nodded subtly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Yet, Nan Quan issued another warning. Moreover, do not let Hu Dingfang and his wife provoke him. Playing the emotional card may not yield favorable results. That fellow sought out the Inspector Wang Hengong, and even the relatively unfamiliar Hong Yitang, yet he neglected to approach his senior sister and her husband. Perhaps he harbored some intention of clearing his master's name. Caution is advised. Yuan Shuo still remembers the bonds, whereas he does not. Moreover, there is little affection to speak of. It is quite common for a closed-door disciple to aid their master in such matters. As a martial artist, you should comprehend this. Lady Bai's gaze momentarily faltered as she nodded, entirely dispelling that notion. Indeed, a closed-door disciple can, at times, hold a higher status than the first disciple. If he truly intends to clear the way, Yuan Shuo might not even express any discontent upon learning of it. However, she inquired, do you think he can escape? Could Li Hao flee from the relentless pursuit of the three major organizations, Shuguang? It is difficult to ascertain. Nan Quan replied solemnly, currently, those resolutely intent on dealing with him are primarily Hong Yue, Yin Luo, and Fei Tian. They may not allow Shuguang to continue their relentless chase. After all, the ruins of Zhantian City are about to be opened, and the three organizations will not overlook this opportunity. Yet, Hong Yue will likely not relent. It is probable that members of the Elder Council have already dispatched to confront him. The Elder, who previously resided in the northern provinces, known for his prowess in water manipulation, has likely made his way there. Given that Silver Moon has arrived, Blue Moon might not depart easily, and he must remain vigilant against Ho Xiaoqing. However, that Elder may very well pursue him. As for Fei Tian, it is possible that Banshan has also set forth. Regarding Yin Luo, it remains uncertain whether other formidable beings are on their way. Otherwise, the Equal King might not venture forth. The Cycle King Sen Yang, at his peak, could be risking his life should he encounter Li Hao, and thus would not easily approach. He made a few conjectures, exhaling a sigh, and chuckled. Let's wait and see. I shall also join the fray for a bit of excitement and return once the ruins are unveiled. You too? Lady Bai was taken aback. What is your purpose in going? Nan Quan stepped out of the room, smiling, to observe the spectacle. They would not dare to provoke me lightly, as I represent the royal family. With that, he vanished. Lady Bai's expression shifted. This Nan Quan had remained here for quite some time, and today he seemed eager to partake. Would his presence lead to any unforeseen developments? On this day, the winds began to stir. The name Li Hao spread overnight, resonating throughout Silver Moon and the various realms of the Chaotian Star Dynasty. The martial artists of Silver Moon once again became the focal point of attention. The 8 great families also garnered significant interest. Meanwhile, in a grand palace atop a towering mountain in the central region, corpses littered the ground. A man seated in the center of the hall perused a collection of information. Upon encountering the freshly arrived intelligence, he paused momentarily before cursing under his breath. Damn. My daughter is still over there. I thought you would at least remain dormant for a while. Your speed is truly astonishing. Frustrated, the man continued to vent. You scoundrel. I thought you would train for a spell, and yet, within mere days, you engage in such antics? After venting his ire, he spat disdainfully, surveying the sea of corpses. His brow furrowed in despair. Has Shuguang been utterly wiped out? In such a vast stronghold, I have eliminated all adversaries and stood guard for 2 days. Yet not a single ray of dawn has come to assess the situation. Sighing, I resolve to withdraw. With the commotion caused by Li Hao, Yin Hong is likely preoccupied and may not have the time to regard my presence. Chapter 136. The 5 Forces of Opportunity in the Northern Territories of the Silver Moon. The famed Li Hao, renowned for his prowess in battle, is currently leading the Demon Hunter Corps further north in haste. They have traversed an astonishing 800 miles in a single night. Not an exaggeration, but a true testament to their relentless speed, moving at a remarkable rate of 100 miles per hour. Within the ranks, some martial masters are already on the verge of exhaustion. Though these masters are formidable, enduring a run of 1 or 2 hours is feasible. However, maintaining such a pace for an entire night over 800 miles proves arduous, even for those at the pinnacle of their abilities. Yet, no one utters a word of dissent. On the first night, as they weaved through the forest, complaints arose regarding Li Hao's leadership. This time, however, everyone gritted their teeth. Even as internal injuries began to manifest, they persevered. The reason is simple. In a mere few days, they have been captivated by this young man before them. This is the true essence of a martial master. With him leading, the Demon Hunter Corps can roam freely, vanquishing the supernaturals and upholding the prestige of martial masters. They support one another, with some even carrying their wounded comrades on their backs, for they are now brothers in arms. These individuals are not soldiers by profession, yet through consecutive battles, they have begun to grasp the meaning of camaraderie. The weight of the black armor is becoming unbearable for some, yet no one dares to remove it, as it is their lifeline. Without the protection of the armor, last night's fierce battle would have surely resulted in casualties among them. Thanks to the armor, along with Lu Long and their formations, they have emerged without fatalities, though some have sustained injuries. As dawn breaks, the surroundings are desolate and devoid of life. Ahead, Li Hao coughs a few times and raises his hand, prompting the others to halt, their eyes fixed intently on him. Li Hao gazes forward and smiles. Do you see that great mountain ahead? Despite the mountain being visible for some time, it still seems distant after their long run. This mountain is known as Tsongshan. Li Hao looks into the distance. Near Tsongshan lies a small city called Yitang. Yitang marks the border of the Silver Moon, as well as that of the Tianqing dynasty. According to the texts, crossing Tsongshan leads to another realm, known as Dali. Li Hao reflects with a hint of nostalgia. For that is my homeland. In my youth, the farthest I ventured was to Tsongshan. Today, I will lead everyone into the domain of Tsongshan, which is perilous and has been historically regarded as a formidable ascent. If we journey eastward from Tsongshan, traversing the peaks and moving forward, we must not head north, for Dali lies in that direction. Though it has not encroached upon our territory for a century, none can predict the current state of Dali. Instead, we shall proceed eastward, traversing the northern expanse of the Silver Moon until we reach its end, where it connects with the Hengduan Gorge. From there, we will return to Hengduan Gorge. Li Hao wore a smile tinged with a hint of coldness. Let them believe we have fled, that we have escaped to the Great Li. Yet we shall not retreat. Silver Moon is our domain. Why should we abandon it? We shall return through the Hengduan Gorge, no matter how formidable the three major factions are. Once we vanquish their superhumans, they will amount to nothing. We shall return to hunt demons. Hunt demons. Hunt demons. The crowd echoed in unison, their blood boiling with fervor. We shall not retreat. We will return, traversing the Tsongshan Mountains, re-enter the Hengduan Gorge, and reclaim our ground across the vast expanse of Silver Moon. The land of Silver Moon was vast, yet they were willing to follow Li Hao, traversing the thorn-laden terrain of Silver Moon. After all, as martial artists, they relished this exhilarating challenge. Li Hao chuckled softly, then coughed again. At this moment, Lu Long furrowed his brow. Initially, he had paid little attention to Li Hao's cough, but now a sense of worry crept in. Throughout their journey, Li Hao had occasionally coughed. Had he sustained an internal injury? Onward, to the Tsongshan, Li Hao commanded. The frequent rains in Tsongshan will soon erase all traces of our passage. With a wave of his hand, the group continued their frantic dash. Upon seeing the Tsongshan, despite their ignorance of its internal conditions, they felt assured under Li Hao's leadership, as if Tsongshan were the beacon illuminating their path to resurgence. After more than an hour of relentless running, Li Hao and his companions plunged into the Tsongshan mountain range through a treacherous natural pathway. Towering trees, the cries of wildlife, and the invigorating air seemed to rejuvenate their spirits. The dense foliage effectively concealed their movements. At this moment, Lu Long and Li Heng exchanged hushed words before swiftly catching up to Li Hao, who was scouting ahead. Captain, we have compiled the spoils, Lu Long announced. The mysterious energy totals 12,000 units, primarily provided by the three Yangs. In addition to their inherent mysterious energies, they also carried several energy storage rings. The 6 Yangs alone contributed at least 8,000 units of super energy. Including the energy storage rings, each carried several hundred units, leading to an overall yield of over 10,000 units of mysterious energy. The Daylight faction indeed contributed little. A mere 200 to 300 units per person was commendable. During their battle against Daylight, much energy dissipated, resulting in a total acquisition of only 12,000 units of mysterious energy. We have 27 divine energy stones, Lu Long continued. The formidable warrior from the flying sky carried the most, a total of 9 stones, while the Red Moon faction had fewer. Li Hao's brow furrowed slightly. This is not substantial. Only 27 divine energy stones. To replenish my sword energy, I shattered 8 stones initially, then consumed another 12. Yet our harvest is meager. We also have 22 energy storage rings, 6 storage rings, and some other treasures, Lu Long added hesitantly. Some of these treasures are unfamiliar to us, but their energy fluctuations suggest they may be extraordinary items. Li Hao pondered the acquisitions, feeling somewhat dissatisfied as they did not meet his expectations. He had anticipated that the three Yangs would provide him with at least 40 to 50 divine energy stones. They are all impoverished. They are no wealthier than the two Yangs from the Night Watch headquarters. The Fei Tian is quite commendable, and the Sanyang pinnacle appears to be held in high regard. However, this is merely the situation of today. Just a few days prior, they had slain numerous superpowered beings and confiscated nearly 5,000 units of mysterious energy. After all, having taken down over 100 superpowered entities, their gains have accumulated significantly, proving to be a considerable fortune. Among those superpowered beings, they also provided 3 divine energy stones. Indeed, such poverty prevails. Out of the hundreds of superpowered beings, only a few were of the daylight rank, and possessing even one is likely a reward from above. In total, they have acquired 30 divine energy stones this time. As for Li Hao, he has consumed nearly 20 stones thus far, resulting in a net profit of merely 10 stones. He borrowed 30 stones from the Golden Spear, and now, Li Hao possesses a total of 40 divine energy stones. The mysterious energy has reached 17,000 units. Turning back, he glanced at the weary crowd and smiled. Have you all heard about our gains? Let us find a secure place to absorb this mysterious energy. I will employ the 5 animals breathing technique to convert it into a form more suitable for everyone's cultivation. Should we reserve 17,000 units for our enemies to claim as spoils when they slay us? We must utilize it. After all, we are but 51 individuals, including myself. An average of over 300 units each should suffice for us to indulge a little. The crowd was filled with immense joy. An average of over 300 units is remarkable. Previously, slaying a moonshade would yield merely 20 units, and they would need to defeat numerous moonshades to achieve such a feat for them. Breaking the 100 and possessing comparable strength to a moonshade is tantamount to reaping the rewards of numerous life and death battles, and each encounter must result in victory. Whether it be the Inspection Division or the Sword Sect, figures like Hong Yitang and Wang Henggong may be formidable, yet they do not bestow excessive rewards upon their disciples. After all, they may not be affluent themselves. Even the Night Watchers lack considerable wealth, let alone others. As Li Hao walked, he continued, furthermore, I possess an ancient weapon of enlightenment, a broken sword left by swordsmen of ancient civilizations, which can impart insight 10 times. Later, the captains and those who have claimed the most lives in the late 100 breaks can each receive this enlightenment. If one can achieve the completion of the 100 breaks, reaching the 1,000 combat stage will not be far off. Upon hearing this, the crowd was even more elated. Li Hao, however, chose not to elaborate further at this moment. He was swiftly attending to his wounds. Not only that, but he also retrieved several energy-storing rings from his storage ring. This time, he too aimed to strengthen himself. He possessed superpowers of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, he also had powers of wind, thunder, and darkness. Having slain countless superpowered beings, he lacked nothing in this regard. Li Hao did not hesitate to claim his share. According to the initial agreement, he would retain 30% of the spoils, which meant he could take over 5,000 units of mysterious energy for himself. Additionally, having single-handedly slain the Sanyang entities, he was entitled to even more. He selectively extracted 500 units of superpowers from each of the 5 elements, along with 500 units of wind and thunder. After a moment's hesitation, he also chose 500 units of dark energy, totaling 4,000 units of mysterious energy. However, to assimilate this 4,000 units of mysterious energy, he requires no less than 20 divine energy stones. Each stone can convert approximately over 200 units of mysterious energy. Furthermore, given that Li Hao is still injured, 20 stones would barely suffice for his own needs. As for the remaining 20, he must reserve at least 10 for contingencies, while the other 10 will be utilized to transform into sword energy, thereby providing the entire team with a conversion of mysterious energy, enabling them to swiftly enhance their capabilities. What is acquired must be employed. Only through utilization can strength be manifested. To withhold it, who knows who might benefit from it later. With 13,000 units remaining, the 10 divine energy stones cannot convert a substantial amount. Moreover, the others cannot absorb much either. Surpassing the 100 threshold, absorbing dozens of units at once would be overwhelming. Converting 2,000 units allows each individual to absorb 40 units, which is more than sufficient for everyone. Li Hao continued along the mountain path, traversing for a while before emerging from the natural trail, weaving through particularly treacherous paths, even climbing cliffs. After over an hour, the group delved deeper into the Tsangshan Mountains and finally discovered a natural cave. Upon entering, Li Hao promptly sealed the cave's entrance and declared, "Let us commence our training." The moment of our greatest fatigue is precisely the opportune time to cultivate. Do not rest, for rest breeds complacency. Yes, the others responded eagerly, filled with anticipation. The black armor remained steadfastly by their side. Li Hao proceeded to shatter several divine energy stones, swiftly converting a large quantity of mysterious energy, encompassing all 5 elemental energies, along with formless mysterious energy that diffused rapidly in all directions. The martial artists also began to absorb this energy. This was not their first encounter with such a phenomenon. Although they were initially astonished by Li Hao's methods, they had grown accustomed to it after several instances. They recognized the advantages of the converted energy, which was not only easier to absorb, but also facilitated the fortification of their bodies and vital organs, achieving remarkable equilibrium. Presently, they could not fully appreciate these benefits. It would only be upon reaching the Do Qian stage that they would comprehend the significance of their enhanced vital organs, heralding the opening of the path to spiritual cultivation. Lu Long was one of the most knowledgeable among them. Over the past few days, he had reaped considerable rewards. As a Do Qian, his absorption rate was rapid, and he specifically targeted the absorption of elemental energies. After several days, he distinctly felt a significant strengthening of his vital organs, and he could only look on with envy at the others, who were oblivious to their fortune. At present, they were unaware. But once they crossed into Do Qian and began spiritual cultivation, they would realize the immense benefits of their fortified organs during the 100 breakthrough phase. Each absorption could potentially save them years of training time. The thousands of units of mysterious energy were merely numerical figures. The true advantages far surpassed even those thousands of units. Had Hou Xiaoqing and the others known, they would likely be willing to pay tenfold or even 100-fold to obtain this extraordinary energy. Li Hao did not concern himself with them any further and began to tend to his injuries and cultivate. His lungs were persistently bleeding, but also gradually healing. The force of the golden sword was overwhelming, with its explosive power creating continuous struggles, each struggle resulting in bouts of coughing. The internal organs still lack sufficient strength. The inadequacy of the internal organs adversely affects the robustness of the skeletal frame. Therefore, Li Hao prioritized the enhancement of his physical body and bones, selecting the dual energies of wind and thunder as his first choice. Soon, the small sword energy surged forth, and a resounding roar echoed within him. Li Hao required only these pure energies. The attribute-less energy dissipated from him, which was then absorbed by the martial artists. Although attribute-less energy could also fortify the physical body, its effects were not particularly remarkable for Li Hao. However, for those who had surpassed 100, the benefits were significantly greater than that of ordinary mysteries. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was eerily silent, with only the occasional sound of Li Hao's cough and the thunderous rumblings of his bones breaking the stillness. Members of the Demon Hunter team were continuously advancing in their ranks. Those in the mid-stage moved to the late stage, and those in the early stage progressed to the mid-stage. The once stagnant practitioners at the 10th level had all ascended, now striving towards the mid to late stages. A few individuals who had surpassed 100 were subtly comprehending the essence of power, not through ancient weapons, but through their own introspection. Hong Yitang's daughter, Hong Qing, along with Hong Hao and Wang Chao, each harbored their own unique insights. Lu Yin and others, possessing their distinct legacies as martial artists, also experienced varying revelations. At this moment, Wu Chao, Li Hong, and Chun Jian had all advanced to the late stage of surpassing 100. Over the course of several days, these individuals had made remarkable progress. The battles and training of these few days equated to what they had achieved over several years, if not a decade. The number of late-stage practitioners within the Demon Hunter team had evidently increased substantially. Lu Long had also made considerable strides. At this moment, he even began to attempt to lock the essence, targeting the water essence in his kidneys. However, his internal organs were still somewhat weak, causing discomfort during the locking process. But this was already a significant advancement. It indicated that he was on the path to the peak of the 1000 combat stage. Now, compared to before, he was indeed stronger, capable of facing the late stage of the sun radiance without significant difficulty, and could even contend with the peak of sun radiance. With the outcome dependent on the circumstances, Lu Long silently observed Li Hao, recognizing that all of this was due to this formidable individual, truly a force to be reckoned with. Before long, everyone immersed themselves in the ecstasy of cultivation, devoid of the pain associated with absorbing mysterious energies, experiencing only comfort. Meanwhile, as Li Hao and his companions hastily made their way to the Tsangshan Mountains, others ventured into the northern expanse of the Silver Moon, the site of the previous night's battle. Presently, several powerful figures hovered in the air, quietly surveying the remnants of the confrontation. A middle-aged woman with slightly blue hair raised her hand and grasped a fragmented boulder, examining it closely before sighing softly. What a demonic sword! The sword energy was exceedingly fierce. Even after a night of dispersal, the sword energy remained formidable. This woman had already transcended the path of swordsmanship, becoming a deity in her own right. Who could rival the Silver Moon swordsman? The heavenly sword? Nowadays, it seemed that only the heavenly sword could match her prowess. The Silver Moon has historically produced formidable figures, and indeed, this once declining region continues to yield remarkable individuals in this era. Li Hao, this previously obscure individual, had gained renown throughout the dynasty following his battle last night. Not far away, a cloaked figure crouched down to scrutinize a shattered corpse, shaking his head slightly. This Li Hao was obliterated underground. Yet he possesses an acute understanding of terrain, the momentum of the sword, the force of the earth, and perhaps even the essence of fire. No, the essence of gold. Several formidable warriors exchanged words, but soon fell into a contemplative silence. This Li Hao is truly extraordinary. According to the secret techniques of the Five Beasts sect, although Li Hao does not embody the 5 animal stances, he can nonetheless be regarded as embodying their essence. Presently, it appears he has comprehended at least 3, if not 4, of these forces, which closely resemble Yuan Shua's 5 Beasts art. To claim that within a mere month he has grasped multiple forces is unfathomable. The woman with blue hair coldly remarked, "If he could slay at the 10th stage and enter the late 100 stages in a single day, I might believe it. But to comprehend multiple forces within a month is impossible." Thus, Li Hao must have grasped these forces long ago. The rapid enhancement of his physical prowess and vitality is understandable. With abundant treasures, hope is attainable. Yet, the comprehension of forces does not hinge upon treasures. Even if one were to witness ancient weapons daily, it does not guarantee the consistent grasp of forces. Hence, in this moment, the assembled warriors concluded that Li Hao must have comprehended these forces for quite some time, perhaps not less than a year. Thus, the records presented are mere fabrications. 3 years prior, when Yuan Shua accepted Li Hao as a disciple, it is likely that Li Hao was no ordinary martial artist, but had already attained the status of a martial master. Otherwise, that individual would have acquired true teachings 3 years ago, rather than the 2 to 3 months claimed by outsiders. In 3 years, grasping one force per year is within the realm of possibility for a top-tier genius. Half Mountain turned to the woman and inquired softly, "Hai Xiao, what do you believe his current standing to be?" At the peak of the 3 Yang, in its nascent form, Hai Xiao asserted decisively, "Certainly, he is a martial master, with formidable divine intent and multiple forces, thus surpassing the average peak of the 3 Yang, yet his strength remains limited. The traces of battle indicate that he engaged in a fierce struggle to slay several of my comrades from the Red Moon. He must have sustained significant injuries himself. If he truly could rival Su Guang and eliminate them, it would not have been such a formidable task." Half Mountain nodded slightly. Yubu was indeed slain in a surprise attack. Although it occurred swiftly, it does not imply that his strength vastly exceeds that of Yubu. He is undoubtedly at the nascent peak of the 3 Yang. Amongst strong individuals, observing certain traces allows for a general assessment. Even so, it remains a terrifying prospect. How old is Li Hao? Merely 20 years. Yet now, he is capable of slaying those at the peak of the 3 Yang, perhaps even surpassing some of the top-tier celestial masters from the central region. Moreover, this individual is a martial artist, not a superpower wielder. Should he ascend to the realm of superpowers now, would he not instantaneously become Su Guang? That is the truly daunting aspect. Of course, at Li Hao's level, advancing to superpower status is exceedingly challenging. Even if feasible, this individual may not choose to pursue it. Should the opponent be a superpower wielder, then that signifies Su Guang's level of achievement, a feat comparable only to some of the top-tier prodigies from the Central region, of which the three major organizations and the Night Watchers possess only a scant few. Furthermore, these individuals are active primarily in the Central region. On the Silver Moon side, those individuals have yet to arrive. At this moment, a figure approached from the Yin Luo side. It was not the Equal King, but rather the Wheel King. The sovereign of the Wind faction, though somewhat subdued in the presence of the two radiant figures, did not exhibit excessive fear. In a cold tone, he remarked, "I have encountered Li Hao before in the ruins. At that time, he masqueraded as someone of lesser strength, and I failed to discern his true nature. It is no wonder that the three major organizations suffered such devastating losses last time. He must have acted covertly. Previously, everyone believed it was merely a stroke of luck for the Night Watcher, but now perspectives had shifted. It was evident that Li Hao was the one responsible for the ruthless strike. Tsunami, however, seemed indifferent to the matter, merely furrowing his brow. He has led his men away from the Red Moon side, and I am not adept at tracking. Feitian excels in pursuit. Can you manage to follow up, Banshan? As an assassin organization, lacking tracking skills raises the question of how to pinpoint a target. The members of Feitian possessed formidable tracking abilities. Banshan, slightly frowning beneath his cloak, maintained a calm demeanor. Elder Tsunami, you may utilize your shadow god for tracking. Impossible. Tsunami shook his head. I suspect Li Hao possesses the Eye of Heaven. He can perceive the shadow god. Otherwise, how could he consistently and swiftly detect our people? Thus, the shadow god might be visible to him. The Eye of Heaven. Banshan paused in surprise, then recollected something, his brow furrowing slightly. Isn't that the special group capable of perceiving entities at the spiritual level? Yes, precisely. Tsunami replied gravely. Li Hao exhibits a formidable divine will, bearing some resemblance to them. These individuals may not be adept in martial arts or supernatural abilities, yet they can perceive certain unique substances. Once someone surpasses the threshold of radiance, it becomes exceedingly alarming. The ability to manipulate everything with spiritual energy has already manifested in the Central region. The Shadow God also belongs to such unique substances, invisible to ordinary individuals. Yet perhaps Li Hao can see it. Otherwise, why would he consistently detect the Red Moon's members so swiftly? Furthermore, it appears that the Shadow God inflicted no harm on Li Hao. The traces left at the scene indicated that the Shadow God had been taken away by him, and she even sensed the Shadow God's anguished wails in its final moments. Such individuals are ubiquitous, yet few manage to survive. Moreover, those who have cultivated to such a level often meet an untimely demise. However, if one can endure and surpass certain thresholds, they swiftly ascend to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses, which is genuinely terrifying. All factions are covertly searching for such individuals. Yet, to date, those with genuine accomplishments are exceedingly rare. Most have perished, and the few remaining are collaborating with various headquarters for research. Some even linger within certain ruins, able to perceive dangers and opportunities that others cannot. Tsunami's assessment rendered Banshan and the others somewhat solemn. If this were true, it seemed that the Red Moon would be most affected, while they themselves would not experience significant repercussions. Li Hao's ability to perceive internal superpowers is indeed a conundrum. The Eye of Heaven cannot see them, a distinction of which Li Hao remains unaware, just as they are oblivious to this difference. However, once individuals cultivate to Li Hao's level, they become exceptionally troublesome. Certain unique techniques would have little effect on him. Illusions, hypnotic powers, and deceptive methods would be insufficient to deceive these practitioners of the Eye of Heaven. The Tsunami once again spoke. Banshan, this Li Hao harbors not just animosity towards my Red Moon, Flying Heaven, and Yin Luo. When he strikes, does he ever show mercy? Yuan Shua is even superior to him. At least Yuan Shua targets only my Red Moon, whereas Li Hao has made us all his enemies. Yuan Shua does not exclusively target Red Moon, but generally avoids provoking the two major organizations unless he encounters them by chance, as these two lack the Red Shadow. However, Li Hao spares no one. He does not shy away from killing those without the Red Shadow to seize their mysterious powers. This is what truly terrifies me. In his eyes, there are only those he can kill and those he cannot, and the latter are few, while the former are abundant. As for offending the three major organizations, or just one, he shows no concern. Banshan contemplated for a moment and nodded. Very well. However, I cannot remain here indefinitely. If I cannot locate Li Hao within 5 days, I must depart. Naturally, my destination will be the Hengduan Canyon. On the 28th of this month, the battle city in Hungduan Canyon may reopen. If he does not return, with only an elder of the rising light present, problems are likely to arise. Red Moon is certainly indifferent to the absence of a single elder of the rising light, as they currently possess around 20 to 30 members of the Three Suns. In this regard, neither Yin Luo nor Flying Heaven can compare to Red Moon. They have gone mad, mobilizing forces from 19 provinces, while Flying Heaven and Yin Luo do not engage in such endeavors. The more that come, the more that perish. They ought to consider how many formidable warriors Red Moon has lost recently. Nearly 10 members of the Three Suns have fallen in Silver Moon alone. At this moment, it is September 19th. Only 9 days remain until the reopening of the battle city in Hungduan Canyon. He can agree to search for 5 days, which is already a concession to Red Moon. Naturally, Banshan also wishes to capture or eliminate Li Hao. This individual is rather frightening. Hurricane nodded and turned to the wheel of rotation. What about you? I find it hard to believe that only one equal king has arrived from Yin Luo. Do the other 10 halls of Yin Luo lack available members? Are you not afraid of being counterattacked by Li Hao? The peak of the Three Suns wind system, combined with the source divine weapons, possesses considerable strength, yet in a moment of carelessness, one could easily fall to Li Hao. Currently, only those at the rising light realm can deal with him. As it stands, Yin Luo has only one visible rising light in Silver Moon, which is the equal king. Yet there are 8 hall masters from Yin Luo. Has none of them come? The battles in the central region have calmed down significantly lately. Red Moon has continuously dispatched forces from April to encircle and eliminate Li Hao and Yuan Shuo, and the equal king has also arrived. It is likely that an elder-level presence has come from Flying Heaven as well, but at least Banshan has entered the rising light realm. The wheel of rotation furrowed his brow and replied, Elder Hurricane, do not concern yourself with me. I shall wait a little longer. The 16 masters of the underworld under the equal king will be arriving soon. Upon hearing this, Hurricane and Banshan fell silent, their expressions turning solemn. It appears that Yin Luo is indeed taking this seriously. The equal king is a formidable rising light warrior, and unlike the wheel of rotation, he commands 16 divisions of the underworld, with 16 strong individuals at his disposal, all of whom are nearly at the Three Suns level. Once they arrive, they will be no less formidable than the rising light. With the addition of the rotating king, this peak of the Three Suns, accompanied by the presence of the source divine weapon, even the tsunami would likely prove inadequate, while Half Mountain probably possesses a source divine weapon as well, leaving only the tsunami bereft of such power. Although the tsunami holds the title of elder, the number of source divine weapons is limited, and not every elder possesses one. Ziyue and Rotating are tasked with overseeing their respective territories, and although they hold high official ranks, the tsunami is merely one among many elders of the Red Moon. It is said that Feitian suffered the loss of a source divine weapon in Battle City last time, possibly belonging to Half Mountain, which he may not possess at present. The tsunami contemplated this and gazed into the distance, stating that Li Hao hails from Silver City, a mere small town. Just as she spoke, a voice echoed from afar, chuckling, Are you threatening Li Hao with Silver City? Do not be foolish. His parents were slain by you, his childhood friend murdered, and his teacher driven away, leaving him isolated. Can Silver City intimidate him? Do not stir up trouble. It will lead to great calamity, and no one will be able to save you. The tsunami's expression remained impassive as she looked into the distance, where a figure emerged. It was Nen Quan. He-young? The group was momentarily taken aback. How dare he come here? He-young laughed heartily. What? Am I not allowed to come? The night watchmen are at war with you. But I am not part of the royal family. Are you trying to drag the royal family into this? I have no interest in you. I seek Li Hao. This fellow is remarkably skilled, and I wish to spar with him. His teacher has fled, yet he remains formidable. The tsunami coldly regarded him. The royal family? You are merely a martial arts instructor. Do you think you represent the royal family? If I were to kill you, I would relish seeing whether the royal family would act against the Red Moon after retreating for 80 years. He-young was audacious, unperturbed by her words, and laughed. Go ahead and try. Moreover, do you truly believe I can just wander away from the royal family without returning? The affairs of the 8 great families pique my interest as well. Tsunami, why not share some information? If it pleases me, I can summon a few dukes or even princes to assist you in eliminating Ho Xiaoqing. Silence ensued. Dukes, princes, these antiquated titles are seldom mentioned today. Yet everyone understands that those who hold them possess both power and influence. He Young's words implied that he had arrived with a specific mission. The disputes between the royal family and the 9 offices are well known to the 3 major organizations. 80 years prior, the royal family was forced to abdicate, and the animosity between them and the 9 offices can be described as a vendetta for the nation. However, for now, they merely maintain a facade of balance. The tsunami pondered for a moment, deciding to ignore He Young further. There was no need to offend the royal family, yet it was also unnecessary to become overly entangled with them. Within the Red Moon, intelligence suggested that the royal family was not content to remain in obscurity. At the very least, their black armored army still guards the palace that no one dares to enter. Although the Star King has abdicated, the one who lost the nation 80 years ago has passed on. Yet the current Star King is said to be a formidable figure, unwilling to remain a mere figurehead, harboring ambitions of restoration. These members of the royal family possess their own means and strengths. Reflecting on these matters, the tsunami chose not to engage with He Young any further. He Young was indifferent. Bearing the name of royalty had its advantages, as it was generally beneficial. At this stage, neither the 3 major organizations nor the 9 divisions were inclined to engage in disputes with the royal family, which could be quite troublesome. For instance, the tsunami group disregarded him, yet they did not take action against him, whereas members of the 9 divisions would undoubtedly have acted differently. After a brief investigation, the formidable individuals quickly departed. Han Shan left alongside Tsunami. As for threatening Li Hao with Silver City, as Nan Quan remarked, was it truly effective? With all his loved ones deceased and his mentor having fled, did they really believe that threatening a passerby would intimidate Li Hao? Did they truly perceive him as a benevolent deity? Moreover, should they take action against Silver City, it would likely provoke a brutal retaliation from the Silver Moon authorities, far more severe than the current situation. After contemplation, Tsunami swiftly opted to abandon the idea. The Wheel King also hastily retreated, awaiting the arrival of the Lord of the 16 Hells, while Yin Luo seemed eager to test whether he could capture Li Hao. Once everyone had departed, Nan Quan leaped to the site of the previous skirmish. He scoured the area, quickly assessing the situation. What a remarkable individual Li Hao was. He was embarking on the path of merging the 5 organs, akin to his mentor, who had unified the 5 forces. It appeared that the elements of gold, fire, and earth were already in harmony. This suggested that water and wood had yet to be fully realized. Having integrated 3 forces, he had slain the peak of the 3 Yang, Yuan Shuo, through the combination of 2 forces and the Bloodblade technique, thereby also qualifying as a peak of the 3 Yang. Were the master and disciple competing against one another? This implied that Li Hao's strength was now comparable to that of Yuan Shuo from before. However, it was said that Yuan Shuo had also manifested 3 forces, thus slightly surpassing Li Hao. Nan Quan mused that the strength of the master and disciple might soon be on par. Nonetheless, Yuan Shuo, adhering to a systematic approach, would eventually merge the 5 forces, while for Li Hao, the challenge of comprehending 2 additional forces would not be so simple. The water force, embodied by Lu Long, seemed to align with the water element. Did the 9 forging technique harness the water force? This meant that he still lacked the wood force. Did that young man have any leads? After analyzing the situation, Nan Quan was uncertain whether Li Hao had any intentions. However, he sensed remnants of the 9 forging technique at the scene, as well as traces of the wave force. Perhaps Li Hao had already devised a plan regarding the water force. Contemplating the wood force, Nan Quan suddenly smiled. He recalled that the Silver Moon martial arts had a wood-based sword technique, allegedly unearthed from ancient relics, with its former master reputed as the Wood Sword Master. However, this technique did not hold significant renown. He pondered whether the Willow Catkin sword had an heir. The original wielder of the Willow Catkin sword had perished, and it seemed that his only heir had also died many years prior, suggesting that the lineage had been severed. Though the Willow Catkin sword was not among the 7 swords of Silver Moon, it was once claimed to rank within the top 10 swordsmen of Silver Moon. Yet it never made it to the hero's role. Who would pay it any heed? If that young man could inherit the Willow Catkin sword's legacy, perhaps he might have a chance to grasp the wood force, but regrettably, it had been lost to time. As for other wood-based sword techniques, he was unaware of their existence. With a slight shake of his head, Nan Quan chose not to dwell any longer on the matter. Li Hao was fortunate. Perhaps he could attain something, given that these were ancient texts. There might be similar discoveries within other ruins. Should misfortune befall him, it would depend solely on his own efforts. Perhaps other secret techniques or insights could lead him to comprehend the wood force. However, The willow sword allowed for a methodical and direct understanding of the wood force, which would save Li Hao a considerable amount of time. After a brief period of observation, he quietly withdrew. As South Fist departed, others soon arrived, each conducting a swift examination before leaving. In the realm of Silver Moon, it was not merely the three major organizations and the night watchers keeping watch. Even the royal family had sent emissaries. The 9 divisions, along with several prominent figures, also had their eyes on this matter. Consequently, detailed intelligence concerning Li Hao swiftly disseminated across various locations. Free forces. He might, like Yuan Shuo, tread the path of the 5 animals fusion force. Yet Li Hao's journey as a martial artist had not reached its zenith. Meanwhile, within the cave, Li Hao concluded his training with a long exhale, feeling his physical body had grown significantly stronger. The injuries to his internal organs had largely healed, although his lungs still felt somewhat unsettled. As for the dark energy, he had fully absorbed it. He did not perceive any substantial changes. The only difference was that his aura had become more subdued. Li Hao found this rather superfluous, as he was not one to rely on ambush tactics. A martial artist's aura was inherently restrained, and the absurd dark energy merely intensified this restraint. What purpose did it serve? His coughing had improved considerably. Previously, he would need to cough every few minutes, but now, he might only experience a slight cough every hour or so. With his internal organs reaching a capacity of 1,500 units, at 2,000, he would surely encounter no further issues. However, he had expended too many divine energy stones and lacked sufficient reserves to waste. His physical form, bones, and internal organs had all become more robust. Overall, his strength had been enhanced, albeit not to a great extent. The primary focus remained the forces. He had yet to grasp the water force. But he was beginning to have some clarity. It should come soon. The wood force was proving to be a challenge. Li Hao sighed softly. The fusion of the 4 forces would undoubtedly amplify his power. At the pinnacle of the 3 yang, he could potentially rival the initial stage of the rising sun, especially when combined with the blood blade technique, which could indeed contest against the initial stage of the rising sun. However, he had no leads regarding the 5th force. How could he comprehend the wood force? In the 5 animals technique, the deer technique corresponded to the wood force, yet Li Hao's path diverged from that of his teacher. Furthermore, the 5 animals technique was not a sword technique, leaving few similarities. Even if Li Hao grasped the deer force, it was highly likely that it would not be of the wood attribute. Although forces are not bound by attributes and rely on later comprehension for allocation. If one's initial direction is erroneous, the force attained will not transform into the desired attribute. While he pondered this, in the distance, Li Hong rushed forward, thrusting his sword with a low voice, boasting to Wu Chao beside him. It seems I am on the verge of comprehending a force. I truly am a genius. Just days into the later stages, and I already feel it coming. With the willow sword unleashed, willow leaves flutter, branches entwine, capable of both entrapment and lethality. Once I master my force, I will undoubtedly achieve a synthesis of offense and defense. Wu, what will you have to compare with me then? Upon hearing the mention of the willow sword, Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze towards Li Hong. Li Hong is the heir to the willow fluff sword, and he is aware that the previous practitioner of this sword art met a swift demise during their stay in Silver City. However, Li Hong has never truly mastered the willow fluff sword, failing to demonstrate its formidable prowess. At this moment, when he expressed his intention to comprehend the concept of momentum, Li Hao was instinctively taken aback. So soon? This suggests that the sword technique possesses an inherent ability to directly access momentum. Not every secret technique can lead to such enlightenment once cultivated to a certain level. Only the top-tier techniques like the 9 forging force and the 5 animal secret arts can achieve this, techniques once possessed by the illustrious 36 heroes. Does the willow fluff sword also hold such potential? With its graceful willow leaves and entwined branches, capable of both offense and defense? At this instant, Li Hao's gaze shifted towards Li Hong, sensing a peculiar aura that resembled momentum. A strange feeling began to stir within him. Was fortune knocking at his door? However, Li Heng's words seemed somewhat exaggerated. Was he merely boasting, or did he genuinely feel close to grasping momentum? As Li Hong continued to brag, he suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him and turned abruptly. Upon meeting Li Hao's peculiar look, he swallowed hard and fell silent. In that moment, any defiance he harbored faded, replaced by a profound respect. Not only him, but even his late master, who had once practiced the willow fluff sword, could not claim a place among the 36 heroes. Meanwhile, Li Hao was likely to surpass someone and become a figure inscribed in the annals of heroism. Yet, Li Hao merely observed him in silence, his thoughts unspoken. For now, it was merely speculation. After all, Li Hong had a penchant for empty rhetoric. Should he truly grasp momentum, it would likely manifest soon, at which point inquiries could be made. Secret techniques are invaluable and seldom shared. But given that this individual hails from a decimated lineage and is a novice, perhaps with sufficient incentives, he could be persuaded to divulge the secrets of the willow fluff sword. If the sword were still alive, Li Hao would naturally seek it out directly, adhering to tradition. However, considering he was the last descendant of the sect, this was a lesser concern. Li Hao set aside these thoughts, focusing instead on the urgent task of comprehending the water momentum. Once he succeeds in mastering water momentum, he will possess the means to contend with the rising sun. As my strength grows daily, the information you hold will become obsolete. Li Hao gazed into the distance, acutely aware that even if stones obstructed his view, he could feel the relentless pursuit of the rising sun. Just wait and see. The nine forging force, he would soon grasp the final step. Once he masters water momentum. If you do not seek me out, I shall seek you. The divine stones are exceedingly scarce, and the rising sun likely possesses plenty. Looking over the martial artists in his group, a smile spread across Li Hao's face. Many had already surpassed the mid-stage of the 100 break, while those in the early stage were now the minority, and several were in the later stages. He sensed that a few among them might independently comprehend momentum. Indeed, the life and death struggle offers the finest opportunity for martial artists to achieve such insight. It is no wonder that martial artists are drawn to fierce competition, continually engaging in sparring and battles of life and death. If a few more could join the fray, and if Lu Long could take the first step into the realm of divine essence, these individuals would soon be capable of vanquishing the three suns. The pace of their progress was so rapid that even Li Hao believed the Demon Hunter Corps would soon earn a formidable reputation far and wide. Chapter 137. The bustling Tsongshan within the cave. After a day of respite, the group had sufficiently absorbed and digested ample amounts of mysterious energy. Having consumed some provisions and quenched their thirst, everyone regained their vitality, and the strength of the team had noticeably augmented. However, for Li Hao, this enhancement was still inadequate. He remained unperturbed. If these individuals were to reach the threshold of Doqian, then, as the core of the formation, the combined inner strength of 50 Doqian would significantly alter the current scenario. Even if that were not achievable, 50 individuals at the breaking 100 stage could still offer considerable assistance in forming a formation, albeit with limited enhancement, which is why Li Hao had not yet considered this approach. Everyone, prepare yourselves, we shall depart shortly, Li Hao announced, prompting the group to begin tidying up. Though there was little to organize, merely clearing away the traces they had left behind sufficed. Moments later, once the group had finished their preparations, Li Hao pushed aside the stone at the cave's entrance and stepped outside, casting a vigilant gaze in all directions, his brow furrowed. In the next instant, he leaped into the air, vanishing from his original position. Shortly thereafter, he landed atop a small peak. At that moment, a creature resembling a leopard turned its head towards Li Hao and, in an instant, darted away into the distance. Li Hao frowned. He had just glimpsed a small, faint light, initially assuming it to be a supernatural entity. However, it turned out to be merely a leopard. Had it begun to evolve? He was aware that some beasts in the central regions had attained a form of sentience, becoming what others referred to as demons. Yet, he had scarcely encountered a silver moon before. Indeed, the Black Panther could be deemed a sentient canine. It was said that formidable demons resided in the central regions, capable of devouring the morning light. Yet, Li Hao had not previously contemplated such matters. Now, upon entering Tsongshan, he had unexpectedly discovered a leopard on the verge of transformation. And this was merely the periphery of the mountain. Gazing deeper into the heart of the mountain, Li Hao furrowed his brows. Surely, there could not be formidable demons lurking within. He had come to Tsongshan for its treacherous terrain and thick foliage, which provided ample concealment, not to court death. While he could perceive supernatural entities, what of martial demons? Did they exist? Indeed, they did. The black dog was, after all, a minor martial demon. Encountering such a creature would pose significant trouble. Tsongshan was vast. Who could say whether it bore demons as potent as those found in the central regions? Although there had been no reports of such entities in the northern regions, it did not mean they were absent. Perhaps these creatures simply chose to remain within the mountains, disinclined to venture out. Watching the leopard flee, Li Hao refrained from striking. To engage the young would risk attracting the elder, which could lead to dire consequences. Given the ambiguity of the current situation, he chose to exercise caution and not recklessly confront these beasts, lest he invite trouble. A short while later, Li Hao returned to his companions. Observing their concerned expressions, he spoke in a grave tone. Everyone, exercise caution. It seems that some wild creatures within Songshan have begun to evolve. Upon hearing this, a ripple of unease spread through the group. Soon, Hongqing approached. Speaking in hushed tones, "Captain, my father once mentioned that when the supernatural powers emerged, peculiar phenomena occurred, and even some domesticated animals underwent a transformation. Monsters, in truth, exist in various regions, albeit to varying degrees. However, I have heard that Silver Moon is devoid of such creatures." Li Hao was taken aback. No monsters in Silver Moon? Why is that? Indeed, aside from encountering a black panther, he had never seen any other supernatural beings there. Could it be that he was now beyond the confines of Silver Moon? Hongqing, uncertain of the specifics, recalled what Hong Yitang had mentioned and pondered aloud. "My father said that Silver Moon possesses certain peculiarities. Monsters instinctively avoid it, and the local fauna find it exceedingly difficult to transform into supernatural beings due to the insufficient absorption of mysterious energy. Silver Moon is a land barren of mystical power. Here, supernatural abilities are scarce and must rely on external sources, such as divine energy stones and primordial weapons, to acquire adequate mysterious energy. In contrast, certain regions in the central area can naturally absorb this energy through cultivation. Moreover, over the past 2 decades, it seems that Silver Moon has grown increasingly impoverished." Li Hao remained momentarily stunned. This was information no one had previously disclosed. This meant that Silver Moon was fundamentally unsuitable for the cultivation of supernatural powers. The supernatural beings that emerge here do so through various organizations or the Night Watchman, necessitating a process of energy infusion, with some relying on celestial mentors and others accidentally acquiring some mysterious energy to enter the realm of supernatural abilities. However, it appeared that no one had ever heard of individuals naturally cultivating and advancing to become supernatural beings. Are you suggesting that in the central regions, there are individuals who can cultivate independently and thus attain supernatural powers? Indeed, doesn't the leader know this? Hongqing observed Li Hao with confusion, as if this were common knowledge. Li Hao remained silent. He was unaware. No one had ever mentioned it. Perhaps everyone assumed he was informed. Yet, as a simpleton hailing from Silver City, aside from hearing some whispered secrets from Yuan Shua, he had fled Baiwest City shortly after arriving, making it implausible for him to possess extensive knowledge. The likes of Nan Quan likely did not take such matters seriously and would naturally not have discussed it with Li Hao. Thus, it follows that the central regions can naturally produce a sufficient number of supernatural beings, and although mysterious energy is indeed present in Silver Moon, it is minimal. A being of the 3rd yang level, like Hao Lianchuan, could accumulate a few dozen to 100 units of mysterious energy over months of cultivation without any expenditure. However, for a 3rd yang practitioner to cultivate for months without consuming any energy, accumulating a few hundred units of mysterious energy in a year, does that hold significance? Now it becomes clear. Li Hao realized that for the people of Silver Moon, entering the realm of the supernatural is akin to scaling a mountain. Moreover, those wild creatures, lacking in intelligence, can only draw upon natural sources of mysterious energy to transform into monstrous forms. If even the humans struggle to acquire sufficient energy, how could beasts manage? The prevalence of monsters in other regions is due to the abundance of mysterious energy in the atmosphere. Although it may not be ubiquitous, with a stroke of luck, one might still manage to draw some in. Yet in Silver Moon, this is simply not feasible. Why is this so? Nan Quan remarked that Silver Moon is an ancient land, once the center of the universe, where every blade of grass and every tree may embody the essence of ancient civilization. Yet, why is the mysterious energy so scarce? The Silver Warriors stated that a path devoid of prospects yields no energy. This refers specifically to the supernatural. Does this imply that the very soil of Silver Moon inherently repels supernatural abilities? A multitude of thoughts swirled in Li Hao's mind. In Silver Moon, the path to becoming a superpower is fraught with challenges, whereas the ascent to martial mastery is comparatively effortless. This is why, in times of yore, It was regarded as the sacred land of the martial world. Gazing skyward, Li Hao found no signs of the Bagua diagram of Silver City. Yet, the thought of the Bagua diagram suddenly crossed his mind. Within Silver City, instances of superpowers are exceedingly rare. Although the number of superpowers in Silver Moon has always been limited, the vast Silver City, with its population of 1 million, boasts an almost non-existent native superpower presence. It is lamentable that no tales of a celestial blessed master emerging from Silver City have surfaced. Any superpowers present are merely conversions. Furthermore, the longer one remains in Silver City, the more challenging it becomes to advance. Lu Long and Lu Yin, prominent figures among the martial masters of Silver City, have found it difficult to ascend to superpower status while remaining there. Conversely, Yin Yao has succeeded and is the sole martial master in her squad to reach superpower rank. At this moment, vague thoughts began to coalesce in Li Hao's mind. Could the absence of superpowers in Silver City be linked to the Bagua diagram? Is it a matter of suppression, confinement, or some other cause? The martial masters, such as Wang Hong, who have ventured beyond Silver City, have subsequently crossed into the realm of superpowers through mysterious energies. Is Lu Long's stagnation in advancement due to insufficient mysterious energy, or is it simply an impossibility? Is it that Silver City prohibits ascension? Contemplating these questions, Li Hao turned to Lu Long and inquired, "Boss, has a celestial blessed master ever emerged from Silver City?" Lu Long paused, taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "It seems not. Our population is too sparse, merely 1 million, and such occurrences are not easily realized." "Are celestial blessed masters truly that scarce?" Li Hao responded, "If 1 million cannot produce even one, does it not imply that several million, perhaps tens of millions, are required to yield a single individual? Can Silver Moon produce only a handful of celestial blessed masters?" Lu Long replied, shaking his head, "As Hong Qing mentioned earlier, Silver Moon is a barren land for superpowers. In its early days, a few celestial blessed masters did emerge, only to be slain by the older generation of martial masters. In truth, there are hardly any native celestial blessed masters left in Silver Moon. There are more from other regions, while ours are exceedingly few. The entirety of Silver Moon is indeed scarce." At that moment, Li Hao was suddenly reminded of the stone door ruins, which had previously shown a strong aversion to the power of the Red Shadow. However, he had forgotten to test whether it would also reject mysterious energy. At that time, both Li Hao and Yuan Shuo were martial masters without any mysterious energy to experiment with. He suppressed the thoughts swirling in his mind. Presently, Li Hao found himself with a deeper understanding of the words spoken by Nan Quan on that fateful day. The transformation from superpower to martial master seems fraught with drawbacks. The suppression of superpowers and mysterious energy in Silver Moon may not necessarily be detrimental. Perhaps this land is indeed suited solely for the cultivation of martial masters, while the revival of mysterious energy has failed to succeed within Silver Moon. Beyond Silver Moon lies Tsongshan, which marks the boundary of Silver Moon. Here, one might encounter abundant mysterious energies that could transform these wild creatures into malevolent beings. While Silver Moon has few such malevolent entities, this place may be rife with them. Everyone must exercise caution. After reiterating this warning, Li Hao led the team onward. Tsongshan is vast, and the Tianqing dynasty possesses scant topographical maps of this region. It was once the territory of 2 nations, but over the years, it has gradually been forgotten and abandoned. It is merely a colossal mountain range, devoid of any notable specialties, hence it garners little attention. For the average individual, discerning direction proves challenging. Li Hao possesses some knowledge, albeit limited, while Lu Long and other locals of Yincheng possess a vague understanding of the general direction, yet they, like Li Hao, are akin to blind men grasping at an elephant, aware only of relative locations but lacking deeper clarity. At this moment, Li Hao proceeds eastward, following a rough direction. The east, the land of the rising sun. The direction seems sound. All are martial artists, and even in the absence of a path, they can traverse mountains and valleys. Just as Li Hao and his companions prepare to set off once again, 2 figures arrive at the foot of the Tsongshan Mountains, Banshan and Haishao. Banshan gazes at the cloud-shrouded Tsongshan range, his brow slightly furrowed, while Haishao also frowns and inquires, "Is this Tsongshan?" "Indeed," Banshan replies solemnly. "Tsongshan is an ancient mountain range, chronicled since time immemorial. Beyond the boundaries of Silver Moon, I fear the emergence of formidable demons." "Silver Moon harbors no demons, yet Songshan may very well do so. Banshan and his companions possess more intelligence than Li Hao. Silver Moon is a desolate land, but beyond its borders, the mystical energies are somewhat richer, rendering the supernatural powers in Silver Moon comparatively scarce and weaker. Other regions boast greater strength. Silver Moon relies on its numbers of martial artists, some of whom have transitioned to supernatural powers, while others have reached supreme levels of cultivation, showcasing formidable strength. In comparison to the supernatural prowess of the 99 provinces, one cannot claim Silver Moon to be the weakest, but it certainly ranks among the lowest, excluding exceptional individuals like Ho Xiaoqing among pure supernatural beings. Perhaps Hao Lianquan stands as the most powerful currently. Indeed, figures such as Hu Dingfang, Wang Hengong, and Hong Yitang transitioned from martial artists to supernatural beings. Among the prominent Shenyang powerhouses in Silver Moon, only Hao Lianquan is a purely supernatural being, not one endowed by divine favor, but rather one cultivated through effort. Hai Xiao furrows her brow. I have not heard of any formidable demons emerging from Songshan. If there were truly such beings, Silver Moon, being so close, would have detected some commotion. North Sea, however, has its share of formidable demons. I have witnessed a demon resembling a whale, immensely powerful, yet not inherently malicious. Once, a Sanyang attempted to strike it, but failed to breach its defenses. It is at least a demon of the Shuguang level. Demons of great renown are only acknowledged beyond the Sanyang threshold. It is only upon reaching the Sanyang and Shuguang levels that one earns the title of Great Demon. Li Hao has ventured into Tsongshan, and Hai Xiao too frowns. As a water-based supernatural being, she is not particularly fond of lofty mountains and plains. She prefers water-laden locales. However, the impact is not overly significant. Banshan observes Tsongshan for a moment before stating, Li Hao hails from Yincheng, and Tsongshan lies nearby. He should be somewhat familiar with it. Thus, his retreat here is understandable. However, should he truly encounter a formidable demon, I would advise caution. The presence of one may herald the arrival of a second. Lingering here could prove detrimental. Hai Xiao remains silent, her brow knit in contemplation. This Banshan is as timid as a mouse. Those who soar through the skies are accustomed to navigating the shadows, shunning the light. Very well understood. The tsunami ceased its utterances, stepping forward into the realm of Tsongshan. While Li Hao's martial artists remained oblivious, she, as a superpowered being, sensed the moment she crossed into Tsongshan that the ambient mystical energy was remarkably potent, unexpectedly more formidable than in many provinces. Yet, she pondered why so few from Silver Moon ventured into Tsongshan for cultivation. Soon after, Banshan entered as well. At this moment, he too felt the energy. The tsunami, filled with curiosity, directly inquired, in Silver Moon, even if one is reluctant to leave the province, Tsongshan is quite appealing. Why does no one come here to cultivate their superpowers? It must be superior to Silver Moon, at least, right? Banshan remained silent until the tsunami turned to regard him, prompting Banshan to furrow his brow and respond, I do not know. Perhaps some have ventured into Tsongshan, though I have never been here before. Those who come might either cultivate in secrecy or fail to return. The first possibility seemed plausible, yet the second caused the tsunami's complexion to shift slightly. Fail to return, she echoed, realizing that if any superpowered individuals who entered perished, then naturally, no one would be aware of the rich mystical energy present in Tsongshan. This revelation left even the tsunami feeling a tinge of unease. However, she quickly reassured herself with a smile, stating, it matters little if they did not come back. The superpowered beings of Silver Moon are far too few and weak, with even the Sanyang being exceedingly rare. Those who entered Tsongshan are likely to be Starlight Masters or Moonshade Masters. What strength do we possess? Shuguang. Even in the central regions, we are top-tier warriors. Should we fear a mere border mountain? Banshan fell silent, opting instead to land and examine the surroundings closely. The martial artists lacked mystical energy, making their movements difficult to trace. The area was densely populated with trees and dense foliage, while the mountain peaks obstructed visibility, complicating the search for Li Hao. Nevertheless, with their numbers, they were bound to leave some traces behind. After a thorough inspection, he determined a direction and began his advance. However, as Banshan raised his gaze towards the distant, enigmatic depths of the dark mountains, he frowned slightly, questioning whether Tsongshan harbored any formidable beasts. The absence of visible superpowers among the martial artists posed little concern. Yet, The fluctuations of mystical energy would be discernible unless obscured by some treasure. And beasts were notably sensitive to these energy waves. Simultaneously, from a bird's-eye view, the Tsangshan mountain range sprawled like a colossal dragon submerged in the abyss, resembling a network of waterways, layered one upon another, like great dragons lying in repose upon the earth. Approximately 100 miles away, beyond several mountain ridges, lay a small valley. At the heart of this valley was a tranquil lake, its surface undisturbed, adorned with a blooming azure lotus swaying gracefully. Surrounding the lake, a fierce tiger lay in wait, while opposite it coiled a great serpent. On one side of the lake perched a golden eagle atop a grand tree, and on the other side, a giant ape showcased a crown of golden fur. All around, formidable birds of prey were present, yet an eerie stillness enveloped the scene, each creature seemingly waiting for something, or anticipating an event. In the center of the lake, the azure lotus appeared poised to bloom, subtly revealing some golden lotus seeds within. Each time these golden seeds became visible, they stirred a slight restlessness among the avian hunters. At that moment, a majestic eagle soared through the sky, its presence imposing. With a piercing cry, it caught the attention of the golden eagle perched atop a towering tree, causing the latter to abruptly lift its head, revealing a glint of sharp intelligence in its keen eyes. The eagle was the sentinel of the Tsangshan Mountains, and its call signified an intrusion by humans. Yet, the golden eagle, glancing towards the central lotus on the lake, felt its previously agitated heart suddenly calm, remaining motionless. The great serpent, the colossal ape, and the fierce tiger were equally still, as if they had not heard the eagle's call. Under ordinary circumstances, they might have reacted otherwise. However, in this moment, even the fierce birds of prey seemed reluctant to depart. After a brief interval, the golden eagle emitted a sharp, resonant cry, prompting the soaring eagle to depart. Ceasing its circling flight, the great ape thumped the ground, causing tremors beneath. The birds of prey turned their gaze towards the ape, which displayed a hint of human-like frustration before resuming its prone position, ceasing its pounding. The four birds seemed to possess a semblance of wisdom, choosing to guard the small expanse of the lake and not wishing to leave. Meanwhile, Li Hao sensed a sound and looked up towards the sky, catching a glimpse of shadows flying high above. Though they were too distant to discern clearly, he noticed something peculiar: glowing orbs. The high-flying raptors appeared to be accompanied by these luminous spheres, though the varying intensity rendered them indistinct. Yet, their visibility from such a distance indicated that these aerial predators were formidable indeed. Truly, there were supernatural beings. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao reflected on his journey to Tsangshan, which had initially seemed vast and filled with dense foliage and towering peaks, making it difficult for them to be detected. However, having entered not long ago, it appeared they had already encountered two supernatural entities. "Let us cover ourselves with some leaves," Li Hao advised, acknowledging that birds had keen eyesight. Their movement on the ground might be perceived by the creatures above. Naturally, these beings were not supernatural, and they might not take notice, but minimizing trouble was prudent. The true prowess of the raptors remained uncertain. Should they suddenly descend and attack, it would present a significant challenge. At this moment, Li Hao found himself uncertain whether entering Tsangshan was beneficial or detrimental. One step at a time, he resolved. The group continued forward, their bodies adorned with foliage. In this place, they lacked many things, but not leaves. Clad in dark, armor-like attire, and with nightfall enveloping them, devoid of any supernatural fluctuations, Li Hao was able to see the glowing orbs and actively avoided them, regardless of their size. Thus, their passage was relatively smooth, while they progressed with ease. Hai Chao and Ban Shan encountered more difficulties. A water arrow from Hai Chao struck down a serpent that had suddenly descended, and she furrowed her brow, remarking, "These creatures are exceedingly weak, driven solely by instinct to dare attack us. Do they not sense the threat we pose?" Along their journey, she and Ban Shan had faced several assaults by snakes, birds, beasts, and even leopards, all of which were feeble, with some merely wild animals. Yet, these creatures had the audacity to challenge them. While there was no true danger, the incessant attacks proved troublesome and hindered their pursuit. Half Mountain remained silent, merely surveying the surroundings. After a considerable time, he spoke. "There may be a formidable demon lurking within the mountains, a tsunami. We should not linger here. It seems we have drawn attention. These lesser demons are merely pawns manipulated by a greater demon to assault us." Hai Xiao chuckled. "What are you afraid of?" Even if a great demon exists, it dares not reveal itself, resorting instead to sending these feeble creatures to attack us. Can we truly expect such insignificant beings, akin to starlight or lunar shadows, to inflict harm upon us or deplete our strength? If that is the case, the great demon is not as formidable as we assumed. Should that be the case, there might even be unexpected rewards. What rewards, you ask? Typically, places inhabited by great demons are rife with treasures. Whether they be vast deposits of divine energy stones or relics from ancient civilizations, or even rare celestial materials. Many of these demons have arisen in tandem with such treasures. As Haishao spoke, he smiled again. I have heard that some great demons in the central region guard ancient sites. Although the Tsongshan is sparsely populated, it is possible that powerful beings from ancient times once meditated here. We might even encounter remnants of ancient civilizations. Half Mountain frowned. Haishao's greed was considerable. He was a cautious individual. In truth, when attacked by these demons, he wished to retreat. If he could eliminate Li Hao, that would be ideal, but if not, so be it. Although 2 of the 3 sons had perished in the underworld, it was wise not to recklessly venture into the unknown dangers of Tsongshan. Noticing Half Mountain's silence, Haishao grew agitated. Here was a being of the radiant light tier, hesitating due to the attacks of a few feeble demons, wasting precious time. By now, Li Hao and his companions could have fled far away. Half Mountain, they are just newly formed weak demons. Haishao exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his voice. If they dare to come, I shall slay them. And if they guard any treasures, they shall all belong to you. Half Mountain said nothing, instead crouching down once more to examine the clues. After a moment, he proceeded in a specific direction. He chose to continue, but he harbored his own thoughts. He would remain here for no more than 3 days. After 3 days, he would depart. He could not linger too long, as this was merely the periphery of Tsongshan. Who could tell if Li Hao and his group would venture deeper? Not long after Haishao and the others left, the Wheel-Turn King arrived swiftly with a group of 3 sons adorned with painted visages. The Wheel-Turn King moved quickly, inspecting the recently slain serpent, furrowing his brow slightly. It was astonishing how many demons resided within Tsongshan. This place might possess some peculiarities, or perhaps even the emergence of a small divine energy vein. Divine energy stones are mostly found within ruins, yet some have discovered buried divine energy stones akin to veins, albeit in scarce quantities, primarily consisting of abandoned, useless deposits containing only trace amounts of divine energy stones. This suggests that, during ancient times, divine energy stones may have existed in abundance, concealed underground. Perhaps even genuine divine energy veins. However, after countless ages, the energy within these stones waned, leading to the prevalence of mostly worthless deposits among these mines. Behind him, a figure resembling a malevolent spirit spoke with a voice piercingly sharp. Lord of the Cycle, you have presided over the Silver Moon for many years. Have you never ventured to explore the Tsongshan? The Lord of the Cycle frowned slightly. Even the Equal King did not exhibit such arrogance. Yet these hellish fiends under his command were exceedingly presumptuous, showing him little respect. As one of the 10 lords, although his power did not match that of the rising sun, his status was still superior to these ruffians. However, the arrival of the 16 lords of hell seemed to suggest they held him in little esteem. With an air of indifference, the Lord of the Cycle replied, Tsongshan is not within the domain of Silver Moon. It lies merely on the border, directly opposite the Great Li. To recklessly enter Tsongshan could invite unforeseen troubles. The Great Li? One of the hellish fiends laughed derisively. Isn't that the barbaric little nation that supposedly waged war with the Celestial Star Dynasty a century ago, only to vanish from existence thereafter? Perhaps it has perished long ago. Indeed, the Silver Moon was a wild land. Moreover, one would have to traverse countless mountain ranges to delve deeper into it. The small nation of Great Li nestled within the mountains was akin to a tribe of savages, hardly deserving of the title of a nation. It had been a century since anyone had heard of this diminutive kingdom. It was fortunate they had some awareness that such a realm existed behind Tsongshan. The Lord of the Cycle remained silent. He too was aware of the Great Li, which had not been seen for a century and might very well have been naturally extinguished. Yet these ruffians were excessively boastful. He could not be bothered to engage with them further and said in a deep voice, Enough of this. Let us continue our pursuit. Behind him, several fiends swiftly revealed their supernatural abilities, each showcasing their prowess, and soon they had locked onto a direction, hastening onward. As they departed, a figure descended. It was Nan Quan. He spotted the discarded python nearby, glanced around, and finally looked up at the sky, murmuring, "This is unusual. Songshan is no ordinary place. It is perilous here." As a martial artist from the Silver Moon, he had previously ventured into Songshan. Years ago, even before the rise of supernatural abilities, he had visited and sensed something amiss. Yuan Shuo, too, was aware of this. Yuan Shuo had claimed to have delved into the mountains for years, comprehending the five animals technique, which was precisely derived from Songshan. The formidable beasts of Songshan had always surpassed ordinary creatures, and now, with the emergence of supernatural powers over the past 2 decades, it was likely that Songshan would give birth to some terrifying entities. What brings Li Hao here? The individuals from the 3 major organizations were indeed fearless. They were all supernatural beings, yet dared to enter Songshan. The martial artists fared slightly better, but these supernatural beings had evidently drawn attention. It remained uncertain whether the mountain harbored the same formidable creatures that Yuan Shuo had once observed. If they did, it could prove to be quite entertaining. The beasts from back then were immensely powerful, and they were likely even more formidable now. The 5 animals: tiger, bear, deer, monkey, bird. He gazed skyward, his keen eyes catching sight of a colossal azure eagle. Could it be that the bird Yuan Shuo had observed was this very eagle? That seemed rather fortuitous. With a chuckle, He Yong swiftly pressed on, determined to follow the trail. His journey to the Silver North, and now into Songshan, was not driven by a specific purpose. He opted to take it one step at a time. Perhaps Li Hao would surprise him. Additionally, Li Hao possesses the art of the 5 animals. Within the Tsang mountain range, this moment presents an opportunity for Li Hao to demonstrate his formidable skills. As he contemplates whether this chance may transform into a dire predicament. If the ferocious birds that Yuan Shuo encountered in the past have now evolved into formidable demons, it is said that Yuan Shuo had once vanquished many such fierce creatures. If these great demons are indeed the same ones from bygone days, having attained sentience, then Li Hao would be truly fortunate. At this instant, He Yong finds himself unexpectedly anticipating such a scenario. For instance, if the tiger that Yuan Shuo had once defeated has now transformed, should Li Hao reveal his mastery of the 5 animals? Would he stand a chance against the tiger's might? Yuan Shuo's enemies are numerous, a statement not made lightly. Beyond humans, there are also beasts to contend with. While lost in thought, He Yong's gaze flickers, and he suddenly turns to look behind him. In an instant, he leaps away, disappearing from his previous location. Shortly after his departure, another figure arrives with remarkable speed, landing precisely where He Yong had just been. The newcomer surveys the scene ahead, raising an eyebrow. Southern Fist? What brings He Yong here? This individual, brimming with confidence, believes that his vigor has reached its zenith, presuming that others are oblivious to his intentions. Yet, he is aware that he can barely contend with Xu Guang. Why such arrogance? In his heart, Han Yitang silently scoffs at this audacious fellow, cautioning him to be wary of the Northern Fist, who may still be alive and capable of delivering a fatal blow. After gazing ahead for a moment, Han Yitang sighs, laden with a sense of melancholy. What purpose does he serve here? Song Mountain. A decade ago, this very place harbored several formidable 3-sun demons. Li Hao, you scoundrel. Do you flee from danger at every turn? My poor daughter's father has come to your rescue. Do take your time escaping. The mere thought of those 3-sun demons gives Han Yitang a headache. That was 10 years ago, and given the passage of time, they may well have evolved into Shuguang demons, or even stronger. This cursed place is not one to approach recklessly. Is it true that no one from Dali dares to venture here? Have they all fallen to the great demons of the ninefold 18 mountains? In recent years, he encountered a few, but they were all in flight. Song Mountain is truly not a suitable refuge. Chapter 138. One after another, subscription requested, progressing silently. Li Hao grows increasingly apprehensive. By all that is holy, have I stumbled into a den of wolves? This Song Mountain feels even more perilous than the outside world. At this moment, he once again spots a glowing orb, surrounded by flickering lights nearby. This is not the first occurrence, and the numbers are steadily increasing. The deeper he ventures, the more he encounters. Demons. The Song Mountain is teeming with them. Previously, he even glimpsed a 3-sun demon soaring overhead. Li Hao wisely evaded it, thus avoiding trouble. He is not afraid of the 3-sun demon, yet this is merely the periphery. If a 3-sun demon lurks here, how much more perilous is the deeper expanse? Lu Long also senses a hint of danger. He quickly steps forward and whispers, let us move closer to the edge. If we proceed eastward along the perimeter, we may avoid venturing too deep. According to the elders of Silver City, Song Mountain comprises 9 colossal mountain ranges, intricately overlapped to form the present-day terrain. If we delve further and enter the second mountain, we shall find ourselves in grave trouble. Li Hao nodded, assessing the direction before shifting slightly to the side. The reason he did not traverse along the foot of Tsongshan Mountain was due to its conspicuousness, which would render his movements easily detectable. However, sensing the imminent danger within the mountains, Li Hao was not intent on courting death. After walking for a while, he exhaled and altered his course once more. Lu Long cast a glance his way, and Li Hao transmitted a thought. There is a formidable 3-sun demon ahead. We should take another path. Lu Long was left speechless. Was this cursed place truly infested with 3-sun demons? Why did it feel so terrifying? After proceeding a bit further, Li Hao felt beads of sweat forming on his brow and once again changed direction, prompting another look from Lu Long. There is a 3-sun demon ahead. Lu Long stood frozen, a native of Silver City. He wondered when Tsongshan had become so perilous. If the great demons of Tsongshan were so inclined, wouldn't they have long since decimated Silver City? Li Hao remained silent and continued onward. This time, their path was devoid of any demonic creatures, allowing Li Hao to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, they had found a semblance of a normal route. Lacking knowledge of these demons and their behaviors, he was aware that records of such beings had long faded. The ancient texts taught by Yuan Shua scarcely contained references to demons. Thus, it was not merely Li Hao who was uninformed. In contemporary society, whether among superhumans or martial artists, knowledge of demons was scant. Few understood that demons did not congregate. The greater demons possessed a distinct territorial awareness. In a region rife with larger demons, if one encountered a clear area devoid of any creatures, the sages of ancient civilizations would have warned against approaching, as it signified the presence of a mightier demon, one so formidable that the lesser ones dared not venture near. This wisdom, however, was largely lost on modern superhumans and martial artists, who, apart from a handful of central powers with some understanding of greater demons, remained largely ignorant, only aware that these creatures were powerful and occasionally accompanied by treasures. Throughout their journey, they encountered no demons, and thus Li Hao and his companions quickened their pace. As dawn approached, Li Hao decided not to press on, instructing the group to halt. He conveyed, "I shall seek a secure place to rest for a while, and we shall depart at nightfall." At this moment, it was already September 20th. Li Hao contemplated the timeline, uncertain if they could traverse the mountains and reach the eastern side of the Hengduan Gorge before the 28th. With 8 days remaining, the task appeared challenging, yet, with a bit more speed, it could be manageable. Once they had evaded or eliminated their pursuers, they could accelerate. After advising the others to wait, Li Hao ventured forth alone, seeking a safe haven for rest. He leaped and maneuvered effortlessly, his speed remarkable without the burden of companions. Like a monkey, he navigated through the vast mountains. Along the way, he saw almost no demons, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Why had none appeared previously? Although he felt some trepidation, the absence of any demonic presence now left him feeling distinctly unsettled. As Li Hao continued onward, weaving through the terrain, he caught sight of what appeared to be a small mountain, or rather, a valley, with its surroundings rising and its center sinking down. His eyes flickered with interest. This place held promise. In the hazy distance, was that mist rising? Could it be a lake nestled within the mountains? On this excursion, they had brought provisions, albeit in limited quantity, and even less water. After a day of exploration without encountering a lake, Li Hao and his companions found themselves somewhat parched. He was acutely aware that where there is water, animals tend to congregate. Thus, he approached the area with caution. The distance to the other side was considerable, separated by rocky outcrops, obscuring his view of any potential shimmering lights within. Li Hao advanced stealthily, his breath nearly imperceptible, coupled with his absorption of dark energy. He had further subdued his presence. Adorning a copper mirror, seized from Qiao Feilong, he exuded no detectable aura. With arms outstretched, he felt an exhilarating sense of flight as he swiftly approached. Moments later, Li Hao alighted upon the rocky formation. The vicinity was enveloped in dense foliage, yet here, not a single tree stood to offer concealment. Fortunately, the dawn had yet to fully break. The eastern horizon glowed crimson, the sun still on the verge of rising. He ascended the peculiar hill, which seemed as though it had been excavated by human hands, devoid of a summit, tapering off at mid-height into a hollow. He deftly pressed on, quickly scaling to the top. The expanse around him was remarkably flat, as if the peak had been sheared away and a cavity carved into its center. Li Hao marveled at the wonders of nature's craftsmanship. This site could easily be a tourist attraction in other regions. Curiosity piqued, he approached the edge of the platform, pondering whether a grand lake lay below. The surroundings appeared devoid of pathways. Could there be malevolent creatures lurking? To this point, he had yet to discern any light orbs. As he reached the brink, he leaned over to peer down, only to retract his gaze an instant later, tears shimmering in his eyes. A chill ran through him, his hair standing on end. He dared not look again. With silent grace, he retraced his steps, moving with such subtlety that even he could barely sense his own movements. He glided down the mountain, careful not to stir the wind. His eyes, still glistening with tears, resembled those of a child wronged and weeping. He descended to the foot of the mountain, leaving without a backward glance. He vowed that should he be beckoned back to this place, he would resolutely refuse to return. In a fleeting moment, as he peeked out, he was almost blinded by a sudden flash, a scene reminiscent of his encounter at the administrative headquarters, where he had been overwhelmed by the presence of Director Zhao, Marshal Huang Yuyuan, Kong Jie, and Ho Xiaoqing, all of whom had left him reeling. Today, he was met once more with a similar spectacle. In an instant, he glimpsed a serpent, an ape, a magnificent golden bird, and a fierce tiger, four creatures, each radiating their own unique light. His vision blurred. Good heavens! What sort of cursed place is this? Observing the brilliance, it was roughly equivalent to that of Ho Xiaoqing and his companions. At this moment, Li Hao felt as though he had traversed time, returning to the days of the administrative headquarters, where he seemed to perceive the presence of those four cunning old foxes. Coincidentally, there were also four here. He even pondered whether these four had transformed into formidable beasts, hiding in this place. Otherwise, why would the radiance be so strikingly similar? For in number, what manner of place was this? Cold sweat trickled down Li Hao's back as he glided away without looking back, desperate to escape this cursed location, which was alarmingly close to where they had lingered, less than 3,000 meters away. Otherwise, he would not have been searching for refuge in such proximity. He needed to leave promptly. While fear coursed through him, curiosity also nagged at him. What were these four great beasts doing in this desolate region? Were they gathered to drink water? Indeed, there was a lake in the valley, and it seemed there was a flower. Was it a flower? Li Hao was taken aback. Were these four great beasts waiting for that flower? To seize it for themselves? Never mind, he thought. Though he was not afraid of death, he certainly did not wish to court it. One Ho Xiaoqing had already been his demise, for would surely lead to a far more gruesome end. Just as Li Hao made his escape, down in the valley, the four great beasts simultaneously lifted their heads to observe. They merely glanced, however. The giant ape gazed at the golden eagle, the eagle turned to the great serpent, and the serpent looked at the fierce tiger. Someone approaches. The eyes of the four great beasts mirrored one another. You go and check. There is someone here. Hurry and take a look. They exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to act. Yet, ultimately, they remained motionless. Who would be foolish enough to go? They were unafraid of the presence, but feared the possibility of being caught off guard. If they left and the golden lotus appeared, it would be a significant loss. If the intruder truly descended, they would certainly eliminate the threat, but he had not yet descended, and it was evident that he was not particularly powerful. Although he emitted no aura, the commotion he caused suggested he was not an overwhelmingly strong presence. Under such circumstances, why fear him? Thus, while Li Hao felt relieved that he had not been detected, he remained unaware that had he encountered even one of the great beasts, his life would likely have ended there. The four great beasts, unwilling to depart, continued to wait for the golden lotus to mature. In the small lake, the petals of the azure lotus gradually transformed into gold. Upon closer inspection, there were 8 petals, with golden seeds at the center still tinged with a hint of green, though the gold was spreading rapidly, signaling imminent maturity. The four great beasts languidly awaited, showing no signs of movement. They were aware that someone had arrived at Songshan. Some lesser spirits were attempting to disturb them, interfering with their progress, not out of fear, but to delay the arrival of those who might disrupt the maturation of the heavenly golden lotus. Unexpectedly, someone had arrived ahead of them. A martial artist, perhaps. The great beasts silently reflected, as one of them recalled a scene from long ago. The crouching tiger reminisced about a scene from years past. when a certain individual had mercilessly beaten it into submission. Those days marked a period of profound humiliation in its existence. A scoundrel, in pursuit of grasping his so-called five-animal form, insisted that it roar, lose control, and even become frenzied. Disobedience was met with punishment. At that time, it was merely a tender cub. According to the rhythm of the wild, it had matured into a fierce tiger. Yet, reflecting upon it now, those days were undeniably juvenile. It had not encountered the martial artists in quite some time. Rumor had it that outside the mountains, chaos reigned. Those martial artists who once roamed with impunity had either perished or faded into obscurity. As for the superhumans, it had encountered a few, but they were feeble, easily dispatched with a single swipe of its paw. Sometimes, it would ponder about that man, uncertain if he had long since met his demise. Such an arrogant individual. That day, when the five-animal form reached its pinnacle, he had boasted grandly, proclaiming his intent to sweep across the world and unify the martial realm, paving a path beyond the realm of combat. Had he, too, succumbed to death? While the tiger was lost in thought, the golden eagle was also ensnared in nostalgia. Just moments ago, it had likely encountered a martial artist, one from the Tianqing dynasty. His aura was unassuming, not superhuman. It recalled how a villain had once hurled it from a mountain peak, urging it to hunt and soar. Failure to fly resulted in punishment, and even attempting to flee was met with blows. If it flew too high, still attempting to escape, it would be struck down. That villain had been extraordinarily powerful. Even a mere pebble thrown could reach hundreds of meters into the sky. In retrospect, it was not as formidable as it seemed. Meanwhile, the giant ape did not dwell on such matters. It only recalled a foolish individual from its past, who had taken a liking to imitating it. Sharing meals and living in tandem, whatever the ape did, the man would follow. It had not seen the man in ages. He was likely dead. A fleeting glance was cast towards the tiger and golden eagle, whom he seemed to have once bested in combat. Perhaps. The memories from that time were still quite hazy, far from the clarity of the present. Whether these were indeed the same creatures was uncertain. Previous inquiries had been met with denial from both. Perhaps they were of the same kin? Who could tell? Among the myriad of demon birds, only the giant serpent harbored no such contemplations. As for the one that had just fled, it paid no heed. At that moment, the giant serpent fixated its gaze upon the golden lotus, contemplating how much it would receive this time. If it missed this opportunity, it would have to wait another 5 years. This place was a shared treasure trove for the four of them. They could not afford to quarrel over it, but rather should divide it equally or through some other means. To this day, they had yet to reach a consensus. The four great demons had swiftly forgotten the individual who had just departed. Whether he fled or spied, as long as he did not interfere with their distribution of spoils, they would disregard him. At this moment, Li Hao had returned to his original position, his back drenched in cold sweat. Upon his return, Lu Long and the others were about to speak, but Li Hao transmitted a message: "Do not utter a word." Instantly, silence fell over the group. He swallowed hard. Feeling a slight sense of relief that he had not been discovered, it was terrifying. Aware of the group's curiosity, he continued to transmit: "There are formidable demon beasts inside. Incredibly powerful demon beasts, strong enough to rival the level of Minister Ho." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone halted, their bodies stiffening in apprehension. What caliber of individual was Minister Ho? He had effortlessly eliminated Su Guang's presence. This signified not merely a singular threat. Lu Long felt a chill run down his spine. Was Tsongshan truly this formidable? He felt a flicker of relief that Li Hao had discovered the situation early and that no calamity had befallen them. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Li Hao swallowed hard, his eyes flickering momentarily. He tore off a minuscule fragment of fabric from his clothing, so tiny that it would be imperceptible to the naked eye. He glanced towards the mountain, pondering if the three major organizations were still in pursuit. If they were, they must possess certain capabilities. Should they follow him here, they would undoubtedly continue onward, and upon encountering that peculiar broken mountain, anyone would likely be intrigued. Li Hao refrained from making extensive preparations. An overabundance would appear contrived. A perceptive individual might sense something amiss. This subtlety, seemingly a mere brush against a thread of fabric, would likely go unnoticed by an ordinary person. Even if detected, it would hardly warrant concern. Such a nuance constituted the finest bait. He hoped that this group of fools would not trail after him, for if they stumbled into that area, Su Guang would be doomed. Imagine, if even one Su Guang fell, and four more entered at the level of Ho Xiaoqing. One demon could dispatch each of them in mere moments. Contemplating this, Li Hao turned to the others and whispered, "Tread lightly. Ideally, one should carry another to leave minimal traces. Let us withdraw further." He continued, "If it comes to it, we shall retrace our steps. Should anyone pursue us into Tsongshan, we will evade them and strike back." The group was taken aback. Had they not agreed to charge eastward? They were to proceed directly to the Hengduan Gorge, yet now they were to retreat? Do not be naive. Along this route, there are 7 or 8 formidable three-sun demons. And here lie 4 exceptionally powerful Su Guang, even exceeding that level. I fear that before we reach the eastern edge, we may meet our demise. If someone is indeed pursuing us, even if we do not reach this point, we will inevitably encounter those 3 sun demons. Let us first observe. At this moment, Li Hao felt a twinge of trepidation. Was traversing Tsongshan towards the east feasible? This place sent chills down his spine. He refrained from further discussion. Grateful for his keen eyesight, without it, he would have been doomed. That particular flower appeared precious. Should an ordinary martial artist or superhuman lay eyes upon it, they might attempt to seize it. Li Hao abstained, for he had perceived its radiance. Yet, beings akin to Hou Xiaoqing and his ilk were adept at concealing their presence. Ordinary individuals would not discern anything unusual and might regard these 4 great demons as mere common creatures, which would be quite entertaining. Not dwelling on such thoughts any longer, Li Hao hastily led the group away from the area. Marching through such a perilous environment served as a form of training. As Li Hao ventured forth, guiding the group through the territory of a 3-sun demon, chills ran down their spines. They had encountered 3-sun demons before and were not overly fearful. What truly instilled dread was the possibility that if that great demon noticed them and a battle ensued, it might attract the attention of those formidable beings comparable to Minister Ho lurking in the distance. This is indeed the place where one feels a tingling sensation on the scalp. Including Li Hao, everyone harbored concerns about such occurrences, thus refraining from confronting these formidable demons. They cautiously evaded the formidable Sanyang demon, which allowed Li Hao to discover a suitable spot for respite. Between the Sanyang demons, there existed an adjacent area devoid of any demonic presence, possibly a neutral zone for both parties. Under these circumstances, Li Hao led the group to a tree hollow. A cluster of trees, growing chaotically, had formed a vast tree hollow, surrounded by entwined vines that concealed a closed-off space beneath them. Once the group settled in, a series of breaths echoed through the air. All voices were hushed, including Lu Long, who quietly remarked, "Will this attract the attention of that large demon we just encountered?" They had been less than 1,000 meters away from the creature, and those with keen eyesight could discern the Sanyang demon, resembling a lion, seemingly in a state of slumber or contemplation, yet remaining utterly motionless. Nevertheless, its aura was undeniably formidable. Being so close, they were understandably frightened. "It's all right. We are martial artists, and the black armor possesses some ability to suppress our presence," Li Hao reassured, shaking his head. "I have observed. There is no cause for concern." His scrutiny was not directed at the demon's form, but rather at its psychic fluctuations. A surge in such energy would indicate that the creature had noticed them. The absence of such fluctuations would signify that they had indeed gone undetected. This was an insight that others lacked. A demon could feign ignorance, remaining silent, but it could not mask its psychic energy. Who could perceive its psychic waves? Li Hao could. At that moment, Li Hao felt increasingly grateful for his keen eyesight, which often surpassed even his swordsmanship. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. What had become of those who had first spotted the red shadows? In a city of silver, there were multiple incidents. Among 1,000,000 people, there should have been at least 10 individuals. Even if some had perished, 1,000,000 could yield 100. And thus a silver moon could produce 100 as well. Where had all these individuals gone? It seemed that none among the night watchmen had mentioned them. If those individuals possessed abilities akin to his own, it should not be too difficult for the night watchman to discover psychic strongholds. Though he pondered this, he did not intend to delve deeper into the matter. He would inquire indirectly when the opportunity arose. "Boss, you all stay here. I will step out for a moment. If there is nothing amiss, do not venture out, even for necessities." Lu Long gazed at him gravely, asking, "Where are you going?" Yet Li Hao remained reticent. He had no intention of fishing in muddy waters or tailing any demons. He merely wished to ascertain whether anyone was pursuing him. If so, he would not mind engaging in a minor scuffle. Draw them over there. As for the notion of the clam and the snipe contending while the fisherman profits, Li Hao had not entertained such thoughts. With 4 large demons present, such an eventuality was implausible. There was only one possibility. Those individuals would be eliminated. And perhaps he might then have the opportunity to wait and collect the remains. Did demons consume humans? It seemed likely. Would they devour storage rings? He was uncertain. Would they retrieve them? His thoughts wandered. His reasoning was rather straightforward. If these individuals were killed, perhaps the demons would not feast upon them. Perhaps they would simply defecate instead. The storage ring. Is it not something a great demon would utilize? With such thoughts, perhaps after the great demon departs, one might see some benefits. Alone, he finds it more convenient. The energy of the dark element allows him to conceal his presence. Moreover, he possesses a bronze mirror. Contemplating this, Li Hao suddenly ceased his movements and withdrew a storage ring, preparing to absorb a bit more dark energy. Previously, he deemed dark energy as futile, for he was not a treacherous person who ambushes others. Warriors confront challenges head-on. Why should he absorb dark energy? Yet at this moment, Li Hao reconsidered, deciding to gather a bit more, not for the purpose of ambush, but merely to diminish his aura, avoiding conflicts with the demons. After all, coexistence between humans and demons is possible. A small amount of dark energy was swiftly absorbed. Li Hao shattered 2 more divine energy stones, leaving him with only 8. He absorbed approximately 500 units of dark energy. He was not lacking in dark energy, as the day he defeated the moon Bodhisattva, a peak of the 3 suns, had provided him with around 2,000 units. He had only consumed half, and to this day, he had scarcely reached 1,000. Once he finished absorbing the 500 units of mysterious energy, the sky darkened once more. Li Hao, with a slight movement, melded into the darkness like a shadow. The ability of the dark element did not render him stronger, but rather diminished his presence. Simultaneously, Han Shan spoke in a low voice. Ahead, there is a 3-sun great demon. As he spoke, a compass-like object appeared in his hand, shimmering with light akin to a psychic detector. While not entirely precise, it proved quite accurate if the opponent's presence was not concealed. Hai Tsunami's eyes flickered. A 3-sun great demon attaining such a level is no trivial matter. Perhaps the lesser demons that have been hindering us along the way are directed by this very demon. If we eliminate it, we might acquire some treasures. However, Han Shan remained cautious, stating gravely, Hai Tsunami, it is best not to act impulsively. The deeper I venture, the more I sense danger. There may very well be a great demon of the dawnlight level. Engaging might easily provoke trouble. Hai Tsunami furrowed his brow. This Han Shan seemed fearful of this and that. How had the dawn light been cultivated? Now that they had come this far, would they not pursue their goal? There was no need to frighten oneself. Even if a dawn light truly existed, both he and Han Shan were of the dawn light level. Was there really a need for such trepidation? They had not even seen the corpses of Li Hao and the others. If they could evade trouble, why should they be afraid? Even those who had surpassed the 100 martial masters walked ahead, yet Han Shan, of the dawn light level, appeared so timid. A 3-sun great demon would generally possess at least some divine energy stones in reserve. Even if not, their flesh and blood are treasures. Moreover, I have heard that Hai Tsunami softly remarked, the blood of these demons can sometimes unlock certain special source divine weapons. You know that within source divine weapons lies a soul, akin to a weapon spirit. It is said that the blood of demons of the same origin can activate source divine weapons. Many source divine weapons have fallen into a state of complete silence, rendered inactive. Otherwise, they would not be so scarce. However, the blood of great demons can awaken them. Consequently, some individuals in the central region specialize in dealing with these formidable demons, engaging in the lucrative trade of activating source divine weapons, reaping substantial profits with each transaction. Demons are treasures, and source divine weapons seem to possess a certain connection to them. After a moment of silence, Han Shan nodded. Let us investigate. If danger arises, it is best to avoid it. Furthermore, strive to minimize bloodshed. Fear not. Hai Xiao replied with a laugh, soaring into the air. Moments later, she ascended nearly 100 meters and, beside a swamp nestled within a forest, beheld an enormous serpent thrashing about in the mire. This was the 3-sun great demon they had sensed in advance. In the air, a glimmer of greed sparkled in Hai Xiao's eyes. A 3-sun demon is indeed a valuable find. Moreover, as the colossal serpent writhed, it unearthed several divine energy stones, shimmering with brilliance from the depths of the swamp. Below, the thrashing serpent seemed to sense something, and its immense head turned skyward. Within the next instant, The great serpent appeared to have seen or sensed something, suddenly twisting its body, swiftly retreating, vanishing into the thicket in the blink of an eye. A powerful being. It has been discovered. Haishao suddenly chuckled, glancing at Han Shan. Should we pursue? Before Han Shan could respond, Haishao continued. I noticed it swallowed some dirt as it fled, and within that soil, there were at least 20 divine energy stones gleaming. 20 divine energy stones, even for them, represent a considerable fortune. Without waiting for Han Shan to speak, Haishao took off, determined to seize the opportunity. Perhaps Li Hao is nearby. Unexpected fortune presents itself, and one must not let such an opportunity slip away. Han Shan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow. Hopefully, nothing unfortunate will occur. On the compass, no other light points had emerged. It seemed that only this serpent demon was nearby. The great serpent was in a frenzied retreat, moving at an astonishing speed. It sensed danger, and its escape route led directly to the Broken Mountains, clearly indicating that the serpent knew it was a safe haven. At that moment, Li Hao also spotted 3 luminous orbs. His gaze flickered, and he swiftly retreated. One orb appeared to be at the 3-sun level, resembling a formidable demon he had seen previously, which he avoided. The other 2 orbs were substantial, radiant with sunlight. Members of the 3 major organizations? He vaguely recognized one, as the orb exhibited a shade of darkness. Those who soar through the skies. He had encountered one once. Upon leaving the War Heaven City, he had met Han Shan. Was this the airborne Han Shan? How quickly they moved. Hidden in the shadows. Li Hao felt a surge of apprehension. He had already departed swiftly with his group, yet the pursuers were not merely tracking him, they had managed to catch up, revealing that he had underestimated their capabilities. However, were these 2 now hunting the 3-sun great demon? Li Hao evaded them, and shortly after the 3-sun demon fled, the 2 beams of sunlight also flickered and vanished from sight, heading toward the direction of the Broken Mountains. Is there no need for me to lure them? Was this an invitation to death? Li Hao felt an unusual sensation. Just as he prepared to follow, he abruptly halted. In a brief moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and soon after, luminous orbs appeared, accompanied by faint sounds. The Lord of the Rotating Palace and those 2 seemed to be pursuing a great demon. Could it be that they were after a treasure? Perhaps we should follow them. After all, we need not fear them, united. The 16 Lords of Hell could easily match even 2 of the Radiant Ones. Let us follow them. Where there are demons, treasures are sure to be found. The means of tracking from the half-mountain of the flying sky were quite commendable, aligning with our pursuit of Li Hao's disappearance. By following them, we shall inevitably locate Li Hao. A group swiftly vanished from sight. Li Hao inhaled sharply. What the devil? The Yama had summoned so many from the 3 suns? 17 in total. Indeed, a staggering 17 luminous orbs startled Li Hao. He had anticipated that the Yama might send someone, but the arrival of one radiant one had morphed into the shock of 17 formidable beings from the 3 suns. Where did the Yama procure such a multitude of 3-sun warriors? Moreover, these were not just any warriors, they were peak 3 suns, led by the Lord of the Rotating Palace, wielding divine weaponry. If these individuals coordinated effectively, even 2 radiant ones might find themselves at a disadvantage. Had they lost their minds? Li Hao found it incredulous. It was understandable for the Red Moon to send a radiant one to hunt him down, and the flying sky could be grudgingly comprehended. However, the Yama's involvement was beyond comprehension. Were they here to eliminate him or to target the half-mountain of the flying sky? Li Hao furrowed his brow. Moreover, these individuals had tracked him to this location with remarkable speed. At this rate, they might catch up to him by tomorrow. Were they all mad, running in that direction? Did they have a death wish? Li Hao mused to himself, questioning their sanity. Even with such a multitude of powerful beings, for demons comparable to Ho Xiaoqing were present, bringing in 1 or 2 more radiant ones would likely lead to their doom as well. He was reluctant to observe further, fearing the repercussions. Just as he was about to depart, his ears twitched slightly. A figure flashed by, and he faintly sensed some aura of vitality. Li Hao did not see the luminous orbs, but was momentarily taken aback. Who had followed him? A martial artist? The distance made it difficult for him to discern clearly, but there was something vaguely familiar. Could it be Nan Quan? How could he have come along? Li Hao stood motionless, sealing off his own aura. For martial artists, their primary sense was to perceive the aura of their opponents. By locking his own, he ensured that these individuals would struggle to detect his presence. How lively it was! He sensed that Nan Quan had vanished, prompting an involuntary sigh from him. Such chaos! So many powerful beings had suddenly appeared. Surely, Nanquan would not follow them, would he? If he did, it would lead to considerable trouble. However, Li Hao was not inclined to reveal himself to warn him. Nanquan's royal lineage and ambiguous motives regarding his sudden presence in Songshan left Li Hao unconvinced that it had nothing to do with him. Perhaps he too was here to hunt him down. Who could say for certain? As for saving oneself, there is no kindness to be found. After all, Li Hao did not believe that the other party would take the risk to rescue him. They had not reached that level of trust. Is there anyone else? Li Hao pondered, choosing to remain still this time, silently waiting. 1 minute, 2 minutes, almost 10 minutes had passed. Li Hao prepared to leave once again when suddenly, a faint sensation flickered into existence, only to vanish in an instant. A hint of doubt crossed Li Hao's mind. Was it a false perception? Or had someone truly passed nearby? The presence of Nanquan provided some sense of vitality, yet this subsequent sensation was barely perceptible, as if it were merely a gentle breeze brushing by. Li Hao frowned slightly. If there truly was someone, they were likely a martial artist. And a formidable one at that. He could sense Nanquan, yet this presence eluded him, leaving only a faint trace. Could it be that Silver Moon harbored such a powerful martial artist? As he contemplated, a sudden thought struck him. He was momentarily startled. Could it be? That individual had entered seclusion. Moreover, was that person truly as formidable as rumored? Previously, they had exhibited a light orb, indicating they were a superhuman. So it likely was not them. Li Hao had encountered the light orb of a martial artist in the early stages of the Three Yang multiple times. Unlike those who bore no such orb, he dismissed his earlier conjecture. It was probably another powerful martial artist who had arrived. Could it be Jin Chong? His heart warmed at the thought. Jin Chong had come to save him? What a good person. In Silver Moon, he could hardly conceive of a martial artist stronger than Nanquan. Had that person possessed a light orb, he might have speculated it was Yitang. Suddenly, Li Hao felt a surge of urgency. Although he was not well acquainted with that individual, if they truly intended to rescue him, he could not allow them to face peril alone. In the next moment, Li Hao hastily followed after. Ahead, Yitang suddenly turned back. A look of confusion on his face. Had someone been nearby just now? Surely not. Was there truly anyone capable of evading his senses? Superhumans could not. And which martial artist could? He dismissed the thought and quickly moved on, rejoining those in front of him. These individuals were causing quite a stir. He hoped they would not attract any formidable beings that might endanger his precious daughter. Chapter 139. Watching the grand performance, subscription requested, at the same time. In the Valley of Broken Mountains, for great demons remained languidly sprawled. At that moment, the colossal serpent suddenly raised its massive head, glancing upward. Simultaneously, the golden eagle and the other great demons also looked up in surprise and confusion, devoid of fear, merely perplexed. Were these humans mad? One had just departed, and now another had arrived? What was going on? Moreover, it seemed they had targeted the offspring of the little serpent. How tragic for the little serpent indeed. The great demons exchanged glances with the colossal serpent. The serpent straightened its head, its body rising alongside it, gradually elevating until its massive head was level with the valley, looming above the broken mountains. At this moment, the 100-meter deep chasm of the broken mountains appeared dwarfed by the serpent's immense form. A colossal head emerged atop the mountain slope, its enormous eyes resembling two vast grinding wheels, gazing into the distance. There, a filthy python writhed frantically in its desperate attempt to flee, its speed astonishing yet futile against its pursuers. How formidable were the two radiant beings? Certainly not something a mere three-sun demon could evade. In that very moment, a jet of water shot forth with a thunderous roar, piercing the python's tough hide and creating a gory wound. The Valley of Broken Mountains bore silent witness to the scene, the colossal serpent observing in stillness, while the three great demons regarded it with intrigue. After a few moments, the massive serpent twisted its body, immense yet eerily quiet. In an instant, it ascended the valley wall, disappearing into the depths below. The three demons were taken aback. Had the little serpent escaped? The golden lotus was on the verge of blooming. The great ape thudded its hands against the earth, seemingly amused that one less serpent meant a reduced share of spoils. The golden eagle shifted its talons slightly, indifferent to the matter. If the serpent chose to flee, so be it. The little serpent was indeed powerful enough to deal with these foes. Yet, the eagle had a penchant for serpents. Should the little serpent vacate, it would feast upon the remains of its kin. What a pity! Meanwhile, the fierce tiger lay sprawled on the ground, apathetic to the unfolding events. Indifferent to the serpent's departure, it preferred that all would flee. A tremendous crash resounded as the python was toppled, blood pouring forth. The tsunami-like figure furrowed her brow, reaching out to gather the spilling blood, for demon blood was a treasure not to be squandered. She yearned to vanquish the three-sunned serpent entirely. However, the serpent's hide was resilient and thick. Without employing formidable measures, she had to tread carefully to avoid allowing it to escape, especially since the forest was its domain. The rumbling continued unabated. Water arrows were unleashed in succession, the serpent shrieking in agony, its eyes ablaze with fury and madness, devoid of fear. Why should it cower? Were it not for the imminent blooming of the golden lotus and the absence of its father, these two wretches could not harm it. Now, it drew near the valley of broken mountains, aware that its father must have sensed the disturbance. Its sole concern was whether its father would arrive. Should the golden lotus bloom, once it departed, those formidable beings would undoubtedly seize all the precious lotus, leaving none behind. The golden lotus was a true treasure. The python began to shriek, uncertain of its father's arrival, yet it clung to the desire to survive. The blood continued to flow in increasing quantities. At that moment, the tsunami-like figure smiled. The three-sun demon's defenses were indeed formidable. After so many assaults, she had only managed to inflict severe injuries upon the massive serpent. With all this blood and flesh, combined with the divine energy stones, even if she failed to capture Li Hao, her journey would not be in vain. Previously, she had lacked the time to search the mire where the serpent resided. Once she subdued it, she would investigate further, perhaps uncovering more divine energy stones. In her moment of joy, suddenly, the figure on the mountainside spoke in a deep tone. Something feels amiss. At this moment, the tsunami had coalesced into a multitude of water arrows, poised to strike down the great demon. Hearing the words of Ban Shan, a sense of confusion washed over him. What was amiss? Ban Shan felt as though his heart had nearly ceased to beat, struggling to catch his breath. The impending storm brought about a suffocating sensation. Exhaling softly, he was about to utter something when, in the blink of an eye, Ban Shan vanished from his spot. Just as he departed, a thunderous roar shattered the darkness. The heavens and earth seemed to regain their light. A pair of enormous eyes, so grand they were almost indiscernible as eyes, glimmered with a green luminescence, illuminating the surroundings with an eerie, ghostly light. A colossal serpent's tail, reminiscent of a pillar reaching to the heavens, cleaved through the void, unleashing a deafening crash. With a resounding impact, a figure was sent hurtling backwards. Blood spewed forth as Ban Shan, drenched in crimson, revealed a pallid visage beneath a tattered cloak. His expression was one of sheer terror. In that instant, a small shield materialized before him, though it bore the semblance of a dissipating specter, the source of divine weaponry. The tsunami was momentarily stunned, but in the next heartbeat, her eyes brimmed with dread. Was this a serpent? At that moment, she seemed to finally comprehend the nature of her adversary, a serpent of immense proportions, coiling upwards to a height of dozens of meters. Its eyes were disproportionately large. The serpent's tail, having just sent Ban Shan reeling, had now withdrawn. Ban Shan, now profusely bleeding, had the shield hovering before him. He cast a glance at the tsunami, cursing her inwardly. This old woman, indeed, only knew how to attract trouble. He had sensed something was amiss. The python had been racing forward, despite the barren mountain ahead, which was far less secure than the jungle. Yet, the serpent pressed on, evidently with its own agenda. Now, it was clear, after dealing with the lesser threat, the greater danger had arrived. This serpent was formidable. Ban Shan's countenance grew grave as he realized the implications of his recent escape. He had thought the creature would first target the tsunami, given her persistent aggression, yet it had instead intercepted him. This indicated that the great serpent intended to eliminate them both. In an instant, the meaning of this dawned upon him, and he ceased his complaints. In this dire moment, only by joining forces could they hope to combat this menace. The tsunami, equally grave, regarded the colossal serpent with utmost vigilance, swiftly positioning herself beside Ban Shan, her peripheral gaze scanning for an escape route. The serpent, having merely swatted Ban Shan aside, refrained from further assault. It waited patiently until the smaller python had laboriously slithered behind it, revealing a glint of blood-red malice in its gigantic eyes. Ban Shan was immediately beset by regret. He and the tsunami had been preoccupied with the fear that the great serpent would continue its assault. He had not anticipated that the creature was merely biding its time for the smaller serpent to regroup. This was beyond his expectations. Serpents are cold-blooded creatures, are they not? Even after transforming into a demon, would they not retain that nature? Why, then, did this serpent seem concerned for the fate of the smaller python? The great serpent awaited the smaller one's arrival before casting its gaze upon the two Dawnbringers, a unique aura of authority now locking onto them both. With immense eyes, he cast a fleeting glance at the shield. He scrutinized it further, realizing that the powerful strike from the serpent had been partially absorbed by the shield, and the remainder had surprisingly been endured by the figure clad in black. At this moment, Haishao felt a surge of anxiety. She understood that they had encroached upon a formidable domain. She was aware that great demons could comprehend human speech. Thus, she spoke, "Esteemed warrior, this is a misunderstanding. We were unaware that this was your territory. We shall withdraw immediately and are willing to compensate for any harm inflicted upon your kin." She produced several divine energy stones. The serpent's speed was terrifying, and she doubted her ability to escape before it could react. The massive serpent gazed at her with indifference. In the next instant, a colossal tail abruptly shattered the air as it descended upon her. "Fight! There is no room for negotiation." Half Mountain bellowed. "What nonsense is this? A few divine energy stones in exchange for your offspring's lives? Are you so foolish?" In an instant, Half Mountain vanished into the shadows, and the next moment, a dark blade materialized, lunging toward the serpent's tail. Meanwhile, Haishao unleashed a furious roar as the ocean surged, a torrent of water energy sweeping across the land. Boom! The tail struck, instantly dispersing the water energy, and just as it was about to strike Haishao, she transformed into a stream of water, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind the massive tail. The Radiant Light Warrior revealed his might in that moment, even against such strength. The two Radiant Light Warriors felt confident in their ability to combat, for even if they were to falter, escape would not come easily. Half Mountain had once sought to flee before their adversary could react. Now, having failed, to retreat would be to gamble with their lives, betting whether the serpent would first seek to destroy Haishao or pursue him, or if it could catch up to him after slaying her. He was unwilling to embrace such isolation. Thus, he chose to retaliate. With a thunderous sound, the dark blade sliced through the serpent's tail, igniting sparks as it struck the tough scales, which were as resilient as armor. Half Mountain was momentarily taken aback. What formidable defenses! As a Radiant Light Warrior, he had executed a surprise attack, yet he had not breached the creature's defenses. This serpent was at least at the pinnacle of radiant light. Terrifying. However, the serpent's massive size, while granting it agility, also rendered it somewhat cumbersome, providing Half Mountain and his companion a chance. The two Radiant Light Warriors appeared diminutive compared to the great serpent, yet their smaller stature afforded them an easier escape. With one strike, they ignited a flurry of sparks, and Half Mountain's figure vanished once more, narrowly avoiding the serpent's sweeping tail. Meanwhile, Haishao concentrated, conjuring myriad water arrows aimed directly at the creature's eyes. The serpent shut its eyes, and a series of resounding clashes erupted, followed by bursts of light as the arrows shattered against its scales. Haishao was left in awe. This was overwhelmingly powerful. In the next heartbeat, she transformed into a torrent of water, retreating further away. At that moment, she and Half Mountain were aligned in their thoughts. First, engage the colossal serpent, creating a diversion, and then retreat in unison, battling while withdrawing. United, they would find it exceedingly challenging to vanquish the great serpent. Meanwhile, the followers of Yen Luo are present. Although the three sons move at a slower pace, their arrival should be imminent. Should all 17 of the three sons arrive, those individuals would struggle to escape, as they would face the combined might of their adversaries, perhaps enabling them to slay the serpent. Indeed, at this juncture, both Haishao and Banshan entertained such thoughts. To conquer the great serpent, the peak demon of Shuguang, formidable beyond measure. Yet, if they could indeed triumph, the rewards would be unimaginably grand. Within the vast valley that the serpent inhabits, might there lie some extraordinary treasure? At this moment, they could faintly discern golden rays emanating from beyond the valley. When the serpent failed to annihilate them with its strike, a deeper greed ignited within them. This was both perilous and fortuitous. As they fought, the Wheel King and his companions seemed to sense something amiss. In an instant, the Wheel King transformed into a gust of wind, swiftly approaching, when suddenly he altered his gaze upon spotting the serpent. A demon, a remarkably powerful demon. overpowering the two Shuguang. The Wheel King turned to flee, yet at that moment, the 16 lords of hell arrived, all beholding the great serpent. So massive, a demon. Not just any demon, but a peak Shuguang. Although not immediately discernible, the sheer strength of this serpent was evident as it subdued the two Shuguang, leaving them seemingly powerless to retaliate. It was clear that this serpent was exceptionally potent, yet it likely had not surpassed the realm of Shuguang. As the Wheel King sought to depart, the 16 lords of hell exhibited flickers of desire, restless with ambition. From afar, Banshan let out a ferocious roar. Let us unite and slay this serpent. The benefits are immeasurable, should you retreat, and we falter. The serpent's speed far exceeds that of the three suns, and one by one, you shall be unable to escape. With a resounding crash, his momentary distraction proved costly. The enormous tail of the serpent enveloped him, a thunderous noise erupting forth, rendering the illusion upon his shield even more tenuous. Banshan coughed blood and was hurled backwards. And before the serpent's tail could strike again, he vanished into the shadows, disappearing once more. So formidable. Were it not for the serpent's difficulty in landing a hit upon them, they would have perished under its onslaught. Was this creature truly a peak Shuguang? Or had it transcended that realm? Banshan felt a surge of terror. This serpent seemed to rival the formidable Ho Xiaoqing, who had previously slain Shuguang, albeit with the red-haired one unable to evade. With his divine weapon at hand, Banshan managed to avoid total annihilation, suffering only injury rather than death. A peak Shuguang indeed. At that moment, the 16 lords of hell directed their gazes toward the Wheel King. The Wheel King remained silent. His only desire was to escape. Taking advantage of the serpent's entanglement with the two Shuguang, he sought to flee, for the danger was immense. However, the lords of hell were restless. One of them casting a glance towards the valley behind the serpent, where the shimmering golden lights caught his attention, and his eyes shifted with excitement. Treasure. Surely. It is the magnificent serpent, safeguarded by the treasures of heaven and earth, a being of extraordinary significance, perhaps even a companion artifact of its ascended form. As these words reverberated, before the Wheel King could respond, the other lords of the underworld voiced their thoughts. Impressive, yet no matter how formidable. We shall unite under the dawn's light. Alongside those two, we can slay it. 17 from the three suns, 2 from the dawn. With the Wheel King and the divine weapons at our disposal, can we not vanquish this colossal serpent? This serpent, in itself, is a treasure, one particularly avaricious lord proclaimed. The serpent's blood, flesh, and gallbladder are all potent artifacts for enhancing power. Its skin is the finest material for forging extraordinary divine weapons. Indeed, we might even glimpse the dawn. The Wheel King cautioned, have you lost your senses? Retreat swiftly. This serpent is too powerful. Even the mountain's half cannot retaliate. A misstep could lead to our demise. Fortune favors the bold. The Lord of the Wheel retorted. Are you so accustomed to a life of ease in the silver moon that you fail to seize this opportunity? Among the 10 lords, only you, the Wheel King, do not vie for the dawn. Before he could utter another word, the 16 lords of the three suns surged forth in unison. They did not charge recklessly. Rather, in the blink of an eye, they unleashed their extraordinary powers, forming a unique prison, the underworld cage. One lord among them bellowed, let us unite to slay this serpent, and we shall divide the spoils afterward. Both of you are wise. Do not let the allure of immediate gain lead you astray. The Lord of Half Mountain quickly interjected, fear not. We shall not falter. Tsunamis transformed into torrents in the air, unleashing a barrage of water arrows that struck at the serpent's eyes, simultaneously proclaiming, rest assured, we are no fools. While greed may tempt us, we face a formidable foe. We cannot afford to betray one another. Even the tsunami would not resort to treachery, for that would invite utter annihilation. At that moment, the mighty serpent grew increasingly irritable. In the past, its superpowers had dispatched foes with a mere flick of its tail. Its experience was not vast. This encounter with two seemingly insignificant foes had thwarted its attempts to eliminate them, as they employed various tactics, such as vanishing into thin air or transforming into mist. This perplexed the serpent, renowned for its brute strength. Furthermore, at this juncture, the 16 lords of the underworld dispersed in all directions, instantly expanding the massive prison to several hundred meters in circumference. Streams of special energy coalesced into a grand net, enveloping the colossal serpent. The leading lord of the bone-scorching underworld growled, you too, slip through the gaps of our abyssal iron net. while we lock onto it and strike as one. The abyssal underworld, governed by the Equality King, comprised 16 lesser realms. At this moment, these 16 lords enacted a formation akin to the abyssal iron net. Brilliant lights flashing as they wove an expansive net towards the immense serpent. The gaps were significant. Ordinarily, they could seal these openings, albeit at a considerable expenditure of mystical energy. However, today was different. The serpent's size rendered sealing unnecessary, allowing the two from the dawn to emerge. Once they had fixed their sights on the serpent, it would find it exceedingly difficult to escape, regardless of its might. The grand net descended swiftly, and fury ignited in the serpent's eyes as it lashed out with its tail. Boom! A supercharged network cable, momentarily severed, miraculously restored itself in the next instant. A colossal serpent coiled and struck with tremendous force, crashing through once more, creating a thunderous impact. The 16 lords of hell trembled, taken aback by the display of power. These 16 had previously united to confine a singular radiant light, rendering their adversary utterly helpless as they executed their lethal intent. This past triumph had instilled in them an audacious confidence, causing them to dismiss the Wheel King entirely. Their experience in slaying radiant lights had bred a fearless demeanor, even towards those who had achieved similar feats, such as Ho Xiaoqing. Should they encounter him, they believed they could easily restrain him in concert. Yet, at this moment, the great serpent had effortlessly shattered their abyssal hell net. "Steady!" bellowed one of the Hell Lords, unleashing his formidable power, prompting the others to follow suit. One among them cried out, "Banshan, Tsunami, why do you hesitate?" Seizing the opportunity, two radiant lights emerged from their concealment. Banshan and Tsunami were visibly shaken. The 16 lords of hell under the banner of the Equal King had proven themselves capable of restraining a peak radiant light using the power of the three suns. Despite the serpent's relentless assaults, which had indeed fractured their nets time and again, the abundance of the supercharged cables allowed for swift replenishment. In the midst of the serpent's fury, the abyssal hell net remained unbroken. At that moment, Banshan's eyes glinted with determination as he waved his hand, causing a small shield to expand rapidly, enveloping the network in an additional layer of defense. The serpent collided with a resounding crash, but failed to breach the net this time. Exultation swept through the crowd. With the alliance of one radiant light and the 16 three suns, they had solidified their great net, rendering the serpent a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Though the lords of hell appeared somewhat pale, they hastily shattered their energy stones to replenish their power. Tsunami let out a fierce roar, launching water arrows anew. Banshan commanded, "Will of Rebirth." The Wheel King, who had thus far remained passive, furrowed his brow, letting out a resigned sigh. No longer willing to remain idle, he decided it was time to act, albeit with a tinge of anger and frustration at the Lord's blatant disregard for his counsel. However, upon witnessing their abyssal hell net, he understood the source of their audacity. Without further ado, the Wheel King waved his hand, summoning a bell-like artifact, the Source Divine Weapon. This bell-shaped treasure whirled rapidly in his grasp, unleashing a multitude of razor-sharp wind blades in an instant, formidable in their assault, targeting the serpent through the openings in the net. At this juncture, Banshan and the 16 lords of hell focused on restraining the serpent, while Tsunami and the Wheel King were entrusted with the task of vanquishing it. Their three factions demonstrated a seasoned coordination, their roles clearly delineated, as they swiftly selected the optimal strategy for attack. In the distance, Li Hao observed covertly, inhaling sharply in astonishment. On one hand, he was awed by the serpent's might. On the other, he was taken aback by the formidable unity of the three organizations. The strength they exhibited when combined was undeniable, yet it was their seamless collaboration that truly astonished him. According to Li Hao's perspective, the three major organizations remain rife with discord and animosity. However, the formidable individuals from these organizations are able to unite without a hint of disagreement, which is precisely what astonishes Li Hao. Otherwise, any of the three factions would likely meet their demise against the colossal serpent. Yet, in their alliance, it is the serpent that finds itself in peril. Li Hao furrows his brow, contemplating whether the other three great demons within the valley will intervene. Moreover, where are Nan Quan and Jin Chong hiding? Should the three great demons choose not to act, these individuals may indeed succeed in slaying the serpent. At this moment, Li Hao feels a throbbing headache. While he harbors no particular feelings about the serpent's potential demise, he worries that if these individuals do eliminate the serpent, they may turn their relentless pursuit towards him instead. If they unite, to be frank, even the peak of Shuguang would struggle to escape. Didn't that massive net just ensnare a top-tier powerhouse? Nonetheless, the serpent is arguably the weakest among the four great beasts. Li Hao muses, recognizing the brilliance of the serpent's light source, which is glaring yet not as blinding as that of Ho Xiaoqing and his ilk. The tears he shed earlier in the valley were likely not caused by the serpent. The other three great demons in the valley may indeed surpass the serpent in strength, making it a battle of 1 against 4. The 17 Three Yangs could easily rival 2 Shuguang in tandem, suggesting that the serpent could contend with all 4 Shuguang simultaneously. Truly a terrifying prospect. In this moment, Li Hao gained some clarity regarding Ho Xiaoqing's formidable strength. No wonder the group of Shuguang, led by Lan Yu, dares not act recklessly. Without 4 or 5 Shuguang, it would be exceedingly difficult to deal with Ho Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, within the valley, the 3 great demons display signs of restlessness. The little serpent appears to be ensnared, proving to be rather ineffectual. At that instant, a peculiar wave resonates throughout the valley, emanating from the fierce tiger. A specific wave materializes above the other 2 beasts. The little serpent is indeed weak, having been trapped, and the golden lotus likely requires more time to mature. Are you going? The golden eagle also emits a unique wave. The fierce tiger gazes at the golden eagle, who in turn looks back at the tiger. Simultaneously, the giant ape begins to stir. Why don't you go? I'll go instead. The little serpent is rather useless, making too much noise. Furthermore, besides these super beings, it seems there are also martial artists nearby, quite powerful. I think I spotted that foolish individual from years ago, the one who fought against your kind. You're talking nonsense. The fierce tiger growls softly, his voice subdued. The giant ape, unfazed, sniffs slightly, merely stating, a martial artist, similar in strength, is quite vigorous. I'll handle this one. The golden eagle lazily unfurls its wings. I'll assist the little serpent. The fierce tiger's tail sways momentarily, in addition to the one with strong vitality. There seems to be a human. I'll confront him. In an instant, the 3 great demons decide to take action. The next moment, the golden eagle soars into the sky, vanishing without a trace. The giant ape leaps, also disappearing from view. The fierce tiger cast a fleeting glance at Jin Lian, vanishing in an instant with unparalleled speed, disappearing into the valley. 17 warriors of the 3 suns and 2 of the rising sun were relentlessly assaulting the colossal serpent. The serpent's hard scales began to shatter, emitting furious hisses. A drop of its blood fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Beneath the giant serpent lay a smaller snake, protected by its formidable guardian. At that moment, an unexpected wave of energy surged through the air, and everyone instantly grasped its meaning. Truly weak, truly foolish. Indeed, little snake, you possess no remarkable abilities. A flicker of anger and a hint of insecurity flashed in the giant serpent's eyes. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all, a streak of golden light darted forth, and with a thunderous noise, a lord of the underworld was instantly torn asunder by a massive golden claw, rending the very fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, one of the warriors was utterly obliterated. The colossal serpent, now in a frenzy, shattered the great net with a furious crash. With a swift lash of its tail, it sent the small shield flying, and in the following instant, it struck once more, reducing one of the 16 lords who had been spewing blood into mere pulp. Yet the speed of the golden eagle surpassed even that. In a heartbeat, a dazzling golden light flickered, followed by a series of shattering sounds, as 7 or 8 of the once arrogant lords of the underworld were swiftly dispatched. This sudden turn of events left everyone in utter shock. In the next moment, the half-mountain fled without looking back. Madness. And another great demon appeared. Just as they fled, a tremendous roar echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth. A figure shot forth. From a distance, Nan Quan soared into the air, bellowing, I haven't done anything wrong. With a single punch, reminiscent of a mighty ape's strength, the sky seemed to shatter. Nan Quan nearly choked on his own blood in frustration. What terrible luck I have, he lamented. I merely came to observe, unaware that you all were here. This giant ape has picked up my scent and found me, and it moves with astonishing speed. He too delivered a punch. The heavens trembled, and Nan Quan was sent reeling backward, coughing blood, nearly cursing the heavens. How formidable! Is this the pinnacle of the rising sun? No, perhaps even more powerful. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment reached Nan Quan's ears, causing him to start. In the next moment, realization dawned upon him as he glanced at the giant ape, which indeed bore a look of confusion. The Waist Fist King? What is that? Without a doubt, he began to comprehend where the giant ape had acquired its moniker. Yuan Shua. It must be him. Yes. This giant ape was undoubtedly one of the disciples who had grasped the 5 animal stances under Yuan Shua's tutelage. The giant ape, seemingly intrigued, unleashed another punch. The heavens quaked and the earth split, while Nan Quan swiftly evaded, thinking, enough of this. It's far too powerful. I cannot afford to provoke it. No sooner had he escaped than, suddenly, a resounding tiger roar reverberated through the skies. A blinding sword light illuminated the world, turning the earth upside down and splitting the heavens apart. From a distance, a voice of resignation echoed. I was merely passing by. What a most unfortunate circumstance. The mighty tiger roared, shaking the heavens and the earth, as countless trees splintered into dust, revealing a vast expanse of open ground. The earth had long since cracked, and a solitary figure, sword in hand, bore a look of resignation. I truly mean no offense. A glint of ferocity flashed in the tiger's eyes. One of the 35 worthless beings? What nonsense is this? Hong Yitang, at a loss for words, interjected. Is this the tiger that Yuan Shua defeated? Roar. Cough, cough. My apologies. Hong Yitang hastily retreated, sword held firmly, expressing a hint of exasperation. It's a misunderstanding. I shall take my leave. You all carry on with your festivities. I am merely in search of my daughter. Let us not harm the peace. There are other treasures beyond Songshan, and we must be wary of attracting even more formidable entities. The tiger's gaze hardened as it fixed its eyes upon Hong Yitang. One of the 7 waist swords? You dare. Hong Yitang fell silent, realizing even the tiger defeated by Yuan Shua possessed such arrogance. In the distance, Hans Han was already dumbfounded, having witnessed a colossal ape and a southern fist emerge on one side. Now, on this side, a fierce tiger and Hong Yitang appeared. Unbelievable. He dared not ponder further and fled in an instant. The only remaining direction was an uninhabited area. He did not dare linger, for behind him, the sounds of anguished cries echoed. In the blink of an eye, 16 lords of hell were utterly torn to shreds by the golden eagle and the great serpent. The strongest support of the Equality King was shattered in an instant. The might of the golden eagle far surpassed that of the great serpent. Just as Hans Han prepared to escape, a chill ran down his spine. Overhead, a flash of golden light flickered, and with a resounding roar, the air was torn apart as a massive golden claw appeared above him. Han Shan's face paled, and he hastily vanished into the shadows. In the golden eagle's eyes, a glimmer of ferocity emerged, and with a thunderous cry, it soared through the air, reappearing in an instant, seizing Hans Han from the darkness once more. In the next moment, filled with terror, Hans Han turned and ran towards the tsunami. Meanwhile, the tsunami was struck by the great serpent's tail, sending forth a thunderous crash as it was sent flying. Yet it dared not linger, fleeing with all haste, even in its severely weakened state. The 16 lords of hell were swiftly annihilated, their combined might shattered in an instant. Both the great serpent and the golden eagle were fearsome entities, but they were not alone. 2 more formidable beings lurked nearby. Fortunately, those 2 were currently held at bay by the southern fist and the earth-shattering sword, preventing the 2 great demons from advancing. At this moment, no one could ponder why these 2 were so powerful or why they accompanied them. Such thoughts were irrelevant. The only concern was how to escape, how to survive. Who could have imagined that within Songshan resided 4 great demons, and more importantly, that these 4 did not engage in battle amongst themselves, but instead united when one of their own faced peril? That was the truly terrifying aspect. Over there, the earth-subduing sword cast a glance this way, surveying the half-mountain with its shattered arm, the tsunami that had been grievously injured and sent flying, and the Wheel King, who was frantically fleeing with the sound of wind chimes. He fervently wished that these beings would survive, to buy him a moment's respite. Yet, these inept individuals were destined for demise. Hong Yitang turned his gaze towards the southern fist, who was being mercilessly beaten by the giant ape, blood spewing forth. Indeed, the southern fist was a failure, slightly stronger than anticipated, perhaps possessing the strength of the mid-phase of Dawnlight. However, he was no match for the giant ape. Among these 4 formidable beasts, one was at the pinnacle of Dawnlight, while the other 3 stood on the precipice of a critical transformation. Once they metamorphosed, they would transcend Dawnlight, achieving a state of completion or a half-step beyond. The daunting tiger before him was one such creature. The earth-subduing sword continued to retreat, a smile gracing his face. "Brother Tiger, why must you annihilate a mere passerby? My sword is not weak. It seems you are guarding something precious, awaiting the moment of transformation. Engaging with me may result in injuries that would delay your evolution. Wouldn't that be a significant loss? I haven't done anything, have I?" The fierce tiger regarded him coldly, its limbs trembling not from fear, but poised for an imminent strike. Remarkable. But what of it? These humans were malevolent. This man before him evoked memories of a detestable figure from years past. In that moment, the tiger was disinclined to listen. It simply yearned to end this man's life. In an instant, the tiger seemed to dissolve into mist, drifting through the air, a cloud of white vapor enveloping the earth-subduing sword. Water tiger. Hong Yitang cursed under his breath, but paid it little mind as he swung his sword, cleaving through the mist and turning to flee. Meanwhile, the southern fist was sent flying by a powerful blow. Propelled towards Hong Yitang by sheer force, filled with a sense of helplessness, shouting, "Take me with you, brother Hong. Don't run off on your own." How tragic. Hong Yitang ignored him entirely, muttering, "You're on your own. I have no desire to accompany you. Dealing with one tiger is challenging enough. Do you wish for both of us to perish, with a giant ape in pursuit as well?" At that very moment, a thunderous sound echoed from afar. With a resounding crash, the Wheel King was struck by the tail of the great serpent, his body shattering. Yet he harnessed the power of the source divine weapon, transforming into a gust of wind that surged forth, breaking through the serpent's tail blockade, and converging towards the half-mountain and the tsunami. The three of them swiftly reunited. Without uttering a word, the Wheel King enlarged the wind chime, enveloping them all. The half-mountain and the tsunami, in an instant, infused countless mysterious energies into the wind chime, which was seized by the golden eagle's claw, producing a resounding crack. However, it did not shatter. This demonstrated that the source divine weapon was not something that could be easily broken, even by a creature as formidable as the golden eagle, which could not crush the wind chime at that moment. The three appeared to have collaborated for years. The Wheel King manipulated the wind chime to shield them as they hastily fled beyond the Tsang Mountain. All three were coughing blood, yet they paid it no heed, channeling every ounce of mysterious energy into the wind chime, hastening its speed, desperate to traverse the Tsang Mountain and escape. At that moment, the golden eagle's gaze was icy, and the great serpent swiftly approached. The golden eagle soared with astonishing speed, thundering as it seized Feng Ling once more, slowing her down to a crawl. The protective barrier surrounding them began to fracture, and the three formidable beings unleashed a cacophony of roars, desperately channeling their mysterious energy into Feng Ling. All of this unfolded before Li Hao's eyes, rendering him completely motionless in terror. The four great beasts had all been unleashed. This was beyond his expectations. As for the golden light emanating from the distant valley, he merely cast a fleeting glance, too disinterested to linger. The only thought occupying his mind was, what should I do? Flee? Would that attract attention? Moreover, Nan Quan proved to be remarkably powerful, exceeding his anticipations. And then there was Hong Yitang, who surprisingly was not the golden spear. Where was his radiant orb? This individual was indeed disturbingly strong, and the fierce tiger was equally formidable, having failed to subdue him. Additionally, the strength of the three major organizations' warriors surpassed his expectations, having already lost 16 of the Sanyang. The seamless cooperation among these three was striking, prompting Li Hao to ponder whether the higher-ups of the three organizations frequently collaborated. Otherwise, such synchronicity during their initial alliance suggested an extraordinary level of battle awareness. Was that even possible? At this moment, the small forest had become a gathering place for 8 individuals of dawnlight prowess, alongside one peaked Sanyang equipped with a source divine weapon. Not to mention the 16 fallen Sanyang. This battle far eclipsed any encounter in Silver Moon. Ho Xiaoqing's slaying of dawnlight did not possess this magnitude. In this instant, Li Hao made a decision to feign death. Remaining utterly still, he played dead, as their trajectory did not lead toward him. He chose to wait in silence. The flickering golden light perhaps signified the ripening of that flower, but he felt neither interest nor concern. The sole thought that occupied him was that once these beasts had feasted, they might depart, returning to their respective homes. This place was clearly not their permanent abode. Hence, if he could endure their presence, he would survive. As for seeking the treasure, Li Hao was reluctant to court death. Should these beasts discover that their prize was missing, those that flew in the sky, ran upon the ground, swam in the water, or darted through the forest would be on high alert. Li Hao believed he would rather pray for mutual destruction among them. Furthermore, the demon hunter group was nearby. Any attempt to seize the treasure would undoubtedly incite the beasts to scour the area, inevitably leading to their discovery. Those individuals would be doomed without a doubt. Alone, he might have considered taking the risk, but at this moment, he resolved against it. Li Hao lay as still as a corpse, covered by leaves, motionless on the ground, waiting for the battle to conclude. As for his acquaintance, Yitang, he lamented, "It's not that I lack the will to save him. Rather, I lack the qualification." This individual seemed far too powerful to be in peril. Reclining on the ground, Li Hao continued to reflect on the fierce conflict he had just witnessed, pondering who might ultimately survive. Did Nan Quan stand a chance? What of the warriors from the three major organizations? Even if they managed to survive, would Nan Quan and Yitang be able to escape the Zhongshan? After years of concealing their true strength, today all had been laid bare. Indeed, I find myself rather insignificant, Li Hao mused, realizing that even the weakest of the rotating kings present might surpass him in strength, a realization that struck him profoundly. At that moment, a roar of a tiger resonated through the heavens. The sharp cry of the golden eagle echoed far and wide. The thunderous sounds continued to resound. The entire Zhongshan seemed to fall into a hush as the roars of the wild beasts faded away, leaving only the voices of these formidable demons reverberating across the expanse. Among them were the furious curses of Nan Quan and Yitang, who appeared to be entangled once again. Chapter 140, An Unexpected Turn, Subscription Requested. Another bout of illness, the booming continued, intermingled with fierce howls. The four great demons had mobilized yet were unable to capture those few individuals, which only underscored the extraordinary strength of these beings. Meanwhile, Li Hao, while feigning death, contemplated how he might escape should the four great demons discover his presence. One must always remain vigilant. Although it wasn't his turn yet, what if he couldn't remain hidden? While Nan Quan remained silent, Yitang had concealed himself remarkably well, yet still fell under scrutiny. These beasts seemed to possess a heightened sensitivity. Furthermore, the fact that several demons could collaborate was indeed the most unsettling aspect. Li Hao was now pondering whether he had truly evaded detection or if they had recognized his weakness and opted to eliminate the stronger threats first before dealing with him. A mere ant. This scenario was entirely plausible. Could playing dead truly allow him to evade these great demons? At this moment, the demons were preoccupied with the powerful adversaries. This presented Li Hao with a potential opportunity. Yet, he felt compelled to escape alongside the demon hunting squad, as leaving them behind could lead to dire consequences. Alternatively, he could scavenge for corpses. 16 formidable beings had perished, and it seemed the shield of the half-mountain had been abandoned nearby. The shield could serve to nourish his small sword, and the mysterious energies of the 16 fallen could enhance his own strength. Should the sword absorb the shield, it would be sufficiently empowered. However, this endeavor would require time. How long would it take for the four great demons to deal with their adversaries before they returned? Contemplating this, although he had yet to solidify his decision, Li Hao resolved to first locate that small shield. The shield had been lost during the attack on Half Mountain. Now, the three powerful figures from the three major organizations could only rely on Feng Ling for protection. Securing the shield was paramount, with ample energy for the sword. Li Hao would feel considerably more assured. Otherwise, with merely 8 energy stones remaining, his confidence would wane. In an instant, Li Hao sprang to his feet. He swiftly moved towards the previously observed location, summoning the divine weapon. He had been attentive to the situation, while the others were too preoccupied to notice. Now, he had ample time. In the distance, a blade of light illuminated the sky, evidently a technique employed by Yitang. This individual was indeed formidable, though regrettably confronted by 4 mighty demons. It appeared that Nan Quan had joined forces with him, bringing along another exceptionally powerful demon, prompting Li Hao to ponder whether Yitang and Ho Xiaoqing's group were stronger. If Ho Xiaoqing and his companions arrived, could they face one of the great demons in single combat? The great serpent should pose little difficulty, yet Li Hao remained uncertain about the other 3. Though his mind was preoccupied, Li Hao did not delay in his search for the small shield. Moments later, he spotted a diminutive shield that had fallen to the ground nearby, its size slightly larger than a plate, now dimmed and resting on the earth. He swiftly approached. and the small shield seemed almost alive. At that moment, a feeble shadow emerged from the shield, as if attempting to flee. Such is the uniqueness of the Source Divine weapons. As long as the weapon's spirit remains, the Source Divine weapon possesses the ability for autonomous action. Li Hao's gaze flickered. There are 4 tiers of Source Divine weapons: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Shadow Snake sword he had severed from Zhang Ting was said to be merely a yellow-tier Source Divine weapon, the lowest rank. This small shield must surely be of greater strength. Ban Shan, the leader of Feitian under the Silver Moon, would surely classify this small shield as at least Profound tier, if not higher. With a swift motion, he grasped the small shield in one hand. The shadow within seemed to resist, but the severely damaged shield lacked the strength to fight back. In an instant, the shadow was torn apart by Li Hao's grip, dissipating into the air. He understood that the weapon's spirit had not perished, but simply faded due to insufficient energy. Without the support of its master, unless it could absorb divine energy stones, these Source Divine weapons, despite their sturdy material, possessed no remarkable qualities, and certain special abilities would remain dormant. For instance, the shield's defensive capabilities could only be activated if there were sufficient energy, allowing the weapon's spirit to endow the shield with formidable protection. As the shadow vanished, Li Hao held the small shield in his hand. It felt icy and was surprisingly light. He drew the starry sword, knowing that Source Divine weapons are difficult to destroy. Even if the shield had lost its defensive capabilities, it would be challenging for the Golden Eagle to break it. However, Li Hao recognized that against the starry sword, even the strongest shield would prove futile. The Fire Phoenix spear was rumored to be a heavenly tier Source Divine weapon, and the small sword, too, inspired profound fear. At this moment, Li Hao contemplated whether the weapon's spirit, once subdued, could allow the small sword to absorb enough energy to enhance itself and restore substantial sword energy. After some reflection, Li Hao smiled. The essence of the shield's spirit had always existed. Its disappearance did not significantly impact anything. Ban Shan and his companions merely awakened it through divine energy stones and their inherent energy. He had no intention of keeping this Source Divine weapon. Quality prevails over quantity. No Source Divine weapon could compare to the small sword. A glimmer shone in Li Hao's eyes as he brandished the short sword and struck down upon the shield. At that moment, a tiny turtle-shaped weapon's spirit manifested upon the shield. Upon seeing the small sword descending, it seemed to awaken slightly, instinctively trying to flee. The primal fear etched into its heart remained. Even though these weapon spirits had long lost their memories, they could not escape the overwhelming dread at that moment. The shield quivered. In an instant, the short sword fell, and with a sharp crack, the shield was cleaved in two, its once formidable defenses utterly failing to manifest, resulting in a small hole being carved out. Yet, this singular breach was more than sufficient. The small sword appeared to penetrate the defensive layer, erupting with a fierce ability to consume, as the weapon's spirit struggled but was swiftly drawn into the small sword. Moments later, a powerful surge of sword energy erupted forth. Little Sword appeared to be far more captivated by the Source Divine weapon than by the divine energy stone. Not only did it unleash a torrent of sword energy, but its blade also elongated slightly, as if gradually being unsealed. The originally diminutive Little Sword seemed to stretch further in this moment, and it was likely that this new shield was even more formidable, allowing Li Hao to distinctly perceive the overwhelming density of sword energy within the blade. This was perhaps the first time since acquiring the Little Sword that he felt such rich sword energy. A glimmer of joy flickered in Li Hao's eyes. Indeed, the shield was of remarkable caliber. At the very moment Li Hao shattered the little shield, the 3 collaborating powerhouses were frantically fleeing. Behind them, the Golden Eagle and the Great Serpent pursued swiftly, with the Golden Eagle attempting to seize the wind bell several times, each effort resulting in failure, igniting its fury. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, one of the trio, Half Mountain, exhibited a look of terror. In the next instant, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. Moreover, his spirit seemed to wane significantly, causing a tumult within the mysterious energy as a thunderous impact reverberated through his body, suggesting a loss of control. Such a moment of chaos was unfathomable disaster. The Golden Eagle, a true apex predator, seized the opportunity in an instant, striking with a claw. Boom. The defenses surrounding the wind bell were shattered, and the injured Half Mountain was caught off guard, half of his body obliterated in an instant. A glint of unwillingness and fury flashed in Half Mountain's eyes. Why? The three of them were not entirely without hope of escape. As long as the wind bell could endure, they had a chance to survive upon exiting the Tsongshan. But why had the connection to the source divine weapon been severed? As the master of the source divine weapon, he had infused some of his mental energy into it while refining it, which allowed for effective control. Yet, a backlash from the source divine weapon was nearly unheard of unless the weapon itself was shattered. In this era, how many could shatter a source divine weapon? Even the Golden Eagle found it challenging. Yet his shield was broken. Half Mountain was engulfed in terror, anger, despair, and a modicum of confusion. Who could have done this? Was there an even more powerful beast lurking within the mountain? Had it discovered his little shield and thus shattered it? If that were the case, there would be nothing more to say. He understood in his heart, but the Wheel King and Tsunami were perplexed. At that moment, Tsunami screamed in madness and rage, wondering what Half Mountain was doing. The two of them frantically summoned mysterious energy, hoping to mend the breach and continue their defense. However, with Half Mountain incapacitated, nearly at death's door, there was no strength left to maintain the defense, and the protective barrier around the wind bell began to weaken. A glimmer of despair also surfaced in the Wheel King's eyes. In the next moment, gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he suddenly kicked Tsunami, who was on the verge of exploding, out of the protective area. Yes, in that moment, he had chosen self-preservation. As Tsunami was expelled from the wind bell, she was left bewildered. She looked at the Wheel King in disbelief, but he had already fled alone, rapidly escaping with the wind bell, leaving Tsunami to momentarily impede the pursuers and discarding the dying Half Mountain as well. In the face of imminent demise, even the Golden Eagle and the Great Serpent would require a moment's respite to extinguish the two luminaries. Had it not been for the unforeseen calamity at the mountainside, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures. Yet, at this critical juncture, even the faintest glimmer of hope for survival compelled him to cling to life. His escape was not directed outward from the mountains. Beyond the Tsongshan range lay a vast expanse yet to traverse. At this moment, the rotating king turned towards Yitang and his companions, placing his hopes upon the two formidable warriors, believing that amidst the chaos, they could disrupt the advancing beasts and afford him a chance to flee. Meanwhile, Banshan and Hai Chao found themselves in stark contrast, one on the brink of death, the other consumed by anger and defiance. With a furious roar, Hai Chao unleashed his watery might to thwart the Golden Eagle's colossal talons. His voice laced with resentment. Rotating King, have you forgotten the pact between the three great organizations? Do you dare betray us at this moment? The fleeing Rotating King momentarily recalled these words, but they quickly faded from his mind. Faced with death, concerns of treaties became trivial. Indeed, the three organizations had established certain agreements, primarily among the higher echelons. When faced with danger or adversaries external to their ranks, unity was paramount. However, this could not quell his instinct for survival. Without a backward glance, the Rotating King fled in a frenzy. Then came a chilling scream from behind. The Golden Eagle had brutally torn Hai Chao asunder. In the next instant, the enormous claw hurled Hai Chao back, and though she clung to life, despair enveloped her further. For the Golden Eagle had cast her into the path of the slower Great Serpent, seeking vengeance for the injury inflicted upon its progeny. The serpent's colossal, indifferent gaze bore down upon Hai Chao, and in the next moment, its tail, as immense as a towering pillar, descended upon her. The ground erupted with a thunderous crash, creating a deep chasm, and within it, Hai Chao vanished, leaving only the remnants of splattered water and shattered flesh. Meanwhile, Banshan regarded the fleeing Rotating King from a distance. Devoid of hatred, merely tinged with mockery. Did you truly believe you could escape? There is no hope for you. He gazed at the immense claws of the Golden Eagle with a tinge of regret, lamenting all that remained unaccomplished, the multitude of secrets locked within his heart. Yet, life is fraught with surprises, and superpowers are inherently perilous. Who could have anticipated that the pursuit of a single Li Hao would culminate in the demise of two luminaries and 17 Sanyang? The three organizations would suffer grievously this time, with losses rivaling those incurred over years of conflict in the central regions. As for the Central Front, the battles raged with ferocity. In this realm of Silver Moon, figures like Ho Xiaoqing had not even engaged. They had unwittingly orchestrated their own downfall. How laughable. A glimmer of derision flickered in Banshan's eyes. Whether aimed at himself, the Rotating King, or the collective, it was uncertain. At this juncture, fear had dissipated entirely. In the next moment, The enormous claw pierced through him completely. In his final moments, devoid of brilliance, Ban Shan pondered the depths of the hidden intentions harbored by Hong Yitang and his companions. The leader of the Flying Clan seemed to share a similar enigma. The leaders of the three great organizations seemed to be rather elusive, each hiding deeply. The same can be said for Ho Xiaochan and his companions. But why is this so? If they aspire to dominate the world and seize the dynasty, why conceal their intentions? Bang! A corpse thudded heavily to the ground. The golden eagle retracted its claws, casting not a glance back, and in the next moment, soared high into the sky, heading towards Hong Yitang and his companions. The giant serpent, having crushed the tsunami, swiftly swam in the same direction. At this moment, Hong Yitang was also panting heavily. Opposite him, the fierce tiger bore numerous wounds. While the giant ape remained vigilant, its back turned to Hong Yitang, bloodied yet resolutely holding on. It was merely a follow-up. Who could have anticipated such misfortune? Watching as Ban Shan and the tsunami were swiftly eliminated, Hong Yitang felt utterly speechless. What was going on? These individuals appeared so frail, and yet they were dispatched with such haste. With a sigh, Hong Yitang turned to the fierce tiger, expressing some helplessness. Must we truly escalate matters to this extent? You and Yuan Shua should be well acquainted. Roaring with fury, the fierce tiger let out a growl. Hong Yitang smiled slightly. You ought to understand that the Silver Moon Martial Master was once the mightiest being on this land. Today, your combined strength is indeed formidable. But should you push me to my limits, the outcome will not bode well for you. At that moment, the Wheel King charged forward, disregarding the fierce tiger and the giant ape, landing with a thud. The wind chimes swayed as the Wheel King bellowed, earth-shattering sword. My wind chimes are invulnerable in defense and elite in attack. Even a first-rate martial artist can wield the source divine weapon. With your strength, together we can uphold our defense, and even they shall not break through. The source divine weapon is not exclusive to the superpowered. In ancient civilizations, martial artists were perhaps the rightful wielders, naturally capable of utilizing such divine weapons. At this moment, the Wheel King, undeterred by danger, rushed in, fearing that Hong Yitang might refuse, and hastily declared, "If I survive this encounter, I will reveal all the secrets of the three great organizations, secrets that only we know. As one of the 10 Hall's leaders, I possess an abundance of knowledge." Hong Yitang chuckled. This fellow possesses quite the audacity. In an instant, the golden eagle and giant serpent rushed over. Cold sweat dripped down Nan Quan's face as he cast a glance at the Wheel King, cursing under his breath, "Useless. This is troublesome." Yet, he too was unable to contend with the giant ape, and, upon seeking out Hong Yitang, was met with similar disdain. The four great demonic beasts gathered in one place, surrounding the Wheel King and his companions. The fierce tiger refrained from further attacking, merely observing Hong Yitang coldly, having not even attempted to impede the Wheel King's entry. The reason was clear. Hong Yitang had locked onto it. To obstruct the Wheel King might invite a fearsome strike. Hong Yitang exhaled, looking at the Wheel King with a hint of a smile. "This wind chime is impressive. No wonder you are one of the 10 Hall's leaders. It must be at least a ground-tier source divine weapon. Yama is indeed generous." The Wheel King was elated, about to speak, when suddenly darkness enveloped his vision, and a flash of sword light descended in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Wheel King was cleaved asunder. With a swift strike, Hong Yitang vanquished his opponent, reaching out to seize the wind chime that fell into his grasp. He chuckled softly, "A splendid treasure indeed. By the way, did the red shadow of the tsunami fail to claim your life?" He cast a glance at the golden eagle and the great serpent, acknowledging that the blood godchild of the rising sun was quite a commendable supplement. Behind him, Nan Quan communicated telepathically, "Brother Hong, why resort to killing him? If you eliminate him, the source divine weapon will fall into silence. With him present, at least we have a better chance." Hong Yitang, disinterested, surveyed the formidable beasts encircling him and grinned. "I truly wish to avoid turning against you all. My purpose in entering Tsangshan was not to stir trouble. I merely seek my daughter. My strength is considerable, yet I face some minor issues. My internal organs cannot withstand excessive outbursts and are prone to fracturing. I am not alone. Many others share this predicament. Thus, to outsiders, we appear as treacherous individuals, concealing our true abilities. In reality, we are merely compelled by circumstances. Our overwhelming strength invites constant turmoil. Engaging in conflict becomes a perilous cycle that may ultimately lead to our demise." As he spoke, A sudden strain revealed itself within his internal organs, and an overwhelming sword intent began to permeate the area within 100 meters. His smile gradually faded. Yet you seem to be pushing your luck, forcing me into a corner. If it comes to that, I shall not hesitate to unleash my full power. If my organs shatter, so be it. I am eager to ascertain whether I can eliminate the four of you. Boom. The sword intent surged forth, causing the four great beasts to shift uneasily. A glimmer of alarm flashed in the eyes of the giant ape. The fierce tiger took a cautious step back, while the serpent flicked its tongue, and the golden eagle ascended into the air. Behind him, Nanquan's face mirrored his shock as he exclaimed, "Have you truly reached that point?" Hong Yitang coughed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he bore a hint of a smile. "What do you mean by that point? Do you even comprehend which step that entails? You, a mere being of the rising sun tier, should keep silent." With that, he turned his attention back to the four beasts and remarked, "Cough, cough, cough. Do not press me further, otherwise I shall let you experience the might of the earth-shattering sword. Yuan Shua challenged me back in the day, and I could hardly be bothered. Yet you four, who were subdued by him and left half dead, now dare to flaunt your strength before me." At that moment, a peculiar wave emanated from the golden eagle in the sky. "I did not anticipate your formidable nature. Spare this vigorous individual, and you may depart." Upon hearing this, Nanquan inwardly cursed. Are they truly bullying us? The next instant, gritting his teeth, he suddenly struck his own heart with a punch, resulting in a thunderous sound, as if something within had shattered, unleashing a torrent of blood energy. Nanquan bellowed furiously, "Damn your ancestors. Just do it. If I do not slay at least one today, I shall feel remorse. Scoundrels, you bastards. My latent potential is unleashed. Let's go." He raged vehemently, as his blood surged tumultuously, flames erupting from his body, and it seemed as though the lock on his heart had been shattered. The southern fist, filled with uncontainable fury, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. His demeanor exceptionally savage as he fixated on the golden eagle soaring above, infused with a hint of madness. "You avian creature, you will not let me go unscathed. Let us join forces to annihilate these few beasts. There seems to be treasure hidden within that valley. Perhaps it could salvage our losses." At this moment, both warriors had suffered grievously. Despite their burgeoning strength, it came at an exorbitant cost, even sacrificing some of their future prospects. How could the southern fist not be enraged? Meanwhile, Hong Yitang, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Indeed, you have managed to unleash your true potential." The southern fist retorted vehemently, "Do you think that all these years it was just you who grew stronger? Damn it. Are we going to finish off these four brutes, drink their blood, devour their flesh, and then retrieve some treasures from the valley to perhaps regain what we've lost?" Hong Yitang chuckled. "Hiong, your temperament is quite something." With that, in the next moment, he unleashed his sword with a mighty swing, bellowing, "Strike." Having reached this critical juncture, he unsealed his vital organs, while the southern fist shattered his superpower lock. The losses had been too severe. At this moment, if they did not engage in a fierce battle, he would not be satisfied. Boom. With a single sword strike, the earth was torn asunder, a fissure stretching hundreds of meters instantly unfurling. The ferocious tiger recoiled, and the colossal serpent attempted to retreat, yet was struck by the sword's brilliance. The once mighty scales of the snake were rendered as fragile as paper. Torn apart in an instant, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. The southern fist also let out a roar, disregarding the giant ape, propelling himself into the sky. With a powerful punch, he surged toward the golden eagle, which might very well be the leader among the four formidable beasts. Just moments ago, it was the one attempting to capture him. "You wish to keep me here? Then I shall first take you down." Boom. The collision between his fist and the enormous talons produced a thunderous sound, erupting in flashes of fire as the golden eagle was thrust into the heavens. Its once indomitable claws now marred with streaks of blood. The southern fist, his fists drenched in blood, unclear whether it was his own or the eagle's, landed and immediately aimed a punch at the giant ape. The earth trembled with a roar far mightier than before. "Is the earth-shattering sword still calling me weak?" The southern fist bellowed, furiously assaulting the giant ape while shouting. Hong Yitang, sweeping his sword in all directions, retorted with a cold smirk. "Relying on the destruction of the superpower lock to unleash your strength is still akin to being a mere waste. Be it the celestial sword or the dominator blade. Who has shattered the superpower lock is not stronger than you. Curse it." Boom. At this moment, the four formidable beasts found themselves in a predicament. As the two warriors unleashed their powers, they sensed something amiss, and a desire for a ceasefire began to stir within them. Initially, they had felt confident in overpowering the two, which prompted their assault. Yet now, it was not that they wished to spare the two warriors. Rather, both were so severely depleted that any attempt to recover treasures to compensate for their losses only fueled the warriors' unwillingness to back down. With the southern fist strength surging, the giant ape that had previously dominated him was now being overwhelmed. Yitang, even more terrifying, with just a few strikes of his sword, severed the serpent's tail and sent it crashing into the ground as if a mountain had descended upon it, suppressing the beast. His long sword twisted and turned, ensnaring both the golden eagle and the ferocious tiger in an instant. At this moment, both warriors exhibited an unbelievable ferocity. Yet the southern fist could only contend with one beast, while the truly astonishing feat was achieved by Yitang, who faced three alone. However, the blood at the corners of their mouths continued to flow, and even amidst the battle, the sound of coughing was incessant. Nanquan fared slightly better, but the flames surrounding him grew increasingly intense. In the depths of their eyes, there was no hint of joy, only resignation. It was over. This time, even if they emerged victorious, it would still be the end. Years of accumulation and preparation had been utterly obliterated by these formidable demons. In the distance, Li Hao was collecting the corpses of the three Yangs when he suddenly froze, his gaze drawn to the far horizon. In the next moment, he leapt into the air, utterly bewildered. Nanquan's earth-shaking sword? Hadn't he just been pursued relentlessly? How could this be possible? At that moment, both warriors were incredibly formidable. Yet after observing for a while, Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. Originally, there had been no aura surrounding them, but at this instant, a crimson glow suddenly emanated from Nanquan. Nanquan's roar echoed across the heavens. Damn it! If I become a fire element superhuman, I will slay you all, you bastards! He shouted in a frenzy. Li Hao's face changed. Had the interruption of the heart's superpower unleashed their latent potential? In that moment, he immediately grasped this possibility. Yitang seemed to be slightly better, yet the previously vanished aura re-emerged, now resplendent and vibrant, unlike before. What state were these individuals truly in? Did breaking the superpower locks of their organs induce some extraordinary transformations? With a thunderous crash, Li Hao witnessed a fierce tiger being propelled into the sky. In the next moment, a flash of sword light pierced the heavens, sending a golden eagle soaring through the air. And Yitang's cold voice resonated. You insisted on turning hostile after passing through. Do you truly believe that Songshan Demon Clan is invincible? With a low growl, the sky seemed to buckle. The heavens themselves turned upside down. Indeed, at that moment, the very fabric of the sky appeared to invert. The earth seemingly swapped with the heavens, as the golden eagle, once soaring above, suddenly plummeted to the ground. The fierce tiger, running on the ground, suddenly found itself suspended in midair. Roars echoed as the six powerful beings erupted in a ferocious battle. A colossal serpent, having just emerged from the earth, was sent flying by Nanquan's punch, crashing heavily back to the ground. As the battle grew increasingly frenzied, Li Hao's understanding sharpened. He could even sense the wrath and unwillingness of the two formidable warriors. It was a feeling of unexpressed resentment, a desire to unleash their fury. As though the four great demon beasts could only defend themselves, leaving the fighters increasingly enraged and desperate. With a resounding thud, a sword struck the ground, piercing the wing of the golden eagle, which retaliated with a slash that left the tiger's paw stained with blood, even severing some of its sharp claws. Li Hao watched, entranced, even inching closer. In that moment, he vaguely comprehended the unfolding events. His gaze flickered, and in the next instant, he hesitated. He was uncertain whether he should reveal himself or disclose any secrets. Both Yitang and Nanquan seemed quite capable, yet Nanquan hailed from royalty, while Yitang had always concealed his depths. However, witnessing the growing despair in these two individuals, an anguish not rooted in death, but in the obliteration of their future, was a sentiment he had experienced before. Teacher, indeed. He recalled when his mentor informed him of his heart's damage and the futility of his struggle. He displayed a calm facade, yet his tone and gaze betrayed his despair. Yitang had previously guided Li Hao, while Nanquan had also shared various insights. Martial masters. In the land of Silver Moon, martial masters have always dominated the world. At this moment, Li Hao stepped forward, bellowing, Masters, let us act swiftly. I have a method to re-establish the superpower lock. With this proclamation, the next instant, a sword cleaved through the heavens. Hong Yitang's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. Li Hao, re-establish the superpower lock. Nan Quan's eyes gleamed with excitement. In that instant, he conceived an idea, and the next moment, he sent the giant ape flying with a single punch, roaring, "What do you require?" "Countless divine energy stones, source divine weapons." "Very well." Boom. Nan Quan was utterly frenzied, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches that filled the cosmos with the power of his fists. Hong Yitang, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Surrender 1,000 divine energy stones and cease fighting, or you shall perish." In that moment, he had forced the four great monsters to halt their assault and relinquish 1,000 divine energy stones. The four beasts, now grim and bloodied, the giant serpent soaked in its own blood, the fierce tiger with shattered claws, the golden eagle with pierced wings, and the giant ape, fierce-eyed yet repeatedly suppressed by Nan Quan's fists, were left with no choice. With Li Hao's words, the two formidable warriors appeared to glimpse hope. Would Li Hao deceive them? Probably not. At this moment, there was no need for such deception. They were consumed by urgency, desperate to recover their losses. Otherwise, even if they vanquished the four great beasts, it would be for naught. Hong Yitang's sword intent intensified, cold and severe. "Hurry, if you do not make a decision soon. Once I fully unleash my internal organs, you shall surely perish, and perhaps I shall accompany you in death." Nan Quan struck his own chest, coughing violently, and roared, "Do not compel me to break the second superpower lock. Quickly." The four great beasts exhibited expressions of dread. These martial masters could still grow stronger. Why was this the case? Would they perish together? The next moment, the golden eagle emitted a peculiar wave. "There are not that many divine energy stones, whatever amount exists. We shall see. Hide one, and you shall regret it." Hong Yitang shouted, "Even if there were not enough, this time, with so many casualties, perhaps the source divine weapons would suffice?" He turned to the airborne Li Hao and inquired loudly, "Do you require the blood of beasts?" The four great beasts now bore solemn expressions. Having reached this juncture in battle, they understood that these two seemed to have ignited their latent potential. Should they fail to compensate, they might indeed engage in a desperate struggle to the end. Li Hao called out, "Not for now, but if there are treasures within the valley, that may prove advantageous." Having come this far, they would naturally take whatever they could gather. The golden eagle and the other colossal beasts gazed coldly toward Li Hao in the distance. Hong Yitang's eyes flickered momentarily. "Splitting our losses evenly will suffice. This time, you brought it upon yourselves. If you can compensate for our losses, we shall refrain from troubling you further." A cold glint flashed in the golden eagle's gaze. After a brief pause, witnessing the two individuals' escalating and uncontrollable energy, he made a decision. "Very well." Hong Yitang uttered not a word as he swiftly took flight. In the blink of an eye, he conjured forth some flesh and 2 storage rings, remnants of the fallen warriors of the dawn. He had not forgotten the potential presence of divine energy stones among them. Nan Quan followed closely, hastening towards Li Hao, his heart a tumult of excitement and trepidation. The fiery energy within him was nearing an uncontrollable crescendo. Should it escalate further, he would transcend into a superpower. Chapter 141. A Step to Heaven. A Step to Hell, seeking subscription. With the eruption of the 2 Silver Moon warriors, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The formidable martial artists reaffirmed a singular truth. On this vast land, they are the true sovereigns. Yet, martial artists seem to harbor certain flaws and limitations. Perhaps it is due to the absence of a path that these trailblazers encounter various challenges. They find themselves shackled by their own power, hesitant to unleash their full potential. In ordinary circumstances, they either remain low-key and dormant or project weakness. It is not that they lack the desire to fight with fervor, rather, they are constrained from doing so. To unleash their strength would mean the potential ruin of years of arduous training. At this moment, Nan Quan and the earth-shattering sword rushed towards Li Hao. They feared neither the escape of the 4 demonic beasts nor the prospect of waiting for their superpower locks to shatter completely. At that juncture, even if their futures were obliterated, their combat prowess would surge, and perhaps the 4 beasts would meet a swifter demise. Currently, the 4 demonic beasts comprehended that subduing these 2 was the most effective strategy. They refrained from pushing the 2 to unleash their full power. Otherwise, mutual destruction was inevitable. They even hoped that the seemingly weak martial artist in the distance might assist in restraining the burgeoning strength of the two. Otherwise, conflict was unavoidable. Nan Quan was more anxious than the earth-shattering sword. While Hong Yitang had merely suffered severe internal injuries, Nan Quan was on the verge of becoming a superpower. This was not the outcome he desired, thus propelling him to move even faster than Hong Yitang. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before Li Hao. The intensity of his fiery energy had reached its zenith, and he sensed he was on the cusp of transformation into a superpower. Nan Quan shouted, "What can be done? Is there a solution? If not, I swear I will annihilate those 4 beasts." He was on the brink of losing his composure. For so many years, he had traversed this arduous path, striving to enhance his vitality and strength, sacrificing immeasurable effort, known only to themselves. The path was fraught with thorns, and they had fought through countless near-death experiences. Ahead lay a dead end. That despair compelled them to seek a resolution to their martial journey. Now, he was on the verge of transcending into a superpower. Blood covered Nan Quan's body, his eyes alight with longing and urgency. Could the nearly severed superpower lock truly be restored? As for the blood god seed, a mere fragment of dawn-level energy, it was of little use for the restoration of his superpower lock. At that moment, Li Hao too felt a wave of heat approaching, a manifestation of the explosive power of fire energy. He could even feel the heart of Nan Quan shattering. If he were to switch to superpowers, success was not guaranteed. There was a possibility that the heart could not bear the strain and might explode. He understood that the internal organs of these individuals were not particularly resilient. Both Nan Quan and Hong Yitang were somewhat intimidating in their demeanor, but if this continued, they might unleash even greater strength, or worse, completely rupture their internal organs and perish. It was a gamble with a 50-50 chance. However, facing 4 formidable demons, the risk of death loomed large. Li Hao remained silent as he swiftly activated the 5-animal breathing technique. A surge of sword energy coursed into his body and then transmitted to Nan Quan, overwhelming him with a formidable force that nearly made Li Hao cough up blood. The sheer vigor of this blood energy left Li Hao astounded. Was this the power required to vanquish top-tier demons? 3 instances of blood exchange? Nonsense. He suspected that Nan Quan had perhaps undergone over 10 exchanges. What a terrifying individual. Uncle He, quickly absorb this energy into your heart. Has the superpower lock completely severed? Not yet, Nan Quan replied, not elaborating further as he hastily drew in the energy. Uncertain of its nature, he decided to absorb it regardless. The sword energy surged into his body, and in the next moment, Nan Chuan's eyes lit up, only to dim again swiftly. It was like a drop in the bucket. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. He had contributed a significant amount. Having just absorbed a source divine weapon, the sword energy was at its most potent. His input was far from meager. Yet, Nan Quan had the audacity to claim it was merely a drop in the bucket. Without uttering a word, Li Hao drew forth more sword energy, which once again flowed into Nan Chuan's body. Nan Quan absorbed it frantically, compressing it all into his heart. He required no guidance from Li Hao, fully aware of how to fortify the superpower lock. However, moments later, flames erupted from his body, and Nan Quan, drenched in sweat, exclaimed in desperation, "It's still too little." Li Hao stood in shock. Too little? He had exerted every effort to input a substantial amount of sword energy into Nan Quan. He had been more generous than his own teacher, which could only imply that Nan Chuan's superpower lock was extraordinarily robust. Without further comment, Li Hao retrieved 8 divine energy stones from his storage ring. He proceeded to extract one after another, rummaging through each storage ring to unearth the divine energy stones. As he searched, he continued to channel energy into Nan Quan. The energy from a source divine weapon was indeed considerable. A massive influx of sword energy entered Nan Chuan's body, gradually tempering his fiery temperament. Though sparks still flickered, the situation was no longer worsening. Li Hao did not blink as he realized that the 16 Triong had provided him with an abundance of divine energy stones, at least over 100. The most he had ever seen at once. In an instant, he shattered all the divine energy stones. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped in a surge of divine energy. Nan Chuan's expression shifted. Even for him, such a quantity of divine energy stones was substantial. At that moment, Li Hao's emotions were complex, yet he said nothing. Moments later, Hong Yitang arrived, continuously coughing up blood, but he did not rush to interrupt Nan Quan. Nan Chuan's condition was graver than his. While he was merely internally injured, Nanquan was on the verge of transforming into a superpower. So it was only natural to allow Nanquan to proceed first. He swiftly rummaged through the storage rings. 2 belonging to the luminary and 1 to a peak powerhouse of the Sanyang, all containing a considerable amount of divine energy stones. Particularly, the Ringmaster and Half Mountain were affluent figures, whereas the Tsunami was rather impoverished. The Ringmaster and Half Mountain were leaders in their realms, and at this moment, Hong Yitang remarkably unearthed nearly 200 divine energy stones, while Tsunami barely had around 30. What a miser! Luminary, how could you be so destitute? Hong Yitang tossed the divine energy stones onto the ground, carelessly discarding the wind chime alongside them. He did not linger, but instantaneously dashed toward the distant broken mountain. Roar! The 4 great beasts followed closely behind, descending one after another. Hong Yitang coughed incessantly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, brandishing a black longsword as he gazed at the monstrous creatures, all the divine energy stones. Furthermore, I demand half of that lotus flower in this valley. At this moment, he beheld the golden lotus, transformed from azure to gold. A smile flickered upon his lips. I already mentioned it. Passing through. Yet you insisted on a confrontation. Now, as we both suffer, you shall relinquish half of your divine energy stones and this lotus flower. If we cannot halt this deterioration, then the consequences, cough cough, you are well aware of. The 4 great beasts felt quite aggrieved. Having reached this stage, all parties had suffered significant losses, with no benefit to anyone involved. Had they known of the opponent's formidable prowess, they would not have insisted on their demise. In this moment, they recalled a certain individual from years past. Were the martial masters of the Silver Moon truly this terrifying? The Golden Eagle's spiritual resonance echoed. We can offer you divine energy stones. Should they suffice to restore your seals, then? It hesitated, pondering if they might forego the golden lotus, which was of utmost importance. Hong Yitang chuckled softly, remaining silent as he regarded the 4 great beasts. The tiger's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, while the giant ape cast a glance at the distant southern fist, also brimming with eagerness. Hong Yitang chuckled lightly, choosing to say nothing further, directing his sword towards the golden eagle. Now, immediately. Do not presume that prolonging this will benefit you. Should this commotion continue, perhaps unexpected surprises await you. Countless creatures dwell in the Tsang Mountain. How many dare to tread upon the lands of Silver Moon? Shall we test it today? Upon hearing this, a glint of brilliance flashed in the golden eagle's enormous eyes. And without further ado, it soared down. One claw grasped the already blossomed golden lotus. With 8 petals, there were only 6 golden lotus seeds. The golden eagle ascended, 4 petals flying toward him, along with 3 golden lotus seeds, the fluctuations rising again. This is not a treasure for enhancing vitality. It may prove useless to you. Should it be of no use, we hope to exchange it for other treasures in the future. The golden eagle deemed this item unnecessary, a waste. This was not a treasure for augmenting vitality or physical prowess. It was the heavenly golden lotus, a special category of treasure specifically targeting the mind and intellect. An artifact for enlightenment. Cough cough. Hong Yitang chuckled, scrutinizing the treasure in his hand, and remarked with a light smile. How could it be without use? Do you take me for the southern fist, a simpleton? This is precisely what can enhance spiritual insight. It is recorded in ancient texts. The golden lotus petals are indeed notable, yet I have not heard much about these seeds. Could this be the one? The 8-petal bloom, as ancient texts recount, exists within a uniquely extraordinary ocean. He cast a glance at the small lake below and smiled, remarking, "This lake is indeed exceptional. Under normal circumstances, such a treasure ought not to flourish here. However, it is of no concern to me. Thus, let us conclude today's battle." The golden eagle and several other formidable entities remained silent. As Hong Yitang soared away, the fierce tiger suddenly resonated with mental energy, inquiring, "Is that demon still alive?" "Of course," Hong Yitang replied with a smile. "Though confined for decades and somewhat lagging behind, I firmly believe that individual will soon soar to great heights. Despite their arrogance, one cannot deny their extraordinary talent. You may encounter them shortly." The great beasts exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Still alive. Among the 36, that individual was once the strongest. Now, one of the 7 wastes swords he mentioned, and one of the northern and southern broken fists have revealed their tremendous might, terrifying indeed. And what of that demon? The swordsman asked. That individual may have fallen behind, but even those who lag will eventually catch up. Furthermore, of the 36 silver moon powerhouses from back then, we have only witnessed 2, both exhibiting such formidable prowess. How many more such strong beings remain in the realm of Silver Moon? Are you the strongest among the 36? The Golden Eagle unexpectedly queried. Hong Yitang chuckled. I cannot say. You are welcome to test your mettle against me. I only know that the Heavenly Sword and the Dominant Blade are quite formidable, while the Southern Fist likely pales in comparison to them. As for the Northern Fist, its whereabouts are unknown, though the Golden Spear should not surpass my other skills. You may inquire one by one. Silence enveloped them. The Heavenly Sword, the Dominant Blade. At that moment, even the great beasts fell into a contemplative hush. Was it not said that the martial artists of Silver Moon had fallen into complete silence? Is this their version of tranquility? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, there is one who is undoubtedly powerful. Ing Hongyue, the master of the water-infused radiance. Hong Yitang suddenly laughed. You may seek him out. I suspect he has been preparing tirelessly. At present, he could likely strike each of you down with a single blow. The 4 great beasts fell silent once more. Ing Hongyue, that individual is exceedingly strong, yet perhaps merely biding their time. Presently, they may be akin to myself, but I am certain they possess something I lack. Hong Yitang chuckled softly and drifted away. Among the 36 heroes, the mightiest may very well be Ing Hongyue. The blood god, unencumbered by deficiencies, may have long since rectified certain shortcomings. In the distance, Li Hao continuously harnessed sword energy, and the flames enveloping the Southern Fist gradually waned. Yet, more was needed. He persisted in allowing the sword energy to envelop him. After a while, he withdrew his hand. The Southern Fist, anxious, asked, Is that all? Yes, Li Hao nodded. Uncle He's superpower lock can likely contain it now. Uncle Hong's internal organs are nearly shattered. We should prioritize healing him. The Southern Fist hesitated, wanting to speak, but pausing. He could control the superpower lock, yet it felt fragile. He wished to absorb a bit more. However, upon seeing Hong Yitang's return, he chose silence. Perhaps it was best to refrain from seeking more, lest he provoke a fatal strike from the latter. At this moment, he found himself somewhat content, yet still enveloped in confusion and astonishment. What indeed was this extraordinary energy possessed by Li Hao? The fact that it could seamlessly merge with the super energy lock and facilitate rapid healing was astonishing. That fellow Yuan Shuo, capable of recovering from injuries and breaking through to the realm of Do Qian, must undeniably be linked to this peculiar energy. As he pondered these thoughts, Hong Yitang returned. Casting a glance at Nan Quan and clearing his throat, inquired, What are you thinking? Nothing, Nan Quan replied, irritation evident in his tone. Are you doubting my integrity? Do you possess integrity? Hong Yitang chuckled. You've become a mere servant to the royal family. Where is your integrity? With a snort, Nan Quan retorted, Enough of that. Are you truly better than me? Of course. At the very least, I have become a servant to the royal family. Humph. That is indeed a fact. Hong Yitang coughed again, shifting his gaze to Li Hao, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. What prompted you to lend us a hand? Wouldn't it be better for us to engage in a brutal battle with the 4 formidable demons and collect treasures from the numerous corpses? If several powerful warriors could vanquish the 4 demons, we might all perish, and in that case, all the treasures would belong to you. Should such a scenario arise, it could be said that Li Hao would ascend to unparalleled heights. The corpses of 2 immensely powerful martial masters, the remains of 4 exceptionally strong demons, along with a complete golden lotus, source divine weapons, and divine energy stones. Such a prospect was far from improbable. If a confrontation truly erupted, even Hong Yitang might find it beyond his control. Li Hao regarded him thoughtfully and replied, Emotion. Emotion? Both men paused in surprise. What emotion? The emotion of my master. Li Hao stated with a serene expression. One day, my master confided in me that he had lost hope of ever entering the realm of Do Qian, as his heart was severely damaged. Thus, he chose to retire in Silver City, living out his days peacefully. If the situation became dire, he would unleash his final burst of power to vanquish the encroaching Red Moon super beings. Li Hao smiled gently. At that moment, my master exhibited a certain emotion, perhaps despair, or perhaps a sense of unfulfilled potential. Initially, I intended to remain hidden, even to observe the unfolding drama. But when I saw you and Senior Nan Quan displaying that very emotion, I felt compelled to speak up. Hong Yitang fell silent, as did Nan Quan, whose expression shifted in contemplation. Despair? Indeed, it was profound despair. The moment he severed the super energy lock, He felt utterly hopeless, believing his life was at an end. Even as a super powerful being, he could not accept it. Li Hao's words, at that moment, became a lifeline and a guiding light in his life. After a brief pause, Hong Yitang remarked, "Your methods are quite remarkable. The 8 great families are formidable." With a chuckle, he ceased further discussion. Li Hao, too, remained silent, continuing to channel sword energy into Hong Yitang. It was as if Hong Yitang were an insatiable void. No matter how much energy was infused, it vanished without a trace. And he exhibited no signs of fatigue. He absorbed the sword energy instantaneously. On the ground, the divine energy stones shattered one after another. The 4 formidable demons had just delivered a small number of divine energy stones, perhaps only 500 to 600 in total, which was relatively insignificant, especially in light of Hong Yitang's status. Combined with those from the 3 major organizations, the total number of divine energy stones reached nearly 900, continuously fracturing at that moment. Countless energies surged into Hong Yitang's body. When there were about 100 divine energy stones remaining, Hong Yitang rose to his feet. Li Hao glanced at him, and Hong Yitang smiled, stating, "That should suffice. You may keep the remaining divine energy stones." After speaking, he tossed over a storage ring, remarking, "It contains some miscellaneous items belonging to the wheel-turning kings. Additionally, here is a petal and a lotus seed for you, as a token of gratitude. However, be cautious with their usage. Consume them only once you have fused your 5 forces, or else one force may become overwhelmingly powerful, disrupting the balance." Li Hao collected the remaining divine energy stones, totaling over 100. Within the small sword, there remained a considerable amount of sword energy, replenished by absorbing the source energy of the divine weapon. This meant that the two had consumed nearly 800 divine energy stones to mend their injuries, although in reality, they likely did not require such an excessive amount. Both the Southern Fist and the earth-shattering sword had become more fortified than before. As Li Hao stored the divine energy stones, Hong Yitang nodded towards the wind chime, saying, "You should take this as well." Li Hao accepted the wind chime and rose, silently observing the two, his gaze tranquil, one hand resting behind his back, lost in thought. Southern Fist glanced at Hong Yitang, who chuckled, exhaling, "You follow your own path. Go on as you wish. Southern Fist and I will train here for a day and chat with our 4 demon brothers." Southern Fist smirked, but remained silent. Li Hao cast a glance at the two before quietly departing. Watching him leave, Hong Yitang added, "Don't forget about the corpses. The mysterious energy can still be gathered. It may not be of great use to us, but you will find it beneficial." Despite the significant loss, the demise of 2 dawn lights and 17 sun yangs had yielded an immense quantity of mysterious energy. Sun Yang experts could provide at least 1,000 units of mysterious energy, while the dawn lights, known as the 9 suns, represented an internal mysterious energy at least 3 times that of the Sun Yang. Even the weakest dawn light could extract 4,000 to 5,000 units of mysterious energy, with the more formidable ones capable of extracting over 10,000. A single dawn light, from the Starlight Master to the Dawn Light stage, expends far more mysterious energy than that, often exceeding tenfold. Li Hao remained silent, swiftly traversing to extract some of the mysterious energy, in addition to collecting a substantial number of storage rings. Moments later, he vanished into the void. Only the two remained at the scene, in the distance. For great demons observed from the Broken Mountain Valley, watching to see if the two had managed to suppress their earlier formidable presence. Noticing that the intensity had diminished, the great demons sighed in relief, thankful that the situation was under control. At this moment, Southern Fist suddenly spoke, "Hong, you aren't planning to seek him out once I've departed, are you?" Hong Yitang ignored him. Southern Fist scrutinized him briefly before continuing, "It's that little sword, isn't it?" Hong Yitang remained silent. "You're a swordsman. If you acquire it, perhaps you could become invincible." Hong Yitang chuckled, "Is that so? If I were to give you a pair of gauntlets, could you become invincible?" He looked at him. "Is it merely the weapon that makes one invincible, rather than the individual? In this world, which came first, the weapon or the person? Are not weapons crafted by human hands? Can the ancients forge weapons that the moderns can only wield to dominate the world?" Nanquan remained silent. Hong Yitang gazed into the distance, towards the direction where Li Hao had vanished. "Hey Yong, do you think that at that moment, he was prepared to draw his sword against us? Do you believe he sometimes loses his mind, foolishly daring to rescue us, considering he is a disciple of Yuan Shua?" At that moment, perhaps it was the most perilous juncture in Li Hao's life, surpassing any prior danger. Two top-tier experts stood before him, and he was ready to engage in a duel. Absurdly, just a moment prior, he had been tending to the two of them. The three martial masters were acutely aware of the stakes involved. This was a gamble, a wager on Li Hao's life. Ironically, the one who was betting his life was the one who had walked into the trap. Nan Quan felt a surge of agitation. I have no such intentions. If anyone were to act, it would be you. I'm not as strong as you. If you were to be tempted, you might even turn against me. Hong Yitang cast him a glance. I have no need to. Besides, can we wield the swords of the 8 great families without their bloodline? Now that we know about this, we could potentially bring some divine energy stones and seek his assistance. But if we were to kill the hen for its eggs, would you not weep if you could no longer use them? Nan Xuan's gaze flickered. Hong Yitang chuckled. Thus, I remain untempted, for I possess wisdom. What about you? Perhaps you lack a measure of it. Nan Quan, filled with irritation, retorted, if you dare to continue with your sarcasm, do you believe I would not be able to defeat you with a single punch? He did not believe it himself, and Nan Quan found himself at a loss for words, for he knew he could not truly harm him. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, forget it. I shall not strike you down. Just grant me a petal of a flower and a lotus seed. On what grounds? Hong Yitang laughed. What grounds do you possess? Can you survive alone? I have hope. What right do you have to ask me for anything? Nan Quan, incensed, replied, you want 2 lotus seeds and 3 petals of lotus flowers. Too much. I could eat a bit on your behalf. Is that not acceptable? Unacceptable. Nan Quan was so vexed he nearly spat blood. Fortune had truly eluded him this time. Fortunately, the heart's superpower lock remained intact and had even grown slightly stronger, which could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Hong Yitang continued, when you ran to me before, I did not trouble you. Consider it a favor. Nan Quan grumbled. If I hadn't run to you, would you not have faced misfortune as well? He exhaled, casting a glance at the 4 formidable beasts in the distance, and spoke solemnly. In the Tsongshan Mountains, are these creatures the strongest? We do not know. This is merely one location among the 9 mountains and 18 peaks. Perhaps even stronger foes await further ahead. Is that why Dali was annihilated? Nan Quan frowned. Not necessarily. The martial masters of Dali are incredibly formidable and may not be significantly weaker than the Silver Moon Masters. Those barbarians are still quite powerful. Back in the day, they shed rivers of blood alongside the Silver Moon Masters in the Tsongshan Mountains, and they may still be awaiting their opportunity to invade Silver Moon. Why concern ourselves with that? Hong Yitang laughed. What does it matter to us? I have encountered some individuals from Dali, but we need not pay them any mind. We have our own matters to resolve first. Nan Quan nodded slightly, then turned his gaze back to the direction where Li Hao had departed. If that guy gets into trouble this time, it will be a significant issue. With 3 major organizations pursuing him and so many lives lost, they may not know it now, but they will surely find out soon. Hong Yitang chuckled, casting a glance at the distant formidable beasts. What does it matter to me? Were they not the ones responsible? The 3 major organizations dared not recklessly confront them. The dangers of Tsongshan were known to us, and Yin Hong and the others were certainly aware too. Nan Quan nodded, surprised at how swiftly these creatures had progressed. The royal archives contained some records, but they primarily focused on the powerful figures at the center. Who could have anticipated such malevolence from the periphery? As they conversed, they refrained from mentioning Li Hao again. As for their inner thoughts, perhaps only the 2 of them truly understood. In that final moment, whether they harbored murderous intent was a truth only they could grasp. A martial artist, a formidable martial artist, is defined by restraint. Regardless of their intentions, at that moment, both men exercise control. Martial artists can be brutal, ferocious, and cold-blooded, yet a true master of martial arts possesses an additional quality, the ability to temper one's desires. Yuan Shuo, Hong Yitang, Nan Quan, and even Ho Xiaoqing, these esteemed martial figures, could kill without a flicker of an eye, yet there were times when tenderness would emerge. In that instant, Li Hao had saved them, bestowing upon them hope, suppressing even the most fervent of desires. Presently, the 2 martial powerhouses squatted on the ground, roasting the flesh of a serpent's severed tail, their hunger compelling them to commence the grilling. In the distance, the giant serpent gazed at its truncated tail, a flicker of menace flashing in its eyes before swiftly dissipating. It understood that it could not provoke these 2. As for why they remained, it was clear they awaited the departure of the man who had just left. At that moment, the giant ape suddenly transmitted a thought. Did you observe how that weakling departed? The golden eagle remained silent, though it had discerned some truths. The ferocious tiger, gazing into the distance, sent out a mental wave. He is that man's disciple. The giant ape communicated again. Indeed, it was you two back then. The two colossal beasts exchanged no words, indifferent to further discussion. So what if it is us? What of it? That man has indeed survived. The one who just left has comprehended some unique force, albeit it seems distinct from that man's. According to their beliefs, each martial artist follows their own path. Those who emulate live, while those who merely mimic perish. The great demons fell into silence. The giant serpent hesitated, contemplating its words. There remained 4 petals and 3 golden lotuses. Should they be divided? The petals could be equally shared. But the serpent felt that one of the golden lotuses was likely missing, most probably its own. These creatures did not even broach the topic, seemingly waiting for the serpent to accept this reality before voluntarily relinquishing its claim to the golden lotus, perhaps then granting it a share. The giant serpent felt disheartened. Indeed, these creatures were united, untouched by that man, leaving it feeling somewhat out of place. Meanwhile, Li Hao was drenched in sweat, silent as he swiftly retreated. His body was soaked, and in that fleeting moment, he had nearly drawn his sword. Even though it was self-imposed, he bore no regrets, only a sense of gravity. Yet, in the final moment, the two had refrained from striking. He was uncertain whether it was due to the gratitude for the life-saving favor or a concern over the unequal distribution of spoils, yet at the very least, he had miraculously escaped death. Not only did he survive, but he also garnered substantial rewards. He had witnessed a grand battle of immense scale, observing top martial artists in action, not in a dreamlike state or through a veil, but with his own eyes. Additionally, he had acquired numerous treasures from the storage ring bestowed by Yitang, including a golden lotus seed and a golden petal, both of which were precious artifacts. Furthermore, he had collected over 100 divine energy stones, akin to the spoils he obtained from the fallen, merely replenishing his reserves. Moreover, he had amassed a considerable amount of mysterious energy, approximately 30,000 units, provided by 17 Sanyang and 2 Suguang. His energy storage ring was nearing its capacity. Furthermore, they themselves carried numerous energy storage rings, although he had not meticulously counted, even if each person bore a few hundred units. That would still amount to over 10,000 units. When combined with his previous reserves, he roughly estimated that he currently possessed around 50,000 units of mysterious energy, a staggering figure, possibly even more, as the leaders of the local factions, such as the Half Mountain and the Wheel King of Hell, would not be carrying a meager supply. That would be a gross underestimation of the 3 major organizations. The only exception was the tsunami, likely an impoverished wretch. The deaths of so many individuals would likely drive the 3 factions to madness. Li Hao reflected on the calamity of so many perishing at once. The 3 families would probably struggle to cope, yet it was of no concern to him. The more that perished, the better. Additionally, the wind chime could serve as a reserve. On the day his sword energy was expended and the divine energy stones ran out, it could save his life. This time, he would also experience a personal enhancement. Witnessing the power of the tsunami might prove somewhat beneficial. However, the crucial aspect was not the water force, but the sword intent. The sword of Yitang. It was a pity that he had not personally experienced it. He felt a great sense of loss. Otherwise, had he not perished beneath its blade, he might have gained a unique understanding of the might of the contemporary foremost swordsman. As for the heavenly sword, Li Hao chose not to ponder. Who could ascertain its true might? It may not be as formidable as that of Yitang. Moments later, he returned to his previous location. At that moment, Lu Long was on guard outside, and, upon seeing Li Hao return, breathed a sigh of relief, expressing his concern. "I feared you had engaged in battle with the others." Just a moment ago, the entire Tsongshan fell into silence, followed by the sounds of combat. Was it a clash between the 3 major organizations and those formidable demons? Indeed, what was the outcome? At this juncture, everyone gazed anxiously at Li Hao, eager to know if the battle had concluded and what the results were. Li Hao exhaled deeply. The 3 major organizations have suffered total annihilation. 17 Sanyang and 2 Suguang have perished. Half Mountain, the Wheel King, and presumably a water-type Suguang from the Red Moon have also fallen. In an instant, their eyes widened, aghast. All perished? How terrifying. Lu Long swallowed hard. They are all dead? What of those formidable demons? No cause for alarm. How dreadful. Lu Long expressed his relief. Thankfully, They did not discover us, otherwise. He then added, let us depart swiftly. By the way, earlier there seemed to be a manifestation of sword intent. I thought you had made your move. Was that not you? Could it be that the formidable warriors of the three major organizations also include formidable martial artists? Although the distance to the battlefield was considerable, Hong Yitang's sword intent still resonated through the air. A brief glance at Hong Qing revealed that, although her expression was obscured by her black armor, there was a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Li Hao remained silent for a moment before stating, it wasn't me. It was another swordsman who, regrettably, has also perished. Hong Yitang did not elaborate, and Li Hao was disinclined to disclose anything to his daughter. It was indeed a pity. Yet the demise of such a powerful figure from the three major organizations was not without merit. This swordsman must have been exceptionally strong, as the sword intent that permeated the surroundings had even caused their weapons to tremble. Hong Qing hastily exclaimed, indeed, it was truly impressive. My sword quivered incessantly. It was terrifying. Thankfully, he is dead, or else I felt my sword might have flown away. Thank goodness he is dead, Li Hao chuckled. Hong Qing, when you next see your father, be sure to mention this incident, as there was a formidable swordsman present whom he might recognize. Oh, Hong Qing was perplexed. Should she inform her father? What would it matter if he recognized the swordsman? He was already dead. Let us depart, with the battle concluded. The great beasts are trembling in fear. We must stick to our original plan and head east towards the Hungduan Gorge. As for retreating now, let us dismiss that thought. Not to mention the four great beasts. Encountering Hong Yitang and his group would be rather awkward. Following this battle, Li Hao felt confident that no stronger beings lay ahead. They were merely traversing the outskirts of the first mountain, and should there be any more formidable foes beyond the four he had encountered, he would gladly accept it. The group moved swiftly onward, while Li Hao's gaze was drawn to the golden lotus seeds and flowers within his storage ring. Additionally, his small sword had grown slightly longer, making it much more convenient to wield. Memories of the previous battle surfaced in his mind. Not only did he observe Hong Yitang and his companions, but he also noted that the golden eagle, ferocious tiger, and giant ape could each correspond to the five animal play. This encounter had provided him with a glimpse into the true might of the fierce birds of prey. Yet, it seemed these creatures were somehow connected to his master. Had his master once observed them? Li Hao pondered this notion. If that were the case, should he prepare a coffin for his master should he come to Tsongshan? There were far too many enemies. Furthermore, the legendary 36 heroes of yore seemed somewhat outdated in comparison. Even if his master were to completely integrate the five forces, Li Hao believed it would be difficult to rival today's Hong Yitang. As for the Southern Fist, it was hard to ascertain. Without the ability to shatter the super energy locks, its power was limited, appearing to be at the mid-level of the rising light stage. His master, with the fusion of the three forces, was nearly invincible among the three suns. However, if the Southern Fist continuously engaged the super energy locks, it might not necessarily prevail. Moreover, his master was not without limitations. The Southern Fist could pursue, but the earth-overturning sword could not. To catch up with Hong Yitang, perhaps one would need to attain a realm beyond the spirit-nurturing stage. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Li Hao understood why these powerful martial artists had chosen to feign cowardice. Fighting desperately often led to self-sabotage. It seemed that Ho Xiaoqing and the others were largely in the same predicament. The internal organs remain feeble, and the super abilities are frail. Such issues abound. The consequences can be dire, ranging from the breaking of super abilities to the shattering of the internal organs. Shaking my head, I choose not to dwell on it, recognizing that I am still far from that threshold. In truth, should I reach that point, it would have little impact on me. Can one believe that I could fortify my internal organs to the pinnacle of super abilities? It would surely astonish you. Chapter 142. The arrival of all parties on Saturday. Li Hao and his companions departed swiftly, wary of lingering in that place. As for absorbing the mysterious energy, there was no rush. It was already September 21st, and only 7 days remained until the next relic would open. Simultaneously, at the Hungduan Canyon, as the time for the relic's activation approached, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Although it was uncertain whether this attempt would succeed, a consensus had yet to be reached, and the canyon was already teeming with people. The three major organizations and the Silver Moon authorities were merely the tip of the iceberg. Far more powerful individuals had come from the 19 northern provinces, along with some who had traveled from the central regions specifically for this occasion. The entrance to the relic was currently barricaded by a group of night watchmen and military personnel. while their strength was not overwhelmingly formidable. It had so far prevented any disputes. As long as Ho Xiaoqing remained, no one dared to provoke trouble. At that moment, as many observed the scene, a sudden cacophony erupted. In the next instant, a throng of individuals clad in ghostly masks came rushing in. It was the Red Moon faction. Their numbers were considerable, led by several from the Sanyang. However, they appeared to be in a state of disarray, fleeing in panic. The super abilities that were swirling about in the canyon quickly retreated. Despite some having engaged in clandestine activities, the three major organizations retained their formidable reputation, and no one dared to confront them directly. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Red Moon forces, they refrained from obstructing their path. Just as they contemplated this, a new wave of figures surged from behind. Many were clad in black armor, but one elder, appearing to be in his 50s, stood out. He bore no armor and wielded a long spear. With a swift motion, he thrust the spear forward. The spear whistled through the air. With a thunderous crash, several of the fleeing Red Moon super abilities, including a few from Sanyang, turned to retaliate. Their powers erupted, yet they were instantly pierced by the spear. With a resounding boom, one early Sanyang powerhouse was impaled and pinned to the ground, blood gushing forth. Other Sanyang members erupted in anger, shouting, "Golden Spear! You have surpassed Sanyang. Do you fear that the Red Moon will sever all ties and unleash chaos upon you?" In the realm of combat, there exists a code of conduct, an unspoken rule. Without such decorum, the presence of strong individuals would lead to rampant slaughter and excessive casualties. Upon the mention of the Golden Spear, many turned pale. He was the foremost among the three spears of Silver Moon, a figure of undeniable strength, transcending the Sanyang realm. He was arguably the most powerful martial artist in today's world. While Hong Yitang and Nan Quan were not mentioned, the heavenly sword had transformed into a super ability, and the dominant blade, known only to a few old acquaintances as still alive, was believed to be dead by most. Yuan Shua had only slain those at the peak of Sanyang and had yet to engage in direct conflict with Su Guang. In today's world, the Golden Spear has clashed with the Blue Moon only once. In that fleeting encounter, both parties retreated unscathed from the hands of the rising sun. At this moment, the Golden Spear is widely acknowledged as the foremost martial artist in the realm. As for Yuan Shua, he has yet to engage with the rising sun, rendering a definitive assessment of his strength impossible. The trio of Golden Spear, Yuan Shua, and Li Hao has gained considerable renown throughout the Celestial Star Dynasty, instilling fear far and wide. They have transcended the ordinary notion of combat, truly stepping into a new grand phase of martial prowess. Upon hearing that the Golden Spear was pursuing these individuals, some found solace in the revelation. It is no wonder that even the three from the Three Sons fled with such swiftness. Furthermore, the Golden Spear is accompanied by the martial guard. At this moment, the Golden Spear's voice was chilling. "Who claims that I have surpassed the Three Sons? If anyone has disrupted the rules, it is you who should be more shameless. Tell me, where have Haishao and Banshan gone? Who first broke the rules? If that is the case, what further discussion of rules is necessary?" With a thunderous roar, the Golden Spear commanded, "Kill! Kill!" Behind him, a cadre of martial artists surged forward, clad in black armor, exuding immense strength. These martial artists were even more formidable than the demon hunting brigade, with many exceeding the 100 mark in mastery. They charged forth like a fierce tide, pursuing and eliminating the Red Moon superhumans in the wake of the Golden Spear's breach of the Three Sons. Among them were Wang Qing, a disciple of the Mad Blade, and Kong Yuyun, daughter of Kong Jia, who even engaged in battle with the Three Sons. This elite guard of the Golden Spear comprised only around 80 individuals, insufficient to form a 100-man unit. Yet, their combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. Of these 80, 20 had already surpassed the 100 mark, while the remainder were all late-stage masters, each donned in black armor, surpassing even the elite of Li Hao's demon hunting brigade. United in strength, even the Three Sons were compelled to retreat. Boom! The sound of thunderous explosions echoed. Just as the Three Sons fought valiantly, a bolt of thunder erupted from afar, crashing near the Golden Spear. He bellowed and thrust his spear forward. Another tremendous roar resounded as another bolt of lightning exploded. In the distance, the purple moon approached, her expression grim. "Golden Spear, the relic is about to be unlocked. Must you act this way?" The Golden Spear responded coldly. "You lack the standing to voice such concerns. Your mother is nearly here, and I am eager to see what power the Black Widow possesses now." The purple moon's expression darkened. The Black Widow. She glared at the golden spear and scoffed. If my mother truly arrives, you will not be her match. The second in command of the Red Moon is undoubtedly formidable. It cannot be said that the golden spear is not her equal. However, with the arrival of the purple moon, the pinnacle of the three suns, combined with the thunder god armor, their strength must not be underestimated. At this moment, the golden spear waved his hand, and the martial guard quickly regrouped, ceasing their slaughter. The remaining superhumans of the Red Moon also swiftly converged towards the purple moon. Moreover, behind the purple moon, multiple figures from the three suns appeared in rapid succession. And within moments, 6 powerful beings from the three suns had joined, bringing the total to 10. At this juncture, the purple moon finally breathed a sigh of relief. These martial artists are terrifying. In days of yore, the renowned Yitang reigned supreme among the three spears, and now, he has traversed far along the path of martial mastery, exhibiting unparalleled prowess. The absence of the three suns, coupled with the formidable strength of his personal guard, renders them far beyond the capabilities of mere night watchers. On the other hand, the night watchers, apart from Ho Xiaoqing, do not pose a significant threat to them. Conversely, the martial guard has mobilized its entire army in recent days, instilling fear across various factions. At this moment, the name of the Silver Moon martial master reverberates far and wide. Even though the number of strong warriors among the martial masters is scarce, they have demonstrated to the superhumans the sheer might of a martial force. Each 100-man squad, devoid of the three suns, is simply unable to contend. Yet, the three suns are not as ubiquitous as cabbages. The Red Moon has summoned powerful individuals from 19 provinces, managing to gather merely over 33 suns, and even now, several of them have perished, with Li Hao claiming the lives of 3 alone. In the central region, the number of 3 suns lost is not as rapid. Recently, the northern 3 provinces have been in turmoil, and despite the unrest lasting several days, only 2 3 suns have fallen there, causing a significant stir. On the very day the Silver Moon Martial Guard engaged in battle, 1 3 sun perished, and yesterday, Yitang claimed yet another. In a short span, 2 3 suns have already been lost on the side of the Martial Guard. At this moment, the individual impaled upon the ground is nearing his end. Ziyu furrowed her brow, feeling increasingly agitated. Engaging in war with the Silver Moon was certainly an ill-fated choice. The systematic demise of the 3 suns. Li Hao has slain 3. Yitang has also taken 3. Yuan Shuo similarly dispatched 3, and Ho Xiaoqing eliminated a single Shuguang. While 4 3 suns have gone missing in recent days. In the span of merely a month, the Red Moon has lost 13 3 suns and 1 Shuguang to the Silver Moon. Such losses are unbearable for either Ziyu or Lan Yu at this juncture. Yesterday, Lan Yu took matters into his own hands, intending to ambush Yitang, yet he was caught off guard by Yitang's prowess. Although Lan Yu is in the mid-stage of Shuguang, he still could not gain the upper hand against Yitang. Indeed, Yitang could not overpower him either, though he was slightly at a disadvantage. Yet, the strength of the martial masters, particularly at Yitang's level, poses a challenge for Lan Yu to overcome easily. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue lies in the fact that Lan Yu did not arrive today due to flight, but rather because he has become the target of a woman currently entangled in trouble. The mere thought of the woman, Yu Luosha, caused a subtle shift in Ziyu's expression. Yu Luosha has finally made her move, and her entrance has sent shockwaves, compelling Lan Yu to flee in disarray. At this moment, he remains uncertain of his escape. The Silver Moon has grown increasingly perilous. As she pondered, a resounding roar echoed forth. In the next instant, figures descended from the heavens. Lan Yu, disheveled and far from his former composure, bore a somber countenance, yet he sustained no injuries. For alongside him descended a cloaked figure and a man of formidable stature with a square jaw. The Equal King, an elder from the Flying Heaven Elder Council. Murmurs of recognition rippled through the crowd, acknowledging the arrival of significant figures. However, it appeared that their arrival was not entirely without complications. In the next moment, a figure, exuding an aura of coldness, gracefully descended. Her countenance appeared somewhat pallid, and a hint of malevolence flickered in her eyes as she cast a glance at the golden spear. Nodding slightly before turning her gaze towards the trio opposite her, coolly remarking, "A bunch of worthless fools." The 3 formidable figures remained silent. The Equality King furrowed his brow slightly, while the expression on Blue Moon's face darkened, and the elder cloaked in the sky remained inscrutable. "You Luocha?" At this moment, Some had already recognized her upon glimpsing Yuluacha and then the golden spear. In the distance, behind a massive boulder, an elderly martial artist displayed signs of excitement, exclaiming, "I knew it. This night watcher's chief steward Yu is extraordinary. It is indeed her." "Master, who is she?" inquired a young martial artist, curiosity evident in his tone. "Yuluacha? One of the 36 heroes?" "Precisely." The elderly martial artist replied enthusiastically. "It must be her. Only such figures can instill fear across the lands and sweep through the world." In the past, the Silver Moon martial artist was renowned throughout the realm. What were the superpowers in comparison? When they first emerged, they were suppressed by the Silver Moon martial artist to the point that even Silver Moon dared not tread until the martial artists reached Do Qian, severing their path. It was only then that these superpowers ventured into the realm of San Yang Su Guang, leading to the decline of the martial artists. Yet now, they have rediscovered their path. Cough, cough. "Master, isn't Yuluacha's superpower? What of it? She is still a martial artist." The elderly man, filled with indignation, fixed a fierce gaze upon the speaking disciple, his anger palpable. "Who claims she is a superpower? She is a martial artist." Despite the fact that she had transformed into a superpower, he was unwilling to acknowledge, nor accept, that martial artists were inferior to superpowers. The disciples remained silent, acquiescing to their teacher's assertion. Besides, she was indeed a top-tier martial artist of her time, a name inscribed in the annals of heroism. From all directions, discussions ensued. Meanwhile, in another rugged gorge, several individuals stood, one of whom was quite young, with frost adorning the tips of his hair. He stood at the forefront, gazing intently in that direction, his voice tinged with a calm, yet indescribable pride. "Is that Yuluacha?" "Yes, it is she." Behind the young man, an elder spoke in a low tone. "The Golden Spear and Yuluacha have both allied with the Night Watcher, coupled with the recently departed Yuan Shua, the founder of the Earth-Shattering Sword, who has gone to the south fist of Yinbei, alongside Yuan Shua's Baiguang Sword, in the central region's Tianjin, as well as the military's Kuang Dao Silver Moon. This place is still teeming with the renowned martial artists of yore, actively engaged upon the vast lands of the dynasty. Who claims the Silver Moon martial world has perished? It endures. It has merely adopted a different guise, each following their own path, each finding their own home. The 36 heroes still have many among them who remain active." The young man nodded slightly and remarked softly, "You have not forgotten. There are also several from the Red Moon among the 36 heroes: Orange Moon, Black Widow, and the echoing Red Moon." As the young man spoke, the elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, Red Moon's July also possesses several of the 36 heroes. Curiosity sparked within the young man as he queried, "Why did Yuluacha, one of them, turn against the echoing Red Moon?" "It is unclear, but it is likely that Ho Xiaochen truly is a ghost of the sickbed. It is said that Ho Xiaochen once spared her life, choosing not to kill her." The young man nodded once more, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. "Ah, Silver Moon, truly a land of extraordinary talents. No wonder various factions are drawn to Silver Moon. However, they seem to be waiting for something. As for us, let us first establish a foothold and assess the situation." With a smile, the man added, "Moreover, we might as well enjoy the spectacle and explore the ruins of Battle Heaven City. If fortune favors us, there may be formidable source divine weapons to acquire." "Young master, please dispel that notion." The elder spoke grimly. "It is said that Ho Xiaoqing will personally enter. Ho Xiaoqing is no ordinary individual. If he were to fall ill, it is worth noting that he was once a top-tier martial artist. A martial artist who ascends to the realm of superpowers would not be feeble, especially one of his caliber. Just observing his subordinates, the Golden Spear and the Jade Luocha, reveals much. Ho Xiaoqing is either at the zenith of Su Guang or perhaps even stronger. Is it solely based on that one shot that he felled the red-haired one?" The man queried, slightly furrowing his brow. "That shot does not necessarily indicate superiority. Even in the mid to late stages of Su Guang, with a heavenly tier source divine weapon. And given that the red-haired individual was caught off guard, it is entirely plausible for him to be slain in one strike. Indeed, Ho Xiaoqing's strength is undeniable. However, determining the precise level he occupies within Su Guang remains elusive." The elder shook his head. "The red-haired one could not have been unprepared, so do not underestimate Ho Xiaoqing." "I do not underestimate him. I merely believe that once he enters, the three major organizations will not spare him, and there may be more than just the three factions at play." The man chuckled. "There are many who desire Ho Xiaoqing's demise. The elder chose not to respond further. This was indeed a fact. Ho Xiaoqing is a contentious figure. Even within the Night Watchers, some harbor wishes for his downfall. Should he venture into the ruins, he will likely face not only the formidable figures from the three major organizations. The man shifted the topic, curiosity piqued. By the way, it is said that the disciple of the old demon of the five beasts killed 6 members of the Three Sons a couple of days ago and fled to the Tsongshan Mountains in Yinbei. Any news on that? None, the elder replied, shaking his head. The Tsongshan region is no safe haven. There are some records within the family that speak of its dangers, including numerous great demons, some even surpassing the Su Guang level, which is exceedingly terrifying. What a pity if he meets his end in Tsongshan. It seems there are few young talents left in the martial artist realm. The man laughed lightly. There are indeed a few young martial artist prodigies in the central region, but they are few and far between. This individual's ability to slay multiple members of the Three Sons indicates genuine skill. Truly, he is worthy of being the disciple of the old demon of the five beasts, once the foremost among the 36 heroes. The elder refrained from replying. Genuine skill is a given, yet the young man's tone carried an air of condescension. He chose to remain silent. Perhaps this individual is indeed formidable, even surpassing Hu Qingfeng from the Night Watchers who hails from the central region. Nonetheless, one should never underestimate any martial artist. Once Yuan Shua's disciple advances, they too will reach the Su Guang level of superpowers, potentially rivaling this individual. Such arrogance may cause one to lose their vigilance. As they conversed, a figure in the distance suddenly waved towards them. It was a seemingly elegant young woman, not much older than they, engaging in conversation with others near the cliff. Upon noticing her wave, the young man nodded slightly and communicated telepathically with the elder. Lady Bai certainly has a wide circle of acquaintances. Isn't her husband right here in Silver Moon? How has she become entangled with the Liu family? The Tianqing Liu family still holds considerable renown. The Liu clan is also known by another title, the God of Wealth. Among the 9 ministers, the financial secretary, an elder from the Liu family, exuded an aura of terror. However, the individuals associated with Silver Moon were likely mere branches of the Liu family, while still deserving of attention. They did not possess the significance of the direct lineage. The man remained somewhat indifferent. The elder communicated telepathically, noting that the woman was no ordinary figure. Although not among the 36 heroes, she was a renowned martial artist from Silver Moon in her youth, married to a member of the Bai family. Her husband currently served as the deputy commander of the Tiger Wing Army, and the Bai family's other faction maintained cordial relations with the military law division in Tianqing City, allegedly having some intricate connections with the royal family, making their circumstances far from simple. The man nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lady Bai, the charming heartthrob, was engaging in conversation with several young individuals. Upon spotting the youthful man in the distance with frost adorning his hair, she waved and whispered, "What brings him to Silver Moon?" Beside her, a rather youthful gentleman cast a glance in that direction, his eyes revealing a mix of disdain and jealousy, casually responding, "Perhaps he was heavily suppressed in the central region and came here to catch his breath." Next to the man stood an even younger woman, or rather a girl, who inquired with curiosity, "Brother, who is he?" It appeared the girl did not recognize him. Reluctant to divulge too much, the man, seeing his sister's eager expression, replied vaguely, "Su Feng." Su Feng, the girl pondered, her brow furrowing in confusion. After a brief moment, she seemed to recall something, her excitement surging. "Is he the Frost Swordsman Su Feng from the Divine Master ranking?" "What Divine Master ranking?" the young man retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "It's merely an unofficial list created by a few half-hearted individuals. Do you take it seriously?" The girl giggled. "Brother, are you envious?" "Envious of him?" The girl laughed again. "He is one of the dragons and phoenixes among the 99 on the list. The Divine Master ranking records the top 99 formidable individuals under the age of 30, with only 1 per major province on average. Although Su Feng ranks lower, having recently been at 97, that is still quite impressive, or rather, exceptionally formidable. Despite being a list for those under 30, it encompasses numerous strong contenders, especially considering that superpowers have only emerged in the last 20 years. The girl remained animated and exhilarated. Lady Bai smiled without interjecting. The Divine Master ranking, comparable to the Heroes roster of yore, was not an official list, but rather a compilation by certain individuals, rife with discrepancies. Some individuals were low-key, while others were ostentatious, making it impossible to encompass all. In fact, Its renown paled in comparison to the legendary hero roster of that era, which was universally acknowledged throughout the martial world, including the 36 heroes of Silver Moon. The Divine Master ranking primarily thrived in the central region and was not recognized by the major provinces, as they had not engaged in battles in the central region, thus would not concede that the youths there were superior to their own. Describing it as the Central Youth Divine Master ranking might be more fitting. Ahead of them, Su Feng, a mid-stage ice elemental celestial master, was indeed formidable, yet he only occupied the 97th rank, indicating some credibility to the list. Individuals like Hu Qingfeng had not even made the cut. Just as Lady Bai was lost in thought, a thunderous roar erupted from above, interrupting everyone's reverie. The crowd instinctively looked up. In the distance, the Jade Rakshasa unleashed a powerful strike, causing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, forcing Lan Yu and the others to retreat, a master of the thunder element. At this moment, however, the thunderous power emanating from the Jade Rakshasa appeared somewhat peculiar, displaying a deep purple hue, its explosive force immensely potent. This clap of thunder drew the attention of all present towards that direction. Above the canyon, the manager Yu maintained a cold demeanor, as unyielding as ever. With a single palm strike, he refrained from further action, his expression remaining indifferent. Lan Yu, how many have you hidden? Let them all come forth. The Elder Council cannot be represented by a mere tsunami. Given that the northern 3 provinces have long been prepared to confront the minister, do you think you stand a chance alone? Do you believe you are worthy? These words stirred a surge of blood within Lan Yu, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. The Jade Rakshasa remained impassive, surveying the surroundings before slowly speaking. Has Qing Yu arrived? Or perhaps Lu Yu? If you have come, why not step forward for a meeting? Lan Yu and Ziyu may suffice to deal with the younger generation, but I am no longer young. In that instant, laughter echoed from afar, tinged with an air of melancholy. Sister Ziyu, we are still youthful. How can we be considered old? Ziyu was initially taken aback, but quickly realized the remark was not directed at her, but rather at the Jade Rakshasa, the first-generation Ziyu. The Jade Rakshasa revealed a hint of a smile, her previously frigid countenance now adorned with an expression that made onlookers feel somewhat uneasy. Indeed, Ziyu is still young. But I have aged. I expected Qing Yu to arrive, yet here comes Lu Yu. In the next moment, a figure abruptly appeared before Lan Yu and the others. She was voluptuous, draped in a flowing green gown, her long green hair dancing in the wind, her face radiating a sunny smile that was exceptionally captivating. Lu Yu of the Red Moon, July. However, at this moment, Jin Chong frowned slightly and coldly remarked, "It is you, Green Peacock." He furrowed his brow. Green Peacock. Do you even merit the title of Lu Yu? I have long pondered how the rankings of the Red Moon were determined. How could the Jade Rakshasa be considered Ziyu while the Black Widow is known as Orange Moon? It seemed to me that the ranking of the Red Moon was somewhat shameless, with those who have had affairs with him placed ahead. Now I understand. Indeed, you, Green Peacock, are even inferior to the heart-piercing beloved, yet you dare to rank above the Jade Rakshasa? The usually taciturn Jin Chong was unusually verbose at this moment, his discontent evident. Upon hearing these words, not only did Lu Yu's expression change, but Lady Bai from afar also found herself speechless. Why involve me in this? However, Lu Yu was unaware that the Green Peacock had a certain reputation. Jin Chong was indeed well informed. While the Green Peacock held some notoriety, as Jin Chong stated, she was once inferior to the heart-piercing beloved. Lu Yu gazed coldly at Jin Chong, her smile evaporating, replaced by an icy demeanor. Jin Chong, times have changed. Jin Chong's blood surged with indignation, and he bellowed, "Even if they have changed, it is not for a frivolous peacock like you to lecture me." The Red Moon had personally arrived, and he intended to confront him face to face, chastising him for his shamelessness. What nonsense! Having bedded thousands and crossed millions, how can he rank above the Jade Rakshasa? He seemed to forget that he was also one of the 36. What right did he have to demean the Jade Rakshasa? At this moment, the Jade Rakshasa found herself at a loss for words. This old man was insufferable. In truth, she did not care overly much. However, it was evident that this old fellow was quite concerned. Fortunately, I had refrained from engaging him in conversation earlier. Otherwise, I would have already unleashed a torrent of invective. The source of Jin Chong's indignation stemmed not from trivial matters, but from the audacious ranking of Yu Luocha, one of the 36 heroes, placed at the very bottom by Ying Hongyue, while the relatively obscure Green Peacock was positioned ahead of her. The presence of the Black Widow could be somewhat justified. as she too belonged to the esteemed 36. However, this particular placement left Jin Chong feeling utterly discontented, perceiving it as a desecration of the illustrious title of the 36 heroes. His fury reached a boiling point. Ing Hongyue must have lost her senses. I shall eventually sever that waterlogged head of hers. At that moment, he seemed to comprehend why Yu Luocha had betrayed them. Such blatant disrespect was intolerable. Meanwhile, Chief Steward Yu remained at a loss for words, fully aware of the old man's rigid disposition. He had witnessed firsthand the depths of his traditionalism. This single ranking of an adversary was enough to nearly drive him to apoplexy. Across from him, Green Moon's aura erupted, radiating an overwhelmingly potent energy. Late in the ascendant light phase, the sheer force momentarily swayed Jin Chong, yet the old man's expression remained unchanged as he coldly regarded Green Moon. So what if she is in the late ascendant light phase? It is entirely normal. The blue moon is merely in the mid-phase. And with the presence of the green moon, it is no surprise that this flamboyant peacock has reached the late phase. However, I remain unsatisfied. She leans on the support of red moon, yet possesses no genuine prowess. When did it become her turn to overshadow Yu Luocha? Green Moon glared at him, her aura intensifying. At that moment, a blade's intent surged forth, resonating like a thunderclap. In the next instant, a flash of blinding light sliced through the air. Behind Jin Chong, Wang Qing's face lit up with delight. Moments later, a tall figure clad in a deep blue military uniform landed, his expression impassive as he directed a frosty gaze at Green Moon. Flamboyant peacock, do you presume that your newfound powers grant you the right to look down upon us? He stepped forward, the intent of his blade reaching celestial heights. The three of us standing before you today are figures you once revered, with a modicum of strength. You elevate yourself to a position of importance? Should you summon the Black Widow, there might be some semblance of dignity, but what are you, really? Green Moon's countenance darkened significantly. As a dignified late ascendant light phase warrior and one of the Red Moon's 7, she was accustomed to being treated with respect among the elite. Yet here, she found herself subjected to humiliation. Nevertheless, as a Silver Moon warrior, she understood the arrogance these individuals once displayed. She simply hadn't anticipated that even after so many years, they would still retain such hubris. Madblade. Green Moon's tone turned icy. Cease living in the past. It has been 20 years since the emergence of superpowers. Martial artists have faded into obscurity. Come to terms with reality. Jin Chong suddenly let out a sigh. If such words were spoken by others, it could be dismissed. However, you, despite your shortcomings, were once a Silver Moon warrior. I never expected you to voice such sentiments. Indeed, it appears that the inept remain inept. Superpowers might dismiss such statements, but to hear a former Silver Moon warrior echo them, laced with derision and arrogance, was unexpected. Disdainful of such company, while others might express regret or bitterness. This individual seemed to revel in her misfortune. It was no wonder that martial artists held this woman in contempt. Yet Ing Hongyue appeared to possess sharp wit. Lu Yu let out a cold snort, disinclined to engage further or revisit the events of the past. She spoke icily. The senseless slaughter is unnecessary. I believe it should cease. The ruins are about to be unsealed. Or shall I assume that you, the hounds, intend to monopolize the benefits? They hurled insults at her, and she retorted in kind. Even if I lose my dignity, you are not much better off. Have you not also become the court's hounds? Her elder brother admonished the second brother not to laugh. As expected, once those words were spoken, even Jin Chong fell silent, his expression cold and devoid of further words. Once they scorned the martial guard, yet now, they had become part of it, with Jin Chong even leading among them. There was little he could say in response to the insults. He had long prepared for such a scenario. Fortunately, it was Lu Kongke who had scolded him, which he found somewhat tolerable. Had it been one of the 36 heroes, he would have found it unbearable and felt ashamed. Although his prowess may not rival Lu Yu's, he was not overly concerned. The martial masters pressed onward, with a clear direction. The formidable superpowers of today would eventually be caught up with. So what was there to fear? The overshadowed Chief Steward Yu was not overly bothered by these exchanges. Once the discussions had concluded, he spoke calmly. Lu Yu, before we discuss matters, you must recall the tsunami, for the encirclement will not cease. Even if you arrive, what can you accomplish? The minister has chosen not to leave the city these past few days. Do you truly believe you have the assurance of victory? Half Mountain, it seemed, had also ventured that way. Yu Luocha turned her gaze to the cloaked figure, inquiring, Which elder of the Flying Sky Council are you? The cloaked man replied in a hoarse voice, tinged with an eerie quality. My name has long been forgotten, unworthy of the Grand Hall, yet I possess a code name. I wonder if Yu Luocha has heard of it. I am known as Qi Ming. Qi Ming? Upon hearing this, Yu Luocha pondered for a moment before revealing a faint smile. I believe I have heard of you. Indeed, 7 years ago, a martial artist reputed to have reached the pinnacle of Do Qian was assassinated, allegedly by a formidable figure from the Flying Sky Council. Qi Ming, that must be you? Yu Luocha's insight was indeed sharp. The elder chuckled hoarsely. A mere trivial name, yet it stirs memories. What an honor. 7 years ago, the assassination of a Do Qian pinnacle martial artist. 7 years later, the adversary had become a Su Guang powerhouse. In this age of superpowers, the strong perpetually thrive. Advancing swiftly, to become an elder of the Flying Sky Council, one must possess remarkable achievements. Whether through covert or overt means, they are formidable indeed. Chief Steward Yu chose not to comment further. Before her stood 4 Su Guang powerhouses, and perhaps more in the shadows. Though this Lu Kongke might be looked down upon by many, she was undoubtedly a genuine late-stage Su Guang powerhouse. Yu Luocha ceased her skirmishes with them. Should real combat ensue, it was uncertain who would gain the upper hand. The equal king was powerful, and Qi Ming would not be weak either. It was merely that the two had previously been spectators, refraining from intervening, which had caused Blue Moon to lose face. The 3 major organizations had both collaboration and competition. At this moment, she wished to speak little, simply reiterating, recall Half Mountain and the others. We shall discuss the ruins. The minister has decreed that he wishes to see Li Hao standing here in good health. Otherwise, you shall not enter the ruins of Battle Heaven. The Su Guang powerhouses all frowned slightly. Lu Yu remained indifferent and said, Ziyu. Yu Luocha gazed at her. Lu Yu smiled faintly and remarked, well, since you disregard our past camaraderie, I shall address you as Yu Luocha. As for this War Heaven City relic, I fear that Ho Xiaoqing's word alone does not suffice. Just observe how many formidable individuals have arrived. Besides us, there are members from the 9 offices, several young strongmen from the Divine Master rankings, and the sovereigns of various provinces. Do you wish to offend the entire world? Or do you truly believe that Ho Xiaoqing considers himself the sole ruler of the Silver Moon? When did the Silver Moon become exclusively his domain? Such words deserve condemnation. Yet, Chief Steward Yu remained unperturbed. What of the Silver Moon King? He is indeed the sovereign of the Silver Moon. What of the 9 offices? What of the royal family? In the Silver Moon, all must submit. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to test your luck. A chilling silence enveloped the surroundings. This was indeed a confidant of Ho Xiaoqing, and yet, such audacious words were uttered. It was almost unbelievable. What was Ho Xiaoqing thinking? Or was this Yu Luocha intentionally leading him into a trap? Lu Yu was utterly astonished. Had this individual lost their sanity? Chief Steward Yu continued calmly. What are you staring at? The minister is heading to the royal family, to Tianqing City, to demand a nobility title. With the royal family's character, they would relish the opportunity to provoke a rift between the minister and the 9 offices. Can they not provide a mere title of nobility? What significance does the Silver Moon King hold? This is true arrogance. However, this proclamation rendered the crowd silent. One could not deny that there was indeed a possibility. Lu Yu furrowed her brow, unwilling to prolong the argument, and coldly stated, Hai Xiao and the others have gone to Tsongshan and have long since lost contact. Perhaps in a few days, Li Hao will return on his own. Are you willing to offend the world for a single individual? The loss of contact was genuine, as was the reluctance to withdraw. No one desired to capture Li Hao more than the Red Moon's people, nor were they inclined to grant him time to grow. If capture proved impossible, they would resort to assassination. The crowd was at an impasse over this matter. Just then, a group of individuals suddenly approached from a distance. Their strength was unimpressive, yet they hurried forward under the escort of soldiers. Moments later, an elderly man appeared before the assembly, slightly out of breath. And as he caught his breath, he smiled. Everyone is gathered here. That is good. I implore you all to heed my words. The Silver Moon is embroiled in chaos, suffering considerable casualties, and the common folk are enduring immense distress. The administrative general has issued an edict. All factions must cease hostilities and prioritize negotiation. The War Heaven City relic, a remnant of ancient civilization, does not belong to any single household. Its essence is to be shared by all, regardless of region or strength. We must refrain from further bloodshed. The elder shook his head, speaking eloquently in front of a crowd of powerful figures, as if reciting from a script. As he concluded, he added, Director Zhao has decreed that all factions may enter the relic. However, since it resides within the Silver Moon retains ownership. Should any party wish to enter, appropriate compensation must be discussed, and specific agreements can be negotiated with the Night Watchers. I urge all esteemed warriors to consider their actions carefully. The general has sympathy for the citizens of the Silver Moon and wishes to avoid ceaseless warfare. Should there be any dissatisfaction, Director Zhao has made it clear. Should the situation escalate, 10 city-destroying projectiles will be launched into the Hengduan Canyon monthly, and with each activation, they shall be deployed. Thus, I implore you all to deliberate thoroughly before any forceful intrusion. The elderly man, after taking a deep breath, proclaimed with a smile, This is an official decree from the Silver Moon. All parties must take heed. At that moment, Captain Jinchong expressed his dissatisfaction. Director Zhou, the 3 major organizations are still pursuing my Wu Army Centurion. Are we to simply ignore this? Director Zhou sighed. Every action and consequence is preordained. Li Hao acted first and has now entered the Tsongshan region, which falls outside Silver Moon's jurisdiction. We can only hope he takes care of himself. However, should Li Hao re-enter the Silver Moon territory and the 3 organizations persist in their pursuit of the Administrative Directorate, it will undoubtedly be reported to the 9 offices. In the Silver Moon region, all official personnel must unite to eliminate him. Director Zhou, with righteous fervor, addressed those around him. The Administrative Directorate does not concern itself with other matters. If, at that time, those from the 9 offices find themselves within Silver Moon and refuse to heed orders, they shall be deemed traitors. Unless Silver Moon is truly usurped, the Administrative Directorate will hold you accountable for treason, a verdict that cannot be altered. Those from the 9 offices, even if they retreat, will still face the nation's bounty. Nearby, some hidden powerhouses muttered their discontent. This old bureaucrat is quite skilled with his rhetoric. However, we must play along, otherwise, we might have to join the 3 major organizations or become rogue cultivators. Otherwise, being labeled as rebels by the Administrative Directorate would be a considerable hassle. Even if we could appeal. After concluding his remarks, Director Zhou took a breath. Thus, I shall cease my words. Esteemed guests, let us value harmony. Although the 3 major organizations may be sinister entities, Silver Moon is willing to overlook past grievances, provided they reform and return to the righteous path. The Administrative Directorate is prepared to facilitate the 3 major sinister organizations. Hearing the repeated mention of sinister organizations, the 3 powerful figures felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Director Zhou continued, Slaughter is not a solution to our problems. The Directorate does not wish to witness further bloodshed. Henceforth, the official pursuit of the 3 major sinister organizations by Silver Moon is temporarily halted. I hope all of you will abide by Silver Moon's laws and refrain from self-destructive actions. With that, he turned and departed. At this moment, both the 3 major organizations and the other onlookers, including the Night Watchers, were left speechless. The involvement of the Administrative Directorate was unexpected. Was this an attempt to provide both sides with a way out? Otherwise, resolving this conflict would be quite challenging. As the departing Deputy Director Zhou hastily made his way to a nearby carriage, he glanced back, shaking his head and sighing, a bunch of brutes. Fighting from dawn till dusk, killing each other without end. What is the point of it? If they wish to kill, they should do so decisively. Otherwise, in such a balanced standoff, must it come to life and death. Each one of them, with their necks rigid, lacks an intermediary to smooth things out. So be it. Let the Administrative Directorate serve as that intermediary. I hope this will provide a stepping stone for everyone to pursue the ruins harmoniously. Any grievances should be settled within those ruins. A cataclysmic battle, resulting in total annihilation, would not have a significant impact. Reflecting on this, the elder concluded that it would be best to allow these bloodthirsty individuals to enter the ruins sooner rather than later. The sooner they entered, the sooner peace would return. The pristine Silver Moon was being tarnished by their violent tendencies. Chapter 143, Southward and Northward Tsongshan. Li Hao and his companions advanced with remarkable speed. Indeed, having traversed the territory of the 4 great demon beasts, they encountered only a few formidable creatures residing within the woods. However, high above, a great eagle continued to soar, seemingly tracking them, or perhaps providing a form of escort. It was likely concerned that Li Hao's group might once again provoke the emergence of 2 top-tier martial artists. especially since the four great demons had already learned that among them was the daughter of the swordsman. This was secondary. There was also the inheritor of that infamous sorcerer from years past. Regarding Yuan Shuo, 3 of the 4 great demons still harbored a measure of trepidation, the memory of his formidable presence lingering in their minds. Even though Yitang suggested that Yuan Shuo had slightly fallen behind, the demons did not truly believe him to be an adversary to be trifled with. After a continuous trek lasting a day and a night, they covered over 500 miles on the rugged mountain path, an arduous limit for Li Hao's group. While Li Hao could have pressed on, the others could not. As their labored breaths grew more pronounced, Li Hao halted his steps. "Stop. Let us rest." At these words, many collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. The weight of their mental strain, compounded by their relentless pace, had drained their energy. At that moment, Hongqing approached, her black armor already soaked with perspiration. Yet she bore it with fortitude. Generally, she hesitated to speak with Li Hao, who could be rather intimidating. However, now she mustered the courage to approach him. Her voice tinged with apprehension. "Captain, is there something you need?" Li Hao, puzzled, wondered if this martial artist's second-generation heir found the journey excessively arduous. "I seem to have made some progress in my swordsmanship recently, but I still feel somewhat lacking in the aspect of momentum. As you are a swordsman, and currently the foremost swordsman of Silver Moon, could you offer me some guidance?" Upon hearing this, Li Hao's expression shifted. "Guide you? The foremost swordsman? Your father surpasses me greatly." Nevertheless, contemplating the depth of Yitang's concealment, he refrained from saying more and nodded. "Feel free to ask any questions. Not just you, but others may do so as well." Hongqing was elated. In that moment, she felt that Li Hao truly embodied the essence of a master martial artist. She hastily replied, "My swordsmanship is proficient, and I have some thoughts regarding momentum, yet the essence lies in the manifestation of divine intention. I have many ideas in my mind, but I have yet to express them adequately, to convey the sword's momentum I envision." She had some insights about the sword's momentum, yet she struggled to genuinely express it. Upon hearing this, Li Hao understood where the problem lay. It was not an insurmountable issue. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. "You lack stimulation." Stimulation? A genuine and exhilarating battle requires either an overwhelmingly strong opponent or one that is significantly weaker, without that sense of balance. It is elusive. During my duel with Sun Maxian, you witnessed it yourself. That day, I condensed the sword's momentum. Hongqing was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he that merely a facade? Li Hao paused, his expression shifting as realization dawned upon him. Observing the others in the group, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that they believed his previous battle was merely a display, not a true contest of equals, but rather a pretense of parity. Li Hao offered no explanations, continuing, "Many of you lack this kind of opportunity. Indeed, it is a rare chance to find an equally matched adversary, one who is willing to engage in combat without regard for life or death, allowing you to unleash your full potential and ignite the thoughts and skills you have cultivated. Should you encounter such a rival, showcasing your prowess should not prove too difficult. Of course, there are other paths as well." Li Hao continued, "To witness a more formidable force, although the insights gained may not align with your aspirations. Encountering a sword force of the same origin might yield different rewards." He thought of Yitang and considered that if Hong were to reveal his sword force to his disciples, perhaps they would glean some understanding of it. However, Yitang had not done so, and Li Hao had an inkling as to why. Perhaps he did not wish for all those from the sword sect to tread his path. In the realm of martial arts, particularly concerning force, personal comprehension invariably surpasses that of merely observing others. Yet, Li Hao was also aware that not everyone is a Yitang. Not everyone can surpass their predecessors. The expectations Yitang had for his disciples were exceedingly high. In truth, it would be best if the master himself could demonstrate the sword force to his students. Hongqing hesitated but ultimately spoke. "Leader, could you perhaps showcase your sword intent? We wish to witness the true strength of a formidable warrior and understand just how powerful sword force can be." Li Hao was left speechless. Had he not known that this woman was unaware of her father's circumstances, he might have thought she was mocking him. Choosing not to learn from her immensely powerful father, she sought to learn from him, Li Hao. Revealing his sword intent was not out of the question. After some contemplation, Li Hao nodded. "Very well, but whether you will gain anything from it is uncertain. Furthermore, my sword intent is not yet perfected. If you wait until I take another step forward, it may provide you with some inspiration." My teacher once entered the realm of Doqian, and I was present at that time, gaining substantial insights. I suggest you wait a little longer. Once my 5 swords merge, forming a complete 5-element sword. Observing then may yield more significant results. Upon hearing this, Hongqing had no choice but to say, then we shall await the completion of the leader's sword intent. In truth, she suspected that Li Hao was reluctant to impart his knowledge, and this was merely human nature, which she found acceptable. Li Hao ceased to elaborate further. He spoke the truth. Hongqing and the others would undoubtedly gain little by observing his sword intent at this stage. After this exchange, the group began their training. Those in the late stage of breaking 100 were engrossed in comprehension, while those in the mid-stage still had time to advance into the later stage. Li Hao also commenced his training. His practice had the effect of invigorating all those around him. The formless, mysterious energy he exuded, once harnessed by the sword energy, proved even more potent than typical formless, mysterious energy. This greatly aided in enhancing the physical capabilities of everyone present. With an abundance of mysterious energy at his disposal, Li Hao could not afford to neglect it, as it would inevitably become a prize for others. Thus, he began to extract the mysterious energy for his cultivation. His internal organs had previously reached a level of 1,500 cubic units. A divine energy stone, under normal circumstances, can yield approximately 300 units of mysterious energy when harnessed. The variance is not significant. This time, Li Hao has acquired a substantial number of divine energy stones. Most of them were expended in his efforts to rescue Yitang and Nanquan, leaving him with around 160 stones. Based on extraction efficiency, he could potentially extract about 45,000 units of mysterious energy. However, Li Hao might not be able to absorb such a vast amount. The human body, at a certain stage, has its limitations. Li Hao's current objective is to elevate his internal organs to a level of 5,000 units. He aspires for his flesh and bones to reach the same threshold. The internal organs require 17,500 units, while the flesh and bones would need about 8,000 units. Achieving this would amplify his strength threefold. Consequently, even if his swordsmanship does not enhance, Li Hao would still experience a significant improvement. Typically, an absorption of over 25,000 units is beyond the capacity of a top-tier warrior, yet martial artists often exist in a phase of enhancing their super energy locks, which may allow for such feats. As he sits cross-legged, Li Hao contemplates these matters and recalls his master. Upon his departure, the master's heart absorbed 1,000 units of fire energy, nurturing his internal organs for several years. However, at that time, his heart was injured, and his internal organs might not have been particularly strong. It appears that his level was only around 1,500 units. Even though he has recently slain several members of the Crimson Moon and extracted their blood essence, Li Hao believes that without the aid of sword energy, the absorption efficiency is limited. If his master were to reach a standard of 2,000 units, it would indeed be a remarkable feat. Currently, Li Hao finds himself unable to surpass his master in terms of prowess. However, after this endeavor, he will likely surpass him in the nurturing of his body and internal organs. A smile graces Li Hao's face. In the next moment, a wave of energy envelopes the entire crowd. At this juncture, both Li Hao and Lu Long, along with everyone in the team, silently absorb the dissipating energy for their cultivation. For them, the enhancement of their physical bodies seems to offer limited assistance, with constrained reinforcement. Yet, they possess some understanding of the nurturing of the spirit and its correlation with the strength of the internal organs. Presently, they are imbued with anticipation, hoping that after comprehending the essence, they too may embark upon the path of spirit nurturing. Time passes gradually, and in the blink of an eye, another day has gone by. It is now September 22nd. In the forest, the small valley where Li Hao and his companions reside is now suffused with energy. In the sky above, a soaring eagle circles several times, wary of landing, observing from a distance with a mixture of confusion and surprise, wondering if these individuals are indeed in the midst of cultivation. What a rich source of energy. At this moment, Li Hao's body reverberates with a rumbling sound. Waves of thunderous power resonate through his bones. The energy of the wind further reinforces his physical form, while within his internal organs, the super energy locks grow increasingly robust. Previously, the super energy lock in his lungs could barely contain the golden sword force, but now it firmly secures it. The golden sword force can no longer break free. Nearby Li Hao, Lu Long was also experiencing internal turbulence, his blood coursing fervently. Within his kidneys, waves of energy surged, and despite several attempts to harness this energy, he fell short. His internal organs were still not sufficiently robust. At this moment, he had yet to reach the level of energy harnessing. Once achieved, it would signify the onset of spiritual cultivation, perhaps positioning this martial artist among the elite ranks of the Three Yang. In terms of actual combat prowess, he might even exceed the early stage of Three Yang. Lu Long stood beside Li Hao, absorbing a substantial amount of energy. The attribute-less energy primarily fortified his entire being without specific targeting, which allowed him to grow significantly stronger merely from the energy radiating from Li Hao throughout the day. Yet, it was still insufficient. At this stage, he had not reached the level where his internal organs averaged above 500 units. No matter how much attribute-less energy he absorbed, it lacked the rapid enhancement necessary for his internal organs. Just as Lu Long felt a sense of annoyance and regret, contemplating giving up, an unexpected surge of energy began to permeate his being. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Li Hao also gazing at him. Without uttering a word, Li Hao closed his eyes again to continue his cultivation, while waves of elemental power flowed from him towards Lu Long. Clearly, at that moment, Li Hao had sensed something and was extracting elemental forces to aid Lu Long in nurturing his internal organs. Lu Long's expression shifted, yet he remained silent. Within, he grappled with a complex mix of emotions. He understood certain aspects of spiritual cultivation, particularly that nurturing the internal organs with the best possible energy was crucial. Would a single energy harnessing truly be formidable? Even if it equaled the Three Yang, what lay ahead? Would he merely continue to enhance this singular force? What could he lock with the other four organs? He knew Li Hao's ambitions involved the fusion of the five sword forces, just as he was aware of Yuan Shua's goal of merging the five beast forces. However, he could only cultivate the water force of the nine forging technique. At this moment, Lu Long felt a twinge of discomfort, a sense of frustration. Was there really no future in a singular force? Must it be perfected to be worthwhile? He recalled his father's legendary Silver Moon Second Spear, a formidable weapon that had brought his father fame through the Fire Dragon Spear. Thus, the nine forging technique was not limited to merely comprehending the water force. Perhaps a singular force could indeed evolve into the five forces. Lu Long pondered this, but could only sigh in resignation. He lacked the insight and achievement to transform a singular force into five. He resolved to first attain spiritual cultivation before contemplating further. He ceased to dwell on it and focused on the incoming power that Li Hao was providing him. As Li Hao's strength grew, the adversaries he faced became increasingly formidable. Although this martial artist, Lu Long, was progressing rapidly and could contend with those at the late stages of the Sunlight Realm, it was still far from sufficient. If he could manage to harness the water force in his kidneys this time, perhaps he would be capable of standing against the Three Yang. Li Hao continued his cultivation while remaining aware of Lu Long's condition, allocating some elemental energy for his benefit. Subsequently, he chose not to intervene any further. The captain knew how to harness energy. Whether he would succeed, however, remained uncertain. After all, the captain had not been immersed in the battle for long, unlike Li Hao, who wielded the sword energy as a means of enhancement. The abundant sword energy endowed Li Hao with a physique that surpassed imagination, perhaps second only to the formidable Nan Quan. The vigorous essence of Nan Quan not only signified a powerful vitality, but also indicated that the physical form must be resilient enough to endure such robust life force. Mysterious energies were being absorbed, extracted, and digested by Li Hao, while fragments of divine energy stones shattered around him. A torrent of energy surged into Li Hao's body, rapidly fortifying his internal organs. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Many members of the team had reached saturation and stepped out of their cultivation circles to practice their punches and swords. Some martial masters who had crossed the 100 mark were incessantly consuming energy, hoping to absorb a bit more to perhaps ascend to the later stages. In just 2 days, numerous martial masters had indeed made the leap. Within the team, aside from Li Hao and Lu Long, there were 49 martial masters, with over 30 of them having reached the late stage of the 100 mark, while a few remained at the mid-stage. For those at the late stage, releasing internal energy from their heads posed a challenge. Initially, these individuals had only been at the 10th realm. On September 15th, they had departed from Baiwest City alongside Li Hao, and now, just 8 days later, they had made remarkable progress. Several martial masters who were already at the late stage were now striving for greater mastery. This included Li Hong, Wu Chao, and even Xin Jian, who originally were at the mid-stage, all diligently working towards gathering momentum. Lu Yan, who was already at the late stage, continued to wield her dual blades vigorously. Amidst the sounds of training, there was little conversation, but now and then, glances were cast towards Li Hao, who was still fervently absorbing energy. At this moment, aside from Li Hao, only Lu Long continued to draw in energy. However, the occasional clanking of chains emanating from Lu Long filled some with curiosity. The sound of chains, where did it come from? For these individuals, the concept of divine essence remained distant and unattainable. Perhaps this was the longest duration Li Hao had spent absorbing energy. It extended until September 24th. As darkness enveloped the sky, Li Hao finally exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. 3 days and nights of uninterrupted absorption of mysterious energy had left him feeling rejuvenated. He assessed the strength of his internal organs, each nearing a level of around 5,000 units. At that moment, Li Hao felt that even his 5-animal technique might not be inferior to his sword intent. Although his momentum had not significantly increased, he felt a certain fullness. This time, the consumption of mysterious energy was immense. Li Hao had expended over 20,000 units, while Lu Long, under his care, had absorbed several thousand units of elemental energy. In total, they had consumed nearly 30,000 units of mysterious energy, depleting 110 divine energy stones. In his storage ring, only about 50 stones remained, though there was still an abundance of mysterious energy, over 40,000 units, encompassing various attributes. Li Hao rose, taking a deep breath, and unleashed a punch. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, its force exceeding expectations. However, Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the explosive power was not as formidable as anticipated. Upon further reflection, he unearthed certain issues. While his internal organs were remarkably robust, and his physique and bones equally strong, his vital energy had become a weakness, lagging behind. The fortification of his corporeal form and internal organs should naturally enhance his vital energy as well. Yet, the acceleration of this enhancement failed to keep pace. He recalled the formidable vitality of Nan Quan, which surpassed his own significantly. How did Nan Quan achieve such formidable vital energy in conjunction with equally strong internal organs? At this moment, his body felt incredibly powerful, yet Li Hao recognized that the human body harbors numerous potential enhancement avenues. It seemed nearly impossible to eliminate all weaknesses. No wonder martial artists often tread their own paths. Some focus on enhancing their vital energy, others on their physical strength, or perhaps on sword intent or blade mastery. Hong Yitang's sword intent was indeed potent, and his physical form was no less impressive. Yet, despite his strength, he seemed to have only achieved a balance between his corporeal might and sword intent, leaving significant weaknesses in other areas. The pursuit of becoming an all-round martial artist was exceedingly arduous. Li Hao contemplated this, lightly waving his hand as the golden sword intent erupted forth. A powerful surge that would have previously overwhelmed his body. However, this time, it merely caused a trickle of blood from his fingertip. In the past, such a force would have obliterated his entire finger. Familiarizing himself with this newfound strength, he found no loss of control. He simply required time to acclimate. Gradually, he mastered this nascent power to a level of effortless command. His formidable physique even catalyzed the development of the 9 forging technique. As Li Hao's muscles rippled, he unleashed a punch, once, twice, and then an instantaneous burst of 8 strikes. The 8th layer posed no burden to him, yet the 9th layer remained elusive. With a slight frown, he struck again, repeating the process, but still achieved only 8 strikes. He continued to experiment, while in the distance, the sound of chains resonated from Lu Long, who was suppressing the raging water force. It seemed he had entered the locking phase. Once he secured the water force, he would also transcend into the realm of spiritual essence. However, Li Hao was uncertain of Lu Long's next course of action. For now, he focused on enhancing his own technique. His teacher had previously interpreted the cultivation of spiritual essence according to his method, and Li Hao found himself lacking the conditions to dispute or alter some of those notions, such as the concept of nurturing a force through the collective enhancement of internal organs. He had contemplated it, but was unsure of the practical implementation. Disregarding Lu Long, he continued to throw punches, one after another. As darkness enveloped the sky, Li Hao executed a punch, and in that fleeting moment, the ninth wave briefly materialized. Yet, it still felt somewhat disjointed compared to before. Nevertheless, a smile graced Li Hao's face. Excellent. This was sufficient. It indicated that he could indeed manifest the ninth layer, albeit with insufficient proficiency. He required more time to refine his skills, but with perseverance, it would not be long before he mastered the nine forging technique. At this moment, Li Hao approached Li Heng, who was practicing martial arts in the distance. Li Heng was originally engaged in sword training when he sensed someone behind him. Turning around in surprise, he quickly halted his practice, exclaiming, "Captain." Li Hao nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Your swordsmanship is commendable." The willow fluff sword appears light and soft to outsiders, yet they remain unaware that the willow branches can inflict considerable pain, combining softness with a hidden sting. Li Heng smiled, though it was obscured beneath his black armor. "Captain, you possess keen insight. The willow fluff sword is indeed powerful, but I have yet to master it fully." Li Hao, intrigued, inquired, "Is the willow fluff sword categorized into levels?" "Indeed, it is," Li Heng responded candidly. Sensing Li Hao's desire for conversation, the willow fluff sword has only a few tiers, totaling 4. The first level is basic. Mastering the breathing techniques and sword moves is sufficient to reach this stage. The second level, inner energy transformed into sword, presents some difficulty. Li Hao nodded, contemplating the significance of this achievement. He recalled that he had only completed inner energy transformed into sword upon reaching the realm of perfection, which had enabled him to transcend to that level. Clearly, achieving the second level's completion required nearly perfect mastery, and Li Heng seemed to fall just short. Upon mastering the second level, one may naturally comprehend the sword's intent, Li Heng said, beaming with joy. "I feel I am nearing that point. However, even if I succeed in inner energy transformed into sword, I am still far from mastering the willow fluff sword. The third level is the blade without sharpness, and the fourth level is the willow fluff in the wind." As he spoke, Li Heng chuckled awkwardly. "This is not merely my assertion, it is recorded in ancient texts. Success in the third level signifies that even with a blade lacking sharpness, one can still unleash the effects of the sharpest sword. This encapsulates the core pursuit of the willow fluff sword, which emulates the movement of willow branches and fluff. The pinnacle state mirrors that of the willow fluff, dancing with the wind, striking wherever it drifts. Wherever there is willow fluff, there exists the essence of the sword." Li Hao nodded, contemplating this state of being, which undoubtedly held immense power. Like the willow fluff, light and airy, moving with the breeze, does that not evoke the sensation of 1,000 swords unleashed? Can this secret technique be shared? Li Heng was momentarily taken aback. "Shared?" He hesitated, glancing at Li Hao. "Do you mean?" "I wish to learn." Li Hao interjected. Li Heng was momentarily stunned. Although the willow fluff sword was formidable, it paled in comparison to the 7 swords. What of Li Hao? He wielded the 5 animals technique, the shadowless sword, and the 9 refinements technique, all legacies of the legendary 36 heroes, whose might attested to the strength of their martial arts. Secret techniques are not necessarily better in abundance. Moreover, there was also the air of the earth-overturning sword, which was far more renowned than the willow fluff sword. Why would he forsake the earth-overturning sword to study the willow fluff sword with Li Heng? As Li Heng pondered this, Li Hao continued, "You may very well be the sole heir of the willow fluff sword, akin to the leader of its lineage. You are qualified to pass it on. Of course, I do not wish to impose. You may set conditions, or if you prefer not to share, that is perfectly acceptable. As a martial artist, it is a fundamental requirement that the core secret techniques of one's school remain undisclosed. I harbor no resentment. Please rest assured." Li Heng chuckled lightly. "That is not my intention. However, Captain, given your extensive repertoire of secret techniques, why would you desire to learn the willow fluff sword? If my memory serves me right, you also possess the shadowless sword, which boasts a far greater renown than the willow fluff sword." "I find it useful." Li Hao offered a brief response, prompting Li Heng to ponder deeply. "To speak frankly, my late master taught me the technique, but he passed away shortly thereafter. Before leaving Silver City, he did express a desire for the lineage of the willow fluff sword to endure. Yet, I must be resolute. Only disciples of our school can carry it on. Captain, if you wish to learn, it is not insurmountable, but you must become a disciple of the willow fluff sword lineage." Li Hao frowned and contemplated for a moment before inquiring, "Would a registered disciple suffice? I do not wish to delve into the 3rd or 4th layers." I only seek to master the second layer, the unique inner energy sword technique. Registered disciple. Upon hearing this, Li Heng paused to reflect before nodding. If you do not intend to pursue the subsequent layers, that is acceptable. However, you will miss the essence of the willow fluff sword, and you would only grasp a superficial understanding. This is akin to Wang Ming and his companions acquiring the basic 5-animal breathing technique. Rather than the 5-animal nurturing method, as a registered disciple, you would not access the core teachings. Li Hao, undeterred, explained, "My master is still alive, and the 5-animal school continues to thrive. Should my master pass away, I would not mind, even if I become the core inheritor of the willow fluff sword. For now, unless my master is struck down in the central region, I can only accept the status of a registered disciple." This statement struck Li Heng as somewhat awkward. He mused internally, does this imply a wish for his master to be killed, or the opposite? Li Hao continued, "Furthermore, I do not intend to take advantage of you. Even if I become a registered disciple, I do not wish to be recognized as your disciple or your master's. Could you perhaps accept me on behalf of your ancestral master?" Li Heng was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly permissible? Li Hao clarified, "This is not an attempt to gain favor. It is simply that my master and yours are contemporaries. The willow fluff sword and the 5-animals king hail from the same generation. If you accept me as a registered disciple, my status would be inconsequential, as it would lower my master's standing, which these elder martial artists are quite sensitive about. If I were to become a registered disciple of the willow fluff sword, this issue would be nullified." Li Heng sighed. Realizing that this would indeed create a dilemma, he would have an additional uncle. However, upon further reflection, he realized it would not be a disadvantage, even if the willow fluff sword were to remain aware of Li Hao's circumstances. The truth is that even if he were accepted as a core disciple rather than just a registered one, it would not matter. Even if Li Hao were nominally still a member of the 5-animal school, the willow fluff sword would likely not be concerned. What a boon it would be to have such a perceptive swordsman join the willow fluff sword lineage. Li Hao continued, "To ensure the peace of the willow fluff sword in the afterlife, I can offer the sect 5,000 units of mysterious energy and 10 divine stones." Li Heng was taken aback. Is that truly necessary? For a mere first and second layer technique, is such a bounty warranted? Could it be that the first and second layers of the willow fluff sword are unparalleled secrets? He found himself perplexed, but after some consideration, he nodded. "That is agreeable. But, Captain, providing such an abundance, are you not being overly generous? Is it because you believe my talent is so exceptional that I must not be delayed?" Li Hao was momentarily stunned. Why did this individual entertain such thoughts? At this moment, Li Heng was resolute in his conviction. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of emotion and said, "Captain, there is truly no need for such measures. While I possess a certain level of talent, I have nonetheless squandered several years. There are others in the group who are younger and more promising. It would be inappropriate to expend so much on me alone, as it may seem unjust to the others." Li Hao silently observed his performance, and after a brief pause, responded, "I require the Lu Su sword to refine my swordsmanship. It does not greatly concern you." Li Heng was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Could this be true? He decided not to dwell on it, and nodded, saying, "Very well. Captain, if you insist, then I shall accept it." The price of 5,000 units of mysterious energy and 10 divine stones was indeed exorbitant. Even if it were merely the first and second levels, it would still be worthwhile. However, Li Hao was intent on adhering to the martial arts code and was unwilling to join the Lu Su sect. Li Heng chose not to press the matter further and promptly conveyed the fundamental concepts of the first 2 levels, including the core breathing techniques, to Li Hao. It was not overly difficult, as Li Hao's memory was exceptionally strong, allowing him to memorize the teachings instantly. Li Heng demonstrated the techniques several times, and soon Li Hao comprehended the essence of the Lu Su sword. Yet, the transformation of internal energy into a sword might pose some challenges. Li Hao had previously succeeded in this once. This time, he might need to explore alternative methods to complete the second stage of his training in the Lu Su sword. As for whether he would grasp the wooden sword's momentum upon success, Li Hao was not entirely certain. While they were engaged in their studies, a cacophony of clanking chains echoed from a distance. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Lu Long felt no blood at his lips, yet his kidneys throbbed with pain. Frowning, he shouted, and in the blink of an eye, he sprang to his feet and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, a formidable wave of water surged forth, engulfing the surroundings. In an instant, The waves erupted. At the moment of explosion, a chain burst forth from the tumultuous waters, piercing through the void. Lu Long exhaled deeply, and everyone around him stared in astonishment. This explosive force seemed significantly more potent than before. Li Hao swiftly rushed over, casting a glance at Lu Long, and suddenly sighed. Lu Long, taken aback, wondered why this was not a cause for celebration. He had successfully harnessed the spirit-locking force. Although he had only attained a single force and his internal organs were still weaker than those of Yuan Shua at that time, which certainly diminished his combat prowess, he had nonetheless achieved a breakthrough. At this moment, Lu Long felt capable of confronting the San Yang. In such a brief period, his progress had been remarkable. Why the sigh? Li Hao hesitated for a moment before opting to communicate telepathically. Boss, in the future, focus more on strengthening your kidneys. Your current water wave force is straining them, perhaps even leading to some deficiency. Only then did Lu Long regain his composure, feeling somewhat speechless. He glanced at Li Hao, perplexed that at this moment, the lad was contemplating such matters. What the hell? Is there something wrong with you? Lu Long thought. He too had gained the ability to communicate telepathically and replied directly, don't overthink it. As a martial artist, one must also consider continuing the lineage and finding a partner. Li Hao's transmission abruptly interrupted him. The unfortunate leader insisted on reinforcing the water flow, yet his kidneys lacked the necessary resilience. Currently, all their energy was devoted to maintaining the flow, rendering them incapable of performing any other functions. The same could be said for the teacher, who had forcibly engaged in the water tiger technique last time. However, considering the teacher's advanced age, it was of little consequence. The leader, in the prime of his life, was in a different predicament. Lu Long was utterly speechless and chose to disregard him. During such a joyous moment, this individual certainly had a knack for dampening spirits. He glanced at the darkened sky and remarked, "It's the 24th, isn't it? The 25th is approaching, and we are still quite distant from the Hengduan Canyon. I've wasted considerable time. Will we still manage to make it there?" Traveling from Silver City to another segment of the Hengduan Canyon would require crossing approximately 3,000 miles of Tsongshan. Up until now, Li Hao and his companions had only covered a little over 1,000 miles, leaving half the journey remaining. Moreover, even though the route from Hengduan Canyon to the relic site was more navigable, it would still consume a significant amount of time, potentially jeopardizing their arrival. At this moment, it seemed more expedient to exit Tsongshan and head directly towards the Hengduan Canyon. Exiting this way would likely lead them to another city in Yinbei. While Tsongshan provided ample opportunity for concealment, it was also exceedingly arduous to traverse. After contemplating, Li Hao stated, "If we proceed this way, entering from the other end will maximize our concealment. Descending from here might lead us into encounters with others, causing unforeseen complications. It is not merely about choosing that route. Rather, it is about the ease of remaining hidden, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles. Once we reach the relic site, Ho Xiaoqing and the others will be there, and large-scale conflicts are unlikely to erupt. However, given that the three major organizations have lost several formidable individuals, they may not possess sufficient strength to impede us." Li Hao mused about whether the relic would be activated this month, suspecting a high probability, 99% certainty. Given Ho Xiaoqing's character, along with representatives from various organizations converging, it was improbable that the activation would be overlooked. He was eager for it to commence so that these individuals could pave the way for him, even at their own peril. Thus, after considerable reflection, Li Hao resolved, "Let us descend from here. We must conceal our traces as best we can. Otherwise, we may indeed run out of time." He prioritized reaching the relic site. As for any potential discovery of their presence, the absence of others on the mountainside was irrelevant to him. With his thoughts settled, the group swiftly began to traverse the forest, preparing to descend the mountain. Above them, a colossal eagle soared, either escorting or surveilling them, until they emerged from the forest and left the Tsongshan range, at which point the eagle departed. By dawn, Li Hao and his companions had entered a modest city, one of the 16 cities of Yinbei. At that moment, they had shed their black armor, which was stowed in a large cart. The group transformed into a team resembling a martial arts escort service traversing the lands of Yinbei. With the rise of superpowers, transportation had become more challenging. Nowadays, some martial artists and lesser superpowered individuals opted to become escorts, aiding large enterprises in safeguarding their material shipments. At this juncture, Li Hao and his companions disguised themselves, escorting a cart laden with black armor as they set forth towards the Hengduan Canyon. Meanwhile, in the valley of Duanshan, Hong Yitang and Nan Quan observed the soaring eagle returning, promptly taking their leave without a backward glance. The four formidable beasts watched as the two departed. Having agreed to leave after a single day, yet these two had lingered in the vicinity for several days. Their prolonged presence deterred the beasts from daring to separate, lest they be vanquished one by one. Once the duo had vanished, the golden eagle communicated its thoughts. They have departed. The heir of that fiend is gone as well. It appears that the martial artists of Silver Moon share certain connections. The great beasts exchanged insights, realizing that the two humans had only chosen to leave after Li Hao's departure, which revealed a degree of unity among the martial artists of Silver Moon. This, of course, was also tied to Li Hao's prior assistance in suppressing their transformations. The fierce tiger then expressed its concerns. We should tread cautiously in this region of Silver Moon. The situation is intricate, and there may be even more formidable entities beyond these few. The Golden Eagle relayed. Indeed, there are likely powerful beings among the demon clan. I once soared over Tsang Mountain and ventured into the realm of Silver Moon, only to be met with an overwhelming sense of suffocation shortly after my departure. This sensation was pervasive, leading me to suspect the existence of numerous top-tier strongholds in Silver Moon, including those of the demon clan. I vaguely perceived a great tortoise. Upon hearing this, the other great beasts adopted a grave demeanor. The proximity of Tsang Mountain to Silver Moon explained why many potent beings within Tsang Mountain refrained from journeying southward, preferring instead the northern expanse of Dali. The Tianjin lotus has matured this time, but the next occurrence is 5 years away. Shall we remain here, or venture north to Dali? Pondered the fierce tiger, eager to depart from their current location. Originally, there was little pressure, but now the weight of the situation felt considerable. The Golden Eagle responded with a mental wave. The north is not without its dangers. It may even be more perilous. Dali is home to many formidable warriors. I once witnessed a strong individual from Dali tear apart a Bayou rhino, which was on par with my own strength. At this moment, the giant ape interjected, sending forth a vigorous mental wave. What is there to fear? While Dali boasts numerous strong beings, their straightforwardness is notable. They are known for their directness. It is easy to discern their strength or weakness, which is far preferable to the treachery often found in Silver Moon. Though they may appear weak, they are, in fact, exceedingly powerful. This sentiment resonated with the group. The Golden Eagle contemplated briefly before nodding its massive head. Then we shall head north. We require greater resources, more treasures, and to encounter more formidable beings. The realm of Silver Moon harbors many secrets, and I have sensed that some are beginning to awaken. Once we take this decisive step, we shall return. The four great beasts, all in a transformative phase, resolved to move forward. Though the great serpent lagged slightly, it too was progressing. Should they all ascend in rank, they would stand above the so-called rising light of Silver Moon, and with 4 of them at that level, they could confidently return without fear of being overwhelmed. Having reached a consensus, the 4 great beasts proved resolute. They entrusted the guardianship of the Broken Mountain Valley to a few lesser demons, knowing that 5 years remained until the next flowering of the Tianjin lotus. Thus, the great beasts departed swiftly, heading northward. On the journey, the great serpent could no longer restrain itself. I demand a single lotus petal and 3 golden lotuses. You may divide the rest. As it spoke, it was granted the coveted golden lotus petal, though the lotus seeds were, of course, beyond its reach. This left the great serpent in a state of despair, realizing that the chasm between it and the others would only widen. Meanwhile, the other 3 formidable beasts exchanged knowing glances, understanding the unspoken agreement. Otherwise, the distribution would become contentious. On this day, Li Hao journeyed southward, while the 4 great demons ventured northward, crossing into the vast and long-forgotten realm of Dali within the Tianqing dynasty.